I have two bodies, but they are separated by 100,000. The first body is named Jinchuan, trapped in a peach blossom garden, but has the ability to live forever and be immortal, and its flesh and blood can even extend the life of a dying person. The other body is named Inglu, the youngest king of the Qin kingdom, but he is already seriously ill and his life is short. However, as long as Inglu successfully consumes Jinchuan, I can become an immortal king of Qin. At that time, I will lead my iron cavalry to sweep across the world and unify all under heaven. But I can't find my second body no matter what, and my first body is trapped in the peach blossom garden and can't escape. At this moment, I am lying in the peach blossom garden, staring blankly at the mist-covered mountains around me. Over the past 20 years, I have thought countless times about ways to escape from here, but none have been successful. Brother Jincheng, Grandpa is not doing well. He wants a piece of your heart to stay alive. At this moment, a young girl suddenly ran over from a distance. I casually glanced at her. Isn't it not yet the 15th of July? I won't give it. My great-grandfather may not make it to the harvest festival in 10 days. Just like before. Can you give me a piece of meat? I'll be waiting for you at home tonight, okay? The girl held my arm and shook it back and forth. Not feeling shy at all because of what was just said. I felt the warmth of the girl's skin, thought about it, and finally agreed. Okay, I'll come to your house tonight. After getting my promise, the girl kissed me and left here happily. I sighed. How can I escape from here? My flesh, named Jinchan, has been trapped in this wilderness called Peach Blossom Spring for more than 20 years, because Jinchan is immortal and can regenerate with skin, flesh, and blood. The villagers here, regardless of age or gender, have eaten my flesh. They also set the 15th of July as the harvest festival every year, on which day I will be divided and eaten by 2,000 villagers of Peach Blossom Spring. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. Due to my heightened senses different from ordinary people, I hadn't even reached the door when I heard the old man's moaning and the conversation of several others coming from inside the house. Village chief, is it too little to only hold a harvest festival once a year? There's simply not enough meat to eat, right? A man dressed as a hunter spoke up first. Wait a moment, it's almost the 15th of July. When the earth fire is lit, as long as the golden cicada is boiled into a pot of soup, if each person in the village takes a sip, maybe we can all become immortal. The person known as the village chief recalled in a deep voice. Will Brother Jinchang die this time? The girl looked a little anxious on the side. Stinky girl, don't think that your father doesn't know about the little things between you two. This is the elixir of life. You make it clear to me. The hunter glared at the girl. At this time, I was half a mile away listening to their conversation, with only disdain and disgust in my eyes. A bunch of scum. After a while, when they finished chatting, I knocked on the door. Big Brother Jinchan, Grandpa is not doing well. The girl opened the door, took my arm, and walked inside. Jinchan, old Master Li's old illness has recurred. He may not make it to the 15th of July. I need your help ahead of time this time. The old village chief walked to me step by step with a cane. I smiled and nodded in agreement, but deep down I knew that although these people seemed polite, if I had any thoughts of escaping, I would probably have been imprisoned by them long ago. Then, without saying much, I picked up the big knife handed to me by the girl's father and stabbed it into my chest. The old village chief on the side immediately picked up a silver bowl to catch the blood I left behind. I ignored him, cutting a large hole in my chest with the knife, and then pulled out my heart. A piece of heart meat, not enough to cure Lord Li's illness for a whole year. Seeing me so generous, the girl and the hunter were overjoyed. Although I cannot die, the pain is no different from that of an ordinary person. But over the years, being harvested time and time again has made my tolerance for pain far beyond human limits. After about half a cup of tea's time, my body returned to normal. I glanced at the old man lying on the bed with blood all over his mouth, and the pot simmering with wisps of steam. Without saying much, I pulled the girl and walked outside. The hunter who saw this scene just sneered and did not intervene. In the blink of an eye, we arrived in a lush green field. Brother Jinchang, thank you. What are you being polite with me for? Soon, the sound of breathing mixed with the croaking of frogs and the chirping of cicadas. After a while, I suddenly asked, what exactly is the matter with the underground fire altar you mentioned just now? The girl blushed and looked surprised. Brother Golden Cicada. You heard it all? Yes, I heard it just now outside the door. This is a secret recorded in the clan, only known by the elders of the clan. I'm not very clear about it either. I stared into her eyes and forced out a tear. I don't want to die. I love you. I want to marry you, and spend the rest of my life with you in this peach blossom garden. After saying that, I kissed the girl's lips, and my superb acting skills added a little more emotion to her feelings towards me. Okay, Brother Jincheng, I can tell you what I know. but you have to promise me that you won't try to escape. I promise you. Midnight, Liang had already returned home. Qingtang, Firefly. Golden Cicada closed her eyes and silently recited the clues she had just gotten from Risakura. And in the meantime, 100,000 miles away from the Qin Restoration, that Alhambra Palace, which covers more than 300 miles and is isolated from the sun, the youngest king in the history of Qin, Yinglu. Slowly, he opened his eyes. A bunch of pariahs are worthy of consuming another body of the widow. Inside the king of Qin's chambers, draped in a red robe, Yinglu walked barefoot from the edge of the bed towards the terrace, and the little eunuchs on the sidelines. On seeing the king of the country wake up, immediately, he picked up the leather shoes he had already prepared and placed them on the path of Yingluo. Your Majesty, is it necessary for you to be bathed? The little eunuch bent over and asked with a trembling voice. No, go prepare some refreshments for the widow. Yinglu's tone was cold. He himself was the king of Qin, but because of his health, he could only move around for 2 or 3 hours a day at most. Now at the age of weakness, he can't even draw a 10-pound bow. In the years since I inherited the throne, I've been getting up every night to eat some food at best, except for organizing some political affairs. If it weren't for the state of Qin, it would need the purest bloodline of the Ying royal family to maintain its fortunes, in case the dragon vein collapses and the neighboring countries raise their armies to invade. Otherwise, I'm afraid the king would have been replaced long ago. Your Majesty, today's folders are ready. Do you think it's time to approve them now? The little eunuch asked again. Humph. The widow wants to approve, naturally will approve. Need you here to talk too much? Yinglu glared at this new little eunuch. It seems that his mother, Zhao Ji, took advantage of the time he was sleeping to change the close friends around him again. A sickly and defenseless king of Qin. It was amazing how threatening it still was in her eyes. After a cold grunt, Yinglu went to the attic of the bedchamber and let the night breeze blow his long hair and pound on his face. 5 steps to a building, 10 steps to a pavilion. Yinglu looked down at the grandest palace under the sky, but his heart was filled with desolation. Slender wrists as fine as a young girl's, white bloodless skin. To be honest, Yinglu didn't even know how much longer this body of his could last. But Yingluo was not desperate, because he has another body. As long as the Golden Cicada can successfully escape from the Peach Blossom Garden in the southern wasteland and come to the Qin dynasty, which is far away from the central plains, the Golden Cicada will be able to escape from the southern wasteland. Then the flesh is used as medicine, letting Yinglu have a clean meal. In time, an immortal king of Qin will lead his iron cavalry to sweep across the 4 seas and unify the 6 kingdoms. Prepare the car. The widow is traveling to the book ranging house. Just got a clue from Risakura. Yinglu must seize the time and find a way to escape from the Peach Blossom Garden as soon as possible while this body was still able to move. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has explained for you to rest more so as not to exhaust your body. The little eunuch bent over, his duck-like voice disgusting Yinglu to the core. Has the Empress Dowager's hand reached into the widow's chambers? Shocked with anger, Yinglu directly pulled out the Qin King's sword beside the table, then stabbed the little eunuch through the chest. Although it was a sick dragon, was the majesty of the king not something a little eunuch could touch and rebel against? Prepare. Car. After putting down his sword, Yinglu put on a deerskin and panted, looking at the blood flowing on the ground and the bodies that were still warm. No one dared to anger the young king of Qin this time. The range book building is divided into 12 floors, a collection of the world's most famous scrolls. Most of the world's literature is here. Only those who have permission from the current Qin king can enter. Compared to the bedchamber, this place is rather more secure. Your Majesty, just entered the first floor. The bookkeeper then greeted Yinglu respectfully. Bring out all the southern wasteland scrolls. The faster the better. Yinglu opened his mouth and said, Your Majesty, please wait. The bookkeeper answered, then jumped to the 5th floor with a gentle leap and searched through the 10,000 volumes. The keeper of the book, who had accompanied the king of Qin for 4 generations, was considered one of the most trusted people in the entire Avalokiteshvara palace. About an incense stick of time passed, only to see the bookkeeper holding dozens of ancient books with a dull yellowish color. He came to Yinglu's front. Your Majesty, the scrolls about the southern wasteland are all here, but I can't be sure if there's anything in here that your Majesty wants. How many years have you been in this range? Yinglu asked to the other party as he flipped through the book. It's been more than 60 years since the coronation of the last previous king of Qin. The bookkeeper stood hunched over, full of energy despite his age. Have you seen, then, any literature on green altars and fireflies? Yinglu continued to ask. Well, I have heard of it, but the southern wasteland is a remote barbarian land, more than 100,000 miles away from the central plains, and there aren't many records about fireflies and green altars. The bookkeeper thought about opening his mouth to reply. Oh, tell me about it? Yinglu closed the book in his hand. Dozens of ancient books were piled up together, far exceeding Ing Lu's height. I'm afraid a day and a night won't be enough if this is all flipped through. And even if time permitted, Ing Luo's weak body wouldn't be able to hold out. No. Next, the bookkeeper relates what he knows. In the 100,000 mountains of the southern wasteland, there was an extremely rare red flesh maggot called the firefly worm. This maggot is not large, but if it is mashed directly, the flesh liquid will erupt into a hot flame that can melt steel. Are those bitches planning to stew me in this maggot fire? Just what is this green altar anyway? After listening to the bookkeeper's words, Ing Lu narrowed his eyes and muttered in his heart, Your Majesty, when I traveled through the southern wasteland, I heard the local people say that this green altar is an evil thing that should not be tainted, and it was mentioned in the miscellaneous rumors passed down by the local population that an immortal once died on this green altar. Although we didn't know what the King of Qin was doing inquiring about these matters, the bookkeeper poured out everything he knew. Oh, immortals? Ing Lu came to be interested. Just as the bookkeeper was about to speak again, the door to the range book building, however, was suddenly slammed open. Only 2 rows of soldiers wearing armor, carrying spears on their shoulders and short swords on their waists rushed in and surrounded the range book building. The helmets with the symbols of the royal crown feathers wrapped around their entire faces, making it impossible for Ing Luo to see their expressions. How dare you? Who let you in? Ing Lu narrowed his eyes and gazed ahead with a gloomy expression. The third king of Qin had legislated that no one was allowed to trespass inside the range book building without the king's permission. Now these people in front of us have the audacity to act like this. Lu'er, can't the mourning family come too? Flanked by 3 or 5 eunuchs, Zhao Ji, Great Qin's Empress Dowager and Ing Lu's birth mother, walked in with lotus steps. Mother! Ing Luo hurriedly rose to greet him. In front of me, this golden hair Pinyin Fei, charming and enchanting beauty, although you are the Empress Dowager of Qin. But who in the whole of Great Qin knew that the mother and son were not on good terms? There were even rumors among the people that the Empress Dowager had long had the intention of re-establishing a new king. It's just that no one in the current Ing lineage carries a national fortune comparable to that of Ing Lu. Plus there isn't a good excuse. That's why it was delayed. Lu'er, can I come in even to this book ranging building? The Empress Dowager's luscious lips that were coated with lipstick were flavored with a gentle lift. Lu wouldn't dare. Ing Lu knew that he couldn't tear his face off with the Empress Dowager before he ate the golden cicada meat. The night is already cold. Lu'er's health is not good. You don't rest early. What are you doing coming to range book building to read this southern wasteland scroll? Zhaoji glanced at the scrolls laid out on the table. Her eyebrow moths slightly furrowed. My great Qin soldiers, in order to fulfill the successive generations of the first king's ambition to unify the world in the front line to fight, building children's body is not convenient to go to the battlefield. Can only read more books for the future early preparation. Although Ing Lu's excuse sounded reasonable at first glance. But what a person Zhao Ji is. She was well aware that the 7 countries of the Central Plains had yet to be unified, and that the southern wasteland, which was 100,000 miles away, was simply not a target that should be considered at the moment. There must be another reason for Ing Lu's unusual behavior. Only at this time Zhao Ji did not intend to reveal it. After all, although the king of Qin was weak, there were still old forces loyal to him in the dynasty. Lu'er doesn't have to labor your broken body for the last wishes of the late kings. Using the word dilapidated to describe the current Qin king, Zhao Ji's slightly provocative attitude caused Ing Lu's heart to feel bad. Could it be that his years of showing weakness have caused Zhao Ji to plan to start seizing power? Mother needn't worry. Since I am the king of Qin, I will focus on the country's grain. Look at Ing Lu's expression. Zhao Ji just smiled faintly before moving to Ing Lu's front and gathering the other party into her arms. This move caught Ing Lu a little off guard. As far as he could remember, it seemed like it was the first time Zhao Ji had done something like this. It was just a matter of time before I could feel this sudden motherly love. Zhao Ji's next words were like a sword stabbing through the face of the Qin royal family. Ha ha, Lu'er won't have to work so hard in the future, because Morning House has been blessed with the heir of the late king. A giggle echoed through the range book building. Although since the death of the late king, the matter of the Empress Dowager in the age of the tiger and the wolf raising the head of the face has not been a secret in the harem for a long time. But the public declaration of pregnancy is still the bloodline of the dead man. Even if we look at the history of the 7 kingdoms of the Central Plains, this absurdity is the first time it has ever happened. Mother, do you realize what you're saying? At this moment, Ing Lu's face was like cold iron. An unstoppable surge of qi and blood gushed out from his chest. Louis, aren't you happy that you might have a brother? After he is born, if he inherits the fortune of the great Qin kingdom, Lu'er, you can rest and not have to strain your body for the affairs of state. Joji said with a smile as she rubbed her belly. Ridiculous to the core. The bookkeeper, who had assisted the king of Qin for 4 generations, suddenly roared in anger. Ridiculous? Zhao Ji's willow eyebrows went up and her eyes widened in anger. The mourning family burned incense and chanted sutras day and night, moving the heavenly Tao in exchange for a one-time rendezvous with the late king in my dreams. The late king told me in his dream that he was furious. The contemporary king of Great Qin was so powerless that he died at a young age. Ying's descendants are thin again, and the late king made love to me in a dream for the sake of the kingdom. This is not after one night. I am pregnant with the bloodline of the late king, Zhao Ji said with a wave of her arm, staring contemptuously at Ying Lu, and the eyes were full of arrogance. Nonsense, just nonsense. Non-Ying descendants will not be able to inherit the kingdom's fortune, and when the dragon line collapses, the 1,000-year foundation of the Qin state will be completely destroyed. The bookkeeper was furious. This kind of heavenly joke can actually come from the mouth of the Empress Dowager of Great Qin. Humph, old codger of the former dynasty. My condolences. Remembering that you once fought bloody battles for Qin, I will not take into account your disrespectful offense. Slander the Great Qin's Empress Dowager. But if there is one more time, I will cut you down. Zhao Ji didn't give this 100-year-old courtier any face at all. Even if I die, I can't let this ridiculousness happen. Just as the bookkeeper was ready to fight for his life, Ying Lu suddenly stood out and reached out to stop the bookkeeper. Lu are here to congratulate mother. If brother can inherit the country's fortune, that would naturally be great. Ying Lu suppressed his anger and replaced it with a sincere smile. It's still my Lu who knows what she's doing. Zhao Ji smiled triumphantly. This mother-son encounter seemed to be a win for herself. It's getting late. Please return to the palace early. Mother, I'm going to rest too after flipping through a few more volumes. Ying Lu strongly resisted the urge. His layout over the years must not be ruined just like this. Ha ha, our Qin King Majesty really knows his stuff. Suddenly, from the back of the crowd came a masculine-flavored voice. Gonzi Kai. Ying Lu narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Ying Qi, Ying Lu's own uncle, the late king's own brother. It is rumored that if it were not for Ying Qi's scandalous act that shocked the whole country, otherwise, there was no telling into whose hands the throne of the last generation of Qin kings would have fallen. Kai, I thought you weren't allowed out. Seeing Ying Qi's appearance, Zhao Ji's expression was slightly dissatisfied. Though the metamorphosis of the two is expected to have been rumored in the palace for a long time, but invariably it hasn't been confirmed. Empress Dowager, since we are all here, how can we not meet with the great king? Don't you think so? Ying Qi arched his hand and saluted towards Ying Lu, but anyone can see that this is a naked demonstration. The Empress Dowager has only just announced that she's expecting. Ying Qi appeared at the Empress Dowager's side in the middle of the night, telling the world that the child in the Empress Dowager's womb was Ying Qi's child. I'm tired. Help the mourner back to the palace. Zhao Ji raised her right hand, signaling Ying Qi to come over and assist her. Empress Dowager, Qin has been in constant warfare for the past few years, and I see that Lure has no more days to live in this body, so why don't we take this opportunity to re-establish a new king? Ying Qi stroked the beard on his chin and stared at Ying Lu as he suddenly opened his mouth. Re-establish a new king? When these words came out, not only Zhao Ji but also the royal guards around them trembled slightly. Although it was common knowledge throughout the country that the king of Qin was frail, but no one expected it. Ying Qi actually dared to say this to the face of the current king of Qin. Ying Qi, you. Zhao Ji originally wanted to say whether or not Ying Qi's words were a bit premature, but then he stopped in mid-sentence. Anyway, she is pregnant now, and the new king will be re-established sooner or later, so she might as well test Ying Lu's reaction first. Re-establishing a new king? You mean the child in the mother's womb? Ying Lu's weight, which was equal to that of a woman, was a far cry from the robust Ying Qi. The two stood together with a feeling of being overwhelmed. Oh, of course not. This new king means me, forced to usurp the throne, for the first time in the 1,000 years since the establishment of the Qin state. Of course, I am only acting as a temporary agent of the state, and I will give way to the Empress Dowager on the day of her coronation with the late king's child. Ying Qi turned his words around and added with a calm face, hoo. The wind is raging. The silence in the Rangebook building at this time was as quiet as a pin drop. Everyone was waiting to see how the young Qin king was going to respond. Ha ha, what are you? Wen Qi, are you worthy of prying into the throne of Qin? Ying Lu suddenly let out a loud laugh. The contemptuous tone made Wen Qi, who was standing on the side, clench his back teeth in hatred. The people present also didn't expect that the king of Qin, who had always been known for his modesty, would actually have such a cocky side. Why am I not worthy compared to you? A sickly man who won't live long? Winky snapped. Since there has been the intention of usurping the throne, this uncle and nephew love is no longer necessary to stay. 20 years ago you committed adultery with Grandpa's consort. If it wasn't for Grandpa getting in the way of the royal family's honor, I'm afraid this head of yours would have been chopped off long ago. A guy with a brain full of spermatozoa is also worthy of being the king of Great Qin? Hearing this, Wenqi couldn't help but stare. It has been so many years. How on earth did Ing Lu know about this matter? Humph. It's just a rumor without proof. Besides, in these 10 years, my great Qin generals have been going out of the Hanggu to the east, and there have been countless deaths and injuries in the wars with the 6 countries in the Central Plains. And you, a guy who will be dead, have been sleeping all day long, whether for the sake of the country or for the people. And what can you do about it? Why don't you give way to me as early as possible, so that I can become the king of Great Qin to fulfill my grand wish of unifying the Central Plains? Glancing at Zhao Ji, who was beside him with a displeased expression, Wenqi hastily changed the subject. Ha ha, Wenqi, you really are just a waste of space who is addicted to women. You don't even know what the responsibilities of a king are. As soon as Ing Lu finished speaking, he ripped off his own top, revealing his skinny and bony body. Only on Ing Lu's ribs, a pile of rotten meat mixed with black plasma kept writhing. A fist-sized turquoise jade seal was set into the left breast. Raised red and blue veins spread out in all directions with the jade seal at the center. This scene caused everyone present to suck in a breath of cold air. I have used my physical body to maintain Qin's fortunes from declining, and now that you are forcing me to give up my throne, do you want to break the 1,000-year foundation of Great Qin? Ing Lu took a step around the stunned Wenqi and came directly in front of Zhao Ji. Mother, with my failing body, I have neither an heir nor a few years to live, so your heart is a bit too eager. Looking at the Ing Lu in front of her, which was very different from usual, Zhao Ji nodded in a bit of a trance. Return to the palace. The widow is going to rest. The little eunuchs who heard this immediately assisted Ing Lu toward the door. Hoo. Wagon. Ing Lu's face was pale and he was panting heavily. His limbs were trembling, and even the deer skin draped over his body was soaked with beads of sweat. There's no way to delay it anymore. This golden cicada meat must be eaten within 2 years. The words fell, and sleepiness struck instantly. Ing Lu, whose body had long been overdrawn to the limit, had his powerless eyelids directly drooped. The southern wasteland at this time. The rooster has not yet crowed. Golden cicada sat up from the bed with a sharp roll. Bah! If this body was Ing Lu's, I would have fucking exterminated you too long ago. After staying in Peach Blossom Garden for a long time, Golden Cicada unknowingly got some of the countryside banditry, twisted a limb and moved his muscles a little. Golden Cicada put on a thin black coat, and then walked towards the house by the light of the moon. At this time of the day in Peach Blossom, most people shouldn't be up yet, but who knows? It wasn't long before we walked out of the village. On the rugged path into the mountains, 3 large-bladed dark figures, each holding a long stick resembling a fishing rod and a couple of broken baskets, appeared ahead. Yawning, the village chief is also an old fool, having to make our brother and 3 get up so early to go fishing for that bullshit glowworm. I see a little direct firewood. Use the big iron pot that our family scalded the pig in, and stew the golden cicada for 3 days and 3 nights. Absolutely guaranteed that the bones are rotten and the meat is fragrant. The golden cicada recognized the voice as soon as he heard it, and these 3 were the 3 bastard sons of Zhao Butcher's family at the end of the village. He is strong and powerful, and he runs roughshod over the village. These days, even after the picking festival is over, these 3 goods will still be pulling out their hearts and souls on the golden cicadas from time to time with their kitchen knives, and the village had to turn a blind eye to this. In my opinion, if we can't live forever this time, let's just abolish that old man, the village chief, and let our father take office, and then we'll catch the golden cicada kid back home to use for ourselves, and if the rest of the village wants to eat it, they'll take something good in exchange. Ha ha, second brother, that's a good idea. I've been thinking about the Lai family's chick for a long time. That big ass has enough roundness, Zhao Laozan said colorfully. That's all there is to it. As long as you capture the golden cicada and go home, the women in the village aren't at your disposal. Because his 5 senses were different from normal people, the golden cicada 100 meters away heard the 3's conversation clearly. Glowworms are actually fished? After the golden cicada muttered to himself, he continued to tail the trio towards the mountain. Soon, after crossing a few valleys, the 4 of them came to a desolate forest. Although it was only just after summer, the vegetation around it was grassy and sparse. There are yellowed, dead leaves all over the place. The sun was clearly not yet up, but the temperature here was well above midday on a 3-volt day. And in the middle of the woods was a lake with a reddish glow. The lake was large, about 10 acres in size. Doggone weather, it's hot as hell. The 3 brothers grumbled before taking out their respective rods and then hanging some unknown bait at the hooks, casting and trying to get home in 5 days. As the hook was thrown, the originally calm lake surface instantly rippled. Flashes of red dots, growing denser in the lake. Within half an incense stick, Boss Zhao's fishing rod wobbled slightly, lift violently. Just a thumb-sized red meatworm was caught. Ha ha, this little thing is really easy to hook today. At this rate it won't take 5 days to get home. Boss Zhao picked up a pair of long wooden chopsticks, holding the tips of the chopsticks with his right hand, and carefully pinched the meatworms off, putting them into the broken basket he had brought with him. Looking closely, he saw that the broken basket was padded with cotton and various animal hairs, which seemed to have been prepared in advance to prevent the meatworms from being squashed, while the golden cicada, who was hiding in the back. At this moment, an extremely frightening thought suddenly sprang up in his heart. This red fleshworm was clearly the glowworm that Risakura had mentioned earlier. I just don't know how many fireflies it would take to set the whole mountain range on fire. With respect to this basin-like terrain of Peach Blossom Garden, if a large fire burned the mountain, it would be a pure and innocent fire pit. By then, everyone except the immortal golden cicada would have to be burned alive. Even if we can't escape this time, we can't continue to tangle with these people, or sooner or later we'll be turned into food by them, restricting our freedom. As the saying goes, the mantis catches the cicada and the yellow sparrow is at the back. After these three brothers of the Zhao family have exhausted their physical strength to catch the firefly, it's not too late for the golden cicada to sit back and reap the benefits. With that, golden cicada stared at the trio from a distance. Until the day is over, the moon was once again high in the sky. Exhausted and long deflated, the three brothers of the Zhao family intended to leave the lake and prepare to rest. Only then did the golden cicada act quietly. Been baking all day in nearly 50-degree heat. Apart from the golden cicada, who had an extremely strong recovery ability, the other three had a reddish glow all over their bodies, and their skin burned with unbearable pain at the slightest touch. Big brother, this hellhole just isn't for people. Zhao Laoer's brows furrowed together as he took the cool oil he had brought in advance and applied it towards his arms and face while whining. Damn! I should have known to bleed that golden cicada kid a little before we left. It's rumored that thing is resistant to fire poison. Big brother, this isn't too far from the village anyway, so why don't we go back now and skin it to see if we can insulate it? Boss Zhao and Zhao Laosan said in your sentence. The butcher's brutal nature and Peach Blossom's habits over the years allowed the three to speak these words without a ripple in their hearts. It's like tea time chatter. Ha ha, it's still Lao San who's smart. We'll peel one for each of us later. Zhao Laoer twisted his head, a smile spreading across his face as if he was satisfied with the advice of his blood brother. Suddenly, just in the moment when the three were defenseless, whoosh, the golden cicada leapt out of the weeds next to him with a jerk. Holding a sharp calf bone in his right hand, he directly stabbed through Zhao Laoer's throat before the three had time to react. Zhao Laoer, who was smiling a second ago, how could he not expect the golden cicada to appear in this place? Both hands covered the hollow at his throat. His mouth opened and closed as if to say something, but the blood bubbling in his mouth prevented him from making a single sound. Take advantage of your weakness. After resolving Zhao Laoer, golden cicada did not hesitate for a moment. Continuing to pick up his own leg bone, he stabbed it again towards Boss Zhao. Damn! This kid is crazy. Reacting, Boss Zhao cursed angrily, but he was severely dehydrated. His legs were weak and his hands were not half as good as they were on a normal day, though it was barely dodged sideways. But still, the golden cicada's leg bones, which had been sharpened for a day long ago, cut a 2-span-long gash in his abdomen. Thick blood clattered down, instantly soaking the lower half of Boss Zhao's body. A section of the large intestine also gushed out of the wound. Lao San, get this guy for me. Boss Zhao forced himself to endure the pain and covered the wound on his stomach while looking at golden cicada grimly. But he seemed to have forgotten that the golden cicada could not die even if his entire body was shaved off, leaving only a white bone. Although he didn't manage to kill Boss Zhao with a single blow, he did make the other party lose his mobility for the time being. Right now, golden cicada focused all of his attention on Zhao Laosan. Golden cicada, you brat is eating bear heart and leopard gall. If grandpa doesn't kill you today, he'll have your last name. Perhaps it was because his own brother was killed in front of his eyes, and his anger caused Zhao Laosan's flesh to go beyond its limits. Even if he was badly dehydrated, his body was no less than usual for a while. Only the golden cicada wasn't scared either. This body was not the same as the medicine potting Lu, not to mention the heavenly god divine power. But whether it was reaction or strength, it was also quite a bit higher than normal people. If it wasn't for pretending to be harmless good people in the village, I'm afraid the three Zhao brothers would have been killed by the golden cicada long ago. After the two exchanged a dozen moves, golden cicada, who had long ago memorized the Qin army's gunplay, found a mistake in Zhao Laosan. In one swift motion, the leg bone went right into the other's eye socket and through the entire head. Tell me what you know if you don't want to die. Golden cicada pulled out the leg bone that was stuck in Zhao Laosan's head and said with a steady breath, I've fallen into your kid's hands today. I admit it. Watching the blood of a blood brother bleed all over the place, knowing that it was hard to escape death, Boss Zhao couldn't wait to eat the golden cicada alive. When I was a child, you three brothers stoned me all afternoon because you were curious about what was inside my brain. 6 years ago, you cut off 10 of my hands alive and gave them to a girl for her birthday. and once you chopped me up at night with a knife because you overslept and didn't make it to the picking festival. Golden Cicada wiped the blood on his leg bone and walked towards Boss Zhao step by step with a gloomy face. So what? Aren't pigs in you for eating? Boss Zhao covered his stomach with one hand and took out a dagger with the other hand and pointed it at the Golden Cicada. Ha ha, eat? You pariahs deserve it? Golden Cicada laughed out loud. Then with a jerk, he stretched out his right hand and stabbed it directly into the wound in Boss Zhao's abdomen. A flutter in the other man's stomach. Boss Zhao was not a Golden Cicada after all. The cramping pain coming from his abdomen caused him to fall to the floor twitching. When it looks like you're not going to live, Golden Cicada slit his wrist and sent a stream of blood into Boss Zhao's mouth. Want to die? Unfortunately, I don't want you to die so easily yet. The Golden Cicada's sardonic smile created a fear within Boss Zhao that he had never felt before. Only the Golden Cicada was seen pulling out Boss Zhao's intestines like silk while doing so, while pouring his own blood into his opponent's mouth. This sobering feeling of severe pain but not being able to die made Zhao Lao Dalian bite his tongue without even realizing it. The wailing resounded through the valley. Even the glowworms in the lake were attracted by the thick smell of blood and leapt out of the water. Say, what the hell are you guys up to? And what is the green altar? With a hand covered in blood and digestive matter, he wiped the beads of sweat from his temples. The Golden Cicada looked like a man-eating evil ghost at this moment. I'll say it, beg Grandpa to give me a hard time. When death becomes a luxury, Boss Zhao's hard-headedness becomes non-existent. Come on. I really don't know what the green altar is. The village headman said that as long as you catch enough 900,000 fireflies and then work with the green altar, you can make the whole village become just like you. Hearing this, the Golden Cicada moved inwardly. Although this body was originally meant to be eaten by Ying Lu, as for how to eat it in order to become immortal and live forever, Golden Cicada had never found a way. But now that I've heard Boss Zhao say this, it seems necessary to make a trip to that old thing. The village chief, tell me, where are all the captured fireflies kept? Golden Cicada continued to ask. Shrine. All the fireflies caught are buried in the ground of the shrine. Grandpa Jean, give me a pain. I hurt. I really hurt. Boss Zhao begged bitterly with tears in his eyes, drinking the Golden Cicada blood. He didn't die immediately at this point even though his stomach was gutted. Yeah. After getting a satisfactory answer, Golden Cicada laughed, then took out a meat maggot from a broken basket on the side and placed it in the palm of his hand. What are you doing? Before the horrified Boss Zhao could finish his sentence, Golden Cicada then shoved the meat maggot into the other's stomach, and then pinched it hard with 2 fingers, puffing. As the meatworm exploded into pulp, wisps of dark red fire rose up in Boss Zhao's stomach. Unlike unusual firewood, the fire was more colorful and sticky, and even the temperature was much higher. Even though Golden Cicada kept flinging his fingers, he couldn't extinguish the flames at his fingertips. Just a few breaths, 2 of the Golden Cicada's fingers became white bone, but even then, the flames still didn't go out. On the contrary, on Boss Zhao's side, his stomach had turned into pitch black charcoal, and the sebum of his entire body had melted away. Flames from eye sockets, mouths, nostrils, and clusters sprouted from the body wherever there was an eye, and the Golden Cicada's side wasn't doing well either. What was originally only a wisp of flame had spread from his finger to half of his palm. Watching the bones burn red, Golden Cicada frowned. This fire won't be impossible to extinguish, will it? Trotting over to the lake, Golden Cicada put her burning palm directly into the water, trying to douse the flames with water. But strangely enough, the flames continued to burn brightly even as the water around them boiled. It's not good to see it go on like this. Golden Cicada simply clenched his teeth and directly picked up the dagger brought by the 3 Zhao brothers, intending to cut off his right hand. Only the tiny dagger was slightly hard to use. Half a dozen repeated cuts, plus stoning. That's when Golden Cicada broke his right hand. Watching the broken palm spontaneously combust on the ground, the Golden Cicada muttered, 900,000 fireflies. Burning a peach blossom garden isn't enough? In his heart Golden Cicada had decided that if there was no better way, then let's ignite the entire peach blossom garden. You can't die yourself anyway, so the big deal is that you'll be burned for a little while longer when the time comes. Isn't that how an immortal body works? Looking at the bodies of Zhao Lao San and Zhao Lao Air on the ground, the Golden Cicada continued as before, taking out 2 more glowworms and mashing them with a wooden stick for destruction. After doing so, he lifted a few broken baskets on the ground and headed down the hill. On the way back, the Golden Cicada walked carefully for fear of spontaneous combustion of fireflies. Even the body did not dare to sway significantly. So much so that the journey that originally took only an hour was hard to waste twice as much time. It wasn't until the sun was white from the east that he returned to the doorstep of his unshielded home. Upon entering the small broken house, Golden Cicada hurriedly spread the huge animal skin hanging on the wall on the floor before picking out the fireflies in the basket one by one. But the strange thing is, the The red meat maggots that were still wriggling when they descended the mountain had become dried out and abnormal without a trace of life. A light touch turns it into a cluster of detritus. Just as the golden cicada was about to try and see if the remnants of this firefly could still be lit. Instead, the sound of a dozen men's hurried footsteps came from outside the house. By the sound of it, it seemed to be less than 100 meters from here. What's wrong with you guys? To prevent the glowworms from being exposed and their intentions being discovered by the village, Golden Cicada was the first to open the door to the house a second before the gang barged in, blocking the view of a crowd with his body. Brother Golden Cicada, when did you come back? Sakura's fist hovered high in the air as she knocked on the door, and behind her stood a dozen or so strong young men. The group was holding farming tools, except it was unknown whether they were used for hoeing or for dealing with the golden cicadas. I went into the mountains last night to hunt, and I just got back. Golden Cicada yawned with his right hand over his mouth and pretended. If it was on a normal day, the golden cicada not returning from a night out would not be of concern to anyone. After all, no one had been able to leave the peach blossom garden in the past few hundred years. It's just that this year's picking festival is a bit special, plus the ground fire opens the altar, which makes the village worried. He was afraid that the golden cicadas would disappear at this critical juncture, thus cutting off the dream of immortality for a village of people. Kid, just stay home for the next few days and don't run around blindly for me. A male youth with dark skin and a scythe in his hand chided in a disgruntled tone. This man Golden Cicada recognized. He is the famous filial son of Peach Blossom Garden. It was rumored that his old mother was 40 years pregnant back then, and it took half her life to barely give birth to him. Because of her advanced age and the difficulty of giving birth, she is losing weight, and she is unable to do even the simplest thing, such as chopping wood for cooking. Either that or fight to snatch the couple of pairs of flesh from the golden cicadas to use for hidden diseases during the annual picking festival. Probably would have died a long time ago. Got it. The golden cicada didn't make any arguments, but only responded faintly. But in his mind, he planned out how to have a fire in the peach blossom garden. Let these moralistic guys turn into a roasted suckling pig. Let's go. The crowd came and went quickly. Although the golden cicada has been cooperative with the annual picking festival, this time it's just in case. Still left two men stationed nearby. Brother Golden Cicada, can I come in and sit down? At this moment, Sakura stood alone in the doorway and pointed to the house and asked, Sakura, brother, I've been tired all night and I'm really sleepy. Golden Cicada immediately refused. He didn't want Sakura to see that the house was set up with a floor full of fireflies. Brother Golden Cicada, don't lie to me. Look at your pant leg. Sakura's small mouth pouted, looking like she knew everything. Pant legs? Golden Cicada frowned even as he looked down. Only the corners of his pants were stained with the blood of the three Zhao brothers. Even the clothes were sporadically splattered, but the blood had formed a black scab, and it wasn't easy to notice unless you looked closely. It's the blood of beasts. Nothing strange about it. Golden Cicada casually lied. Golden Cicada brother, I still don't understand you. You're not hungry enough to go hunting at all. Sakura bent down as soon as she finished speaking, and like a loach, she burrowed into the room directly underneath Golden Cicada's armpit. But just enter the house. Just be surprised by the dense, dried up glowworms on the ground. This, Sakura wasn't stupid. She was even a little witty. After a brief moment of surprise it came back. According to the village chief's arrangement, the three sons of Zhao Butcher's family should be in charge of fishing for fireflies these days. But the glowworms appeared in this place at this time. Coupled with the bloodstains on Golden Cicada's clothes, it wasn't hard to guess that Golden Cicada had already clashed with the three Zhao brothers. As for whether there were any dead people, Sakura, who was timid by nature, didn't dare to think about it. And just for the small amount of time that Sakura was fuming, Golden Cicada had quietly closed the door to the house. His right hand went to his haunches and gripped the hilt of the dagger. There were only two choices before the Golden Cicada now. One is to don the love or sell the color, so that Cherry can hide the killing of the three Zhao brothers for himself, and the other one kills and kills. But if he chose the latter, he couldn't put off his plan to burn the Peach Blossom Garden any longer, and he probably would have to implement it reluctantly tonight. Sakura, I had no choice but to do it. You know about Butcher Zhao's family. Golden Cicada wore a helpless expression, but the soles of his feet moved closer to Sakura one step at a time. Brother Golden Cicada, did you kill them? Even if those three brothers of the Zhao family haven't bullied you much over the years, but they are after all the people of the village are your clan. How can you be so heartless? In Cherry's simple perception, partaking of the golden cicadas is a perfectly normal thing to do. Chopping, cutting, bleeding. Mere bullying is not fundamentally different from the petty fights of ordinary people. Sakura, just as Golden Cicada attempted to persuade again, Sakura, however, pushed him away, and her eyes changed to something different from the past, with the slightest hint of resentment and blame. I'm going to tell the village chief about this. Brother Golden Cicada, you've disappointed me too much. Risakura finished speaking and ran towards the gate. With these words, the end was sealed. Suddenly, giggle. The sharp pain coming from her back made Risakura twist her head incredulously to look backward. The Golden Cicada was seen holding a sharp dagger glowing with silver light and pulling it out from the back of his heart. Brother Golden Cicada. You. Risakura's eyes widened and a trickle of blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. She couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. The Golden Cicada who loved him the most would actually do such a thing. Feeling the blood flow out of his body gradually turned cold. Risakura panicked. She was so afraid she was going to die. With the instinct to survive, Risakura opened her mouth, biting towards Golden Cicada's arm as usual. She knew that if she could take a bite of Golden Cicada meat or drink a drop of Golden Cicada blood at this moment, one's own little life might still be saved. Just when Risakura's shell teeth were only 2 centimeters away from the Golden Cicada, a pair of large hands directly grabbed her neck and held her down. Brother Golden Cicada, I'm still young and don't want to die. Save me and let me have a bite. Risakura's words were only half spoken before Golden Cicada mercilessly gagged her. When he looked up, he only saw a pair of indifferent eyes, cold as if the lake water on a waxing moon day pierced straight to the bone marrow. With aggravation and resignation, Risakura didn't understand until she died. Why would the normally sweet-talking, gentle-to-the-bone Golden Cicada brother be so desperate? It's not just sacrificing yourself so that the whole village can live forever. Golden Cicada clearly said he was willing to do that. Risakura is dead. Big watery eyes stared at the Golden Cicada without moving. The already dilated pupils were filled with disbelief. As for the Golden Cicada on the other side, only his lips were seen shivering slightly. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but didn't feel the need to. After glancing lightly at the woman lying on the floor, he went to the window and opened a thin slit to peer out. Only 50 meters away, the 2 men in charge of the guards were squatting on the ground and chatting. Looking at them, they didn't seem to notice anything unusual in the house. Whether or not we can escape this hellhole depends on tonight, Golden Cicada muttered to himself. Though Peach Blossom Garden is surrounded and encircled by 5 large mountains, but what kept people from going out was the patch of fog at the top of the mountain. During these 100 years, there had been countless people who had broken into the fog to try to get over the mountains, but everyone invariably ends up either somehow back at square one or lost in the fog never to return. And this time, the Golden Cicada's idea was simple. That is to light up the entire Peach Blossom Garden with fireflies, including all the vegetation in the 5 great mountains, with flames through the sky and burning smoke, to wash away the mists of the mountain tops. Of course, under such flames that can be called a natural disaster. Except for the immortal Golden Cicada, it was expected that it would be hard for anyone to survive. However, the Golden Cicada didn't care about the deaths of these villagers. It's time to settle the score after all these years. For the rest of the day, after continued experimentation, the Golden Cicada finally realized that the dried-out glowworms were more stable and burned with a brighter, hotter flame. Throwing the residue of a firefly in the air will ignite it with only the slightest external force, and this flame can burn alone for about half an hour while there is no combustion aid. Ha ha, 900,000 fireflies, not to mention the tiny Peach Blossom Garden. Even the Alhambra Palace can be burned to the ground without even a crumb left. The Golden Cicada was ecstatic and couldn't wait to dig up all the remaining fireflies buried under the shrine right now. The day passed. The sun alternated with the moon, and once again the village was plunged into darkness. The 2 men stationed outside the house also finally noticed a hint of something wrong. Risakura and Golden Cicada, staying in the house for a little too long. Though as the saying goes, only tired oxen don't plow the ground, but the ground can be turned over if the oxen are strong enough. Moreover, the Golden Cicada's body was still different from normal, whereas Risakura was just an ordinary young girl in her teens, and such a petite body. It's impossible to stand the ravages of a full day. Hold on to that suspicion. After the 2 men watching combined their efforts, they planned to go over and take a look. Just as the 2 were about to get up, squeak, only to see Golden Cicada push open the door of the house. Carrying a bucket of rice wine in his hand and a plate of cooked meat, he walked over towards the side. 2 big brothers, you should be starving after laboring all day, right? Golden Cicada asked with a grin, handing over the food in her hand in the process. Brother, you are so strong. Is Sister Lai okay? Because Golden Cicada's image in Peach Blossom Garden has always been that of a good old man with a good heart. So the duo, who had long been hungry with their chests pressed against their backs, didn't hesitate to directly pick up the food and stuff it into their mouths. Ha ha, Sakura is exhausted, so I won't be going back tonight. Golden Cicada snorted and replied smoothly, don't just eat the meat. You too. This bucket of rice wine is something I took from the cellar. It's cold and quenches your thirst. Golden Cicada took the gourd ladle and scooped it up. Brother Jean, you're such a nice guy. I like it. For the sake of this wine and meat, a few days later at the picking festival, the two of us will cut 2 pieces of your meat less than, so that you will also suffer less, the man said in a big, righteous voice, as if that made him look righteous. Watching these two gulp down a few large gulps of cold rice wine, only then did Golden Cicada let go of his heart, and then opened his mouth to ask again, both of you, I wonder how this rice wine mixed with fireflies tastes. This statement was made. These two people's faces instantly turned white, and after looking at each other, they looked at the Golden Cicada in unison. The rich expression on his face was as if he had seen a ghost. How do you know about fireflies? Regarding the matter of the firefly in the green altar, the old village chief of Peach Blossom Garden had expressly forbidden it, telling everyone not to mention it in front of the Golden Cicada. Suddenly, the two men's stomachs began to burn and actually flashed a red light in the dim night. Immediately after, an unspeakable searing heat leapt from the pit of his stomach and instantly swept through his body. The hair on his body gave off an unpleasant burnt odor. The eyes were also bloodshot. Wisps of fire came out of his nostrils, mouth, and ears. Golden Cicada, what are you doing? One of them questioned with difficulty, covering his stomach. He couldn't figure out how the Golden Cicada, who had always been honest, could do something so malicious, but the current Golden Cicada didn't bother to answer his question. After merely glancing at it, he headed in the direction of the old village chief's house. Golden Cicada, you bastard, get back here and give me a mouthful of your blood. I don't want to die yet. The voices are getting smaller and smaller. Before the Golden Cicada could take 10 steps, these two men collapsed to the ground without moving. Only 2 tall fires remained burning in place. The old village headman's house was located on the east side of the village. It's a big wooden mansion with 3 entrances and exits. Only the old village chief, who is over 80 years old, has no children or grandchildren at his knees, and he is the only one living in such a large mansion. Golden Cicada had heard a rumor. A year before his birth, the only son of the old village chief died accidentally in the mouth of a wild beast in the mountains. He was not killed on the spot, but he was seriously injured. Only then there was no such precious thing as Golden Cicada meat. This led to the death of his son a few days later, who died of serious injuries and was buried in the courtyard of the mansion. Just arrived at the gate of the village headman's mansion, Golden Cicada suddenly felt an eerie coolness come over him. It's past summer, but it's not so chilly. Holding a hint of doubt, Golden Cicada quietly pushed the door open. Go through the gate to the second courtyard. Only a few willows and mulberry trees were sparsely planted in the large yard. The ground was overgrown with weeds that grew up to the waist of the Golden Cicada. Strange, how can this old man be so buried? Golden Cicada was a little confused. The old village chief clearly looked like a respected person in front of people. How could the mansion be so cluttered? Continue toward the front. The flickering candlelight in the main room, and the subtle sound of words caught Golden Cicada's attention. Is there someone else? An old man in his 80s. Golden Cicada was confident that he could still deal with it, but if there were a few more young, strong guys, it would be a bad idea. Hiding by one of the pillars, Golden Cicada shivered his index finger in his mouth and quietly poked a hole in the window pane. Follow the hole and look in. The Golden Cicada nearly screamed. A trace of sweat actually trickling down her forehead in the chilly mansion. Just see the house. The old village chief was leaning on a cane and hunched over, and he was holding a silver bowl shakily in his hand. The silver bowl was filled with bright red blood, and at his feet, a body with 1,000 holes like it had been torn apart by wild animals lay still. Son, this is the Golden Cicada blood I got from old Lee's house the day before yesterday. Drink it slowly. Don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry. The old man's voice was hoarse and low. It was as if he was being choked, and there was a slight uneasiness in the weirdness. Each word seemed to be squeezed from his parched throat with a creepy trill. Wrinkled skin drooped over his face as if he were lying dead in a coffin. Oh baby, you can't make up too much right now. This bowl of blood is enough for you, but don't you worry. In a few days, hey. The old man grinned sardonically. As he spoke, he tilted the silver bowl in his hand. Let the blood drip evenly over the body. Just when the Golden Cicada outside the window was still wondering what the old man was up to, the next scene directly caused the pores of his entire body to explode and goosebumps to fall all over the place. Only hundreds of black holes the size of fingernails suddenly appeared on the corpse's skin. The holes closed and closed as if they were alive and kept sucking the blood that flowed down. It didn't disappear until it had devoured the bowl of blood in its entirety. And the wounds on the surface of the corpse actually had a slight tendency to heal. Even the lifeless skin became much smoother. What the hell is this? Wasn't the old thing's son buried 21 years ago? Golden Cicada sweated and shrugged. Although in Great Chin, there had been many Taoist cultivators who had met Ing Lu. However, none of the Tao methods those people had displayed were as bizarre and disgusting as the one before them. Could this be the evil spirit? Golden Cicada suddenly thought of the description of the Southern Wasteland in the opening chapter of the Southern Wasteland volume in the Rangebook building. Although the southern wilderness is vast, it has no king, no way, no law, no virtue, and is full of evil spirits and leftist techniques, and none of the sects in the Central Plains are willing to enter it. Click. As Golden Cicada moved backward, he accidentally stepped on a rotting plank near his feet. Who? The old man shouted and stared out the window with eyes like a jackal. Seeing that he was exposed, the Golden Cicada did not panic. Anyway, the reason I came here tonight was to ask how I should refine myself so that others could live forever. After all, this is about whether or not Luo will be able to rule the world in the future. Old thing. It's me. Golden Cicada pushed his way in with a big grin. A dying, bad old man he doesn't give a damn about. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell them to keep an eye on you and not let you run around? The village chief narrowed his sunken, fleshless eyes and looked forward with an unpleasant expression. They're all dead. Killed by me. Golden Cicada wasn't going to waste any time. He had a mountain to set on fire after asking for what he wanted sooner. I had underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such guts. The village chief has changed his amiable demeanor to that of a sinister old man. I underestimated you too. I didn't think you'd keep a corpse at home. It wasn't hard to guess from the old thing's actions just now. This deranged fellow must be planning to somehow bring his long-dead son back to life. Raise a corpse? My son isn't dead. So what's the point of raising a corpse? The village chief was furious, revealing a mouth full of black teeth while shouting. The walking stick made of pearwood thumped on the ground. Don't bullshit me. Tell me everything I want to know or I'll cremate your baby boy right now. Golden Cicada pulled the leather pouch full of glowworm powder from his belt. Open the mouth of the bag and make a show of being ready to splash. You're a villain. The village chief's beard trembled non-stop, obviously being infuriated, but also afraid that the Golden Cicada really did it. For a while, he was actually a bit at a loss for words. Ha ha, what a joke. You deserve to say that about me? Golden Cicada was also exasperated and laughed. He himself has been dismembered and divided by these guys for the past 20 years. Now he has the nerve to turn around and call himself a villain. Come on. Golden Cicada tilted the leather bag some more and continued to threaten. No, don't you do it. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The old village chief's hands swung around in fear, and even his walking stick fell to the ground. What exactly is the method to make the whole village immortal? Golden Cicada asked. Ways to live forever. The old village chief glanced his gaze to the side, seemingly deliberately avoiding the Golden Cicada's line of sight, his face twitching, while his mouth stammered, half unable to speak. It's not right. Golden Cicada froze. The expression on the old man's face was all too familiar to him. In Lu's chambers, those little eunuchs who were installed by Zhao Ji all look like this when they lied to hide their identities. Is there some other unknown truth to this matter of making all men live forever? What are you hiding, old thing? Watching the Golden Cicada step closer, the village chief, a bad old man, backed up in fear. Shivering legs trembled and creased cheeks quivered. Even drool ran down the corners of his parched mouth. Son, help me. Someone is trying to kill your father. Just a step away from himself, the old village chief shouted in his broken voice. Suddenly, squeak, 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 behind the Golden Cicada's back, there was a sound similar to the rubbing of bone seams. An eerie coolness went straight to the back of his head. Looking back, only to see that the corpse, which was still lying on the ground, actually stood up straight. The white eyes seemed to have no pupils, and the head twisted slightly, making the stiff spine make a creepy sound, because a piece of the head was bitten off by a wild animal. The brain marrow, which caused some blackening to have turned as black as paste, flowed slowly down the ghastly white cheeks. Son, this boy is the Golden Cicada, the flesh of the gods. At this time, the village chief's face had long since lost the fear he had just felt, and instead turned somewhat maniacal. In the face of the son as if he were a walking corpse, he actually swooped over and embraced the other's arm full of rotting flesh and pus. Seeing such an image, Golden Cicada didn't dare to be careless. Trying to overcome the fear in his heart, he then clutched the leather pouch full of fireflies tightly in his hand. If things get out of control later, just spill it. Click, click, click. Only the body of the village headman's son was seen to open his mouth with a lurch. It didn't stop until the lower jaw cracked into his chest and the upper jaw toppled toward the ceiling. Mouths as black as ink turned to the Golden Cicadas in front of them. Immediately after, swoosh, in a flash, a thick white stump shot out of the corpse's mouth. The Golden Cicada's entire right arm instantly snapped in two. It all happened too fast to react. What the hell is this? Golden Cicada's scalp tingled, tilting his neck to stare dead at the disgusting thing in front of him in his mind, only to see a 10-meter-long tentacle, white and writhing like fat meat, drilling out of the village chief's son's mouth. The arms and leather bag that curled around the Golden Cicada resembled a boa constrictor darting and swaying around the room. The surface is a sticky liquid like snot, emitting a rolling stench. The smell is literally more than 10 times worse than the dry toilets in the village. Son, you can't eat this bag of fireflies, the old village chief hastily reminded. And the corpse seemed to understand the other's words, wriggling its tentacles and throwing the leather bag outward with all its might. Only then did he swallow the golden cicada's arm into his stomach, but with a gulp and swallow, the corpse's features, which had been as calm as stagnant water, suddenly screwed up. Hundreds of black holes once again appeared on the surface of the body. Stained black water flowed out of the hole and splashed on the floor made of lapis lazuli bricks. A milky white tentacle, like the one in his mouth, emerged from the black hole like a springtime shoot from the ground. Bad. Now is not the time to eat the golden cicada meat. This really overcompensates. The village chief was in a hurry at the moment, chagrined that he hadn't stopped his good old son just now. The white flesh tentacles that were as thick as chopsticks had grown to more than half a foot long, densely packed on the surface of the body wriggled endlessly, and seemed to have a tendency to continue to grow. What are you doing here, you beast? Can't you wait until the picking festival on July 15th and let my son eat it? Now, my poor son has turned into this inhuman, ghostly appearance. The village chief grasped his mouth in anger, pointing all his fingers at the golden cicada who stood on the sidelines. But from those words, golden cicada also smelled a hint of something wrong. Let your son eat it? Doesn't it make the whole village turn immortal together? As golden cicada questioned, a complete white hand bone had grown out of his right shoulder. I'll be damned. Do those heartless dogs deserve it? The old village chief stuck his throat and spat a disgusting mouthful of thick phlegm towards the floor. Might as well tell you, from the beginning there was nothing of immortality. It was all made up by the old man me. Ha ha, a bunch of fools have actually believed me for 20 years and have been at my mercy for 20 years. The old village chief hissed arrogantly, venting out all the grievances that had been pressed in his heart for many years. There is actually no method of immortality? Hearing this, the golden cicada couldn't help but be taken aback. This bad old man actually fooled the whole village, and I don't know for what reason exactly. And just as the golden cicada was fuming out of his mind, the village chief's son had changed more and more out of his human form. Only on the soles of his feet, 2 basin-thick tentacles grew to lift him high. The head had also dropped between his legs at some point, pupil-less eyes that dribbled around in their sockets. The strangest thing is the neck, where the head should have been placed, actually grew a tripod of bronze incense burner, and there were 3 cones of lit offering incense on the censer. Roar! The monster suddenly grinned and hissed. A shrill voice like 10,000 roosters crowing at once shook the village. Some of the old men who had long been asleep nearly ascended in terror. Hungry! The monster squirmed over towards the golden cicada, saliva dripping from its mouth. Son, you can't eat anymore. Look at what a ghost you've become. Wait a little longer. It's almost July 15th. Why don't you hurry for a while? The village chief stepped in front of his son, his hands spread out to stop the other's advance. Hungry! The monster didn't seem to have much intelligence, and his mouth chanted this one word over and over again. No! Listen to Dad. You really can't eat anymore. Hungry! The monster crouched down and without warning bit off the old village chief's head and chewed it in his mouth. After swallowing it in his stomach, his mouth kept chattering tough, and the old village chief probably didn't expect until he died that after half a lifetime of calculating, he would end up dying in the mouth of his own son. It was also rated as unpalatable. Hungry! The monster looked at the golden cicada once again, and after eating another pile of garbage, its desire for the golden cicada's meat became even more intense. What the fuck to do? Golden cicada exploded in anxiety. The bag with the fireflies in it was thrown away somewhere. Can't even set a fire at this point. Is it hard to rely on the trait of immortality to hold this monster in front of you alive? The thought flickered, but was quickly dismissed. But with the idea of woe to the east, golden cicada wiped her feet on the ground and ran towards the outside of the mansion with her feet spread out. Luckily, this monster wasn't moving very fast. The 2 fat tentacles under the soles of his feet wriggled forward like snakes. Before the monster could get out of the old mansion, the golden cicada had then run to the center of the village. While running, he also shouted, "There are monsters! Everyone come out quickly! Lord Village Chief, Sakura and the others have been killed. Dying old deaths." The sound soon reached all corners of the village. Some bold villagers ran out of their homes with kitchen knives, shovels and other tools. "Jean, are you saying the village chief is dead?" The first few people to come out asked with worried faces. "Yeah. Got his head crushed in one bite by that monster and is out cold." Golden cicada pointed to the distance, the hazy figure of the monster, and said, "Fuck, all of you. Copy me. Damn, the old man's dream of immortality. The village chief died this time. Who will cook the golden cicada?" A middle-aged brown man in his 40s copied the hoe in his hand and shouted angrily towards the crowd in righteous indignation. Upon hearing that, all the people around them were as angry as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. But all this anger was not to avenge the old village chief, but for their respective dreams of immortality. Just as the gang was about to make their move, the monster squirmed and had arrived not far away. Looking through the moonlight in the sky, it's like tens of thousands of skin snakes rubbed together. Upon seeing the true face of the monster, the few people who had been clamoring a second ago were all paralyzed with fear. Isn't this Arrow? Someone recognized the head between the monster's legs as the son of the village chief who should have died 21 years ago. It's Arrow. Didn't he die a long time ago? The stuttering voices trembled more than a little, and some had even wet their pants from the shock. They originally thought that the monster in the golden cicada's mouth was, at best, an unseen beast, but who knows? This inhuman and ghostly thing in front of him was completely beyond the range of cognition. Lu Zhang. The monster cocked its head, a frown creasing its face as it seemed to recognize a few of them. Brother Lang. It's me. I'm Xiao Lu. Seeing his former big brother, he actually recognized himself. 40-something years old Xiao Lu hastened to set up a close relationship. The hot face pasted up. You, don't save me. The monster's mouth opened and closed, spitting out a few words with difficulty. Brother Arung? I'm sorry. I was larded. I'm sorry. Seeing Arung recalling the past, Xiao Lu was so scared that he directly kneeled on the ground, and his big ear scratch kept going to his face. Pop 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 pop. After a few slaps, Xiao Lu's face swelled up high. This guy looked like he was really scared and showed no mercy at all when he came down on himself. Death, damnation. A tentacle erupted directly from Arung's mouth and wrapped itself around Xiao Lu's head before lifting him high in the air. With a slight force from the tentacles, only a puffing sound was heard as the head burst open. Bright red brains splattering on the land like a squeezed watermelon. Throw the body aside casually. The monster's deadpan stared at the few people he recognized in front of him, and even the golden cicada was temporarily hung out to dry. Put up a fight. If we can kill him once, we can kill him twice. There were still a few guys who weren't afraid to die and actually planned to go up and fight for their lives. The golden cicada, however, took advantage of this gap and quietly slipped out of the crowd, darting in the direction of the shrine with great strides. And his purpose was clear, the nearly 900,000 fireflies buried under the shrine. Peach Blossom's shrine is about 4 or 5 miles outside the village to the north. Except for the annual rituals and discussion of important matters, no one would normally come. Here it is. Arriving at the main entrance of the shrine, Golden Cicada's face showed an uncontrollable joy. It was as if freedom was waving at him. The door of the shrine was tightly closed, with a hint of gloomy wind mixed with the smell of dust coming out from the cracks of the door. And the stone steps in front of the door were covered with moss and fallen leaves, which made a dull echo when stepping on them, and it looked like no one had come to clean it for a long time. The long lamps made of golden cicada oil on the roof glowed with fire, which was not so dark around. Pushing open the creaking door, Golden Cicada walked towards the inside of the shrine. Only a few worn-out spirit cards and a few rotten fruits were placed on the offering table. Inside the shrine at night, the air was filled with an indescribable oppression that made people feel unconsciously palpitating. After taking a turn, the golden cicada quickly noticed the difference. That is, all the places were more or less covered with dust, but only the 3 bronze cauldrons inside the ancestral hall were spotless and stood out. Is it hard to believe that fireflies are hiding in these tripods? With this thought in mind, Golden Cicada walked over to the nearest tripod and carefully turned up the dirt inside the tripod with his hands. Fruity. Underneath the thin layer of dirt was all the powder that the fireflies had turned into. Ha ha! Golden Cicada was ecstatic, and not at all idle under his hands. Only the golden cicada tried to push down the cauldron with all his strength so that the firefly powder could be dispersed with the wind to all parts of the peach blossom garden. However, the 3 large tripods were too heavy, and it was as if they had taken root. No matter how much they were pushed, they did not move. And so it was. Golden Cicada then picked up the spirit tablet on the offering table and stood downwind. With force, he shoveled up the powdered firefly inside the tripod and scattered it towards the sky. The breeze swirls the powder. Moment. The shrine was then swept away by fire. The portraits of the villagers' ancestors turned into pieces of black residue. Look at the blazing fire in front of you. Golden Cicada didn't think it was enough. He wanted the entire peach blossom garden to be set ablaze. Not just one shrine in the district. But alas, the night wind wasn't exactly strong tonight. It becomes much more difficult to rely on the wind to get the powder from the fireflies to the mountains. Just when Golden Cicada was racking his brain for ideas, the ground began to shake slightly. And not far away came the sound of the ground shaking and stomping. At this time in the center of the village, the monster Arung had grown more than 10 times its size after eating nearly half of the villagers. Dozens of tentacles, thicker than century-old trees, thumped the earth. The rest of the tentacles rolled up nearby prey and fed these people one by one towards Arung's mouth. There's a fire at the shrine. Let's get over there. In the face of unknown monsters and terrible beasts, Human instincts make them feel that the flame can shelter them and be used to dispel evil spirits. The surviving villagers felt as if they had grasped a lifeline at this moment. After tossing a few of his injured companions to the monster as bait, the rest of them then took advantage of the slightest gap to run playfully towards the shrine. Golden Cicada, did you start this fire? Upon arrival at the shrine, the first great filial son of Peach Blossom Garden, carrying his mother who was dying covered in blood, questioned the Golden Cicada, who was still struggling to splash the firefly powder. But Golden Cicada didn't even bother to look at these people and continued to busy himself with what he had in hand. Cut a piece of your meat for my mother. The more the merrier. The great filial son gently placed his old mother on his back on the ground and then ordered with a straight face. It's as if it's the Golden Cicada's duty to cut and save. And the several villagers beside them who were also injured heard this and all looked over together with a tiger's eye. Can't you understand me? Seeing that the Golden Cicada ignored him, the great filial son became enraged and rolled up his sleeves to do it himself. Only when he had just arrived in front of the Golden Cicada, a foot of cold light cut through his throat in an instant. Only the Golden Cicada's eyes were as cold as ice and frost, and the dagger in his hand, which was held in reverse, dripped with blood. The great filial son who had his throat cut incredulously covered his neck and tried to block the gushing blood with his hand. He didn't understand on what basis the Golden Cicada dared to do this to himself, but as the blood continued to drain, the sensation of the sky spinning around came over me. Only hearing a thud, the great filial son's knees weakened and directly fell to the ground, then slowly collapsed. With all the strength he could muster before he died, he twisted his head to look at his old mother behind him. What's wrong with you, doggy boy? The old mother of the great filial son was in tears, dragging her badly injured body towards the direction of her son. What have you assholes done? How dare you kill him? You returned my son's life. The old woman struggled to raise her head, which was full of snot and tears, and stared at the Golden Cicada with bloodshot eyes. One hand desperately gripped the corner of his pants while the other ripped up the flesh on Golden Cicada's calf. It seems to be trying to grab the next piece to give to my son. Get out! Golden Cicada kicked the old woman off the ground, then sprinkled a wisp of firefly powder. It didn't take long for a charred aroma of roasting meat to waft out from the ground. After only a few minutes apart, mother and son were reunited. And with this ruthless move of the Golden Cicada, the guys who originally wanted to go and share a piece of meat all lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak again. The other side. The monster grows bigger after eating the last villager and also sets its sights on the shrine in the north of the village. Unlike in the old mansion where you move by wriggling tentacles, this time, he just wriggled his fat ass, slapping all of his tentacles towards the ground with great force. He leapt up and flew high into the air. Like a meteorite, it fell in the direction of the shrine. There was a loud boom, and the sky was filled with dust as if it was an earthquake. The verdant brick floor in the courtyard was shattered by this tremendous impact. The wooden house collapsed instantly. The entire shrine turned devastated and became a ruin. Everyone lost their center of gravity and fell to the ground. And as soon as the monster arrived at the shrine, it began to kill. Wherever the tentacles swept through, not a single living soul was left behind. The lucky ones get their heads crushed straight away and die with little or no pain experienced. And some of the less fortunate ones had their mouths pried open, then had several tentacles slowly inserted through their mouths, sucking out their internal organs one at a time. The Golden Cicada, hiding behind the large tripod, escaped the monster's first round of predation. Soon, about at tea time, the only dozens of people left in Peach Blossom also all went into the monster's belly. Maybe it's karma. After 20 years of eating the meat of the Golden Cicada, they were reduced to being someone else's ration tonight. God's meat! God's meat! The monster whimpered. The thousands of tentacles on his body swarmed like a tidal wave toward the Golden Cicada behind the tripod from all directions. Damn! Is this saving the best for last? Golden Cicada cursed angrily, his brain racing to think of a strategy against the enemy. But thinking about it, it seemed that he did not have any means to fight against it other than this skill of immortality. Right now in this situation, even if you use fireflies to burn, it is estimated that you will not be able to get this behemoth for a while. Is it hard to really try and see if you can hold this monster alive? The tentacles were getting closer and closer to themselves. Golden Cicada looked left and right. Upon taking a look at the mountains of firefly powder piled up in the cauldron, suddenly, a thought even more horrifying than flesh-picking or marrow-sucking popped into his head. Phew, couldn't care less. After letting out a long breath, the Golden Cicada actually plunged headfirst into the cauldron, burying its entire body inside, gulping down the powdered glowworms in the cauldron. He didn't stop until his stomach was filled, and the tentacles that were surging in seemed to have sensed something and stopped advancing to watch from afar. A few moments later, only the Golden Cicada's belly bulged several times larger, just like a woman carrying a child in October. Immediately after, an unspeakable feeling of blazing heat and stinging pain spread out from his internal organs. as if he had swallowed tens of thousands of red-hot iron nails in one bite. Bang! The golden cicada's bulbous stomach suddenly exploded, and a ball of sticky flames spewed out like a torrent. It hurts. It hurts unbearably. This pain isn't the same as being partaken of. It is an indescribable sensation that makes the golden cicada, who has experienced several picking festivals, almost faint from the pain. As time slipped away by the minute, the golden cicada's body dissipated and reorganized while being scorched by the flames. In the end, all that was left was a set of grimy white bones with a few pieces of flesh hanging off them. The monsters in the distance seemed to have frozen in their tracks, actually frozen in place, with only a few tentacles waving around in the air. It hurts. It hurts the widow. The white-boned golden cicada was lying on its back inside the cauldron of churning flames, crying out to the sky. His already clouded consciousness made him forget that this body at this moment was not Yinglu, who was far away from Qin. Immediately after, white bones, covered in fire, crept out of the cauldron. If you look closely, amidst the flames, the golden cicada's internal organs would burn and melt just as soon as they grew a little. Come on, come and eat me. The golden cicada that had turned into a skeleton shook its head, and after clearing its consciousness, it opened its mouth to scream. It even extended its right index finger bone and hooked it towards the monster. But unfortunately, monsters without emotions are not provoked at all. Out of instinct for danger, it actually chose to turn and run. This one, the identity of the prey and the hunter are switched. The monster squirmed and squirmed its fat body, ducking and dodging in and out of the peach blossoms, and a smoldering skeleton that kept on chasing after it. However, the golden cicada that weighed 80% less was as light as a cicada's wing at this time, and its sensitive stance quickly caught up with its target. Try running again. When the golden cicada finished speaking, it found a chance to leap up and pounce on the monster. Sharp fingers, with only bone left, pierced the monster's fat in one fell swoop. Then with a forceful tug from both hands, that mass of fat-like flesh was actually torn out of the torso. Not only is the firefly's flame dependent, but it spreads quickly. It didn't take long for the monster to be scorched from the inside out by the flames and let out a heartbreaking scream. Seeing that going on like this was not an option, the monster could only separate the burnt flesh from its body along with the golden cicada and throw it on the ground. Then he swung his tentacles and slammed down hard towards the golden cicada that was only a skeleton. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The land was smashed out of several grooves. But this way of killing the enemy 1,000 and harming itself 800 monsters are not easy to bear. Whenever the fire on the tentacles is about to burn the body, it can only grit its teeth and abandon it, replace it with a new one and continue to whip. Just like that, the monster was getting smaller and smaller, while the golden cicada's side was able to have all of its body reshaped even if it was only half a pull of a body bone left. Battle of attrition. The golden cicada is not weak at all. On the contrary, more and more courageous. Tangled up from darkness to dawn and back again. The firefly's flame is also on the verge of being extinguished. The golden cicada changed back to its original form, with only the slightest sparks still coming from its skin. Only at this time, the speed of the flames burning was already far too fast to catch up with the speed of the golden cicada's flesh and blood remodeling. On the other hand, the monster's side, after losing all of its tentacles, changed back to its initial corpse form. Come again, golden cicada bellowed, clenched his fists and charged. The monster, or should I say Arung, had completely lost the power to fight back, and could only stand frozen in place, letting it be whipped one after another. The body, already riddled with holes, was now even more tattered. Golden cicada, stop fighting. Suddenly, the corpse, which had been motionless for half a day, actually stretched out its hands in front of its chest and opened its mouth to beg for mercy. Startled by this sudden change, golden cicada hastily retracted his fist and after a pause, opened his mouth to ask, "Are you a human or a ghost? My name is Bai Lang. Bai Yubao is my father. The name of the old village chief who has died is being called Bai Yubao. I don't know if I'm a human or a ghost now, but I can regain my sanity thanks to you," Bai Lang explained. "What does it have to do with me?" Golden cicada was a bit skeptical. When Bai Lang was buried back then, he didn't have himself yet. If it wasn't for the firefly's fire that just happened to burn this evil thing, otherwise I wouldn't have regained my consciousness. When Shiro finished speaking, he reached down and shoved his hand into his belly, pulling out a bronze incense burner from his rotting stomach. This thing was the same thing that was stuck in Shiro's neck when he turned into a monster. What is it? The green altar. To be precise, its name should be called green sandalwood, an evil thing that flowed into the southern wasteland from the hands of the emperor of the Central Plains. But in the Central Plains it should be called a holy thing. Shiro narrowed his eyes, and as he uttered a name, it was obvious that he carried a strong hatred. There really is such a thing. When the old village said that he had made up the method of longevity, the golden cicada thought that the green altar was also something he had made up off the top of his head. If it weren't for this thing, I wouldn't be in this hellish state. Bai Lang gritted his teeth and raised the green sandalwood in his hand in a gesture to throw it out, but after thinking about it, he still put his hand down. I know you want to leave the peach blossom garden. I can help you. Shiro sighed, looking towards the misty mountains, and suddenly spoke again. Help me? Why would you help me? Although Bai Lang's words did touch the golden cicada, the golden cicada still didn't let down its guard. The circumstances of his life have made him suspicious of everyone for years. Besides, who knows if this person in front of him will suddenly turn into a tentacled monster again, and at that time, if there is no firefly powder in his hand, he will definitely not be his opponent. Leaving the peach blossom garden to return to the central plains was originally my obsession. Bai Lang slowly opened his mouth and told the golden cicada about the history of the peach blossom garden. Turns out there was no such place as peach blossom in the beginning. One day hundreds of years ago, a merchant caravan from the border of the central plains ventured into the southern wasteland as usual, and just as it happened to pass through this area, 5 large mountains suddenly fell from the sky to encircle the place tightly. At first, the people in the caravan were still thinking about how to think about getting over the mountains and getting back to living in the central plains, but countless failures made them give up this impractical idea. Plus the abundance of supplies within the peach blossom garden, there is no need to worry about either war or food and clothing. After weighing the situation, these people decided to stay and gave the place a nice name, Peach Blossom Garden. Only that there is still no shortage of their descendants who want to return to the central plains, to their homeland, and so for the sake of the harmony of the village, and the comfort of the vast majority of the people, one of the village chiefs had ordered that no one should ever mention again that their ancestors were from the central plains, and fabricated facts, packaged the ancestors as native southern wasteland aborigines, and spread the word that everywhere outside the Peach Blossom Garden was a crisis, and that as long as someone went over the big hill, the whole clan would fall into the abyss of doom. And so it went on for another 100 or 200 years, and no one ever mentioned leaving the area again. However, more than 20 years ago, after Bai Lang inadvertently learned the truth, he wanted to return to the central plains, just like those who had been there, but it was also the idea that got the conservative villagers killed. Golden cicada, can I have a piece of your meat? After finishing his experience, Shiro suddenly reached out towards the golden cicada and asked, what are you going to do? Golden cicada was alert, sneaking glances at the distant shrine behind him. To help you get out of here. Of course. Although Bai Lang's expression was sincere, and he couldn't tell that he was lying in the slightest, Golden Cicada still decisively refused. No way. Because it was after eating his right arm that Bai Lang turned into the appearance of a monster before. Golden Cicada wouldn't dare to carelessly give away meat just based on the other party's words. After all, there wasn't even a single grain of firefly powder in his own hand right now. You're also too cautious. Never mind. You'll have to give it to me sooner or later if you want to get out anyway. After Bai Lang finished speaking, he turned around and walked in the direction of his mansion. And in the meantime, he also threw the green sandalwood in his hand to the golden cicada. I don't want to touch this kind of evil thing anymore. But a freak like you who can't die might be able to use it when you get out. Holding the tiny incense burner in her hands, Golden Cicada didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the thing. But if this thing was really a holy relic of the Son of Heaven in the Central Plains, as Bai Lang said, then it might be used in the future when Ing Lu led his troops on an expedition to unify the world and enter the Son of Heaven's territory. Put away the green sandalwood. A naked man and a mutilated corpse walk leisurely through the village. After returning to the village chief's mansion, the corners of Shiro's eyes suddenly moistened, and his lips began to twitch incessantly. And upon seeing the headless body of the old village chief, Bai Lang fell to his knees with a thud. Father, I'm the one who's sorry. I'm the one who got you killed. Although Bai Lang was controlled by Qing Tan at that time, the fragmented consciousness that vaguely existed still witnessed the image of himself biting off his old father's head. The remorse of patricide made Shiro knock his head so hard that even part of his brain marrow was shaken out. The golden cicada, on the other hand, stood quietly. But in other words, if it wasn't for the golden cicada breaking into the old mansion at night, the old village chief probably wouldn't have died for a while. After kowtowing, Bai Lang then picked up a shovel and dug a 3-meter deep pit in the courtyard. Then in the warehouse, he dragged out the pearwood coffin that his old father had been hiding for years. I'm not afraid to laugh at you. Because of the lie of immortality, my father could only sneak behind the villagers' backs every night. And it took more than 10 years to make this coffin. Shiro smiled to himself. After putting the old village headman's body into the coffin and filling it with earth, they found a wooden board to use as a tombstone and carved the tomb of the loving father. Bai Yubo, how do you know these things? Golden Cicada asked with considerable interest after finding an old piece of clothing to put on inside the house. 20 years ago, after a bowl of your blood was accidentally poured into my coffin, I became conscious. It's just that my body hasn't been able to move. Oh, my blood still has the ability to bring the dead back to life? About this point Golden Cicada was indeed not sure. Anyway, since he came to the Peach Blossom Garden, no one had died here yet. Except for these days. That's not true. Do I look like I'm back from the dead? It's a necrophilia at best. Shiro touched the rotting body covered in corpse spots and skimmed his lips as he continued. The reason I've turned into this disgusting ghost is all because that evil thing has the effect of nourishing Een and preserving corpses. Nourish the Een and preserve the corpse? Golden Cicada frowned, thinking in his heart. Such an evil thing. Could it really be something from the Son of Heaven? One must know that the Son of Heaven has the heavenly Tao of the Central Plains with him. Enough to represent the entire civilization of the Central Plains. How could such a person have a thing that can be called an evil spirit? Come on. I'll help you out of here now. After finishing the matter at hand, Bai Lang led the Golden Cicada towards the top of the mountain. After walking for 3 or 4 hours, the two of them finally arrived in front of the mist halfway up the mountain. You should have gone in, right? Shiro asked. I've tried no less than 100 times, but every time I entered the fog, my body and mind seemed to become uncontrollable and somehow walked back again. The Golden Cicada didn't hide anything and spoke of his experiences over the years. Then you're lucky you didn't meet them. Them? What things? This fog is divided into 2 layers. The first layer is a miasma that doesn't dissipate when exposed to fire and doesn't dissolve when exposed to water, which will cause those who enter to fall into hallucinations and lose control of their bodies, while the second layer is filled with hundreds of thousands of monsters. So even if you are lucky enough to pass through the miasma, you will be bitten to death alive by them. Hearing this, Golden Cicada lowered his head and stroked his chin. If it was really as Bai Lang had said, his idea of setting fire to the mountain would definitely not be realized. Then it would be as hard as hell to get over the mountain. How did you know? Golden Cicada was curious as to how Bai Lang knew these things, and if he could just be lying to himself. The scrolls record that they are all failures summarized by previous generations, and I saw them by accident. It wasn't sure if what Bai Lang said was true or not, but Golden Cicada really couldn't think of a better way. What are you going to do? Using glowworm powder, create a flaming passage through the mist that leads to the top of the mountain, so that the monsters on the second level can't get close. Wait, didn't you say that the miasma on this first floor doesn't dissipate when it meets fire? Golden Cicada hurriedly interrupted Bai Lang. This flame passage is just for the monsters on the second level, so that they can't get close, Bai Lang explained. Nope, if what you just said is true, why should I worry about the monsters on the second floor when I can't even pass the first floor? Golden Cicada felt more and more that there were a lot of holes in the words of the guy in front of him. Who says you can't pass the first level? Although the miasma can control the mind and make the legs return to their original position uncontrollably. But what if there are no legs? This miasma, wouldn't it become a decoration? Bai Lang smiled wryly and gradually revealed the way that only the Golden Cicada could escape the Peach Blossom Garden. No legs? What do you mean? Golden Cicada was confused to hear how to get out of the fog without legs. Heads only. Bai Lang's words instantly woke up Golden Cicada. So there is such a thing. Sending just the head out does ignore the first layer of fog. Cut off your head. Then I'll use my full strength to hurl it along the flaming channel towards the top of the mountain. And then even if this mist is able to control minds, what can it do? Humph. It's only one head anyway. It's a solution that only a freak like you who can't die can do. Only now I don't have enough strength, and I have to eat your flesh and turn back into that ghostly form again to do it. Shiro shrugged and detailed his plan. As for the final decision-making power, it was all thrown to the Golden Cicada. What about you? How are you going to get out? Peach Blossom Garden and the Qin Kingdom. The years of hooking up and fighting between the two sides had changed the Golden Cicada into one that would not easily trust anyone. He didn't think that Shiro would be so kind for no reason. Ugh, why should I go out in my ghostly state? It's enough that you can look out for me. Shiro sighed, his expression turning a bit forlorn. Okay, I agree with your solution. It's hard for a man to get a few fights in his life. The time on Ying Lu's side is running out, and in order to leave the Peach Blossom Garden and return to Qin quickly, Golden Cicada has no more choices. But Golden Cicada had wanted to say that the glowworms had to be within their line of sight to prevent Bai Lang from temporarily changing his mind and playing tricks. However, on second thought, by the time the head was removed, even if the firefly in the vicinity of what can be done, really out of the matter is not the other side of the arbitrary pinch. But what's wrong? Shiro asked suspiciously. Forget it, it's nothing. After the words, Golden Cicada gritted his teeth and cut off a large chunk of meat from his stomach and handed it over to Bai Lang. Eat it, it's fat and thin, clear texture, tender and juicy. It's the best five flour. As he spoke, the Golden Cicada took advantage of Bai Lang's inattention and quietly threw a piece of meat from his own body towards the thick fog. If Shiro really changed his mind later, then this piece of meat would be considered a backhand. Ha ha, I can't believe you're quite humorous. Shiro let out a laugh before picking up the meat and shoving it straight into his mouth. In an instant, Only Bai Lang's body trembled unceasingly, and his originally rotting wounds recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. As when first seen, hundreds of black holes closed and closed on the surface of the body. Only this time, Shiro still maintained his human form and didn't turn into the original monster. Jie, golden cicada. Ah, golden cicada. Shiro suddenly laughed more than once, his dark eyes filled with greed. 5 slender tentacles leapt out of the black holes in the fingertips of his right hand, flying haphazardly through the air. Look at the scene in front of you. Golden cicada narrowed his eyes, and his expression turned gradually gloomy. Suddenly, ha ha, you're taking this seriously? Shiro laughed out loud, covering his stomach and looking at Golden Cicada. What are you doing? Golden Cicada let out a breath and stared at Shiro unhappily as he asked. I'm a man who always pushes his friends, but in life I was pitched into the jungle and fed to the beasts by some of my best and closest friends, and seeing that skeptical look on your face just now reminded me of something unpleasant. Although Shiro joked, his expression turned a little lost. Back then, it was out of trust in his close friends that he had told them of his intention to leave the Peach Blossom Garden, but who knows, it ended in a tragic death. After a little joke, only the tentacles that had originally wrapped around the Golden Cicada were seen slithering towards the mountain like a snake. It was only after a long time that he returned slowly and leisurely to the mountain, holding up the 2 large tripods. Let's do it! Shiro exhaled a mouthful of white air and said towards the Golden Cicada. Aha! Although the Golden Cicada was as plain as water on the surface, it was turning over inside. 20 years, 20 whole years, and this moment had finally made itself available. It was as if Golden Cicada had already seen the great picture of Eng Lu putting on his armor and personally leading the sharp warriors of Great Sheen to unify the Central Plains. And the other side, the pores of Bai Lang's entire body opened up, and in the blink of an eye, countless tentacles converged into one, and then held up the cauldron as it flew towards the fog. Soon, only a long streak of fire was seen flooding the thick white fog. After a long time, Bai Lang suddenly showed pain on his face, and bean-sized beads of sweat kept dripping down. What happened? Golden Cicada asked. It's nothing, the beasts are tearing at my tentacles. Don't you worry, it'll be over soon. Shiro's teeth had bitten through his lip. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of the alternative, which was to light the Golden Cicada's head on fire and then throw it directly in the direction of the mountaintop with force. But in order to prevent the Golden Cicada's head from being cut off halfway through its flight, it could only come up with the next best thing. Building a flame barrier in the second layer of fog. There! Shiro gasped and cut off the tentacles that had been charred in the thick fog and said to Golden Cicada, do it! The Golden Cicada closed her eyes and sank her teeth into the green sandalwood with a death grip. It might hurt a little, so hold on and never let go. With a flick of Shiro's palm, a new tentacle directly severed the Golden Cicada's head. Then, like throwing a leather ball, he threw the Golden Cicada towards the inside of the thick fog with all his might. Golden Cicada, remember to take a good look for me, that hometown in the Central Plains that I have never met. Bai Lang's refreshing laughter pierced through the fog and echoed throughout the Peach Blossom Garden. After completing his task, in order to prevent the Golden Cicada from resurrecting from the lower half of his body later on, Shiro used his tentacles to nibble on the headless body that the Golden Cicada had left behind. And at this time in the fog of the Golden Cicada, although only a head was left, but this ominous miasma, or from his 7 orifices plus the break in his throat, gushed into the brain inside. It was as if his head had been hit by a heavy hammer, and the momentary trance caused Golden Cicada to almost let go of the green sandalwood in his mouth, and so it flew after another session. The Golden Cicada passed through the first layer of miasma fog without incident, and a long spine grew from the neck. Enter the second layer of mist. The Golden Cicada continued to fly through the blazing sea of flames and fire, and underneath his head, countless oddly shaped corpses were everywhere. Coo-coo! 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 A strange low roar came from the distance. I guess this was the monster that Shiro was talking about. Everything went smoothly, and soon the Golden Cicada broke out of the final mist. The sunrise sunlight spread over the smoldering skull and spine. The moment the Golden Cicada was finally free, shedding the heavy shackles of the Peach Blossom Garden, looking down at the place below where he had lived for 20 years, the Golden Cicada's heart couldn't help but tremble. Only the other side of the 5 great mountains, as smooth as if they had been cut by a knife, rose vertically from the ground. It's like a cage that traps the person inside. Though I don't know if this is a work of nature or if it's the work of someone else, but all of this is no longer relevant to Golden Cicada. But it was too late to be happy. A violent air current swept him up into the distant sky with great speed. It wasn't until the Golden Cicada's flesh was completely remodeled that it crashed down towards the ground because of its weight. After passing through a cloud, the wind whistled in his ears, and the falling air currents blew his face slightly. Although he had experienced countless ways to die, this was the first time he had experienced this. And at that moment, directly below the golden cicada. Moisture lingered, and a tiny hot spring bubbled in the valley. The water in the hot springs is moderately warm and dense with a faint sulfur smell. A young girl, whose age appeared to be only 14 or 15, was happily frolicking and playing in the spring. The entirety of her naked, petite body was soaked in the water, her hair wet against her cheeks in an adorable display. Just as the little girl was having fun, a man's shout suddenly came from above her head. "Get out of the way!" Looking up with wide, puzzled eyes, only in the sky, an equally naked man was falling in the direction of the hot springs. Xianyang City, Afong Palace, in the bedchamber of the King of Qin. Shit, choke me. On the large bed crafted with expensive sandalwood and countless jade jewels, Ying Lu, who had been sleeping for several days, suddenly opened her eyes. However, this roar startled a stunningly enchanting woman sitting on Ying Lu's lap, who was in the process of removing her blasphemous clothes. "My lord, you're awake?" The woman stopped her hand movements, slightly bowed her head and opened her mouth to ask calmly. Although he acted as if nothing had happened on the surface, he wondered in his heart how the king, who had always been calm and cool, had suddenly become so vulgar. Could it be that he had slept himself silly? "Huayang, why did you crawl into my bed again?" Ying Lu let out a long breath, easing his rising and falling emotions, as if he was not surprised by what was happening in front of him. He was not worried about the golden cicada side, although it seems that he bumped his head when he landed, but the hot springs in the district should not be able to drown himself. Just that innocent little girl. I don't know if she is okay. Your Majesty, you haven't woken up for a few days, so I'm a bit worried about your health. Huayang lifted her small jade-like finely carved face to look at Ying Lu, her two long white legs sitting on her knees on the bed, her thin red lips pursed slightly. For this Huayang, who was both his distant cousin and the queen of Great Qin, Ying Lu had a headache. This sister's father is the current head of the Long Guanshi clan. For the sake of the friendship between the royal family and the Long Guanshi clan, the two were betrothed as children, and Huayang also booked the position of queen early on. The only thing that gave Ying Lu the biggest headache was that although Huayang was not very old, his heart was quite deep, and he was willing to pay any price for the Longwan clansman's position in the Great Qin. At the age of 20, apart from having such a queen, Ying Lu actually did not have another consort, and there was no lack of Huayang's interference. In terms of this aspect alone, even Zhao Ji was slightly inferior. In the future, just let the eunuchs come over for this kind of thing, so don't worry about it. Ying Luo sat up and said to Huayang, who was in front of him, not fully clothed, "Your Majesty, it has been a long time since you have honored my concubine. Why don't you?" Huayang removed the tool from her tender shoulders and twisted her delicate body. A pair of long, slender, delicate and porcelain legs gently rested on Ying Luo's hand. On the white and tender feet like peach blossom cakes, an anklet made of gold and jade was tied. The toes of the feet slightly buckled, and the delicate toes rubbed against Ying Lu's arm, shell teeth lightly biting the half point of the Zhu lips. The mesmerized eyes exuded a flirtatiousness that was no less than Zhao Ji. This kind of stunning color that could be called the best on earth. I don't know how many times more advanced than that village girl in Peach Blossom Garden. Huayang, I still have imperial affairs to deal with. Let's talk about it next time. Next time. Ying Luo held Huayang's shoulders with both hands and moved her to the edge of the bed, then hurried toward the door without even putting on his shoes. Since the establishment 5 years ago, this was probably the 500th time Ying Lu had refused Huayang. It was not that Ying Lu was unable to give birth to children, it was just that for physical reasons, Ying Lu would become extremely weak after every sexual intercourse between the two of them. Originally, Ying Lu could only move around for 3 or 4 hours, and after a fierce battle, he would fall asleep, and would not be able to wake up for a day or two. Humph, I must carry this dragon seed. As long as I give birth to a boy and establish him as the crown prince, father will be able to rest on his laurels in Great Qin. Huayang narrowed her winks and stared at Ying Lu's back, chortling with dissatisfaction. After leaving the bedchamber, Ying Lu was in an exceptionally pleasant mood at this time. The golden cicada has finally left the Peach Blossom Garden, and as long as it comes to Xianyang City without any problems, even if it can't make Ying Lu become immortal, it can at least restore this weak body to health. Moreover, the southern wasteland was more than 100,000 miles away from Great Qin, so perhaps he would be able to find a way to refine the golden cicada during this time. Quickly summon General Li Xian and Chang Lingjun to Zhangtai Palace. Ying Lu instructed towards the little eunuch at his side. "Nah." The little eunuch bowed his head and replied, then drove off with fire. At this very moment, the king of Great Qin will finally begin to turn defense into offense. Ying Lu has been holding back his layout for many years. Whether it's Zhao Ji, Ying Qi, or those powerful officials and royals hiding in the shadows of Great Qin, Ying Lu is bound to uncover and eliminate them one by one. Come to the chapter house. Ying Lu, who had been starving for a long time, ate his meal while waiting for Li Xian and Chang Lingjun to arrive. It may be because the golden cicada is active for a greater percentage of the time, plus the mood is better at this time. During Ying Lu's meal, he actually made some of the habits he had picked up while in Peach Blossom Garden. After swallowing the last mouthful of refreshments, Li Xian and Chang Lingjun also arrived at Zhangtai Palace. Your Majesty, Li Xian and Chang Lingjun are late. The two men bowed respectfully with their arms arched around their chests. Get out, all of you. Ying Lu waved his hand and drove away the several small eunuchs around him. General Li Xian, His Excellency Chang Lingjun, please rise. Ying Luo got up and personally helped the two of them up. My lord, if you have anything to do, just order me. I promise to complete the task. Li Xian was Ying Lu's childhood playmate and one of his most trusted people. Unlike other young generals who came from prominent families and famous generals, as a child, Li Xian was just a small horseman in the palace. Southern Wasteland, I need you to go to the Southern Wasteland border and fetch someone back for me. The Southern Wasteland is very far away from Qin. Relying on the golden cicada alone to come back, the difficulty is simply no different from that of fetching scriptures from the Western Paradise. No, may I ask the king what this man's name is? Li Xian never asked Ying Lu why. He just obeyed orders. Nameless. Although Ying Lu trusted Li Xian and Chang Lingjun enough, he did not intend to reveal the secret about the golden cicada. May I ask the king if he has a portrait of this man? The intersection of the southern wasteland border and the central plains border spread over thousands of miles, and finding someone who didn't even know his name wasn't an ordinary difficulty. No, just head to the border and keep me posted and I'll arrange for you to meet. Ying Lu took a sip of Qin's tea and opened his mouth. Anyway, the golden cicada is himself, and when the time comes, he just needs to operate in two lines to make the golden cicada take the initiative to find Li Xian. Nah, Li Xian answered with a clenched fist. Chang Lingkuan, how's that going? After arranging for the golden cicada, Ying Lu turned his head and asked the 50-something-year-old Chang Lingjun. Back then, before the late king died, apart from passing the throne and the jade seal to Ying Lu, he also left a close friend for Ying Lu in the court and the army respectively. Only in these few years, because the golden cicada hadn't left the Peach Blossom Garden yet, Ying Lu didn't interfere too much in the dynasty's politics in the open, but only secretly explained to Chang Lingjun to do something. Back to your majesty. Through my lobbying over the past few years, Chu, Tang, and Qi have agreed to join forces to attack Qin. Chang Lingjun's words caused Li Xian, who was a military general at the side, to shiver in fear. Felling the Qin? What's going on here? The old ministers of Qin and the king of Qin of the day actually secretly joined forces with other countries to attack Qin. Li Xian was instantly confused. If his ears weren't wrong just now, then it was the great king who had committed treason? Looking at Li Xian's dumbfounded expression of surprise, Ying Lu and Chang Lingjun simultaneously covered their mouths and burst out laughing. Do you think the king has committed treason? Chang Lingjun was not shy about it, stroking the beard on his chin and jokingly asking towards Li Xian. Nonsense. All of Great Qin is the great king's. Whoever rebels against the country the great king can't possibly rebel. Just. Li Xian's words ended abruptly halfway through, although he by no means believed that the great king would commit treason. Uniting the three kingdoms to attack Qin was a real thing. The muscular brain of a military general couldn't figure out why this was happening even if he thought about it. Shin, sit down first. Ying Lu waved his hand. The three kingdoms' attack on Qin was indeed something that he and Lord Changling had been quietly plotting for many years, hiding it from a group of ministers, Zhao Ji, Ying Qi and the others. In order to lobby the three countries also do not be detected. More than 50 years old Chang Lingjun, a person driving a carriage to go out even the attendant has not brought. Perennial travel between the countries, resulting in the body has become less than before. Even the original black head is now quietly stained with silver. I can't tell you the reason for this yet, but as the king of Qin, how could I do something unfavorable to Great Qin? Now all you need to do is to go to the border of the southern wilderness and fetch that person back, and then I will surely be able to unify the central plains in my lifetime. Ying Lu's eyes were deep and sharp, and his voice was low as if every word contained great power. Especially the last four words, unify the central plains, which made Li Xian's tiger body tremble. I will set out tonight, absolutely complete the task. If I can't fulfill it, willing to bear the responsibility of 5 horses split into corpses. Li Xian clasped his fists and bent his knees, and swore with all his heart that he would make a military order towards Ying Lu. Good, the widow pours wine for you. Ying Lu walked forward with a loud shout and assisted Li Xian, who was kneeling on the ground, with both hands, then picked up the 3 wine cups on the table and personally filled them up. Your body, my lord. Li Xian knew that Ying Lu almost never drank alcohol because of his weak body and bones, especially this kind of strong wine in front of him. No harm done. I'm happy today. I'll drink with the two of you. When Ying Lu finished speaking, He took the wine in his cup and drank it in one gulp. Thus, after the three of them chatted and drank a few more cups, Li Xian left Zhongtai Palace on the pretext of preparing their luggage because he was worried about Ying Lu's health. Your Majesty, I'm also leaving Qin in 7 days, so I'll see you again on the battlefield. And the marshal's seal of these 3 kingdoms is slightly heavy. The corners of Chang Lingjuan's mouth drooped slightly, forming a bitter arc, and he smothered the remaining half of the pot of spirits in one gulp. Although his eyes were full of reluctance, for the sake of Ying Lu's plan, he had to enter the game as a traitor and leave Qin, the country that raised him. Great Qin will not forget you. Ying Lu rose and bowed his back. Let's go. This time the 3 kingdoms are attacking Qin. Although they are not all here, they are all carrying their own destinies, so be careful. Your Majesty. Chang Lingjun waved his hand with his back to Ying Lu, leaving behind his last words. Looking at Chang Lingjuan's withered back, Ying Lu then sighed. If not for the fact that Ying Lu is now in a desperate situation, he would never have let such a loyal old minister end up being spurned by everyone in Qin. Outside the imperial court, the kings of the other 6 kingdoms had the ambition to annex the world, and since the king of Qin's disability was known to the whole world, their first choice of target was the vast Qin state, even in the face of the millions of tigers and wolves they did not want to see. In other words, even if there was no Chang Lingjuan's combined efforts to attack Qin this time, it was only a matter of time before the 6 kingdoms swung their troops under the Hango Pass. Inside the court, Zhao Ji and Ying Qi have already thought of forcing the palace to usurp the throne. Even if they will hesitate for a moment because of the fate of the country, they will only delay for a few years at most, and after Zhao Ji gives birth to her son, these two will definitely conspire to stage a coup d'etat. However, in Ying Lu's eyes, Zhao Ji and Ying Qi were not the biggest threat, but someone else, a person who was unrivaled in the entire Central Plains in terms of his tactics, means, power, wealth, and number of disciples. Even the reason why the 6 countries did not send troops to attack Qin all these years was because of this man sitting in the city of Xianyang. Many divergent paths. Where are they today? After savoring the last sip of the mellow spirits in his cup, Ying Luo got up and walked towards his chambers. According to past experience, it wouldn't be long before this body fell into slumber again. 3 hours later, the night was dark. Inside the Qin king's chambers, Ying Lu was lying on his bed, his big, slender eyes open, staring at the ceiling without moving. See a ghost? Why aren't you asleep yet? Ying Lu wondered. This time when I woke up it had been almost 5 hours, and with the amount of wine I had drunk, I was surprised that I didn't feel sleepy until now. Insomnia? These 2 unfamiliar words always made Ying Lu feel that things were not that simple. Can it be that something happened on the golden cicada's side? It was just a fall from a high altitude, and by all rights the golden cicada should have recovered long ago. Go get the eunuch to make me a bowl of tranquilizing soup. The little eunuchs who heard this didn't even dare to reply to Ying Lu in time, fearing that they had heard wrongly. One should know that on weekdays, the king of Qin sleeps for about 10 hours at a time. Tranquilizing soup? The eunuchs have probably forgotten how to make this stuff. Daff? Have the eunuchs quickly brew a bowl of tranquilizing soup and bring it. Ying Lu frowned and had no choice but to repeat it again. No. Slave will go now. The little eunuch who had finally heard him hurriedly answered. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Ying Lu simply put on his clothes and went to the terrace. Feeling the night breeze on his face, there doesn't seem to be anything physically wrong with me, except that I'm not sleepy. After carefully surveying his body, Ying Lu realized that at this moment, not only did he not feel sleepy, but he had gained a little more strength. This feeling made Ying Lu overjoyed. But since I can't sleep, let's look at the recent folders first. The golden cicada side can't die anyway. Sitting beside the bookcase, Ying Lu flipped through the folders piled on top, but after reading a few of them, I realized that most of them are just chicken scratch minutiae. Suddenly, Your Majesty, hearing that you have no desire to sleep tonight, my concubine has come to spend the night with you. Looking up, he saw Hua Yang appear at the entrance of the bedchamber with light steps, a translucent red tulle that was as thin as a cicada's wing, paired with a light but flattering makeup, made Ying Shou consciously purse his lips. Ugh, what's coming will always come, and you can't hide from it for the rest of your life. Ying Lu let out a dark sigh. He couldn't figure out why such a woman, who was both beautiful and intelligent, had only one thing on her mind, carrying the dragon's seed. Your Majesty, I have something to discuss. Can you let me in? Hua Yang deliberately flicked off a bit of the veil on her body so that Ying Lu in the distance could appreciate it. Don't say anything, get in bed. Ying Lu stood up and walked towards the bed. It wasn't a good idea to keep hiding anyway, plus there was an urgent need to sleep at the moment, so why not take this opportunity to fulfill the other party's wish in the meantime? Ying Lu expressionlessly took off the clothes draped over his body, then lay flat on his own wide bed. Hua Yang, who was still standing at the entrance of the bedchamber, actually did not react for a while to the sudden sexual bliss. Hundreds of rejections for this one. Hua Yang had a choked feeling of joyful tears, glancing at Ying Lu's face on the bed, which was both handsome and cold and noble. Hua Yang gently swallowed her saliva and thought in her heart, finally, Lao Ma has succeeded. Slowly removing the red tool from her body and putting on only a delicate blasphemous garment, Hua Yang stepped away from her long white legs that made all the men in the world want to get drunk and walk towards the bed, climb onto the couch. The dexterous toes, as white as shells, gently hooked up the thin blanket covering Yingluo's body. Your Majesty, I'm here. The pink little tongue licked her red lips, and Hua Yang directly pounced on her after she finished speaking. The passive Yinglu, at this moment, actually had the feeling that his identity had been swapped. At this moment, he couldn't even tell who was the king and who was the queen. Tonight, the Qin King's bedchamber shook extraordinarily violently, and the eunuch with the tranquilizing soup stood outside the door. At this time to go in is not, leave also cannot, so stand for a whole night. Elder Hua, it will be hard for you to keep watch with us here. An old eunuch patted Dr. Hua's shoulder and said meaningfully, the great king is actually so powerful, this is indeed a bit out of my expectation. Imperial Dr. Hua, who had been treating Ying Lu for more than 10 years, never expected that the sickly-looking king would be in such good health. I don't know how much longer. The sun had lit up the whole of Alhambra. The bed finally stopped shaking, too, and the moans, like the cries of a nightingale, quieted after a night of ringing. Inside the bedchamber, Ying Lu touched Hua Yang's moist side beside him and quietly looked at the drowsy woman in front of him. Last night's decision was not a mere whim but something else. If Hua Yang really got pregnant and gave birth to a boy and made him the crown prince, then the Longguan clans would stand firmly on their side and become Ying Lu's forces. But there are positives and negatives to everything. If this matter was known to Zhao Ji, she was afraid that she and Wen Qi would rebel early. Patting her cheeks, Ying Lu, who had tossed and turned all night, was still unable to fall asleep despite her weak legs and sleepiness. Getting up and heading out, Ying Luo remembered the matter of the tranquilizing soup only after seeing Dr. Hua holding onto the railing and swaying as he wanted to sleep but didn't dare to do so. Give the medicine to the widow. Ying Lu picked up the tranquilizing soup and was ready to pour it into his mouth. Your Majesty, wait. Allow me to go and brew another bowl again. Sobering up, Imperial Dr. Hua hurriedly stopped it. This cold medicine could not be taken by the great king. Nothing. Ying Lu no longer wanted to delay any longer. Although the golden cicada had the body of immortality, this situation now was the first time it had happened in 20 years. He was eager to see what had happened over in the southern wasteland. Gulp. Although the cool tranquilizing soup was a bit bitter, Ying Lu still drank it down in one gulp. I have to say that Dr. Hua really has two skills. Soon, a sense of fatigue swept through his body. His eyelids gradually drooped and his consciousness became more and more fuzzy. Relying on the external force of the medication, Ying Lu finally fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, he came to the southern wasteland. The walls around them were blackened with smoke, and a large iron pot was steaming on the high hearth. Firewood is littered everywhere and piled indiscriminately in the kitchen. There was also a mouthful of broken bowl with yellowish-brown liquid remaining, which fell at the feet of the golden cicada. How did you get tied up? Only to see the thick hemp rope soaked in salt water tightly trap the golden cicada's limbs. This old-fashioned technique, making the golden cicada wonder if he had entered a bandit's den. Try to twist your body so you can get into a more comfortable position. But a wave of vertigo instantly shot straight through his skull. It's drugged. Golden cicada instantly understood why Ying Lu could move around for more than 10 hours without feeling sleepy. The feeling is that this side of the body is being forced offline. Giggle. The old, battered wooden door of the kitchen was suddenly pushed open, and there came a light footstep. Perhaps because of being drugged, Golden Cicada's 5 senses were weaker than usual, and he actually didn't realize that someone was nearby. Hastily, he closed his eyes and continued to play dead. You can't spook the other side until you know what they're about. Very lightweight appears to be a woman and can be dealt with. Through the sound of the other party's footsteps coming, Golden Cicada immediately made an analysis. He seemed to have forgotten. However, that coarse twine soaked in salt water was not so easy to break free of. Just keep thinking about a way to get out of it. Pretending to be asleep, Golden Cicada suddenly felt a sharp object constantly poking at his face. What is this doing? Is it hard to cut your face? The Golden Cicada, who had spent 20 years in that kind of environment in the peach blossom garden, but whenever someone touched his body, his first reaction would be to cut his flesh and put it in the pot. But this time the Golden Cicada seemed to have guessed wrong. After poking at his face for a moment, the man stabbed toward his nostrils. At once, the itching sensation coming from his nose made Golden Cicada sneeze without holding back. Achoo, achoo, achoo. After 3 sneezes in a row, Golden Cicada simply stopped pretending. When I opened my eyes, I saw a little girl in tattered clothes with slightly yellowed hair crouching on the ground. In her hand she held a dead twig, giggling as she thrust it up and down the Golden Cicada's nostrils. Although his body was thin and had a malnourished look, a pair of large dark eyes were as bright as black pearls. "It's you!" Golden Cicada remembered. This person in front of him was not the little girl who was bathing in the hot springs that day. Is it hard to believe that she tied herself up and drugged her? I.e., the little girl was also startled by the suddenly awakened Golden Cicada. Her feet were unsteady and she directly sat on her butt on the ground, and the mouthful of porcelain bowl in her hand fell to pieces, and the yellowish-brown liquid that it was full of flowed all over the floor. Seeing the Golden Cicada wake up, the little girl seemed scared. Sitting on his ass on the dirty floor, he kept stomping backward on both feet and didn't stop until he had curled his body up in a corner. "Who the hell are you? Why did you kidnap me?" The Golden Cicada could only desperately raise her neck to the little girl and ask because her hands and feet were bound and her chest was pressed to the ground. I. The little girl held her hands in front of her chest and waved them desperately, tilting her little head with her eyes tightly closed. Looking at this, she seemed to be frightened. "Like I'm the one who's tied up, right?" Golden Cicada was a bit speechless. Even if the other party was a mute, how come his brain was still a bit bad? But looking at the other party's cowardly appearance like this, Golden Cicada suspected that there might be someone else who had kidnapped him. Fruity. Because of the commotion, two aggressive middle-aged couples soon rushed in from outside the door. "This anesthetic is expensive. You're a dead girl and you're wasting it on me." The middle-aged brown man wearing a white turban casually picked up a wooden stick and whipped it hard towards the little girl's body. Pop 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 pop. The middle-aged man didn't hold back at all, and in no time at all the little girl was beaten to the point where her skin was broken and she cried and cried. "Don't fight. If this breaks your face, how will you get married in the morning?" The ugly, obese woman on the other side of the room rushed to grab the stick from the man's hand. "Damn girl, let me see if this little face is broken." The woman didn't have the heart to pick the little girl's chin up with her foot and scrutinize it. Fortunately, this little face hasn't broken. "Damn girl, as long as you are good, mother will give you a big pork bun." The middle-aged woman's tone eased a little as the mud stains on her feet smeared the little girl's face. I.e., probably because she heard the words big pork buns, the little girl actually giggled. "Damn girl, keep an eye on this kid for me. He's your Sagittarius." The middle-aged man looked at the Golden Cicada on the ground and said in an unpleasant tone, "Sang-ho?" Hearing that, Golden Cicada was confused. "It's only been 1 day since I was in a coma. How did I become a stupid girl's husband?" Before coming to her senses, Golden Cicada thought of many possibilities. For example, one's immortality trait is known by those outside, and then one is captive, slaughtered and eaten for meat just as in the Peach Blossom Garden. Then there's the matter of being dealt with directly as an evil object. But in no way did I expect this outcome. "Where are you from, kid?" Seeing again that the Golden Cicada had awakened, the middle-aged man casually copied a kitchen knife on the caseboard and opened his mouth to ask, "If this girl is a mute fool, then these two dilettantes shouldn't know about the fact that I'm still alive after falling from a high altitude, right?" Golden Cicada didn't pay any attention to the man, but did a silent analysis in her mind. Now that he had left the Peach Blossom Garden with great difficulty, this matter of his immortality could not be spread again. Knowing that this kind of meat that was comparable to heavenly wealth and spiritual treasures, no one could resist the temptation. "Hey, what's the question?" Looking at the Golden Cicada's dumbfounded appearance, the man felt bad and turned his head toward his daughter-in-law and asked again, "Wah bunny, this mallet won't be as stupid as that dead girl, right? Blah, 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 shut the fuck up. How are we going to deliver with two idiots? I don't see this kid as a fool with his fine skin. Could it be that you, a bad old man, put too much anesthetic in?" The woman shifted her lanky, plump body and squeezed and wrinkled her old face like a toad's back. Despite what she said, she honestly didn't have a clue in her heart. After all, the silly girl had really startled the couple when she came back a day ago dragging a naked man with her. Didn't put much in it. It's the same dose that would disorient a boar. The man scratched his head, his voice growing fainter. "You idiot, this is a human, not a boar." The woman cursed and hastily crouched down, prying open the Golden Cicada's mouth with her rough, dirt-stained hands. The teeth are still good, and the eyes haven't fallen apart. So don't be really poison silly by you, like surveying livestock. The woman carefully touched the Golden Cicada's entire body, especially on the robust thighs, and lingered for a short while. Engaging, the Golden Cicada shivered as if he had been electrocuted. "Reduce the amount of anesthetic and let him sleep until morning." The woman let go of her hand fondly. "Humph, melon bitch, this is your son-in-law." Seeing the woman's peachy face, the man grunted softly in dissatisfaction. "Bah! If this dead girl wasn't still somewhat useful, otherwise I would have sold her to the kiln long ago." The woman glared viciously at the little girl sitting on the floor, then scooped up a ladle of cool water in the urn and poured it over her. "Damn girl, clean up for me. If you can't get married, I'll sell you for meat." The cold, cool water poured over the little girl's wounds, A stinging sensation that made the little girl curl up in a corner and shake. Big innocent eyes looked pitifully at the woman, but could not get the slightest sympathy in return. Bringing back a bowl of numbing medicine, the woman personally fed the golden cicada and then left the kitchen, leaving the little girl alone to watch over the golden cicada. The anesthetic entered the stomach and another wave of dizziness passed through golden cicada's head. Luckily, though, the dose was much smaller this time around, so it wasn't so bad that you could drink it and pass out straight away. Luckily it wasn't gagged. When the golden cicada finished, he opened his mouth and bit off his tongue in one bite. As blood spurted out, the intense pain stimulated the brain to keep the golden cicada awake, but the scene simultaneously scared the little girl on the sidelines. Ugh! Spitting out the half-bitten off tongue, golden cicada slowed down his emotions, forced out a smile that he thought was amiable, and opened his mouth to ask in a gentle tone, "What's your name, little sister?" But just after the words were said, the golden cicada hated to slap herself. This girl is a mute. How can a mute person speak? Don't be afraid, little sister. Brother is not a bad guy. Oh, can you do brother a small favor? Golden cicada squirmed with all his might and tried to lean towards the little girl, but the lingering effects of the anesthetic made him sweat profusely at the slightest movement. The strange behavior coupled with the horrible appearance of a mouth full of blood, the little girl was considered bold for not running away at the first opportunity. Little sister, can you use that kitchen knife to help your brother cut this damn rope? You just help your brother. Your brother will take you to eat delicious food, just like coaxing a child. Golden cicada coaxed the other party step by step. To golden cicada's surprise, the little girl actually nodded her head and hummed lightly. Then he stood up on his tiptoes and strained to pick up the rusty kitchen knife on the stovetop toward the golden cicada. Perhaps it was because the little girl was just too skinny, and she actually couldn't even hold a tiny kitchen knife with both hands. Staggering around, golden cicada was really worried that this little girl would accidentally cut herself. Huffing and puffing, everything was still going well, and when the little girl arrived at the golden cicada's side, she didn't hesitate to pick up the kitchen knife and cut towards the rope that bound her hands. But the little girl's strength was really too small. Plus the knife was on the blunt side, so it took half an hour to cut, but the rope wasn't even half cut. Perhaps the golden cicada's promise of good food was too tempting. Even when the salty sweat dripped onto the wounds on her body, the little girl still gritted her teeth and continued to cut with the kitchen knife. It was like that for half a day. The thick twine was finally cut in half, and the little girl, exhausted, collapsed beside the woodpile and huffed and puffed, and the golden cicada bit off his tongue 3 or 4 times in the meantime to keep from getting knocked out by the anesthetic. However, what surprised golden cicada was that the little girl actually turned a blind eye to the bloody scene, and seemed to have only the idea of cutting the thick rope in her heart. It was getting dark. The little girl, after waking up from her nap and rubbing her drowsy eyes, cleaned the tongue off the floor as if it were nothing, and covered the blood with dirt in the process. Then he picked up the kitchen knife and proceeded to cut the rope. After persistent efforts, the 3 layers of thick twine binding the golden cicada's wrists were finally cut. Ha ha! Golden cicada burst out laughing, thinking to herself that she could finally get out of this damn place. The little girl handed the kitchen knife to golden cicada with a red face, then pointed to the rope that golden cicada had tied around her ankle. It looked like the next job was trying to get golden cicada to do it himself. Little girl, you're not stupid. Golden cicada touched the little girl's head and said with a smile. After this day's contact, golden cicada vaguely realized that this little girl seemed to have her own plans, not for the delicious food mentioned during the day. The little girl did not resist golden cicada's actions. Instead, she smiled like a kitten being petted by her master, and even leaned her petite body on golden cicada's shoulder. The effects of the anesthetic gradually dissipated, and golden cicada's 5 senses returned to normal. Just then, keen hearing allowed golden cicada to realize that someone was coming towards the kitchen, and the man's footsteps were so light that they seemed to be deliberately silent. Someone's coming, golden cicada whispered as she extended her index finger to her lips. The little girl was also very smart and instantly understood, ran to the corner and pretended to sleep, and golden cicada lay down obediently, squinting in the direction of the doorway. It's the first time I've seen such a lean little tit baby, and instead of cheapening it for someone else I'll cheapen it for me first, only to see the big, ugly woman in the daytime, now carrying an oil lamp and wearing makeup that made people sick and nauseous, walked in. What a beautiful milkmaid. That awful old man at home is a piece of shit compared to you. The woman licked her lips greedily, with a hungry look on her face that she couldn't wait to just pounce on the golden cicada and swallow it alive. How is it that there are such people in this world besides Hua Yang? Golden cicada was in a cold sweat, and for some reason he remembered Hua Yang, who was far away in Qin. Only that these two could not be compared at all. If Hua Yang was an enchanting fairy in the sky, then the woman in front of her was a toad lying in the mud. The woman couldn't wait to take off her clothes to reveal her body full of fat. The limbs that were as greasy as elbows and the 2 chunks of fat that hung down to the navel made the golden cicada's stomach turn over and she almost threw up. Little girl, you are truly my savior. Thanks to the little girl helping herself just now. Otherwise, if she let this ugly woman have her way, Golden Cicada would probably be left with a nightmare that would stay with her for the rest of her life and could never be erased. If you don't get it right, you'll have mental problems. Watching the ugly woman rubbing her hands together as she stepped closer, Golden Cicada's hand clutched the kitchen knife harder and harder. Little baby, I'm coming. The ugly woman let out a sardonic laugh, and with her arms open, she lunged towards the Golden Cicada on the ground. Damn! Not afraid of crushing me. The Golden Cicada instantly twisted her body and drew the kitchen knife from her back, and slashed viciously towards the ugly woman's neck. Stabbing. A stream of blood spurted out of the ugly woman's neck, probably because the knife was too blunt and too much fat. Coupled with the fact that Golden Cicada's strength hadn't fully recovered yet, this knife actually didn't cut the other party's neck. Instead, even the chopper was sent flying. You! Who untied you? The ugly woman covered her neck, which was thicker than her head, and sat on the ground gasping for air. With the loss of blood and the injury to her cervical vertebrae, at the moment she was dizzy in both eyes and her strength felt as if it had been drained from her body. On the Golden Cicada's side, because his feet were still bound by the twine, it was more than a little inconvenient to move around. I.e., just then, I saw that the little girl pretending to be asleep had stood up and ran with tiny steps to the fallen kitchen knife. Damn girl, quick, get the knife for me, the ugly woman shouted with all her might. Even with the loss of blood her mouth continued to curse. The little girl glanced at the ugly woman, then bent down to pick up the kitchen knife, only she didn't take it over to the ugly woman, but handed it to the Golden Cicada on the other side. The little girl pointed at the ugly woman and then at the kitchen knife. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Damn girl, my mother has raised you for so many years, and you actually want him to kill me. Anger welled up in her heart, and the ugly woman couldn't wait to chop up the ill-bred white-eyed wolf in front of her. But by this time, the little girl no longer had the same look of fear in her eyes that she had in the past. She was seen standing obediently next to Golden Cicada, clutching the other woman's sleeve tightly, and without dilly-dallying, the Golden Cicada picked up a kitchen knife and cut the several loops of twine that bound his feet. Then he got up and headed for the front. Milk doll, spare my life and I'll give you whatever you want. The ugly woman begged frantically for mercy. Milk my ass. Feeling like his ears were being insulted, Golden Cicada didn't wait for the other party to finish his sentence before raising the chopper high. Yes, Golden Cicada exclaimed. You can see the psychological damage this ugly woman has done. Fat bitch, what are you tossing about at night? You have business in the morning. Suddenly, the woman's husband rubbed his eyes and came in towards the house, just when he hadn't gotten a good look at the ground of broken flesh inside the house. Then the Golden Cicada instantly wiped his neck from the side, i.e., after it's completely safe. The little girl tugged at the Golden Cicada's coat, her big, pitiful eyes glistening with tears of supplication. Although she couldn't speak, the meaning was understood by Golden Cicada. That is, she hoped she could take her out of here. Golden Cicada thought for a moment, then spoke up by touching the little girl's head. I can get you out of this place, but there's no way I can keep you with me, because I have my own things to do. After all, the favor just now was too big. The Golden Cicada asked the little girl after weighing it again and again. Well, the little girl smiled. Her 2 eyes curved into a crescent moon, and a small white tiger tooth showed in her tiny mouth. After throwing the oil lamp into the woodpile inside the kitchen, the large and small pair headed outside, but as soon as he went out, he only saw a red sedan chair standing quietly in the center of the courtyard. It is a picture of a woman getting married. Only this sedan chair is far more than the ordinary sedan chair is twice as big. Even if 2 people sit in at the same time are no problem. Little girl, after I fell from the air that day, did you see a small bronze incense burner? Golden Cicada asked while picking at his hand and gesturing. Well, the little girl nodded, then trotted to the side room, and before long came out huffing and puffing with Chintan in her arms. Seeing that the thing did not lose, Golden Cicada was relieved. Although this thing may be an evil thing, but Golden Cicada always felt in the dark that this thing will be of great use in the future. After gathering their things, the 2 of them pushed open the gate and ran towards the outside of the village through the moonlight. What struck the Golden Cicada as odd, though, was this. Only a dozen families in this small village. Actually, every house is decorated with lights. The door is also affixed with 2 red paper cut out of the word happy. It was as if the whole village was marrying their daughters at the same time. Golden Cicada also did not have time to think about it, and in his heart, he thought that this might be just some kind of strange custom of the southern wasteland. The 2 ran along for a long time until they stopped to rest a few dozen miles after leaving the small village. During this time the little girl was also carried in the arms of the Golden Cicada to hurry because of her physical strength. Well, now that you're free, let's go our separate ways, shall we? Golden Cicada placed the little girl on the ground and made sure her surroundings were safe. Then she planned to continue on by herself. Hearing that Golden Cicada wanted to leave herself behind, the little girl immediately panicked, pulling on Golden Cicada's arm and refusing to let go. Little girl, even though you've been kind to me, you can't just keep relying on me. Let's get together and part ways, shall we? The road ahead is still long. I really can't bring you along. If this time is in the state of Qin, the Golden Cicada will certainly reward the little girl 10,000 taels of gold, thousands of acres of good land, jewelry and jade countless. But alas, this hellish place, the southern wasteland, was still more than 100,000 miles away from Xianyang City, and the mountain road ahead was winding and rugged, so letting a skinny, yellow-haired little girl follow him would definitely become a drag. Hearing that Golden Cicada was trying to drive herself away, the little girl desperately shook her head. 2 lines of teardrops streamed down. Ugh, why don't I wait for this little girl to fall asleep, and then I'll slip away quietly? Golden Cicada sighed and thought silently in his mind. Could be tired of crying or tired of running. At this moment, the little girl actually wrapped her arms around Golden Cicada's calf and just sat on the ground and fell asleep. A soft snore sounded faintly. That's all. The Golden Cicada held this position motionless until dawn. After glancing at the still sleeping little girl, he then carefully pulled his leg out. Immediately afterward, he bit through his finger and quietly dropped a few drops in the other's mouth. And I wonder if these drops of blood will make you talk again? Having said that, the Golden Cicada then left the little girl alone and set off on her own. The landscape of the southern wasteland was very different from that of Qin, which was dominated by plains. Moreover, the land is so vast and sparsely populated that not to mention a mega-capital like Xianyang City, even the lowest-level frontier towns of Great Qin are extremely rare. Even a person like Golden Cicada, who had read all the books in the world, was in a very, very awkward predicament after leaving the Peach Blossom Garden. Which way is north here? In front of a 10,000-foot cliff, the Golden Cicada yelled up to the sky to vent the grievances in his heart. 7 days. After leaving the little girl, he himself had been gone for 7 whole days. In these 7 days, we either encountered forests that covered the sky, mountains that we couldn't see the end of at a glance, or the cliffs in front of us where the river rolled. The Golden Cicada was still full of confidence when he first set out. It felt that if he went all the way north, sooner or later he would be able to walk to the border between the southern wasteland and the central plains. But at this moment, it's not even sure if it's going in the right direction. Turn and twist your head. The Golden Cicada could only choose to return the same way. After walking like this for another day and night, before coming to a fork in the road, Golden Cicada took out a flat stone the size of a copper plate. Heavenly spirit, earthly spirit, give a way out. Will you? Throw the stone high in the air and then let it fall free. Heads up. Go left. Anyway, there's no direction anymore, so I might as well take a gamble and see how God's will is. Picking up the bundle made of animal skins, Golden Cicada headed in the direction the stone had guided him, walked for another little while in torrential rain and thunder. Finally, Golden Cicada saw the faint outline of what looked like a township in the distance. Ha! Ha! Finally a live one. The Golden Cicada rubbed his eyes and carefully confirmed that he hadn't made a mistake before he took a long-legged stride and darted forward. Although placed in Dechin, this is just a more ordinary town, but in the southern wasteland has become as rare as an oasis in the desert. The town of Duke. At the entrance into the town, a 2-meter-high stone monument stood by the side of the road, and judging from the cracks it was at least no less than 100 years old. The town's streets are worn but spacious, lined with houses of all kinds. The streets are crowded with cars and horses, and the 3 religions and 9 streams have everything they need. So the downtown is a bit out of place with the barrenness of the southern wasteland. And there are all kinds of stores along the way, from fresh fruits and vegetables, aromatic snacks, and exquisite handicrafts to butcher stores, taverns, and gambling houses. But what made Golden Cicada feel the strangest was that the people here never seemed to use gold, silver, or copper money when making transactions. A half-foot-tall white jade goddess of mercy was placed in front of each store. The seller simply cuts his wrist and lets the blood drip onto the white jade goddess and picks what he wants. And the price of each item seems to be related to the amount of blood drops. Like a cabbage probably only needs a drop or 2 of blood, but half a rack of ribs is going to require a full small half tea bowl. What a strange place. No wonder people in the palace always say that the southern wasteland is weird and not even worth attacking. Golden Cicada shrugged it off. He didn't really want to stick around too much. As soon as they find out what the way to the central plains should be, they will leave. Picking a random tavern with more people, Golden Cicada headed inside. Just sit down. A guy in strange clothes resembling a shopkeeper then approached. Sir, we have good wine and meat here. What would you like to order? Ask you something. Golden Cicada didn't want to bleed out like everyone else. Sir, look at that. Xiaoer seemed to be accustomed to white johns like Golden Cicada, and directly stretched out his finger to point at the sign hanging on the wall. Everything is paid for. Nothing is returned. It seems that this store owner is definitely a goose that pulls out the hair of the goose and leaves the skin of the beast behind. Golden Cicada sighed. It probably wouldn't work without some blood today. Serve a jar of wine, and 2 or 3 small dishes at random. Yes sir. 36 hours please pay. Xiaoer took out a white jade goddess of mercy and a small knife and thumped them on the table. 36 hours? What does that mean? Golden Cicada asked in disbelief. Sir, you're from the mountains, right? I can't believe that you don't know the current rules of Pudu County. We are here where gold, silver and jade are worthless, and only this lifespan is the only currency in circulation. Anything is traded for longevity. A drop of blood is equal to the life of an incense burner. Your table of dishes will require roughly 36 hours of longevity, and I would say that flowing all over this bowl will be almost enough. This junior actually saw from the beginning that Golden Cicada didn't understand the rules of Pudu County at all, and was purely a rash. So just 3 hours worth of wine and meat was enough to turn him over as much as 12 times. A life for a life? This was the first time Golden Cicada had heard of this bizarre way, but there was nothing else to do at this point. Only a little bit of blood. After the Golden Cicada gently slit his wrist, as the blood fell on the white jade guanine, only a crack was seen splitting from the top of the guanine's head and then spreading downwards, only to hear click, click, click. The guanine that was fine a second ago instantly turned into pieces. This, how come there are so many? Junior stuttered and froze in place. Is that enough? Golden Cicada didn't understand what was happening either, but the expression on the shopkeeper's face told him that the situation seemed a bit off, with the idea that more is better than less. Just as the Golden Cicada was about to bolt, the store assistant suddenly spoke again. Enough, enough, you paid for 30 years of life at once, more than enough to eat our store empty. Hurriedly tidying up the white jade goddess of mercy that was shattered into crumbs on the table, the store assistant ran to the back kitchen at a rapid pace. His mouth also quietly muttered, what luck to have met a guy with such strong chi and blood. 1 strand of blood is worth 30 years of someone else's life, but this guy seems to be a bumpkin. Later on, let the boss's wife pimp him out one more time, and try to drain him dry. Although the voice was very small, the words were still audible to the Golden Cicada, who had exceptional hearing. Luckily, it doesn't seem to have been noticed. How much less lifespan Golden Cicada didn't care at all. It couldn't die anyway. Soon, the store assistant then piled up the whole table with good wine and food. Even his attitude had become much flattering. What do you think of the flavor, Grand Master? Sloppy. The wine was good. The food was average. It must be said that although the southern wasteland is backward, this brewing technology is far beyond the Great Chine. This made the Golden Cicada, who loved liquor, directly muffled a small half of the altar in one gulp. Why don't I have the backroom remake it for you? The store assistant rubbed his hands and nodded his head, and his posture was extremely humble, even more so than the eunuchs in the palace. That's not necessary. I'm asking you, how should I travel the road to the Central Plains? How long does it take to get there? Golden Cicada put down the wine altar in his hand and asked, Midland? What's wrong with the southern wasteland? Why do you want to go to the Central Plains? The store assistant suddenly frowned and asked suspiciously, new book release. Please give a real chase. Thank you on your knees. What's wrong? I'm from the country. I just want to go to the border and do some trading. Golden Cicada casually lied. So it's from the countryside. No wonder. Master, times are different now. No one even wants to go to the Central Plains anymore, and the road to the Middle Kingdom is broken. Junior covered his mouth and explained to Golden Cicada in a small voice. Broken? What the hell is going on here? Golden Cicada was a bit puzzled. Master, with just a drop of blood, I can take you to the boss's wife. She's the boss of our Gongzi town, will tell you everything. Junior shook his head alertly and looked around before quietly taking out a much smaller white jade goddess of mercy from his arms. Master, please show some face, and when you meet the boss's wife, don't say that I've hidden a drop of your blood. Looking at Xiaoer's sneaky appearance, Golden Cicada instantly understood. The feelings of this guy is planning to enrich himself. Yes, after all, the little ghosts are difficult to deal with. The Golden Cicadas do not want to make a mistake. Can be resolved with a little blood? Do not bother with brains. Thank you, Master, thank you. This drop of your blood is enough for my whole family to live for half their lives. The store assistant bent down to thank him, and was close to kneeling down for Golden Cicada. Then let's go now. Master, the boss's wife is still sleeping during the day and won't wake up to go to the gambling house until the evening. I'll take you there then. Hearing Xiaoer's words, Golden Cicada looked toward the outside of the house. Less than 2 hours from sunset. Just wait. drinking a glass of wine while looking out the window at the pouring rain. The weather in this southern wasteland really changes at the drop of a hat. One second the sun is shining brightly, and the next second I don't know what it will become. The tavern was also getting crowded. Because of his sensitive hearing, everyone's conversation Golden Cicada all heard clearly. It also allowed Golden Cicada to acquire quite a few clues during the time he waited for it to get dark. Have you heard that the Nyoja village was massacred by Master Pudusien's men? As if it was because a daughter ran away privately on the day of her marriage. A few locals, cloaked in straw raincoats, exchanged pleasantries as soon as they arrived in the tavern. I've heard about it. It was just 8 days ago. This little girl really doesn't know what she's doing, and she killed hundreds of people in the village, young and old. 8 days ago? Married? Little girl on the run? Hearing this, Golden Cicada instantly thought of it. The mute little girl who was very clingy but couldn't speak. Now the whole Pudu sect is on the lookout for that little girl. As long as you catch and hand it over, the living will be rewarded with 10 years of money. The dead will also be rewarded with 2 years of money. When will this heavenly riches fall on my head? One of them ordered a cheap jug of daughter's red, and indignantly poured a large gulp down his gullet. A little girl is worth 10 years? Are you kidding? The other asked incredulously. He couldn't understand. An old yellow cow is only worth a month or 2 of life. A yellow girl? What virtue and what can actually be so valuable? What do you know? It's called making an example out of a chicken. After so many years, since Master Pudusien came to the southern wasteland, this is still the first person who dares to disobey her. I guess this little girl will be squeezed into blood juice as an example to others by then. Hearing this, Golden Cicada's brows gradually tightened together. How is this girl? We brothers will go out and try our luck later. In case we fall into the hands of this small half of the life of the wine money will be there. I heard that she is not very old. 13 or 14 years old and quite attractive. If it really falls into my hands, I'll play with it for a few days before exchanging it for reward money. The man's lewd grin was like a bedbug in the gutter. By the way, this girl still seems to be mute. Lean. Sure enough, it's that little girl. Although it was not yet clear who exactly was the Pudu wise master that these people were talking about, the Golden Cicada had also heard a generalization. It was just that what the Golden Cicada did not expect was that the original southern wasteland, a place with no law and order and no kingship, now had a ruler. Golden Cicada hesitated for a few seconds, her slightly raised but back on the bench. He himself is precarious. Whether he can successfully leave the southern wasteland is also an unknown. The fate of this little girl is better not to interfere. It wasn't that Golden Cicada was too cold-blooded and heartless. It was just that as the king of Great Qin, he knew that returning to Qin was the most important thing at the moment. Nothing else compares to it. Plus the guys at the neighboring table didn't seem to know exactly where the little girl was right now. Even if you go and ask, you won't get anything. Just like this. He continued to drink fine wine until the sun set on Gongzi town into darkness. And only then did the shopkeeper prepare to bring the Golden Cicada to meet the so-called boss's wife. Master, our boss's wife is a big person, but also one of the most beautiful women in the southern wasteland. Only this character is a bit uncertain. You will remember not to offend her. Don't be confused, or else I'm afraid that your life will not be guaranteed. On the way to the gambling house, the store assistant, who had been favored by a drop of blood from the Golden Cicada, kindly reminded him, how a great man. Who is more powerful compared to that Pudu sage master? Golden Cicada asked as he took a look at the other party and opened his mouth. Hush, you can't say that. You're trying to kill me. The store assistant immediately covered the Golden Cicada's mouth and suspiciously looked around, realizing that no one was there before letting out a long breath. How can our boss's wife possibly compare to the Pudu sage master's compassionate grace universe? The boss lady doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the Pudu sect. The store assistant covered his mouth and said in a mosquito-like voice, a sect can actually have such prestige among the people? Even Great Qin's strict legal system can't do that. The more Golden Cicada thought about it, the stranger it became. Grand Master. Although the congregation of this Pudu sect is a bit cruel, the Pudu wise master is a first-rate great benefactor and has great magical powers. Since her old man came to the southern wasteland, he has brought with him many things that are only found outside, so that we ordinary people, who were originally starving, can now live no worse than the people of the Central Plains with only the loss of a little bit of our lifespan. The shopkeeper clasped his hands together and knelt reverently to the night sky. And hearing this, Golden Cicada also suddenly realized that most of the things sold in the hands of many traders in Gongzi town were things from the Central Plains. There is even Qin tea, a unique product of Qin, among them. Could it be that this Pudu Shastra has something to do with the Middle Kingdom? Golden Cicada frowned. A sect that could make civilians trade their lifespans for supplies. He didn't think it would be any good. Aren't you guys afraid of using up your lifespan? Golden Cicada interrupted the shopkeeper who was still kneeling and kowtowing. Lifespan? Oh, in the southern wasteland, The most worthless thing is human life. Before Master Pudu Xian came, was there less of this kind of thing? Killing a full family for a full meal? The shopkeeper gave Golden Cicada a blank look. Grandpa, are you from the southern wasteland or not? How come you don't even know about this? The shopkeeper suddenly felt that something was wrong. Even if the Golden Cicada lived on the mountain all year round, it was reasonably impossible that he had never heard of the name of the Pudu Wise Master. I used to suffer from hysteria in recent days before I was cured, but my family all boiled to death as well, and I had nowhere else to go before I chose to go down the mountain. After so many years of hooking up, lying was a snap for Golden Cicada. Oh, so that's it. Hearing that, the shopkeeper didn't think much of it. With that, the two continued to walk down the darkened street until they entered a corner. A light that shouldn't be there in the night pierced the Golden Cicada's eyes. Only a tall building with green tiles and red walls and carved windows stood in front of it, looking out of place compared to the rest of the town. Countless red lanterns were hung high at the entrance, and the 3 gold-plated words Flower House were written on the huge doorplate. And all kinds of people came in and out in a bustling manner. A dozen or so sassy young girls with heavy makeup were scratching their heads in the street. They were smiling, with a little tease in their eyes. Whenever someone passed by, they would go forward and take the other person's arm, whining and pulling them toward the building. Isn't this a greenhouse? Didn't you say it was going to a gambling house? Golden Cicada gulped. When I was in the palace, I had heard that there was a folkloric place that specialized in using beautiful women to please men. There, the people were so drunk and happy night after night that a single night's consumption was worth several years of a farmer's harvest. Although the Qin law explicitly prohibits the operation of such establishments, it has been repeatedly prohibited, and greenhouses continue to thrive in the private sector. Many officials even disregarded the law and would take off their court dress and change into civilian clothes every night to enjoy themselves. There are 5 floors here. The first 3 are brothels, and only the last 2 are gambling houses, and the boss's wife goes up there every night to play a few games. The shopkeeper looked at the bumpkin Golden Cicada, who was new to the world, and there was a hint of pride in his tone. It seems to me that Gongzi town isn't very rich, so how could there be such an extravagant place? Golden Cicada was puzzled. It was reasonable to say that the cost of a night in such a place was not something those commoners could afford. Master, you forget that this is the southern wasteland. Since the arrival of the Pudu sage, who uses money when there is life? Just as the shopkeeper had finished speaking, a big man in tattered clothes with a red face was thrown straight out of the store by a group of handymen. Don't kick me out. I still have life. I'm going to gamble for another 10 years. The big man struggled to get up from the ground, staggering and slurring his words. Yuck. Your kid's life is already lost tonight. If it wasn't for the boss's wife's dislike of you dying in the store and affecting business, or else you wouldn't be left with this tea life. The handyman's words had just finished, only to see the big man suddenly convulsed. Both eyes rolled white, mouth spitting white foam again fell to the ground. What's going on here? Golden Cicada asked. What else could it be? It's just a life lost. Dozens of people die here every night. It's very common. The shopkeeper replied carelessly. The body was just dumped at the gate? Golden Cicada wasn't sympathizing with the guy who had lost his life to the end. He was just curious about such a move. You'll see if you wait a little longer. Suddenly, only to see the big man's skin instantly turn withered and wrinkled, just like a dried corpse that had been sucked of blood. Large, bloodshot eyeballs burst from his face and rolled down to the dirt-covered ground. A long tongue dangled from the side of his mouth. Then the torso began to slowly shrivel and tighten, and it didn't stop until it was a small, dry meatball, and in one smooth motion, the handyman kicked the meatball toward the far side of the kennel. Finished with a quenching spit. Throughout the whole process, the playmakers coming in and out of the gates didn't even look at them, and seemed to have gotten used to them a long time ago. This is what happens when you use up your life. Alas, a simple, course meal won't cost much, so why bother? The shopkeeper sighed. He couldn't figure it out. Since the arrival of the Pudu sage in the southern wilderness, the poor have become free from having to go down to the fields to plow and hoe, or to venture up into the mountains to hunt. If you just maintain subsistence, just spending a decade or so of your lifespan is enough for a large family to last a lifetime. And you have to indulge in hedonism and the thrill of gambling and end up playing with your life. And the Golden Cicada who saw this scene suddenly popped up in his mind the sentence describing the southern wasteland in the Rangebook building. Southern wasteland, evil spirits abound everywhere. Leftist techniques run amok, and no one from the Central Plains is willing to enter it. Isn't this a proper cult, this technique of taking people's life? Master, it's our turn to go in. After the shopkeeper finished speaking, he pulled Golden Cicada towards inside. Enter the building. The extravagance here was far more exaggerated than Golden Cicada thought. The royal wine, gourmet food and delicacies are spent recklessly, and cultural curiosities, calligraphy and paintings can be seen everywhere. even compared with the restaurants frequented by the dignitaries in Xianyang City. But unlike the city of Xianyang, in this place there are not only brocade and silk have rich people, but also coarse clothes and hemp pants farmers. It's just that when the rich pay for a deal, they use the lifespan of domestic servants and slaves. The poor, on the other hand, have to slit their wrists and bleed. But the most conspicuous one was the huge white jade goddess of mercy that stood in the center of the hall, straight up to the roof. Master, do you need to want to get comfortable on the first 3 floors first? The store assistant smiled lewdly at Golden Cicada. No, take me directly to your boss's wife. For a woman from such a place, Golden Cicada would not raise any interest. Heading up the mahogany staircase, the two of them soon arrived at the gambling house on the 4th floor. Unlike the lights and greenery of the first 3 floors, the 4th floor was a pandemonium, and the shouts of the gamblers felt like they could topple the roof. Master, this is the only place in Gungzi town where you can renew your life. Only you have to discount 90%. Do you want to try? The shopkeeper pointed to the gambling tables around and asked meaningfully. Renewal? Renewed how? It's just gambling. If you have a good hand and win 10 years of lifespan from a gambler or a banker, well, you can convert it into 1 year of young lifespan through here. I can't believe it's still possible. The Golden Cicada was shocked in her heart. But suddenly, on second thought, if the Golden Cicada's lifespan could be transferred to Yinglu's body, wouldn't that allow Yinglu to live forever? It can be slightly fun, Golden Cicada said. Got it. I'll go and arrange it for you. Please wait here for a moment. The corners of the shopkeeper's mouth couldn't be suppressed from rising, and he completely looked like he had succeeded in his treacherous plan. Golden Cicada then casually stood beside a gambling table, quietly holding his breath in this noisy environment, listening carefully to the distant counter, the shopkeeper and the dealer's conversation. Big brother, I brought a piglet today. I want 10% of the profit this time. The shopkeeper quietly pointed to the direction where the Golden Cicada was standing and said, Bah, you deserve it. 10% profit. Are you trying to get the boss's wife to kill me? The dealer said dismissively. Don't be in a hurry. Listen to me first. This piglet is different. His chi and blood are particularly vigorous. 1 strand of blood is worth 30 years of someone else's life. Knowing that in the southern wasteland, an ordinary person would at most live for more than 40 years. This strand of blood from the Golden Cicada almost leveled out a person's lifespan. Are you sure? There may not be 1 in 10,000 people with this kind of chi and blood. The dealer narrowed his eyes to scrutinize the Golden Cicada in the distance. 1,000 times over, the tavern statue of the Goddess of Mercy was directly burst by him today. The shopkeeper patted his chest and swore. Okay, but only 0.5%. This kind of person still needs to let the boss's wife personally. The dealer thought better of it and agreed. Returning to Golden Cicada's side, the shopkeeper changed into a fawning expression again. Master, everything is settled. Just come with me, and it's still the boss's wife herself who will bet with you. The store assistant bent over and respectfully invited Golden Cicada to a luxurious gambling table. Is that what you're betting on? The dealer stood on the other side of the Golden Cicada, tilting his head and asking arrogantly. It's me. After the Golden Cicada sized up the man in front of him for a moment, he softly opened his mouth to speak back. You can play if you want to, but our boss's wife has a rule that once you're on the table you have to call the bets and you can't stop until your life expectancy runs out. It looked like this guy was planning to eat the Golden Cicada clean in one bite. Master, if you want to know how to travel to the Central Plains, only the boss's wife in the entire Pudu County can tell you. The store assistant hurriedly whispered a reminder from the side, fearing that the Golden Cicada would be scared off. Okay, no problem, but it's up to me to decide how to bet. Although the Golden Cicada was as clear as a bronze mirror in his heart, he still agreed in one mouth. Howdy, I'm going to invite the boss's wife. You talk to her about the specifics. The moment the dealer said this, even the nearby gamblers stopped the game in their hands. Each one of them had a curious look on their faces and looked over this way. About a tea time had passed. Someone actually dares to come to me for a bet. Is this too much to live for? Without seeing his person, the voice alone made a crowd of gamblers tingle. Looking up the steps to the 5th floor, only to see a few slender sexy girls, flanking a stunning beauty slowly walking down. Her appearance caused the other women here to turn dim at once. A string of small bells, hanging in the long jade legs jingling, delicate white only painted red nail polish small feet, so that the entire casino of men nonstop even swallow saliva. Not a bad looking little face. Sis likes it. The woman stepped forward, gently picking at Golden Cicada's chin with the slender tobacco pipe he held. The thin, winking eyes like pikes made the Golden Cicada not dare to look directly at them. If we talk about this aspect of charming alone, even if Hua Yang comes, it is still not as good as it is. It's me who wants to gamble, but I don't know much, and I'm in charge of what I play. So I hope the boss's wife will say yes. Seeing the woman who was almost on top of her, Golden Cicada also took a step forward, not to be outdone. Interesting, little brother is quite bold. You should know all my rules. You can't stop when the betting starts. But your little face sister likes it very much. When the time comes I will keep you for a month. 2 months of life to serve me exclusively. The woman smiled, and after gently tracing a finger across the Golden Cicada's face, she turned and walked to the other side of the table. Say, what do you want to play? Dice. 1 game to decide the winner. I lose. I drain all the blood from my body and drop it into this white jade goddess of mercy of yours. Golden Cicada pointed to the dozens of meters high white jade goddess of mercy inside the building and said without changing his face. Although he did not know where the Golden Cicada's bottom came from at the moment, but looking at the stance there seemed to be a sense of victory. Is this kid crazy? Even betting his life doesn't play like this. I think this kid is purely horny. Didn't the boss's wife once say that she would break her body for whoever won her? A model for me and other Johns. Even I, an old whoremonger, wouldn't dare to play with the boss's wife like this. This kid has guts. I like it, but all he can do is play dice. What's the difference between that and getting killed? The gamblers around them exchanged words and talked about the Golden Cicada. Ha ha, little brother, do you want to get your sister that badly? The boss's wife thought that Golden Cicada was just like those horny men who came to play for their bodies. Instantly, his impression of the Golden Cicada changed for the worse. Get what? The Golden Cicada, who had a dumbfounded look on her face, completely did not understand what the woman in front of her was talking about. Aren't you doing this for my body? The boss's wife smoked a mouthful of tobacco pot in her hand and asked with a look of what kind of gentleman are you pretending to be? No, I'm not half interested in your body. Golden Cicada waved her hand in a hurry. The boss's wife who heard these words actually experienced a deep sense of frustration for the first time in her life. After lowering her head and looking at her magnificent breasts, she then spoke again. Sister likes this kind of mouth of yours. No. Originally, the Golden Cicada still wanted to explain, but halfway through the sentence and changed his words. I really have no interest in your body. If you lose, just tell me how to go on the road to the border of the Central Plains. Midland. For some reason, after the Golden Cicada uttered the words going to the Central Plains, everyone looked at the Golden Cicada as if they were fools. All of you, get rid of your thoughts. When you come to my flower house, you have to follow my rules. There are only Johns and gamblers here. If you want to cheat this fool out of his life, get on the table and gamble. The boss's wife suddenly yelled, which held the stupid gamblers in place. Kid, you want to know something? Just beat me. But I need to see if you have the gambling capital to play this game. It's a high price to pay to bet with me. Although the boss's wife had already heard from her men that the Golden Cicada's life force was comparable to 100 wild boars, she still had to confirm it herself before she could do so. I don't have anything other than this life. Humph. I can't see those other broken things. Let me see how much your life is worth. Follow me. Following the boss's wife, the group of people arrived at the head of the White Jade Goddess of Mercy on the 5th floor. Gamblers who have come to the flower house. I have my own way of knowing if you're qualified enough to get on the gambling table with me. The boss's wife smiled gently and said in a flavorful manner. And as her words had just fallen, only the huge white jade statue of the Goddess of Mercy suddenly opened its eyes slightly. The white eyes turned around inside their sockets before looking straight at the Golden Cicada. Suddenly, only to see a dense swarm of flies flying out of the 7 orifices of that white jade Goddess of Mercy. And then these flies gradually coalesced above the Golden Cicada's head to form 3 words. 1 ace, 2 A's, 10 A's. Seeing this scene, the boss's wife's small mouth was slightly open. So much so that she didn't even notice that the tobacco pouch stick in her hand had fallen to the ground. The other gamblers around them were all in a cold sweat, looking incredulously at the scene in front of them. This is how the House of Flowers tests how much life and blood a gambler has left. Though over the years, there's no shortage of lifers who have emerged. I just didn't expect that there would be someone whose chi and blood could flourish to such an extent. Just as the crowd was surprised, the black and fly text was still changing, with no intention of stopping. 20 A's, 50 ace, 100 kosas, until the words 100 years appeared above the Golden Cicada's head. Hurry up and stop. The boss's wife hurriedly drank the white jade goddess to a halt. A whole 6,000 years of chi, blood, and lifespan made a crowd of people freeze in place in fear. Right at the moment when the boss's wife drank the white jade goddess to a halt, tens of thousands of flies were instantly sprinkled all over the floor, causing the Johns downstairs to be showered headlong. The guanine mole between the eyebrows of the white jade Goddess of Mercy also changed to the same as it was during the daytime at the restaurant. Cracking open a slit. Gulp. The boss's wife gulped. She knew that 100 katas was the limit of the white jade Goddess of Mercy, not the limit of this little brother in front of her. How could your chi and blood be so vigorous? The boss's wife asked towards Golden Cicada with a serious face. It wasn't that he himself hadn't seen people with strong chi and blood, but at most, they were only 300 or 400 years old. And monsters like the golden cicada, which was over 6,000 years old, were practically unheard of. Qi in blood. You mean longevity? Golden cicada asked, while he himself didn't think that just that would make the huge statue of the goddess of mercy crack. That's not true. Qi in blood only represents the strength of life. It doesn't represent the length. Just like an old general who has killed countless enemies, his lifespan may only be a few decades, but his qi in blood is several times that of an ordinary person. It's just that this kind of person is really rare, and has a high status in the southern wasteland. Hearing the words of the boss's wife, Golden Cicada was secretly relieved. It seems that the other party didn't think in terms of immortality either. Do you think that's enough gambling money to get on the table with you? Although his mouth was asking this question, he could also tell from these people's faces that he was afraid that his betting capital was only a little more. No, the boss's wife shook her head, which was something Golden Cicada hadn't expected. Not enough? Is this not even enough? Golden Cicada asked in a hurry. It's not that you're not enough, it's that I'm not enough. I'm afraid selling my flower house wouldn't even be enough gambling capital to get on the table with you. This boss's wife is a qualified gambler. Just think fair, just a game of gambling. Never want to take advantage of the Golden Cicada half a point. Take out as much as you can. Golden Cicada shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, this won't do. Are you belittling me? The boss's wife's eyes glared as she asked with a displeased expression. Tell you what, even though I can't take 6,000 years of life to gamble with you, I have a way that I can join the Pudu sect, and I'll gamble with you with that. When the boss's wife said this, Golden Cicada didn't have much of a reaction, but the gamblers and Johns watching around them had a greedy look on their faces. Hate to be on the table for Golden Cicada. Join the Pudu cult? Boss lady is not joking. This betting capital is much more valuable than a 6,000 year lifespan. The crowd wondered why the boss's wife would gamble with something so important. It was important to realize that although the boss's wife was the absolute boss in Gongzi town, but it was not qualified to become a servant girl of the Pudu sect. Little brother, this time it's really cheap for you. Originally I didn't want to tell outsiders about this matter. The boss's wife waved her hand when she finished speaking, making the surrounding henchmen chase away the loiterers on this floor. After all, there wasn't a single person who wouldn't be jealous of the way to be able to join the Pudu cult. Wait, are you mistaken? Golden Cicada was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. I know, I'm the one who suffered in this matter, but as the owner of the flower house, I'll take it as a bargain for you. Your little brother. Go on, bring me that chick. The boss's wife would be completely wrong, not to mention anything about joining the Pudu sect. Even if it was an entrance ticket to the peach banquet, the Golden Cicada was not half interested. All he cared about was how he was going to get out of this damn southern wasteland. It didn't take long. Only a few stout men, carrying a cage covered with black cloth, walked in. Kid, as long as you can pry open this girl doll's mouth, there's no problem joining the Pudu sect in all probability. When the boss's wife finished speaking, she personally stepped forward and pulled off the black cloth on the cage. Little girl, how could it be her? The Golden Cicada was so shocked in her heart that she almost screamed, only to see in the cage, the very same mute little girl that he had left behind earlier. Only at that moment, the little girl was covered in blood, clutching her knees with a panicked face, crouching in the corner of the cage and shivering, and the 20 fingernail caps on her fingers and toes had been pulled off alive. Even one of the eyeballs had been removed, and gurgling blood bubbled beside the empty socket. The wounds on his body were even more numerous, and he was even dripping with foul-smelling pus. The little girl seemed to recognize the Golden Cicada as well, but only briefly showed a smile before turning her head to look the other way. This chick is the guy wanted by the Purdue sect a few days ago. If I lose I'll give her to you, and you can join the Purdue sect as long as you ask who the person who escaped from the Niel family village with her is. After the boss's wife looked at the dirty little girl in the cage with disgust, she came to the Golden Cicada's side. But although this chick is mute, her bones are hard, and she froze for 3 days as I pressed her. But she refused to write out who the person who fled with her was. At those words, Golden Cicada instantly understood. The little girl had just turned her head to the side because she was afraid that these people would realize that she knew her. In this instant, the Golden Cicada's heart actually appeared with the emotions of guilt and regret. And this feeling was still the first time in his life. The one who escaped with her? How did the Pudu cult know about this? Golden Cicada closed his eyes and adjusted his mind before opening his mouth to ask. I'm not sure. But I heard that it was someone from the Pudu cult who was in this chick's house and found out that someone could break their tongue and be reborn. So they became interested. By the way, I heard that it was also a decree issued by the Pudu sage himself. A broken tongue and a new life? Golden Cicada suddenly remembered that he had bitten off his tongue to stay awake in order to prevent being knocked out by the anesthetic. But how was this discovered when one of his own fires had already burned down the kitchen? Pop. Just as Golden Cicada was fuming, the boss's henchman suddenly picked up the whip in his hand and swung it towards the little girl. What are you doing? Golden Cicada subconsciously made a move to stop it, and even he himself reacted only after opening his mouth. You know her? The boss's wife narrowed her eyes at Golden Cicada. I don't know. I'm just afraid you'll beat her to death and I won't be able to continue the torture later, Golden Cicada said without changing his face. That's true. Except she's not yours yet. I'll try again while I'm here and see if I can force the other one to find out exactly where he is. The boss's wife is no less of a veteran. Previously, it was only because after 3 days of forced questioning, he had not been able to pry the little girl's mouth open, and that was why he had taken it out as a betting capital. However, if the little girl could be made to give in at this point, then there would be no need for this bet to continue. After all, being able to join the Pudu sect was much better than this 100 aeon lifespan. Keep fighting me. After receiving the order, the boss's henchmen swung their whips violently and hit the little girl's body fiercely. The sound of a whip ripping through flesh echoed through the house. Scars that had rotted away before reopened. Only the little girl's body trembled violently, and she clenched her teeth, trying not to make a sound. As the slightest red beads of sweat broke out on her whitened little face, the unbearable sharp pain made her bite off a piece of her lip accidentally. However, even though her tiny body faced such a cruel whipping, the little girl never looked at Golden Cicada. Stop! Looking at the little girl who was doused with a pot of salt water and convulsed in pain. For the first time in 20 years, Golden Cicada's sensibility overcame reason. Is little brother feeling sorry for this yellow-haired chick whose hair hasn't even grown? Your hobby is really uncomplimentary. The boss's wife puffed on her cigarette and exhaled a mouthful of white mist, saying somewhat meaningfully, if I really let you get her killed, how can I join the Pudu sect? Golden Cicada said, forcibly suppressing his emotions. Oh, I've never lost at this gambling table. Where did you get your confidence from, little brother? The boss's wife waved her hand towards her subordinates before removing the thin garment draped over her body, revealing half of her fragrant shoulders. One hand determines the winner. If you lose, I want the 6,000 years of life. Chi and blood. If I lose, this chick and I all belong to you tonight. The boss's wife picked up the dice cup on the table and started shaking it. Good. One hand to determine life and death. Golden Cicada similarly picked up the dice cup and shook it. Golden Cicada actually knew nothing about the games on the gambling table, but this dice shaking was the only skill he had learned during these years in Peach Blossom Garden. It's not the same gameplay as Mahjong or Paigao and those other games. Shake the dice and the Golden Cicada, who has a keen sense of hearing, can hear the points with practice. It was just that a gambler of Boss Lady's caliber didn't have the same keen sense of hearing as Golden Cicada, but was far ahead in terms of skill. The dice made a rustling sound inside the goblet, and the boss's wife wrapped her hands tightly around the goblet, feeling the dice bounce around inside. Amazing. Not bad for an old gambler. Golden Cicada listened carefully to the sounds in the other dice cup and couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Open! Only to see the boss's wife shouting with great vigor, and then raising the dice cup high and slamming it down towards the table. Just in the nick of time, Golden Cicada knew his only chance to win had come. Pudu Shishya. I'll fuck your old mom. Golden Cicada used her usual loudest voice and shouted towards the boss's wife. The sound alone made the crowd watching downstairs shiver with fear and cold sweat. In the southern wasteland, he dared to insult the Pudu Sage Master in public. This is almost the same as being in the Alhambra Palace and shouting out loud to fuck over Zhao Ji. The probability is that they will be put to death in 9 or 10 clans. Fruity. As this voice went down, the boss's wife instantly panicked. Even the dice cup in her hand shook a little. If not experienced enough, I'm afraid the dice cup would have flown out. Bang! As the dice cup snapped on the table, the boss's wife's face gradually turned green. Seeing this, Golden Cicada knew that this bet was already a sure thing for himself. Slowly, the Golden Cicada closed her eyes and listened intently to the sound of the dice crashing in her hand. It was not until a satisfactory result was shaken out that it was snapped on the table. Boss lady, please open. Golden Cicada smiled and made an inviting gesture. Humph, is this even necessary to open? Little brother, do you know what the consequences will be if you just insulted the wise master? The boss's wife blackened her face and simply sent her dice cup flying to the ground. Consequences? What consequences? Why don't you guys go and form a let me see? Golden Cicada said slyly. Through the previous conversation with the shopkeeper, Golden Cicada could be 99% certain that this kind of thing would definitely not be reported to the cruel Pudu sect by anyone who dared to do so. After all, I am afraid that no one can have the mental awareness of the consequences of the strain and the fish pond. And the people downstairs had long since dispersed and fled the flower house when Golden Cicada shouted those words. Even the John who was halfway through the game was able to resist the most crucial step of running out the door. The helpless boss's wife, on the other hand, snorted coldly before leaving behind a sentence. Wait for me at night, and then also left the place in a huff. Unshackle her and bring her to my room. Right. Get me some more drugs. I don't want her to die. Golden Cicada pointed at the little girl who had fainted in the cage before adding another sentence. Finding a random room on the third floor that no one had ever stayed in, Golden Cicada walked in. Then with a wary glance around the outside of the house, he closed the door and gathered the little girl who had been left on the floor into his arms. Golden Cicada fell silent. If out of reason, he should kill the unconscious little girl now so that his secret would not be exposed to the Pudu sect. But for some reason, the hand around the other man's neck was slow to exert any force. Ugh! A soft sigh followed, only to see the Golden Cicada open her mouth and bite through her own wrist, dripping blood in a clatter towards the mouth of the paper-colored little girl. With the blood of the Golden Cicada dripping into his mouth, the little girl who had been dying a moment before, her face gradually flushed, and her cold body began to warm up. Breathing also became smooth and strong. The originally tightly frowned eyebrows also slowly stretched out, and the lips that had been bitten off a piece also grew new buds of flesh. Although he had already crossed the ghost gate, the Golden Cicada still didn't stop, letting the blood flow into the other's mouth. After all, this injury could kill the little girl at any time if it worsened. Big brother, I didn't tell them who you were. Suddenly, the little girl opened her little mouth tremblingly and opened her mouth at the Golden Cicada. Big, beautiful eyes, just as beautiful as when they first met, looked up at the man who had taken her into his arms. You can talk? Golden Cicada asked as she opened her mouth in surprise. Well, that night when I woke up from my nap I realized I could talk. But don't worry big brother, the bad people don't know yet. The little girl's tone was a bit proud, as if she was taking credit. You, what do you want me to say about you? Golden Cicada was helpless and could only reach out and pinch the little girl's cheeks. Big brother, it hurts. Hearing the little girl cry out in pain, Golden Cicada withdrew her hand in fear. And after the little girl saw this embarrassing appearance of the Golden Cicada, she couldn't help but giggle out even though her body was still weak. Humph, you keep quiet now. I'll keep treating you until the eyeball grows back and your body doesn't hurt so much. Golden Cicada grunted softly and tilted her head to the side. Anyway, this little girl already knew about the broken tongue rebirth, so since she wasn't going to silence her, why not just drop some more blood on her? Big brother, I can't drink anymore. If all the wounds are gone from my body, the bad guys will get suspicious. The little girl clamped her mouth shut when she finished. That's okay, just cover it with a fine cloth later. Although Golden Cicada said this on his lips, in his heart he looked at the little girl differently. A 13 or 14-year-old little girl who was living remotely in the southern wasteland could actually have such a way of thinking and a resilient and unshakable state of mind. If she could be properly cultivated, her future would be immeasurable. After wiping his cut wrist on his body, Golden Cicada carried the little girl to the bed. Big brother, bring me those fine cloths. I want to wrap my head. The little girl pointed to the medicines and thin white cloths that were placed aside and rushed at Golden Cicada. Hearing this, the Golden Cicada didn't rub it in. In case the people from the House of Flowers suddenly broke in, it would really be a bit of a problem. After bandaging the little girl up, the sound of the boss's wife's light steps came from outside the door at the same time. Little brother, since my sister said that her body is yours tonight, she will absolutely keep her word. Outside the door, the 1,000-year-old boss's wife, wearing light plain makeup and only a green bustier, stood barefoot on the floor. The boss's wife was heard knocking on the door outside the house. The first one to react was not Golden Cicada, but the little girl who was still lying on the bed, only to see the little girl hastily move up her still unhealed body, and after wrapping a few more circles of white veil around her head, she found a corner to lie down directly, pretending to be unconscious. This little kid knows too much. Golden Cicada mentally sweated for a moment. Walking towards the door, Golden Cicada straightened her clothes and loose hair so that she could look slightly more refreshed, but it wasn't to meet the gorgeous boss's wife who was ready to give herself up. Little brother, I've kept you waiting. The moment she opened the door, the boss's wife hooked her long white legs directly onto Golden Cicada's waist. This urgent look made it a little unclear for a moment who was the winner of that bet just now. How come you didn't wash your body? The boss's wife bristled, her words as if she felt some pity. Although compared to the gang of thick-skinned Hans in Gongzi town, the Golden Cicada was like a white fox in a wild boar pen. I'm afraid that if it could be picked up a bit more, it would turn out to be even more showy. Boss lady, what are you doing? Earlier, because of her irritable mood, before the betting game started, Golden Cicada didn't listen to the boss's wife's betting capital that also included herself. The little brother is innocent enough. He's not still a virgin, is he? The boss's wife gave a foxy smile and brushed her hand across Golden Cicada's chest. You're joking. I just want to know how to travel to the Central Plains in this method of redeeming Yang life. Golden Cicada pivoted away from the other man's hand like an electric shock. pulling back a step with each word. The long night is long, why be in a hurry? If you want to redeem your young life, just gamble and win 1,500 years and make a trip to Pudu culture self. As for this method of traveling to the Middle Kingdom, are you sure you want to go to the Middle Kingdom? The boss's wife twisted her shapely body and leaned forward one step at a time, not stopping until she had forced Golden Cicada to retreat. Of course I'm sure, Golden Cicada replied without a hint of hesitation as he leaned his back against the wall, listening to the boss's wife's words. If you want to redeem your young life, you still have to make a trip to the Pudu sect in person. Only the current Golden Cicada, who couldn't wait to get away from that group of evil devils and crooks, how could he still take the initiative to go there? Kid, what do you want? Do you want my body or not? Seeing the Golden Cicada guy's attention, which didn't seem to be on his own body at all, the boss's wife asked with a puff of air. I didn't say I wanted it either, Golden Cicada said helplessly with his hands spread out. Hearing this, the boss's wife instantly froze. It was then that she recalled that the guy in front of her seemed to have said something like that. Only at the time she thought that Golden Cicada was just a little shy. Inexperienced little chicks. I don't care to use them. Old me. The boss's wife also has a backbone. And when she heard that Golden Cicada refused so completely, she sat on her butt on the bed and angrily smoked the pot of tobacco in her hand that never left her. Boss lady, please tell me in detail. It seems that the road that wants to travel to the Central Plains has been blocked. What's going on here? Golden Cicada changed her face into a smile and gently walked over to the boss's wife's side, reaching out to squeeze her shoulders. Can bend and can stretch in order to be a great man. It seems that want to leave the southern wasteland. Must be in front of this woman coaxed happy only. Don't give me that shit. The people who want to get me can line up from this flower house to the Central Plains. Don't pinch your shoulders. Pound my legs. My old lady's legs are sore. After realizing that Golden Cicada indeed had no thoughts about herself, this self-proclaimed title also changed from sister to old mother. Got it. Golden Cicada sat on the edge of the bed and took the boss's wife's jade leg, which was coveted by 10,000 people, and placed it on his knee, then kneaded on it with skillful techniques. That's not a bad technique. And seeing as you're still on board, I'll tell you. Old lady. The owner's wife closed her eyes and enjoyed herself as she narrated. The current southern wasteland has long since ceased to be the southern wasteland of 13 years ago. Since the arrival of the Pudu Sage Master, she has used her great magical powers to seal off all the roads to the Central Plains. And I'm afraid that if you really want to go to the Central Plains, you'll have to go through the consent of the Pudu Sage Master herself to do so. According to the date, in a few days the head of Pudu County will come to collect taxes. If you have the guts you can mention this to him. If you are lucky you may meet Pudu Siencher himself. It's just that I'm afraid that if I'm unlucky, I'll be squeezed into blood juice. The boss's wife was already lying on all fours on the bed at this time, with her two jade legs at the mercy of Golden Cicada's rubbing. Collecting taxes? Is this Pudu sage trying to be the king of the southern wasteland? Golden Cicada asked suspiciously. The king of the southern wasteland? You're also underestimating her too much. The lifespan I earn from this flower house. She is going to take 90% of it. Not just me, but the entire merchants of the southern wasteland. She is going to collect all of them, the boss's wife said with some dissatisfaction. And in the meantime, she also changed her position, signaling Golden Cicada to give her a pinch of her pink little feet. Is there really no way to leave the southern wasteland other than getting the Pudu sage to agree? Golden Cicada does not believe in evil. He does not believe that such a large southern wilderness, all the way out, can still not be sealed by this Pudu wise master. No, not to mention the southern wasteland. You can't even walk out of this Pudu county without the Palm's consent. And do you think you're the only one who has this idea? The 100,000 troops of the Tang Kingdom stationed at the border have been trapped by her for so many years, and they still can't leave, the boss lady said and opened her eyes, exhaling a mouthful of thick white mist before resurveying the Golden Cicada. I see you're so fine and tender. You didn't come down from the mountains at all. Say, who the hell are you and what do you want? Holding the burning stick of cigarette against Golden Cicada's throat, the boss's wife grinned and asked. It's true that I'm not from the southern wasteland, but from Great Sheen, Golden Cicada said as she moved her hand off the boss lady's thigh and then got up. Great Sheen? What are you farting about? All the Sheen people in the southern wasteland don't have a number one like you. The boss's wife leapt up from the bed with a long leap, and took a stance of attack by splitting the cigarette pole in her hand into two sections, revealing the chilling blade inside. The sword of Sheen is sheathed, far from the river and mountains to fight for the capital of another country. Suddenly, only the Golden Cicada, with her hands behind her back, spoke inexplicably to the boss's wife. You, who the hell are you? How do you know this phrase? Swish, the little face of the boss's wife turned as white as paper, her speech stuttered, and the dagger in her hand shook incessantly. Say the next sentence and prove to me who you are. At this moment, the golden cicada's eyes showed the mighty light of a king, as if he had turned into Ing Lu in the Afan Palace, a division of tigers and wolves, as powerful as thunder, as powerful as a galloping horse. Blood will not flow until it is dry, and death will not stop the battle. Clunk! The dagger fell to the ground. Only the boss's wife dropped to one knee and put her head down. Just now, while massaging the root of the boss's wife's thigh, a black-white tattoo caught Golden Cicada's attention. You are under General White's command? Golden Cicada didn't let the boss's wife get up, but instead asked her from above. The White Family Army, the Dark Word Battalion. The boss's wife was in a cold sweat and didn't even dare to raise her head. Although it wasn't clear why the Golden Cicada knew so much, the coded language of the Bai clan's army was known only to the current Qin king besides Great General Bai. Dark Word Camp. Golden Cicada kept searching in his mind all those dynastic materials that he had gone through over the years. You're the group that was sent to Tang 13 years ago? Golden Cicada suddenly remembered. 13 years ago, when war broke out between Tang and Zhao, General Bai and the late king discussed the matter and sent a special team of 500 men to help Zhao fight against Tang, and it seems that this team was called the Dark Character Battalion. Only, before the Great War between Tang and Zhao had ended, this Dark Character Battalion inexplicably disappeared, and because it disappeared so suddenly, it was labeled a traitor. As a result, Great General Bai was also implicated by it and was impeached by his political opponents in the court, and was relegated from the head of the 100 generals to an ordinary general. Yes, 13 years ago 500 of our brothers from the Dark Character Battalion were trapped in the southern wasteland. As the boss's wife uttered these words, Golden Cicada clearly felt a strong killing intent. No, if I remember correctly, your mission was to assassinate a Tang general. How did you get trapped into the southern wasteland? Golden Cicada was wary, wondering if the boss's wife was hiding the truth from herself. The Crown Prince of the Tang Kingdom. Back then, we entered the southern wasteland with the Tang army in order to assassinate the Crown Prince of the Tang Kingdom, only to come to the southern wasteland not long afterward, and then have our way back blocked by the Pudu Sage Master. The boss's wife replied with her head down. Although he hadn't returned to Qin for 13 years, once a Qin man, he would be a Qin man for the rest of his life. Military discipline in the military must be strictly enforced. In that case, you get up first. Golden Cicada waved her hand, signaling the boss's wife to get up. My lord, may I ask who the hell you are? At this time, the boss's wife did not have the frivolity from before, but stood in a disciplined manner. The current king of Qin, brother of Ing Lu. Golden Cicada made up such an identity after thinking about it. After all, looking at the boss's wife's current reaction seems to be still loyal to Great Qin. If the identity is said to be too low, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to manage in the future. You are actually from the royal family? The boss's wife was shivering with fear, and when she thought that she had actually tried to sleep with Golden Cicada just now, and even let the other party pinch her legs and rub her feet, cold sweat swished out. This kind of treacherous behavior, if placed in the state of Qin, I am afraid that will be raised 3 clans. With this fear, the boss's wife even forgot to ask the Golden Cicada for what reason and how she came to the southern wasteland. My lord, please forgive me for my disrespect just now. The boss's wife dropped to her knees again with a thud. Get up. The top priority is how to leave the southern wasteland. There's no need to care about these trivial matters. Seeing that Golden Cicada didn't blame herself, the boss's wife let out a long breath. After all these years, haven't you ever thought of leaving the southern wasteland to return to the central plains? Back to your excellency, we brothers of the Dark Character Battalion think of returning to Qin all the time, only that this Pudu wise master in Pudu sect are indeed too weird, and we are simply powerless to resist with just a few hundred people in our district. Great Qin's Tiger and Wolf Division. The elite of the elite actually couldn't even shake the Pudu Sage Division. This made the Golden Cicada feel that it was feared that leaving the southern wasteland would be far more difficult than he had imagined. Seeing the Golden Cicada's worried look, the boss's wife, who had just stood up, once again fell to her knees. My lord, there may still be a chance to leave the southern wasteland, but please forgive us for our innocence after you hear this. Hurry up. Grunt. Golden Cicada wondered how the boss's wife, who was in a flirty position a few minutes ago, could not move and kneel at this moment. We have reached a common alliance with the leader of the Tang army, and if all goes well, it won't be long before we can attack the Yellow Dragon of the Pudu sect and capture the Pudu wise master alive. Joining forces with an enemy army is a great offense of treason that must be stated in advance. Are you sure? Golden Cicada didn't care if he was teaming up with an enemy country. As long as he could leave the southern wasteland, he wouldn't care about anything. 70% sure. After hearing the words of the boss's wife, Golden Cicada rejoiced. 70% certainty was already not low. Okay, when will we do it? Golden Cicada asked in a hurry. In a few days the head of the Pudu sect will come to the flower house to collect taxes, and then they will do it. Originally, The boss's wife was planning to pry open the little girl's mouth and pretend to join the Pudu sect herself first, to penetrate the other side in advance, so that she could make an inside-out attack at the critical time. But who knew that the little girl's bones were too hard? Even after all the tortures had been used, she wouldn't say the name of the golden cicada. Alright, I know. This matter must not be taken care of. First we must make sure that the Tang army side will not turn against us. Don't worry, my lord. The princes of the Tang army have been staying in this hellhole for 13 years, and they want to go back even more than us. The Dark Character Battalion. The boss's wife laughed and gave a smile that said everything was under control. Good. When the time comes for us to return to Great Sheen together, I will personally ask the Great King to give you credit. At these words, the boss's wife instantly burst into hot tears. After so many years, Great Sheen still hasn't forgotten them. Your Majesty, you'd better leave this little girl to me. I'll try to force her again and see if I can pry her mouth open. If I can find out the whereabouts of the other one, it will be beneficial to our plan. After the boss's wife finished speaking, she viciously walked in the direction of the little girl. It looked like it was going to be another interrogation overnight. Wait, you can't move this man. Golden Cicada got up and hastened to stop it. It's hard to believe that you, my lord, have. The boss's wife almost blurted out the words, special interest. However, when he thought that the two of them had changed drastically nowadays, he hastened to shut up. Only in his heart, he muttered, no wonder the golden cicada would have no interest in his body just now. The feelings did not like his own model. This man has done me a great favor. You must not touch him. Golden Cicada narrowed his eyes, his tone turning slightly icy. My lord, I'm sorry. Seeing the Golden Cicada's slightly angry look, the boss's wife once again fell to her knees once more. Never mind. I don't blame you for this anymore. Let me ask you, the people who tortured the little girl in recent days, were they brothers from the Dark Character Battalion? This time, instead of letting the boss's wife get up, Golden Cicada walked straight forward and pressed her hand on the other woman's head. No, I'm the only one in the entire Gungzi town, and the rest of the brothers in the Dark Word Battalion are elsewhere. The boss's wife gulped. Although she didn't look directly at the Golden Cicada, this killing intent from the king made her feel like falling into an ice cellar. This feeling was actually no less than the aura of Great General Bai when he went into battle to kill the enemy. She understood that Golden Cicada was moving to kill. Okay, you know what to do with these people, right? My lord understands. The boss's wife's heart was so disturbed that she could not wait to pluck out a piece of flesh to thank her. If because of his own reasons, so that the Dark Word Battalion of hundreds of brothers in the return to the Qin state was exempted from the reward of merit, that really is a big sin. Even if the fall of a car crack are difficult to atone for the crime. Dragging her heavy legs, the boss's wife's thoughts drifted one hand on the wall and staggered out of the Golden Cicada's room. Phew, a bunch of eyeless sons of bitches. Actually laying hands on such a cute little girl. I'm going to tear a few of you alive. The boss's wife let out a long breath, clenching her back teeth as she casually copied a long knife, and then strode aggressively towards the underlings' lounge. Little girl, come, I'll continue to heal you. Inside the room, Golden Cicada put the still faking sleepy little girl back on the bed, then slit her wrist to feed her blood for healing. It didn't stop until all the wounds on the other side had healed. Big brother, you were lying to her just now, weren't you? The little girl blinked her big eyes and asked towards Golden Cicada with a face full of innocence. You see? The Golden Cicada also understands in her heart that there are indeed loopholes in her words just now in her haste. How could the brother of the current Qin king not travel thousands of miles to come to this remote southern wilderness? Moreover, 13 years ago, the southern wasteland had been blockaded by the Pudu Sage Master, and the Golden Cicada could not have come before the age of 7. Well, you'll have to think of an excuse fast. Big brother, the bad guys will probably come around after a nap. Even after her injuries were healed, the little girl still snuggled in Golden Cicada's arms. Oh little girl, what do you think I should do? Although Golden Cicada already had a countermeasure in mind, she was still curious as to which step the clever little girl could come up with on her own. The little girl's eyes cooed as she thought wistfully. Don't say anything, put pressure on the other side with the royalty and let her make up her own mind. As a royal, there was no need to explain anything to the boss lady, who was a soldier, since she had already spoken the code words of the White Army. Unless the other person wants to go below the belt and intends to get out of the military. But if that's the case, there's even less to explain. After thinking for a long time, the little girl spoke up and answered. Smart, a fine uncut diamond in the rough. Golden Cicada was inwardly shocked after hearing this. This little girl not only had a flexible mind and a firm heart, but she even knew a little bit about imperial physiognomy. If born in Great Qin or a boy, even if it is a commoner origin, it is estimated that it can still compete for that one person under the face position. In this instant, Golden Cicada actually had the idea of wanting to cultivate the little girl and have her enter the court to assist Ing Lu in the future, even replacing the one who sits high on the throne. What's your name, little girl? Golden Cicada pinched the little girl's round little face. I don't know. They keep calling me a dead girl. The they in the little girl's mouth is probably the ugly couple she met in Nyoja village. You'll be with me from now on. And since you were born in Nyoja village and our first meeting was in Tangquan, let's call you Nyo Tangquan. It had to be said that the Golden Cicada's way of taking a name was not even as good as an 8th-generation poor peasant who couldn't read a single word. And the little girl in his arms immediately shook her head as fast as a rattle upon hearing this new name of his. Disgusted eyes looked unreservedly at Golden Cicada. Not satisfied with such a nice name? The Golden Cicada wondered if the name he had given himself was really hard to hear. Well, the little girl beamed, and though she said nothing, the meaning could not have been more obvious. So what do you want to be called? Luo Yang. I want to see where the Middle Kingdom's Son of Heaven lives, and then eat a piece of peach blossom pastry there. Yes, I will take you there and make you eat your fill. The moment. The night wind of the southern wasteland seemed to have turned gentle, blowing in from outside the house, gently lifting the curtains and curling up a few strands of the two men's hair. Golden Cicada and little Luo Yan pulled the hook and made a seemingly simple pact. The night is late. On the large bed, Golden Cicada and little Luo Yang were lying peacefully on one side of the bed. A large red brocade quilt embroidered with mandarin ducks. The two equally occupied one side each, probably used to sleeping on haystacks since I was a kid. The first time to sleep on such a soft bed, also covered with a comfortable quilt. The little Luo Yang did not take long to fall asleep with joy, until the latter part of the night. Little Luo Yang, who made soft snoring sounds, turned around in his sleep and without realizing it, actually wrapped an arm around Golden Cicada's arm. In the same position as he usually slept with his straw in his arms, he rested his not-so-long legs smoothly on the Golden Cicada's stomach. And at this point, Ing Lu, who was still eating refreshments and staying up all night in the Alhambra Palace to grade the sonata, had no idea what was happening on the other side. Early the next morning, Golden Cicada was the first to get up, and after seeing little Luo Yan who was pressing on top of him, he hurriedly and carefully placed the other party on the other end of the bed. The sweaty look seemed a little distracting, but it's not the Golden Cicada's fault. Although Xiao Luo Yang was already 14 years old, he had not developed much due to malnutrition because he had been underfed for years. The body type looked just like Wei Yan when he was 7 or 8 years old. My lord! Outside the house, the boss's wife gently knocked on the door of the room. Only the voice that spoke seemed a bit tired, as if she hadn't had much rest all night. Rubbing her temples, Golden Cicada put on her shoes and walked out. Opened the door. The boss's wife was seen kneeling on both knees with her head bowed, holding a mahogany plate with a porcelain bowl filled with raw meat. Blood was still dripping from the raw flesh, which appeared to have been freshly cut. Get up! Glancing at the 5 cupped boxes oozing blood at the feet of the boss's wife, and the thighs wrapped in white gauze, Golden Cicada instantly understood. My lord! In this box are 5 heads, and in the bowl is meat that I just cut from my leg. I hope that your excellency will not take into account the past grudges and will not take it out on our brothers in the Dark Character Battalion. The boss's wife was still kneeling on the floor, with absolutely no intention of getting up. Get up! You're not to blame for this. Since I said I would ask the Great King for credit for the Dark Character Battalion, I will definitely do it. You don't need to be skeptical. Golden Cicada picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for himself before pouring another cup for the boss's wife. Hear that? The boss's wife's heart, which had been in fear all night, finally relaxed. My lord, there's one thing I can't understand. The southern wasteland is more than 100,000 miles away from Great Qin. What on earth is the reason for this that you need to come here in person? Moreover, 13 years ago, the southern wasteland was sealed by the Pudu Sage Master. So how did you come in, my lord? Sure enough, the boss's wife thought of these questions as she returned to her senses. Who are you to ask more about the Wang family's affairs? Or do you want to pry into the secrets of the Great King? Golden Cicada snapped and slammed the teacup on the ground, and a cold light that showed in her eyes scared the boss's wife, who fell on her knees again despite her leg injury. I wouldn't dare. This time, the boss's wife was 99% sure. As far as the aura of the lord in front of him was concerned, it could be faked by someone other than the royal family. What's more, it wasn't that easy to be able to reveal the secret words of the White Army. As the saying goes, you have to give grace and mercy together. You can't just give the stick and not the carrot. Boss lady, please get up. Don't keep kneeling around like that. This is not the Central Plains, much less Great Qin's Xianyang City, and I still need the help of your brothers in the Dark Character Battalion to escape from the southern wasteland together as one. Bowing her back and bending her knees, Golden Cicada reached out her hands to assist the kneeling boss lady. Thank you, Your Honor. You don't have to call me boss lady. I can't really afford this title. My surname is Hong. My name is Liangyu. You can just call me Liangyu. Golden Cicada didn't expect that the sultry and flirtatious-looking boss lady would actually have such a valiant name. Liangyu, last night was too much of a rush, so come and give me a detailed explanation of who this Pudu wise master really is, and what is your plan? Golden Cicada also pondered last night. 100,000 Tang troops actually all trapped in the southern wilderness for 13 years. This is not something that an ordinary sect can do. You should know that even in the Central Plains, the world sects of foreigners were as numerous as the stars in the night sky, but they were always under the administration of the king's power. Actually, I'm not very clear on that. Master Pudu Xian himself rarely leaves the Pudu sect, although she has a good reputation among the people. A cult that collects young life is certainly not a good thing, and I had heard. Hong Liangyu suddenly stopped, and like yesterday's shopkeeper, he suspiciously glanced around the room, making sure no one was there before reopening his mouth. I've heard that the Pudu Shastra is not a human being at all. If it's not a person, then what is it? Golden Cicada's expression stiffened as he picked up the teacup on the table and put it to his mouth, then gently took a sip. It's an evil spirit, a demon, a chimera, or a sprite. Anyway, there are all kinds of stories, and some people say that Master Pudu Hyunshir is a Buddha who descended to earth from the Ban. From the Ban. The more Liangyu spoke, the more excited he became, and he even gestured with his hands. Instead, Golden Cicada, sitting in his chair, covered his chin and looked down in thought. There were 1,000 strange rumors about everything, which was not surprising, but no matter what, this Pudu Shirshu was definitely not an ordinary commodity. My lord, the brothers from the Dark Character Battalion will be here in 10 days. When that time comes, we will first restrain the Palmistress, and then we can attack the Pudu sect with the Tang army, and as long as we capture the Pudu wise teacher alive, the group will be able to leave the southern wasteland. Liangyu gradually said the plan of the Dark Word Battalion and the Tang army. Only the Golden Cicada did not expect that the gang's plan was actually so simple and rough. Why don't you just attack the Pudu sect and have to restrain the head priest first? The Golden Cicada voiced the question in his mind, always feeling that this program was a bit superfluous. Your Excellency, you do not know that no one knows the way to the Pudu cult except for the head priests of the counties. So in order to enter the Pudu sect, you must first restrain the headmaster and let him lead the way. Liangyu slowly explained to Golden Cicada, although he was puzzled in his heart. This kind of common knowledge that everyone in the southern wasteland knew, the Golden Cicada actually didn't understand it, but did not dare to ask for more. I have another question. Since you are a member of the White Family Army, how come you are practicing merchantry in Gongzi Town? The Qin dynasty, famous for its tigers and wolves, has a military that is admired by all and has a status slightly higher than even the 3 religions. Businessmen, on the other hand, are just the lower 9 of the 9 streams. A soldier of Great Qin, it is reasonable to say that even if he died, he would not act in such a way. Back to your Excellency, this is one time and another time. We've been stuck in the southern wasteland for 13 years. A lot of things have changed, and the swords and axes and battle axes needed for the 100,000 Tang troops, as well as the expenses of the Dark Character Battalion for all these years, is a considerable amount of money. My Red family has been in business since ancient times, so this matter of gathering money can only be done by me. In fact, in addition to the flower house in Gongzi Town, I've participated in the business of every place in Pudu County, or else it wouldn't have been just a few years, and I'd have raised everything. Hong Liangyu didn't seem to feel inferior at all because her family was in business, but instead was proud of her family. This honesty impressed Golden Cicada. I know, go ahead and go down. By the way, the big battle is coming. You should first recuperate your leg injury in peace these days. Although it was just a simple greeting, the fact that he could say such words as a royal was enough to make Hong Liangyu grateful. Thank you for your concern, my lord. By the way, my lord, I have found the best healer in Gongzi Town who can heal your benefactor's wounds. When do you think is convenient? In order to make up for their own mistakes. Read Liangyu last night, the neighborhood of 8 villages of physicians, all invited to the House of Flowers. No, I have my own means. Golden Cicada waved his hand. After Hong Liangyu left, little Luoyang on the bed also opened his big, bleary eyes. Big brother, the Pudu Sage Master is not that easy to deal with. You heard it all? Then tell me what you think. Golden Cicada looked at little Luoyang and asked with considerable interest. I don't know what to say. Anyway, someone who can rule the southern wasteland for 13 years is definitely not simple. Little Luoyang couldn't say why, but her intuition told her that she was afraid things wouldn't go so well. I understand all of this, and Hong Liangyu must have been hiding something just now. If it was that simple, why would the Tang army have waited 13 years to make their move? Golden Cicada laughed, but he didn't care about that. The Bai family army was the elite of the Qin army, and he believed that it was impossible for Great Qin's soldiers to be so stupid that they would not even think of these things. And it was the tradition of the Qin army that the details of the march could not be told to anyone except the general during the battle. Enough about that. I'll take you out for some good food one of these days. Golden Cicada suddenly remembered that when she had tricked little Luo Yang into cutting the hemp rope for herself, she had said that she would take her to eat delicious food. I just didn't realize that what started out as a joke was now coming true. The next few days, daytime, Golden Cicada then took little Luo Yang and wandered aimlessly around the streets of Gongzi town, stopping now and then to look at the novelties and try the delicious snacks. Little Luo Yang, who had never eaten meat before, never closed his mouth for the whole day. A small belly, always in a bulging state, and Golden Cicada had incidentally gotten the two a new set of clothes. I have to say that although Xiao Luo Yang is thin, her features are beautiful. If the nutrition can keep up, she will surely grow into a beauty no less than Hua Yang and Hong Liangyu in the future. Of course, with all the expenses these days, there was no way the Golden Cicada was going to slit her wrists and bleed out again. All lifespans are paid for by the House of Flowers. This also led to the men in the town, all thinking that Golden Cicada had become Hong Liangyu's male favorite. Although each of them was jealous, they didn't dare to say half a word. And so it goes, until the seventh day. Hong Liangyu suddenly pushed open the door to Golden Cicada's room with one hand, even forgetting to report, "My lord, it's a big deal." The corners of Hong Liangyu's sweaty mouth trembled slightly, and his pupils revealed incredible horror. "What's wrong?" Golden Cicada asked with a slight frown. "The Tang army. 100,000 Tang troops have disappeared." Hong Liangyu clenched his hands into fists, and the Golden Cicada was shocked to hear this. How could 100,000 people just disappear? "Master Pudu Xian is personally coming to Gongzi town tomorrow." Hong Liangyu spoke again. "Liangyu, speak slowly. How can my great Qin generals be so flustered?" Looking at Hong Liangyu's miserable little face, Golden Cicada got up to comfort and help stabilize the other party's mood. "My lord, a whole 100,000 people said to disappear." This, Hong Liangyu's entire body trembled slightly as she spoke. The action that had been planned for many years would actually be undone on the eve of the action, which also made Hong Liangyu turn a little confused. "How can you be sure that this is the work of the Pudu sage?" Golden Cicada didn't believe that 100,000 troops could be gotten rid of by a cult leader just saying so. Who else but her? "Don't be so hasty. If you can make 100,000 troops disappear in an instant, why would Master Pudu Xian still need to live at a snail's pace in the southern wasteland? There must be something else going on with this matter." Unlike Hong Liangyu and the others who had lived under the obscene authority of the Pudu sect for more than a decade, the Golden Cicada looked at things much more rationally. "Let's not talk about the Tang army for now. How did the Pudu wise master come to Gongzi town all of a sudden? Didn't you say that she seldom leaves the Pudu sect?" Not dwelling on what has already happened irrevocably, but facing the change in front of him. This is the habit of the Golden Cicada to do things all the time. "I'm not really sure. Originally it was supposed to be 5 days later when one of the palmers came over to collect the taxes. About this matter Hong Liangyu is also full of fog. Cannot think of a reason. "My lord, I have an idea." Suddenly, Hong Liangyu's expression changed. It's like catching a ray of light in the darkness, but there's also a bit of a broken look to it. "You say, capture the thief first. Since this Pudu wise master has come in person, might as well take this opportunity to take it down in one fell swoop. The brothers of the Dark Character Battalion will be the first to arrive at 36 tonight. It's just a pity that the big forces are still all behind. Worthy of being the #1 assassination unit of the White Family Army. Even if they were in a desperate situation, they still had to find a way to break out of it. Would it be a little too reckless?" Golden Cicada asked in a low voice, and although she praised Hong Liangyu's impromptu reaction, she still couldn't help but be suspicious in her heart. If just a few people could take out the Pudu Sage Master, why would the Dark Character Battalion and the Tang Army need to be trapped for 13 whole years? "Your Excellency does not know. For so many years it was because we did not know where the Pudu sect's base camp was that we gathered the Tang Army to make this move. Now that the Pudu Wise Master has come in person, I'm afraid that there will not be a second time if we miss this rare opportunity." "My lord, don't worry. Qin's sword is as sharp as thunder. As long as it can get within 3 paces of the Pudu Sage Master, the Dark Character Battalion is certain to cut him in two." Looking at Hong Liangyu's decisive look, Golden Cicada wasn't going to say anything else. In fact, in his heart, he also expected the Dark Character Battalion to succeed, and Golden Cicada also wanted to see what this Lord of the Southern Wasteland, the legendary Pudu Wise Master, was really like. "Good, then we'll go ahead with your plan. The sun is setting now." There were less than 7 or 8 hours left before the Pudu Sage Master arrived at Gongzi town. While there was still time, Golden Cicada allowed himself a nap, changing into Ing Lu's body. He got up and headed to the book-ranging building so that he could check if there was any literature on the Pudu wise master. Are you saying that even the range book building has no record of the Pudu sage master? Ing Lu asked as he sat in his chair with a frown on his face to the bookkeeper in front of him. Yes, sire. Never seen a record of this man. And it's not just the southern wasteland. When the old minister traveled through the central plains back in the day, he hadn't heard of such a person either. The bookkeeper stood aside and replied respectfully. That's strange. Can't it be that this man came out of nowhere? The range book building, which summarizes the world's literature, did not even record it, which made the golden cicada more and more curious about who, or what, this Pudu wise master was. Trouble you to investigate if there was a big figure or sect that disappeared strangely in the Central Plains 13 years ago, and then investigate if the countries in the Central Plains that border the southern wasteland have acted strangely in the past 13 years. By the way, focus on checking the royal changes in Tang in recent years. The southern wasteland had now seen such a big figure. It was reasonable to say that the several Central Plains countries that bordered the southern wasteland would not allow the other side to develop in such a way, especially the Don. With a country's prince trapped, had King Tang never considered sending troops to attack the southern wasteland? This series of clues made Golden Cicada feel that things were not that simple. I'm afraid. Southern wilderness. After Ing Lu's side had finished explaining everything, Golden Cicada awoke, but as soon as he opened his eyes, he found the two of them, Han Liangyu and Little Luoyang, looking at him with wide eyes. Big man, the brothers from the Dark Character Battalion have arrived. Han Liangyu stumbled and spoke in a hurry. Well, show me around. Between Golden Cicada and Ing Lu, the sleeping body would not wake up easily unless it received a fatal blow or unbearable pain. Looking at Han Liangyu's flustered appearance, I guess he hadn't yelled in his own ear just now. Settle Little Luoyang in his room. Golden Cicada and Han Liangyu headed to one of the elegant rooms in the flower house. Push open the door to the room. I saw a group of men and women dressed in plain clothes and straw hats, huddled inside the house, eating and drinking. Unlike Han Liangyu, this group of people looked much rougher and older, so it was assumed that they hadn't experienced much wind and sun over the years. Bai Tao and the gang stopped first. This is the brother of the current Qin king. Everyone first come quickly to pay their respects. The brother of the king of Qin? Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was confused. It had been more than 10 years since they left Great Qin. And when they suddenly heard that someone from the royal family was visiting, everyone looked at the Golden Cicada for a moment. Exempted. Nowadays the situation is special, so we need not care about these complicated manners and etiquettes. Golden Cicada pressed his hands downward and pretended toward the motionless few. The Qin king's brother? Jade, do you know what you're talking about? A middle-aged man, estimated to be 37 or 88 years old and blind in one eye, questioned towards Han Liangyu in a low voice. Bai Tao. He knows the code words of our white army. Han Liangyu understood in her heart that it was indeed a bit illogical for a place like the southern wasteland to suddenly have people from the royal family arrive. It made sense that Shirato would be skeptical. Just because you know the secret word, does it have to be someone from the royal family? Han Yu, you are too careless. The man known as Shirato let out a long breath. Holding his hands on his knees, he slowly stood up, then drew the long knife at his waist, and then took a step towards Golden Cicada. Prove yourself to me. With the tip of the knife pointing at Golden Cicada's throat, Bai Tao asked expressionlessly, what are you doing with Bai Tutu? He is the eldest brother of the great king. Han Liangyu hurriedly blocked the middle of the two, spreading her hands out to Bai Tao. Get out of the way. I'll cut off my ears to atone for my sins if he can prove himself. This Bai Tao is also a ruthless man, who can't move without cutting his ears and digging his nose. Liangyu, get out of the way. Golden Cicada pushed aside Han Liangyu, who was in his way, then took a step towards the tip of Bai Tao's blade. In what capacity are you questioning me? In the face of this person, the Golden Cicada knows that if he shows weakness, it will make the other party more suspicious. Bai family army, Dark Character Battalion, 100 generals, Bai Tao, first eldest grandson of great General Bai, Bai Tao said with a proud face. The sword in his hand had no intention of lowering, still pointing straight ahead. Great General Bai's first grandson, that would be General Bai Yu's eldest son. Did the fishbelly sword pass into your hands? Golden Cicada smiled slightly. Hearing this, only Bai Tao's body trembled slightly, and even the tip of his sword withdrew half a point backwards. How do you know about the fishbelly sword? Bai Tao's aura had obviously weakened a few points at this point. In the last generation, the king of Qin had been mindful of great General Bai's outstanding military service and privately presented him with a famous sword, the fishbelly. But I heard that when Nagasun came of age, this famous sword was again given as a gift to you as a young man. Can this be true? The moment Golden Cicada's words came out, Bai Tao subconsciously withdrew the longsword in his hand. Only grandfather and father knew about this matter. How on earth did this man in front of him know about it? Can it be that he is really the brother of the current king of Qin? Shirato resumed sizing up the golden cicada. 10 years ago at the banquet, when I followed the late king to feast on Elder General Bai. Elder General Bai had mentioned you. It's a pity that the Honorable White Family Army and Dark Character Battalion are actually trapped in a place like the Southern Wasteland, and have been convicted of treason. Golden Cicada moved towards a chair at the table and then leisurely poured himself a cup of fresh tea. Treason? How could our Bai family army commit treason? Which son of a bitch started the rumor? Bai Tao, who had been proud of his identity as a Bai clan member all his life, instantly became furious upon hearing this. The Bai family army can die in battle, but they must not fall under the charge of treason. 13 years ago the Dark Character Battalion suddenly disappeared into thin air, and old General Bai was implicated by you, and was impeached by 100 officials in the imperial court, and was relegated from the head of the 100 generals to an ordinary general. Now that it has been many years since I went into battle to kill the enemy, the sword in this hand is probably dull, Golden Cicada said to himself as he sipped his tea. As for the 30 or so people present in the Dark Character Battalion, they were furious upon hearing this, and one by one, they all drew their swords from their belts. All of them regarded old General Bai as their idol and the Bai family army as their pride. The name of treason is nothing less than a strange shame for them, but you don't have to be in a hurry. As long as you can leave the southern wasteland and return to Xianyang City, I will definitely explain to the great king to clear your names and seek justice for great General Bai. The words came out. The originally still noisy atmosphere instantly turned quiet, leaving only the Golden Cicada's voice echoing in the house, including Bai Tao, who had not believed in Golden Cicada's identity just a moment ago. He also lowered his noble head. Is the fish belly sword still in your possession? You haven't lost it after all these years, have you? The Golden Cicada sat in his chair like a superior man and asked questions towards the courtiers below. It's not lost. This sword is more important than my life. How could it be lost? At this time, Bai Tao also no longer questioned the identity of the Golden Cicada, and was thinking of returning to Qin early so that he could help his grandfather clear his name. Good. For tomorrow's action, we'll use this fish-bellied sword. Legend has it that the fish-belly sword was once stained with the blood of a certain prince of the Central Plains, and can break through all evil spirits, making it one of the best weapons in the Central Plains. Taking a step back, even if this Pudu sage master was really as rumored, this fish-belly sword would still be able to cut him down. Yes, subordinate obeyed, Bai Tao answered painfully. That's all. The 36 members of the Dark Character Battalion, together with Hong Liangyu and Golden Cicada, a total of 38 people had begun a detailed formation in order to assassinate the Pudu wise master tomorrow. It wasn't until the latter part of the night when everything was arranged that I was ready to rest for a few moments. Just suddenly, the night wind in Gongzi town howled wildly, and the dark clouds instantly covered the only bright light above the sky. Outside the town at the cairn, the silence of the night was broken by the loud and eerie sound of gongs and drums. Hundreds of beautiful and elegant female nuns dressed in plain white monk's robes, each of them with solemn faces lined up in 2 long rows, plucking Buddha beads with one hand and scattering paper flowers with the other, and the mouth chanted, buzzing with scripture. Behind the female nun, there were 2 more rows of large red sedan chairs, which were bright and colorful, contrasting with the white female nun in front. If the Golden Cicada and little Luo Yang were there at this time, they would be able to realize that this sedan chair was exactly the same as the one they had seen in Nyojia village, and at the end of the procession was a huge lotus platform. The lotus pedestal was covered in clean white gauze and carried by a dozen strong men blindfolded. Someone's coming. The Golden Cicada, who had a keen sense of hearing, was the first to notice the abnormality. Drums and gongs, Buddhist scriptures. What kind of configuration is this? Can't it be that the Pudu sage has already arrived at the town's entrance? The White family army, who had not yet had time to rest, all came together again upon hearing this. Liang Yu, didn't you say you wouldn't be here until noon? It's hard to overturn a plan that you've just agreed upon. Bai Tao frowned tightly with both eyebrows and asked Hong Liangyu to the side. I don't know. The letter did say it wouldn't arrive until noon. Hong Liangyu was also confused. Guys, don't rush first. Liangyu, you hurry to prepare yourself. Bai Tao, you take your brothers and pretend to be Johns and gamblers to disperse inside the flower house. When the time comes you will see what to do. Golden Cicada quickly made the arrangements before the crowd went their own way. And at that moment the streets of the town, the procession slowly advanced. The sound of gongs and drums intertwined with the sound of the female nuns' Buddhist beads, creating an eerie yet solemn atmosphere. Residents of the town were also poking their heads out of their homes to see what all the fuss was about. But here's the strange thing. The moment everyone's eyes caught sight of the team, they all lost their consciousness and became insane, muttering to themselves in place. It took a few moments before it returned to normal. The forward procession eventually arrived at the entrance of the flower house. The white-robed female nuns continued to chant sutras and scatter flowers. and the sedan chair procession kept blowing swana and banging gongs and drums. Boss's wife of the flower house, come out and meet with the Pudu wise master. The team, a big, bald man, dragging his dirty, black-haired potbelly out. A large string of Buddha beads hung around his thick, dark neck. His limbs were 3 times as thick as a normal person's, and his large feet were actually stepping on the ground bare, probably because he didn't have proper shoes, walking with an occasional snap of the bubbling cackle box. And the most disgusting thing of all was his bad nose that dripped thick liquid in his mouth full of big yellow teeth. It always felt like this man's breath could poison a town. Here it comes, the little woman is here. Only to see Hong Liangyu trotting towards the big man with a winking smile on her face in her sexy little dress. Lord Palmistress, didn't you say it would be at noon? How come it's so far in advance? The youngest daughter hasn't even prepared the food and wine. Hong Liangyu picked up the wine pot and poured a full bowl for this Pudu County's headmaster. What's going on? Do I need to tell you when Pudu Shastra is coming? The palmist drank the wine in his cup in one go, and with a lecherous gaze he aimed at Hong Liangyu's thighs that were coveted by millions of people. Looking at the lewd eyes that made her sick to her stomach, Hong Liangyu forcibly suppressed the urge to cut the other party. Still wearing a smile, he said in an almost curt tone of pretentiousness, "My lord, as before, 20 pretty girls drugged with winks, 30 roasted suckling pigs, and 50 vats of fine wine, have all been prepared for you. This Purdue County pal is good for sex, booze, and big meat." Every time he came to collect taxes, he had to ask Hong Liangyu to prepare these things for himself in advance. There had been a time the year before when just because Hong Liangyu had underprepared a pig and a vat of wine, it had caused the fellow to become furious. Not only did he take dozens of girls from Flower House, but he also made Hong Liangyu personally wash his body to make amends. It's still you guys at Flower House who know what they're doing. I'm going to go get comfortable and cozy. Jade, when you don't become the boss lady of this Flower House one day, don't go looking for death. I'll definitely come to find you for a quickie then. Ha ha. Had it not been for the order of the Pudu sage that those who could collect taxes for the Pudu sect for more than 3,000 years could not use force, otherwise, this fat-headed palmist would probably be having a good time with Hong Liangyu's tender and delicate body at this very moment. You are joking, my lord. Holding back the acid that welled up in her stomach, Hong Liangyu still accompanied her smile, and after the palmist had finished speaking, he strutted towards the interior of the flower house. Fellow white nuns and sedan chair team, but all as if the dead is quietly standing in place. And even everyone's posture is the same. All are hands hanging down in front of the legs, head slightly lowered, eyes are staring at the floor motionless. My lord, don't worry about it. Tell the people of the town that no one is allowed to go out or come halfway near this place until the Pudu sage has left. My lord, is Sage Pudu in that lotus platform? I'm going to prepare the wine and food to receive the wise master. Hong Liangyu pointed to the lotus platform at the very back of the line and asked towards the dark and plump palmist. Humph. Is the wise master not for you to see? We have our own people to serve. Hearing the palmist's words, Hong Liangyu clenched inwardly. If the Pudu sage didn't show up, then the brothers of the Dark Character Battalion wouldn't be able to get within 3 paces of him, and the assassination wouldn't be able to take place. If you risk a strong attack, the chances of winning are not very good. At the thought of this, Hong Liangyu was actually a bit at a loss for words, and at this point, inside the upper room on the 3rd floor of the flower house, Golden Cicada quietly lifted the curtains and peered down from upstairs. It was only when the gaze swept over to that lotus platform. It was as if his head had been hammered hard, and the scene in front of his eyes began to gradually become blurry, and an indescribable feeling of exhilaration instantly swept through his entire body. The moment the Golden Cicada had left the matter of leaving the southern wasteland behind, even forgetting that he was burdened with the grand wish to unify the world, and was filled with extreme hedonism. Big brother, are you alright? Because of his lack of height, little Lo Yan couldn't see the lotus platform outside the window, and didn't fall into a sinkhole like the Golden Cicada. What just happened to me? The Golden Cicada, who had slowed down, stood still, but inwardly it turned over for a long time. Big brother, there's something wrong with your expression just now. It's like you're possessed. Little Luo Yan rubbed his head and said after thinking about it, this Pudu sage master really isn't right. Pulling down the curtains, Golden Cicada calmed her ups and downs, wondering in the back of her mind if this assassination had been a little too rushed. The other side, Hong Liangyu led the palmist to one of the largest rooms in the flower house. My lord, take your time. I'll go prepare the wine and meat for you. After Hong Liangyu finished speaking, she closed the door of the room with a sense of humor. Just see the room. Everywhere is red brocade silk. Eaves also hang a few big red lanterns, like a big girl married boudoir general. On a huge bed of mandarin ducks lay 20 naked girls with misty eyes and flushed faces. These young girls are each dull-eyed, lying on the bed with both hands constantly touching up and down in unison. Ha ha, this batch is really superb, the head priest said as he took off his monk's clothes that couldn't even wrap around his stomach. A thick scarlet tongue licked the thick lips continuously. 2 hands as thick as a bear's paw rubbed around, even rubbing out some dirt and grime. And the surface of his body was covered in a silky, sticky bead of sweat. It looked alive like a black-haired wild mountain pig in heat. Not long after Hong Liangyu left, the entire flower house was filled with moans and shouts coming from this room. Shit, dead fat pig, I'll make you die one day. The genius of the dark character camp, who had followed Bai Tao to kill in all directions at the age of 15, was now powerless in the face of a mountain pig that had become a spirit. And Hong Liangyu's body rippled with goosebumps when he thought of the other party's piggy face with its long black hair. And thinking of the other party's lustful eyes, Hong Liangyu really wanted to dive headfirst into the bathtub and wash for a dozen hours before saying anything. Jade, there must be a way to lure out the Pudu Sage Master. I can only succeed if I get within 3 steps of him. Behind Hong Liangyu, Bai Tao, who was wearing a straw raincoat with a straw hat, whispered in a special language only known to the Dark Character Battalion. I'll figure it out. Hong Liangyu sighed darkly and replied in an equally small voice. Another 2 hours passed. With his monk's robe draped over his shoulders and a rosy grin on his face, the headmaster walked out of the room. Bring me my roasted pig and fine wine. My lord, I am hungry. Hearing the roar of the wild mountain pig, Hong Liangyu let out a long breath, then slapped his cheeks with both hands and replaced them with a skillful smile. My lord, it was ready for you long ago. Bending over, Hong Liangyu said respectfully on the surface, but his mouth murmured in a small voice. Eat, 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 go eat your kind, dead fat pig. Understood. I'll put in a good word for you in front of the wise master in the future, the palmist said, patting his stomach prettily. My lord, I've admired the wise master for a long time. Can you give me a chance to see the true face of the wise master? Coming to the huge dining table, Hong Liangyu personally picked up the wine jar and poured wine for the palmist. After pouring, also smoothly pushed the exquisite small wooden box, which had been prepared long ago, to the other party's front. This time, in the face of the request, the palmist did not directly refuse, but asked after looking at the wooden box, a small token of respect. I hope you will smile, my lord. Accompanied by a smiling face, Hong Liangyu gently opened the wooden box, only to see a superb dragon root rome laying flat inside. My lord, although your prowess is already no less than that of a dragon in the 9 heavens, this thing will allow you to experience a higher level of extreme pleasure. This is something I went through a lot of trouble to find for you. 99% rare. Pushing the wooden box in front of the palmist, Hong Liangyu smiled. That's a good one. Only to see the palmist's eyes glowing. How could he, who had always preferred the affairs of men and women, not know how valuable this thing in front of him was? Have a heart. Little Jade, you have a heart. Tomorrow I will arrange for you to bow to the wise master in front of the Lotus Terrace. The headmaster put the wooden box into his bosom and agreed to Hong Liangyu's request with his mouth. After finally taking care of this dead fat pig in front of her, Hong Liangyu then let go of her heart. Even the speed at which the wine was poured under his hand had become much more diligent. After drinking and thinking about lust, the palmist patted his belly, which had tripled in size again, before returning to his room and snoring like thunder. Jade, tomorrow you and 4 of the brothers will come with me to meet the Pudu weed, and the rest of the brothers will wait on the sidelines for a chance to make up for it. Shirato wiped his fish-bellied sword, which hadn't been stained with blood for a long time. For the glory of the Dark Character Battalion, and for the sake of Grandpa's innocence, tomorrow's assassination must only succeed and not fail. Okay, I'll prepare 6 special wooden boxes for hiding the swords overnight, because I was worried that I would be searched when I met with the Pudu Sage tomorrow. There were some things that I still had to prepare in advance. The 36 members of the Dark Character Battalion in the room were all rubbing their fists at the moment, wishing for the sun to rise earlier. Gentlemen, haven't you rested yet? Pushing the door in. Unlike these people from the Dark Word Battalion, Golden Cicada's face didn't have much of a smile on it, and was even preoccupied. My lord, the night is late, why have you not rested? Hong Liangyu hurriedly got up and asked in an attentive opening. Couldn't sleep. Asked you guys about something. Golden Cicada sat down on his own. Only this look of sadness made the people of the Dark Character Camp a bit puzzled. There is no harm in asking. My lord. Bai Tao put away the fish-bellied sword in his hand, then reinserted it back into his waist. 100,000 Tang troops disappeared. What the hell is going on here, and where is the source of the news? It's a long story, but the source of the information is absolutely reliable. Seeing how certain Bai Tao was, Golden Cicada lowered his head and pondered. It's always a bit unbelievable that 100,000 well-trained troops can disappear overnight. And the news from Yingluo. Tang did send troops to conquer the southern wasteland 13 years ago, but after only a few days at the border, the army returned the same way without even a moment's delay. and it didn't take long for King Tang to act as if this had never happened and announce the re-establishment of the crown prince in court. The clues are few and far between, but it's not hard to deduce from some of the clues. The Tang kingdom should have met with this Pudu sage in the first place, and even entered into some kind of unknown cooperation. Otherwise, there was absolutely no reason to withdraw the troops to stop the crusade against the southern wasteland and retrieve the crown prince. Let me ask you, does this prince have prestige in the Tang army? Who is the one who makes the decisions in the Tang army? With the index finger of his right hand, Golden Cicada gently tapped the tabletop made of pearwood. The thud was not loud, but it made even the breathing of the 37 people on the opposite side of the room become a lot thinner. Although the crown prince is not directly in charge of the army, after all, he is the crown prince of the dynasty enough to suppress these people. And as for the decision maker you are talking about is indeed not the crown prince either, but the general. While answering the Golden Cicada's question, Shirato seemed to have sensed something, but there was always a line that couldn't be sorted out. What bullshit about the crown prince of the day? The crown prince of the Tang kingdom was changed 13 years ago. After Golden Cicada thumped the tabletop, he stared at Bai Tao and said, the sharp eyes made Bai Tao, whose hands were stained with hundreds of human lives, actually subconsciously dodge. Tomorrow's assassination operation will be cancelled for the time being. I suspect that the Tang general has already collaborated with Pudu Xianxue inside and out, and the disappearance of the 100,000 Tang troops is just a front. And this time, Pudu Xianxue has come in person, and odds are that this time, it's for the sake of you people. Just now, taking advantage of some time, Ying Lu, who was far away from Great Qin, took over the body and flipped through the dynastic archives of 13 years ago as fast as he could. Then combined with what Bai Tao had just said, Golden Cicada made this decision. My lord, this is absolutely not possible. After 13 years, this is still the first time that the Pudu sage has stepped out of the Pudu sect. If we miss this time, I'm afraid that we will never have another chance. In the face of the Golden Cicada, although Bai Tao did not want to offend, this assassination could never be stopped just like that. In order to clear the Dark Character Battalion's name of treason, as well as his grandfather's innocence, Bai Tao could not wait to go downstairs to the Lotus Terrace right now, and directly cut off the head of Pudu Xianxue. It was almost impossible to get him to stop now. What if I have to tell you to stop? Or wait a few more days and see? Golden Cicada narrowed his eyes and stared at Bai Tao, already having the intention of discarding the disobedient rapier in his mind. I'm sorry to have to do this, my lord. The opportunity is fleeting. And what are you going to tell us if you are the one who guessed wrong? Bai Tao waved his hand, signaling his men to all stand behind him. And Hong Liangyu, who heard this, hurriedly got up and came out to round up the conversation, but was stopped by Bai Tao. Phew, exhale a cloudy breath. All right, since you have to act, then I will no longer intervene in this matter. All actions will be under your command. Tomorrow I will be observing from the shadows. I hope that you will not expose my presence by then. By the way, if it's true that I guessed wrong, I'll pour you tea and admit my mistake. And when we return to Great Qin, everyone will be rewarded with 1,000 gold and 10,000 acres of good land. After Golden Cicada finished speaking, he got up and patted his clothes before heading towards the house. My lord, you take your time. With the fish belly sword in hand, I'll take the head of this Pudu Xianxue tomorrow. At this moment, Bai Tao seemed to have victory in his grasp, and his words were full of confidence. Well, I hope I can serve you tea tomorrow. After you leave here, Golden Cicada returned to her room and lay down on her bed, placing her hands behind her head and opening her large, thin eyes to stare up at the ceiling without blinking. Seems to be thinking about something. Early in the morning, it was still dark, moments before the rooster crows. Outside the flower house, the long procession of sedan chairs and the white-clothed nuns were quiet, not making a sound all night, and the lotus platform behind them. A breeze blew up the white veil, revealing a corner of the inside. If Bai Tao could see what was inside the lotus table at this moment, this assassination would definitely end immediately. Jade, why is there someone else besides you? See, the obese palmist looked at the 5 men and 1 woman in front of him and questioned towards Hong Liangyu. My lord, these are the townsfolk of our Gongzi town. They all admire the wise master for a long time just like I do, and I hope that your lordship can give us a chance to fulfill our wish. Hong Liangyu and Bai Tao, who was disguised as a resident of the town, were all carrying exquisite wooden boxes in their hands, and the boxes were filled with all kinds of rare and precious things. These things you are holding in your hands are all pulled back from the central plains by the Pudu sect. Do you think that the wise master can look at these things? The palmist grunted lightly, looking at the gold and silver jewelry in front of him with a face full of disdain. My lord, these are our thoughts. I hope you. The headmaster directly interrupted Hong Liangyu's words and waved his hand towards the few people in front of him and said, forget it, since it's your filial piety, just take it. the wise master won't care anyway. Seeing that the master of the house suddenly became so nice, not even searching his body, Han Liangyu's heart thumped, and subconsciously actually felt that Golden Cicada's proposal last night was right. Only that there was no turning back from the bow, and at this moment there was no way back, and at that moment on the other side of the corner, the Golden Cicada brought little Luoyang in a remote nook and cranny. Witnessing Han Liangyu and the 6 white Taoists walking step by step towards the lotus terrace, Bai Taoping carried the box in which the gift was placed. His head lowered as he followed Han Liangyu's light steps towards the huge lotus platform in front of him. Looking at the distance of less than 100 paces, Bai Tao reduced his heart rate to half of his usual rate at the moment. 99 steps, 98 steps, 97 steps. Bai Tao slowly slowed his breathing and counted down silently in his mind. Also quietly touched the fish-bellied sword hidden in the box's compartment. And meanwhile on the street corner, little girl, you now hurry up and leave Gongzi town. Then run all the way towards the north until you're 20 miles away before stopping to wait for me. The Golden Cicada's complexion suddenly changed, and with a serious face, he said to the little Luoyang by his legs, "Okay, big brother, you be careful too." The understanding little Luoyang didn't ask much about the reason, turned his head and ran towards the outside of the town huffing and puffing. Only after seeing little Luoyang leave did Golden Cicada then refocus his gaze on Han Liangyu and Bai Tao's group. Something's not right. Something's really not right. Because of the extraordinary hearing, let the Golden Cicada perceive that the white-clothed female nuns in the sedan chair procession that had been standing for a night actually did not have a trace of breathing sound and snorting sound, and the strangest thing was still inside that lotus platform. The Golden Cicada had likewise no sound of breathing and snorting, except for hearing a mass of something similar to flesh hitting some kind of metal. Can it be that this Pudu Sage Master really isn't human? Golden Cicada moved her body toward the shadows of the alley. 15 steps, 13 steps, 10 steps. Having already arrived within 10 steps of the lotus terrace, Bai Tao and the others resisted the urge and continued to hold the wooden box as they walked slowly towards the front. What do you want? Stop it, all of you. Suddenly, the palmist standing in the back yelled out towards the few people, and this sound not only made Bai Tao and Han Liangyu inwardly startled, even the other 31 people from the Dark Character Battalion who were ambushed nearby trembled. Exposed? Bai Tao's first reaction was to press his hand on the fish belly sword, and if the situation was not right, he would just do it even if he didn't get within 3 steps. Have you forgotten the rules of the Pudu sect? 3 kneels and 9 kowtows before you can meet the wise master himself. The palmist stabbed his thick little thumb into his ear, picking at the fat ear while he said with a chipper voice, "Phew." Seeing that there didn't seem to be any exposure, Bai Tao was relieved. "My lord, I accidentally forgot in the excitement of the moment just now. We'll kowtow now." Han Liangyu stood at the very front and took the lead in bending down, pressing his entire body to the ground, and then kowtowing 3 times with a thud. The Bai Tao's several people behind them also followed suit, and all of them followed suit. "Oh, a bunch of fools, do you really think that the sage master doesn't know?" The headmaster sneered, then muttered in a low voice. As for Han Liangyu and Bai Tao, the several people had not realized at this moment that their actions today were truly as the Golden Cicada had said last night, and that they had been exposed long ago. As for the 3 kneels and 9 kowtows, it's pure bullshit. The Palmers are totally there to tease these guys a little bit. The thumping and kowtowing echoed through the quiet streets. In order to show their sincerity and for fear of being exposed, Bai Tao and Han Liangyu kowtowed and acted incredibly pious. Even his forehead was bumped and skinned. This scene, which was like a monkey's trick, made the Golden Cicada in the alleyway unable to bear to look at it. But it's obviously too late to try to stop this inviting drama. 5 steps, 4 steps. After kowtowing 3 more times, Bai Tao was finally within 3 steps of that lotus platform. "Do it!" Bai Tao drew out his fish-bellied sword. His heartbeat instantly spiked, and his blood accelerated through his body. The cold pair of eyes flashed with a sharp, chilling light. His body was full of killing intent. With a single step, Bai Tao leapt onto the lotus platform. Then with his right hand holding the hilt of the sword, he smoothly and steadily stabbed the sword into the sagging white veil. And Han Liangyu's few people didn't fall behind, only to see 5 swords and knives, almost at the same moment, also stabbing into the lotus platform. So hard. With the moment the sword stabbed into the white veil, Bai Tao felt like he had stabbed into a hard armor. Soon, however, the feeling of the blade piercing into flesh came back. Just got it? Watching a stream of bright red blood gushing out from within the white veil, Bai Tao and the others couldn't help but question in their hearts. Even the Golden Cicada in the distance felt that it was a bit out of the ordinary. "I'm going to see what this Pudu mongrel looks like today." Shirato calmed his emotions for a moment, then reached out, ready to lift the white veil and take a look. Only before Bai Tao could do anything, a ground-shaking loud cry suddenly came from the rear. "Humph! Just by your few stinking insects do you deserve to see the true face of the wise master? Only the entrance to the building of the House of Flowers was visible. Originally obese palmist, the figure is now much more stout, becoming like a walking mountain of meat. On his fat, chubby face, his ears, which were as wide as bushels, flapped gently as he breathed. His already dark skin was now even more oily, and his body was full of black hairs that exploded as if he had been electrocuted, giving him a sense of total oppression. And the wide, thick palms were several times larger at this point. The land raised a sky of dust with the slightest step of his foot. Oh, my God! A mouthful of thick phlegm instantly spat out of the palmist's foul-smelling mouth. Before the crowd could react, one of the Dark Character Battalion's brothers had his head penetrated by this old spit. Blood and brain matter splattered directly on the person next to him. Brothers, slaughter this fat pig for me. Seeing that his partner was killed, Bai Tao directly pulled out the fish belly sword within the lotus platform and shouted angrily. Next, whether it was the few people from Hong Liangyu around the lotus terrace or the rest of the Dark Character Battalion hiding in the shadows, all of them took up the weapons in their hands and killed towards the palmist at the same time. Humph! Unsuspecting guys! Unimpressed, the palmist unfolded his arms over his chest, exposing all corners of his body without reservation. Hong Liangyu was the first to charge up with his short sword. Years of aggravation and forbearance had brought the anger to its peak at this moment. Click, click, click. The sword slashed at the body of the palmist, but a stinging spark of fire came out. Not to mention the sight of blood. Even the slightest scratch could not remain on the dark skin. You? Who the hell are you? Hong Liangyu froze in place and asked incredulously. As far as she could remember, even though the palmistress was a favorite henchman of the Pudu Sage Master, he was just an ordinary man who was horny and tasty. What was once flesh and blood is now somehow transformed into this. The head of the Pudu sect, the joyful Lohan under the Sage Master. The headmaster said proudly, Jade, as long as you wash up later and obediently wait for me on the bed, this Luohan can spare your life. And with that dragon root roam of yours, this Luohan will definitely let you feel extreme pleasure today. Ha ha, the palmist who called himself Joyful Luohan laughed lewdly and wildly, a pair of small eyes full of lust staring greedily at Hong Liangyu's thighs. Bah! Fuck your ancestors farting Luohan. Even if I die today, I will first slaughter you, a black-haired wild mountain pig. In the face of the palmist's nasty molestation, Hong Liangyu was getting angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. Eyes staring hard ahead, she bit the handle of the knife with her mouth before pulling out a thin rope and tying her hair up high. The moment, the scratchy boss lady of the southern wasteland flower house instantly transformed back into the galloping white family army. Brothers, follow me. All the people from the Dark Character Battalion, led by Bai Tao, once again killed the palmist. It's just a shame. When the sword cut on this black fat man's body, apart from rubbing out some sparks, it could only leave a shallow wound. But even so, none of the 36 men from the Dark Character Battalion had any intention of retreating. Wasn't it said that the fish belly sword is able to break through evil spirits and is one of the absolute weapons of the Central Plains? The golden cicada, who was observing from the shadows, was suspicious in his mind. In terms of performance on the battlefield, the fish-bellied sword was only slightly sharper than the other weapons, but it's not even close to being a Jedi soldier. Today, I'll let you bunch of mongrels open your eyes and see how powerful the Luohan body that the wise master bestowed upon me is. The palmist who had taken 1,000 stabs finally took the initiative, only to see the palm of a hand larger than a round table swing out violently, and a Dark Character Battalion brother was stopped in his tracks. A light grip, the blood-colored flesh and mud then exploded in his hands, while the pinched and flattened intestines and organs flowed down his arms and slowly to the ground. It's at least a decade of life, chi and blood, so it can't be wasted. The palmist spat out his fishy tongue and licked his large, blood-covered hand afterward. Then he threw the body towards the motionless white-robed female nun next to him, and the moment the corpse touched the female nun, his skin and flesh suddenly began to wither and wrinkle, and his torso gradually shriveled and tightened. Just like the man who had lost all his lifespan a few days before, he was turned into a dry meatball in no time. Wow. 50 years. The soldiers of the Central Plains really are first-rate in terms of blood and vigor. The headmaster raised his eyebrows and acted as if he was a bit surprised. Only this smug expression caused by Tao, Hong Liangyu, and the others to instantly redden their eyes. Watching a brother of more than 10 years die a tragic death at the hands of this wild mountain pig in front of him, the rest of the living people not only did not have fear in their hearts, but instead, their hair and fingers were in a rage. Another charge up. The eyes, mouth, heart, and armpits, the most vulnerable places of the human body, became the targets of the Dark Character Battalion's attack this round. How annoying! The palmist frowned, as bored as an ordinary man with a fly on his back. He was seen lifting his big, bulky-looking foot, but he stomped on two heads in a flash. The middle finger of his right hand stabbed hard towards the sky, and then he ran a man who had leapt up in midair straight through from the bottom to the top, while his left hand transformed into a huge palm and slapped on Bai Tao's chest with all his might, with blood gushing out of his mouth. Bai Tao, whose ribs were all broken and whose internal organs were twisted together, flew in the direction of the corner golden cicada. Cough cough. Looking at the dying white pottery at his feet, golden cicada didn't feel much emotion. This ending was already predetermined when the gang was bent on it. My lord, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Lying on the ground, white pottery, breathless eyes are not alive. At this moment, he was very remorseful in his heart. Why he didn't listen to Golden Cicada's advice last night, resulting in the brothers of the Dark Character Battalion now dead or injured. Aha! The Golden Cicada already had the intention of retreating and did not want to waste more time here. My lord, I can no longer survive. If you can return to Qin, I implore you to prove our innocence to the king. The Bai family army will never commit treason. Shirato rose from the ground with all his might and knelt in front of Golden Cicada. Yes, I promise, Golden Cicada said directly. My lord, this is the token of the Dark Character Battalion. If you can meet the other brothers, just flash the token and they will follow you to the death. Bai Tao pulled out an emerald green jade tablet with the word dark printed on it from his clothes, then lifted it up with both hands and handed it over to Golden Cicada. Yes, my lord, I have one more thing to ask. Hearing this, the Golden Cicada's eyebrow moths frowned, thinking that this guy was dying. Why was he still so eventful? Ugh, speak, speak. Golden Cicada was somewhat helpless. This fish belly sword is like an ordinary sword in my hands. I hope you can find someone in the army of Great Qin to bring back the brilliant light that the absolute soldiers of the Central Plains are supposed to have. After saying that, Bai Tao used his last strength to throw the fish belly sword at the feet of the Golden Cicada. Then it died completely in the southern wasteland. I can't believe I can't even fuck that fat guy. It can't be a fake, can it? The Golden Cicada muttered to himself before bending down and picking up this so-called Jedi soldier. But all of a sudden, Golden Cicada felt that something was wrong, only to see that the fish belly sword looked like it had absorbed itself into one's hand, unable to shake it off no matter how hard one shook it off, and it was also devouring one's life essence in a steady stream. And so it was for another half a column of incense. If it wasn't for the Golden Cicada's immortality, it would probably have turned into a dry corpse. Suddenly, the well-fed and well-drunk fishbelly sword looked like it had woken up from its sleep, forcibly pulling up the Golden Cicada's hand towards the distant palmistry. Shit, what's going on here? Golden Cicada exclaimed. Originally, he had hidden himself well, but this time he was completely exposed, and now he couldn't even run away if he wanted to. What brings you here, my lord? Seeing the Golden Cicada holding the fish-bellied sword toward the palmist, he killed him, the only one who was still alive. Hong Liangyu thought that Golden Cicada was planning to avenge the dead brothers of the Dark Character Battalion. And who are you? The headmaster twisted his head to follow Hong Liangyu's gaze, but the words had only just finished, only to see two spans of long sword blades that had stabbed into his own bladeless body. How is that possible? How could a Rohan body personally bestowed by the sage master be injured by this small, broken blade? The headmaster growled angrily with angry hair. Then he violently swung up his two big thick hands and slapped them towards the Golden Cicada's head left and right. Shit, it's going to end. The Golden Cicada wasn't worried about having his head smashed. He was just afraid that his secret of immortality would be known by others. And just at the moment when the Golden Cicada's head was about to be smashed to pieces, only the belly of the fish moved again. With a light stroke in the air, both of the palmist's hands disengaged from their wrists. But that's not all. The fish-bellied sword, as if it had self-consciousness, forced the Golden Cicada to control it again, and slashed out toward the front again. Once, twice, 3 times. It didn't stop until the palmist's entire body shattered into the size of a mahjong block. Look at the chunks of meat on this floor. Hong Liangyu was stunned. She didn't understand how a high-ranking noble could be so fierce, and the Golden Cicada was stunned, and sighed in his heart, is this the power that the absolute soldiers of the Central Plains should have? Just before the two were relieved, the white veil on the lotus platform in the distance was suddenly lifted by a fierce wind, and on that big sedan chair, 99 pairs of golden girls and boys dressed in red, who were holding each other's hands simultaneously lifted the curtains and stepped down from the sedan chair. The streets of Gongzi town, red candles and gongs. The groomsmen wore large red wedding robes with ankle-length hemlines, and their hair was tied up by a red silk that hung down in strands in front of their foreheads, but for some reason, their eyes were all cloudy and lifeless. The corners of their mouths were smooth and not raised or drooped, and their exposed skin was as white as the lard that had been sitting there for a few days. The brides, on the other hand, were draped in red covers that could not be seen, and their fancy dresses were embroidered with a festive pattern of birds and phoenixes, and their feet were wearing a pair of red mandarin ducks embroidered shoes. Just a moment after the 99 couples walked out of the sedan chair hand in hand. Suddenly, the swana and gongs turned into Buddhist whispers, and the atmosphere suddenly became much heavier as well. The newlyweds took small, slow, leisurely steps to the bottom of the lotus platform, then looked at each other as if they were preparing to worship heaven and earth. Chiku, Pudu Buddha altar. I don't know who shouted. Then, just see the brides then brushed off their pants, and then by the groomsmen gently peeled off the skin of their chests, the ribs one by one to pull out the flat on the ground. At first glance it looks like the white jade tile. Some of the longer leg bones were inserted as risers all around. The eyeballs and entrails, dotting the high mound of white bones, resembled the brilliant jade jewels and sutras. A single sheet of intact, white skin is either used as a carpet on a ladder made of bones or becomes the drum skin of a fife and drum. A head is strung up on the intestines. It's like a giant string of rosary beads. Finally, a fleshy lotus, neatly placed all around, received the sukkah and raised the crispy lamp. The inexplicable voice sounded again. With hands stained with blood and rotting flesh, the grooms pulled out each other's spines and built a small vein of sumeru on the pile of bones. Finally, they embrace each other naked and ignite with fire. Throughout the entire process, all of these people were expressionless, without pain, without shouting, without screaming, and even with their bodies hollowed out they were still able to continue their labor. What the hell is this? Look at the altar of corpses and bones built with people in front of you. Even the golden cicada, who is accustomed to seeing big scenes, was vaguely nauseous. As for Hong Liangyu on the side, he was even more pale and directly paralyzed on the ground, gulping and vomiting the remaining food in his stomach. Greetings to the Pudu Sage Master. The voice came out once again. Only the white veil on that lotus platform was blown away by the wind. A statue of a child of equal size made of gold sits lifelike inside. Only upon closer inspection, one could see that there were 6 wounds on the statue's body, and the wounds were still oozing with a trace of blood. The odds were that this was what Bai Tao and the others had left behind just now. Is this the Pudu Sage Master? How come it's a little different from what I imagined? Golden Cicada patted Hong Liangyu's spine and helped her up. I don't know. I once heard that Master Puduhyamuni was a beautiful and kind woman. Could this be her childhood equivalent? Red Ryoko propped her hands on her knees, seeming to be in much better shape after throwing up the food in her stomach. Impossible. Look at that statue. Even though it's a child, it has a collapsed nose, bulging eyes, and big buck teeth. How can it be a beautiful woman? Golden Cicada shook her head, dismissing Hong Liangyu's claim. And just as the two were about to continue their discussion, only the golden statue suddenly opened its eyes and then stood up like a normal person. Although his limbs were stubby and seemingly powerless, he took one step at a time towards the freshly constructed Buddhist altar. The flesh and bones of the newcomers are the finest material for magic weapons. It's just a pity that a pair is missing. My Buddha altar is not perfect. The golden statue suddenly opened his mouth, and although his voice was as tender as a child's, it was unusually sharp and piercing to the ears, making people very uncomfortable. One less couple? Golden Cicada immediately thought of little Luo Yang, and it seemed that the probability that this little golden man's mouth was talking about was the two of them. Since Huanqi has been killed by you, are you interested in replacing him and becoming the new Huanqi Luohan under me? I can put you in charge of the entire Pudu County, and then grant you a Luohan body that is invulnerable to swords and spears and extends your Yang life by 150 years. The little golden man leaped over the Buddha altar to the golden cicada's face and asked in an old-fashioned manner, just not quite as tall as golden cicada's knees. The way he tilted his head to speak was a bit comical. No sword, no gun, 150 years of virile life? Golden Cicada almost laughed out loud at that. Letting go of immortality. Unless one's brain was broken, Golden Cicada would go for that bullshit Rohan body. You are the Pudu Sage Master? As Golden Cicada asked this, he quietly gestured behind his back to Hong Liangyu. Although the guy in front of him, who was suspected to be a Pudu Shirsho, didn't seem as if he had any malicious intent at the moment. But this kind of weird and wacky guy, kill them if you can. If I'm not, who else could be? Get down on your knees and talk to me. The Pudu Sage had his hands behind his back, and his tone seemed to be very dissatisfied with the Golden Cicada's attitude in speaking. And just then, Hong Liangyu suddenly rushed out from behind Golden Cicada's back, only to see her holding a long sword in both hands and plunging it directly from top to bottom towards the top of Pudu Xianshir's head. There was a click. The long blade instantly penetrated through the head of the Pudu Sage Master, and then plunged directly into the ground. Wisps of blood ran down the blade, but it's not over. Only to see Hong Liangyu immediately draw his long sword again, then stabbing it towards the head, heart and throat of the Pudu Xianshir. It didn't stop until the Pudu Sage had turned into 1,000 holes and was bleeding profusely. Originally, Golden Cicada was planning to do it himself, but for some reason, The fish-bellied sword in this hand was silent again after having a seizure, and it seemed to have reverted back to its previous mediocre appearance. My lord, is he dead? Hong Liangyu swallowed and asked uncertainly. Should be dead, having his head, heart, and many other places stabbed through. Unless this guy had an immortal body like the golden cicada, there was no reason at all for him to be able to continue living. But the reality of the situation is that the more you think about something the more it comes, only to see a white-robed female nun in the distance suddenly turn around with her face toward the Pudu sage, and a large amount of blood and water gushed out of her 7 orifices, and then this blood and water transformed into a mist of blood and melted into the body of the Pudu sage. As the blood mist was injected into his body, the Pudu sage's torso full of holes gradually healed. That white nun, however, turned into a cracked white jade goddess of mercy, the same white jade goddess of mercy that is found in every household in Gongzi town. Sure enough, I guessed right. When one of the people from the dark character camp turned into a meatball, Golden Cicada had suspected that these female nuns were the white jade goddess of mercy that had been transformed into the one that sucked out lifespans and blood chi. Daring to think of breaking this Buddha's golden body. What an insouciance! The Pudu sage master, who had regained his footing, glared at the Golden Cicada with his golden eyes, and then waved his small, fleshy hand, only to see that on the corpse bone Buddha altar, an intestine and lung leaf made into a warp then flew over and directly wrapped around the limbs of Golden Cicada and Hong Liangyu. A demon-subduing pestle made of unknown bones was then aimed at the duo's heads. How many people have begged for this low-hand fruit position? And you fools actually don't know how to be thankful? Sage Pudu said with a face full of anger. Floating in the air, the demonic pestle and mortar slowly flew towards the Golden Cicada that was trapped by the intestines. Tang Gua. I was sent by the King of Tang. In order for his secret of immortality not to be exposed, the Golden Cicada did not hesitate to lie and shout. King Tang? In the nick of time, the demonic pestle stopped only 3 centimeters away from the Golden Cicada's head. On the other hand, the Pudu sage who heard this frowned and seemed to be hesitant. Do you know that to deceive this Buddha is to be flayed and lasted and suffer the punishment of having one's tongue plucked out? Master Pudu sage narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth to ask. Humph. I'm an envoy of the Tang kingdom, ordered by the King of Tang to come to the southern wasteland to secretly observe how you're doing. If you dare to kill me, King Tang will terminate his cooperation with you. Golden Cicada's words were entirely a gamble that when the Tang army pressed into the southern wilderness 13 years ago, the King of the Tang and the Pudu sage master had indeed reached some sort of cooperation in secret. As for what this bullshit cooperation actually entailed, Golden Cicada had no idea. Bah, that old thing Tang Wang, hasn't this Buddha given him enough after all these years? Those old vultures at the Bon weren't as greedy as him. Pudu sage master might be because his body was too small. This brain didn't seem to be fully developed, and for a moment he was actually really bluffed by the Golden Cicada. Let go of me, or King Tang won't let you go. The Golden Cicada continued to pretend to terrorize the Pudu sage master. On the other hand, Hong Liangyu, who was still wrapped up in his intestines, was dumbfounded. Your Excellency, could it be that you are a spy planted by the Tang kingdom? But even if he's a spy, it's impossible for him to know the coded language of our Bai family army. Could it be that your honor is stumping the other side? After Hong Liangyu thought so, she put her heart down again. Hey, put you down? Now that I've let you know, how could I possibly let you go? Anyway, this Buddha will soon cultivate into the future, and then the past, present, and future will all come together in my body. By then, the past, present, and future will all be with me, and this world will be my land of ultimate bliss, and all humans and animals will be my Zen fruits. Master Pudu sage's voice shouted louder and louder, and his tone was not lacking in arrogance and pride. It was only that sharp voice that nearly pierced the eardrums of Golden Cicada and Hong Liangyu. Ha ha, Tang Wang the old thing, without me, I'll see how many more years he can live. After saying this, the little golden man was ready to pierce the Golden Cicada's head with this demon sinking pestle made of bones. Shit, are these two in a partnership or are they enemies? The Golden Cicada struggled hard, trying to break the intestines that bound him. But alas, the gut doesn't seem to be that easy to break. After twisting his body for half a day, there wasn't even the slightest sign of breaking. Suddenly, clunk, the fish-bellied sword slipped out of Golden Cicada's arms and fell to the ground. This is the fish-belly sword, one of the great weapons of the Central Plains? Looks like you really are the Tang King's beloved. Pudu sage bent down and picked up the fish-bellied sword on the ground and put it in his hand to play with it. It's a pity that even though this fish belly is an absolute weapon, it's a bit evil. The Pudu sage shook his head, then slowly floated to the same height as the Golden Cicada. Holding the fish belly sword in his small fleshy hand, he stabbed it directly towards the Golden Cicada's throat. As the sword pierced through the throat, the familiar feeling from when he was in Peach Blossom Village returned. Something's not right. There's something wrong with this fish belly sword. Before the golden cicada could think of a good response, he only saw the face of the Pudu Sage Master instantly change drastically, as if he had touched some kind of evil object, and directly threw the belly of the fish in his hand towards the distance with great force. It was just that the fish-bellied sword that hadn't landed yet seemed to be having another seizure at the moment, and actually twisted the sword towards the golden cicada's hand. Holding the sword with one hand, a sword blade flashed by. The large intestine that bound the golden cicada turned into a section and fell to the ground. Is this immortality? Looking at the golden cicada's healed throat, Master Pudu's heart was like an ocean rising up, with undulating waves that were difficult to calm for a long time. Ha ha, this heavenly treasure has actually been obtained by me. Ha ha. The Pudu sage laughed maniacally, and the golden cicada muttered in his mind, the worst has happened. But, before golden cicada could sigh, this fish-bellied sword was like a conscious life, and actually took the initiative to swing out towards the Pudu sage in front of him. The razor-sharp blade peeled off the opponent's gold-plated shell piece by piece in just a flash. Just see the shells spilling out all over the place afterward. A bloody whirling, stabbing mass of humanoid flesh was exposed to thumping and throbbing. How? The mass of flesh looked like a dead fetus with its skin peeled off. Daring? How dare you destroy my golden body? The bloodied face of Master Pudu Sage, which had no skin and indistinguishable features, trembled incessantly. It was as if there were tens of thousands of flesh maggots crawling on his face writhing at the same time. The fish belly sword was swung out again. Before the Pudu Sage had time to continue his frenzy, he was turned into a pile of slices of meat only millimeters wide like a butcher slicing vegetables. Only, those white-clothed female nuns in the distance instantly changed back into a white jade goddess of mercy statue. The blood mist like waves of the sea came towards the pieces of meat on the ground in an overwhelming manner, after absorbing some of the blood mist, only to see Zen Master Pudu return to that stillborn look. Humph, even though it's not as good as you, this means of renewing my life can be heavenly. With a cold snort, the Pudu sage jumped back onto the corpse bone Buddha altar. His flesh is fragile, and this blood mist shouldn't be infinite. Attack his flesh until he can't be reborn. Golden Cicada quickly made a judgment and shouted towards Hong Liangyu at the side. Yes, sir. Hong Liangyu nodded his head in agreement, picked up his long sword and killed towards the Pudu Sage Master. Humph, by virtue of you are also worthy of going against this Buddha? The Pudu Sage bellowed afterward, only to see his body turn into a strand of stringy meat as if it had been torn apart, and then fused together with the corpse bone Buddha altar at his feet. The moment. The corpse bone Buddha altar actually grew two long legs inserted with Buddhist weapons, and these two legs were even twice as thick as the thickest tree in the peach blossom garden. Is this still human? Golden Cicada exclaimed. Monsters he hadn't seen before. Shiro, for example. The whole thing is a giant tentacled mass of flesh. Then there was the former Pudu County Palmistress, who was like a black-haired wild mountain pig in human form. But at this moment, this thing in front of him had completely exceeded the scope of cognition. You call it a building, but it was constructed from a corpse and bones, and it even had two human legs growing out of it. You say it's human, but can this thing be considered human? Maybe it can't even be considered a creature. My Buddha's compassion is boundless. Boy, I'll give you one more chance. As long as you return to my sect, I'm willing to share a long life with you, and teach you all my skills in this body. Wherever we go at that time will be the land of ultimate happiness. Let's not talk about the pair of long legs that were 4 or 5 peoples thick, and were still plugged with all sorts of magic weapons. Just the crosscut area of this corpse bone Buddha altar alone was slightly larger than the flower house. Such a horrible, disgusting behemoth suddenly appeared in Gongzi town. The great commotion drew out all the townspeople who had been staying well in their homes. What the hell is this? At the sight of the Buddhist altar piled up with chunks of meat, bones, entrails and organs, most of them instantly went weak in the knees and sat on their asses. Even some of the less courageous guys, directly incontinence, fainted in fear. Humph, just a bunch of incense. What's all the yelling about? This Buddha will grace you with the feeling of extreme bliss. I don't know where the thing's mouth is, but the sound is deafening anyway. All sufferings and difficulties in the past, all sufferings and difficulties in the present, all sufferings and difficulties in the future. In the emptiness of all dharmas, all original realizations are blissful jhanas, eliminating sufferings and pains when they go away, and entering the shortcut to blissfulness in the next life, to the ultimate, to blissfulness, to blissfulness, to blissfulness, to blissfulness, to blissfulness, to blissfulness. Suddenly, a low chanting sound came out from the Buddhist altar high in the sky. Although it is a non-human, non-physical monster, this Sanskrit sound is solemn, and hits the human soul. Good, cool. Only the golden cicada's eyes narrowed into a thin slit. His pupils dilated, his body gradually flushed red. His facial muscles trembled unceasingly due to excitement, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into an exaggerated arc, revealing a kind of morbid and twisted smile. In this moment, what is this bullshit about the unification of the world? What is this bullshit about the rise of Qin? Zhao Ji, Ying Qi, get lost. Leave the southern wilderness? No, no, no. As long as this illusory extreme pleasure can continue, all can be as small as a grain of sand. No, what the hell am I doing? Perhaps because of its special physique, the golden cicada actually regained a moment of lucidity after a short period of disorientation. Although its body was still in a state it had never been in before. Shit, it must be this weird warp spell. He looked up at the altar of corpses and bones above him, and then looked around at the people around him, realizing that all of them were just like himself a moment ago. Even a soldier like Hong Liangyu who came out from the army had already knelt on the ground at this time, looking up at the sky in fascination and falling into a sinking state. And even the corners of his mouth shed a trace of crystal-clear saliva. It feels like this scripture is hitting the brain again. The golden cicada quickly reacted, directly extending the middle fingers of his left and right hands and stabbing them towards the inner ear holes. The eardrum was instantly penetrated and a stream of blood flowed out down the ear hole. When the world became quieter, this weird sutra spell, too, could no longer affect the golden cicada. However, because of the immortality, it is feared that the eardrums will soon grow. Golden cicada simply chopped off 2 fingers and used them as earplugs to reinsert them back into his ears. Liang Yu, wake up! Looking at Hong Liangyu who couldn't wake up no matter how he shook her, golden cicada simply did as he was told. Lent her 2 fingers. My lord, what is happening to me? Hong Liangyu's face was demented, and it looked like he hadn't completely recovered. Seeing this scene, golden cicada directly squatted on the ground and wrote a big kill. Then he pointed to the altar of corpses and bones in front of him. Although he didn't know why he was deaf, Hong Liangyu didn't bother to think about it much. But just like golden cicada, he swung his sword towards the pair of feet stepping on the ground. Fortunately, at this time, the fish belly sword was still quite powerful, did not harden for a while and then become withered, and was still incredibly sharp. Left triangle beside vertical bar 41 vertical bar beside right triangle password 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 password. In an instant, 10 toes were chopped off by the golden cicada. Humph. Useless effort. I'll come back to clean you up after I finish burning these joss sticks. The corpse bone altar paid no attention to the 2 tiny ants at his feet, but continued to chant his mantra. It didn't take long. The entire Gunzi town, with the exception of golden cicada and Hong Liangyu, the rest of the several thousand residents, all slowly melted into puddles of bone and flesh mud amidst the sounds of joy and laughter, and all the blood from their bodies flowed into those white jade goddesses in the distance. Feeling that the sound of the warp had stopped, golden cicada pulled off the fingers that were stuck in his ears. Hong Liangyu followed suit, only she remained deaf after pulling off her finger. I wanted to continue to feed you, so that your descendants would provide this Buddha with longevity, chi and blood for generations. But who made you so uninterested? On the ghee lamp at the forefront of the corpse bone Buddha altar, 2 eyes suddenly grew, and after another glance toward the ground, he slowly opened his mouth, and the blood mist provided by the white jade goddess of mercy had caused the 10 broken toes to grow back. This Buddha will give you one last chance. Are you willing to return to my sect? As long as we can share immortality, I will be able to enter the central plains once again and consume all the people of this world as Zen fruit, and then I won't even bother to attend that corrupt Bon festival. The corpse bone altar stood above golden cicada's head, with 2 long legs, one on the left and one on the right, trapping golden cicada and Hong Liangyu in the center. It wouldn't be impossible if I were to be the godfather and you were purified as a little eunuch who waited on me to get up at night. Golden cicada answered dryly. The godfather can let you have it, but I can't be a eunuch. That answer made the golden cicada flinch. It was clearly a mocking remark, and the other party actually took it seriously. It seemed that immortality was really important to this guy in front of him, or else he would have been able to pull himself into the sect 3 times. No, I'm not used to a man serving me. It has to be a eunuch, and it has to be castrated 10 times, and I'm afraid you can't castrate this body once. The words came out. It was only then that the corpse bone altar sort of reacted. Humph. Looking for death. The words fell. Only dozens of arms grew out of the calves of the corpse's altar, and in the hands of these arms were wielding spells made of flesh and blood. Kill. The golden cicada was not afraid at all in his heart when the fish's belly opened up. He couldn't die himself anyway, and as long as the fish belly sword could continue to stand firm, he could grind his opponent to death. Again, the sword blades flashed in random. Those arms were soon chopped off all over the place. Only the white jade goddess of mercy in the distance was constantly recreating flesh and blood for the corpse altar. Don't bother with this. In these 100 relics, there are 660,000 years of chi, blood, and lifespan. Even if you were allowed to hack for 10 years, you wouldn't be able to exhaust them. The probability is that this sherbet refers to the alabaster statue of the goddess of mercy in the distance. I just don't know why the cadaver altar calls them sherds. And upon hearing this, Golden Cicada was instantly in trouble. If what the other party said was true, then his own strategy just now would become unfeasible. Alas, how wonderful it would be if this statue of the goddess of mercy could suddenly all blow up. Golden Cicada sighed and muttered. But the next second, an aura flashed through Golden Cicada's mind. Yeah, I can still do that. Instantly turning from sunny to cloudy, the Golden Cicada's expression changed faster than this cloudy weather in the southern wasteland. For the time being, he gave up on confronting the corpse bone altar head-on. Because Hong Liangyu's eardrums had been stabbed through, Golden Cicada could only gesture roughly towards her. It wasn't all that specialized, but it was good that Hong Liangyu made it through and could read it. That's all. 2 men to the left and 1 to the right. The Golden Cicada ran towards that one alabaster goddess of mercy, and Hong Liangyu was responsible for continuing the feint. While the other party's attention was temporarily attracted by Hong Liangyu, Golden Cicada stood in front of this pile of white jade goddesses with his fish-bellied sword raised high. Humph. Do you think you can destroy my sherry with a single Central Plains Jedi soldier? The corpse bone altar snorted disdainfully, seemingly scoffing at the Golden Cicada's approach. Oh, I am going to destroy it, but not with this fish-bellied sword. The corners of Golden Cicada's mouth lifted slightly, and a triumphant, refined light appeared in his eyes, and the words just came out of his mouth. The hilt of the sword held in his hand was suddenly turned around and aimed at the spot of his heart. Both hands instantly fired. The sharp blade of the sword then pierced right through the Golden Cicada's heart. Clenching his teeth, he twisted the fish-bellied sword buried inside his body in a circle, puffing. As the heart was strangled, large gulps of blood sprayed out from the Golden Cicada's wounds and mouth. It was as fierce as that waterfall above the mountains. In the blink of an eye, 66 relics were showered all over. And this moment, blood-draped Guanyin head, the original precious solemn white jade Guanyin statue, after being stained with blood even with a hint of bizarre. What are you doing? No, you're trying to. The corpse bone altar suddenly reacted and shouted angrily. Then he threw all the flesh and blood Buddhist weapons on his body towards the Golden Cicada like scattering beans. It was just when this roiling Buddhist weapons had not yet flown to the Golden Cicada's side. That one white jade goddess of mercy then made clicking and clacking sounds before shattering all over the place. The blood mist that covered the sky rushed straight upwards, and the entire sky turned red. The moment, the altar of bones fell instantly from a high altitude, like a grass hut that had experienced an earthquake, and shattered on the land of Gongzi town. Ha ha, it worked, Golden Cicada said with a big smile. When he first came to Gongzi town that day, the tavern's much smaller white jade goddess of mercy was propped up and shattered just from being drenched in a strand of the Golden Cicada's blood. Plus, a few days ago when he tested his lifespan in chi and blood at the flower house, the huge white jade goddess of mercy also showed a hint of cracks. From these two things the Golden Cicada would be able to be certain that as long as the infused chi, blood, and lifespan exceeded the limits of what the white jade goddess of mercy could carry, then this thing is gonna blow up. Good, 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 destroying my relics. Now even if the Buddha comes, he can't save you. As the altar of bones fell in pieces, the Pudu sage transformed back into the skin stillborn form from before, though because of the lack of cheek, it was impossible to see the richness of his expression at the moment, but just by listening to the voice, one could tell that the Pudu sage was already at the peak of his anger. Only, since the white jade goddess of mercy had been completely destroyed, the current Pudu sage master was not that much of a threat to the Golden Cicada. Taking advantage of the fact that the fish-bellied sword was still firm and had not shriveled up, Golden Cicada directly charged up with his sword without even bothering to say anything, and facing the Golden Cicada that was coming towards him to kill him. Only the two small hands of the Pudu sage master were instantly crossed in front of his chest, and his mouth silently chanted unintelligible Sanskrit words, and the corpses of the 99 pairs of newcomers surged up from the ground to block the path ahead. Countless sharp bones, foul-smelling entrails and thick plasma wrapped the Golden Cicada in one go. Is that all? Golden Cicada sneered. Now these things weren't spells anymore. They were just piles of rotting flesh at best. Other than being able to stop the road, it was barely halfway useful and posed no threat to itself at all. It's not right. Suddenly, the Golden Cicada seemed to have sensed something strange. In his heart, he thought that the Pudu sage should not be so stupid. Could he be faking it? Though Golden Cicada immediately came back to his senses. But for a moment, he was unable to break free from the bloody cage made of this corpse. And in the meantime, for his part, the Pudu sage took advantage of the time during which the Golden Cicada was trapped and had long since quietly and silently fled outside the town of Gongzi. What a longevity! This chi, blood, and lifespan is actually so vigorous. It was important to know that those 66 white jade goddesses could still store at least 400,000 years of life. Humph, but as long as we wait for this Buddha to complete the 3 bodies, today's shame will definitely be doubled. Pudu Shyamshi was grinning his ugly, skinless face as he muttered to himself. Only ahead of his escape path, Hong Liangyu suddenly appeared holding a long sword, sharp arrow-like gaze with a strong killing intent. It was time to avenge the White Family Army, the Dark Word Battalion, and the 36 brothers. What are you doing? I'm the Pudu Sage Master, so get the hell away from this Buddha or I'll take away your entire lifespan right here. Master Pudu Sage secretly swallowed and pretended to say. But at this time, Hong Liangyu was not moved at all. In her eyes there was only one thing: to take revenge with her own hands. Didn't you hear me? This sage master told you to get lost. Watching the other party rubbing his long knife on his sleeve while walking towards himself, Pudu Sage panicked. The tiger falls down and is bullied by the dog. When has he been in such a sorry state for 13 years across the southern wasteland? I'll give you anything if you let me go. What do you think of the Pudu County's poem? In addition to this, I will grant you the Bodhisattva body, as long as you are willing to release me, even if I share this southern wasteland with you. Hong Liangyu remained unmoved. Zhang Yuan, I know you're from Zhang Yuan. I can let you go back to Zhang Yuan, and I can also ask the Tang King to arrange an official position for you. That old man will surely sell me a thin face. Don't worry about that. The Pudu sage waved his hands and retreated step by step. Even his tone of voice changed as if he were a child begging for mercy. I can't hear you. What are you ranting about? When he was less than 3 steps away from the Pudu sage master, Hong Liangyu suddenly opened his mouth. Then, without giving the other party a chance to speak, he directly raised his long knife high towards his neck and slashed down. And at this point, inside the town of Gongzi, the corpse trapping the golden cicada suddenly lost control. It turned into a puddle of flesh and blood that spilled onto the ground. Ugh, still letting that guy get away? Golden cicada frowned. This time, the defeat of the Pudu Sage Master was purely because the opponent was overconfident and did not protect the white jade goddess of mercy well. If there was a next time, I'm afraid that the huge altar of corpses and bones alone would be able to render the golden cicada powerless. Just as the golden cicada pondered what to do next, only in the distance, Red Liangyu carried the head of the Pudu Sage Master and walked towards this side. My lord, the Pudu Sage Master has been killed by me, and I have avenged my brother's death. Hong Liangyu threw the head casually. Good. Golden Cicada looked at the human head on the ground before looking at Hong Liangyu, before opening his mouth. Let's get going. Little Luo Yang is still waiting for me. After saying that, the Golden Cicada turned around and walked towards the north side of the town. As for Hong Liangyu in the back, he stood still, staring blankly ahead with a crooked head, seemingly thinking about something. Just on her back at this point, slowly growing a child's face. And this face, there's no cheek. Yes, my lord. Because her back was turned to Golden Cicada, that skinless face barred her small mouth and said for her in the voice of Hong Liangyu. But then, as if realizing that this was inappropriate, he hastily grew 2 small hands from the side of his ribs to cover the front of his mouth. The small eyes, uncovered by eyelids, zigzagged as if they were planning something. The Golden Cicada in front of him, on the other hand, was walking on his own, only looking up at the sky and sighing from time to time. 10 minutes ago, outside the town of Gongzi, after chopping off the head of Pudu Xianshi with a sword, Hong Liangyu 100 years took out the exclusive Black Dragon sword flag of the Dark Character Battalion from his bosom and stuck it on the ground. Brothers, I have avenged you. Grabbing the bloody head at his feet and placing it on the end in front of the sword flag, Hong Liangyu clasped his hands into fists with his 10 fingers before kneeling down to bid farewell to his fallen brothers. A few minutes later, just as Hong Liangyu got up and prepared to return to Gongzi town, knock, 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 only the short, headless body of the Pudu Sage Master actually throbbed as weakly as his heart. The body shrank in one sheet, and from its neck poured out lumps and lumps of rotting flesh. Unlike the Middle Kingdom, the southern wasteland is evil, and in these 13 years Hong Liangyu has seen too many bizarre things. Redrawing his long knife, Hong Liangyu held his breath and carefully walked slowly towards the corpse. At only 1 step away, Hong Liangyu once again swung out a blade, directly cutting the corpse into 2 pieces from top to bottom. What is this? Looking at the body without internal organs and bones, there was actually a dead baby lying only the size of a palm. Even the umbilical cord had not been cut. Hong Liangyu only felt chills all over his body, a trace of cold sweat running down his forehead, although it is not known if this dead baby is the original body of the Pudu Sage. But in keeping with the philosophy of the Dark Word Camp to cut off the roots, he only saw Hong Liangyu holding the hilt of the knife with both hands, the blade facing downwards with the tip of the knife pointed at the dead baby. This Buddha's past body was actually destroyed by a woman like you. The dead baby suddenly opened his eyes, and although his mouth didn't move, his voice was loud and clear. Kill! Hong Liangyu yelled to cheer herself up. The long knife in his hand viciously stabbed towards the dead baby on the ground. just when the tip of the knife had just fallen for a split second. This dead baby was like a long sensitive snake, dragging its umbilical cord upwards and crawling rapidly along the body of the knife, crawling over wrists, arms, necks, and finally actually burrowed into Hong Liangyu's mouth all at once. Vomit. Hong Liangyu instantly felt a twinge of pain in his chest, as if his internal organs were being torn apart. Hastily, he tossed the long knife aside and reached toward the throat to snap it. But by now, the dead baby had long since eaten all of Hong Liangyu's internal organs. Then instead of these internal organs, he made himself a part of Hong Liangyu's body, feeling the strange sensations coming from his body and his gradually blurring consciousness. As a soldier, Hong Liangyu quickly guessed a generalization, without a moment's hesitation. With his remaining consciousness, Hong Liangyu took control of his body, which was still his own for the time being, and picked up the long knife and wiped it towards his neck. Only the blade eventually fell to the ground. Suicide? How could this Buddha let you have your wish? Hong Liangyu suddenly opened his mouth and said in a disdainful tone, "Damn, now even the past body is gone. I'm afraid there's no chance of completing this 3 bodies." The Pudu sage master, who had occupied Hong Liangyu's body, looked at the corpse on the ground that had been split into 2 sections, and his eyes were close to spewing out fire. No, the flesh hasn't decayed yet. If we can cut off a piece of the everlasting undying brat's flesh now, this Buddha's past body might still be able to be remodeled. At the thought of this, the Pudu sage paced back and forth in place in excitement. And so, after pondering for a long time, the Pudu sage master did not choose to return to the Pudu sect, but instead turned around and returned to Gongzi town. Time to rejoin the town of Gongzi. At this time, the Pudu sage was walking closely behind the golden cicada, but in his head, he was thinking all the time about how to make a move. Although this kid doesn't have much means, this fish-belly sword has recognized him as its master, and it must not be used by force. Looking at the fish-bellied sword at golden cicada's waist, Zen Master Pudu, who no longer had his divine powers, could only dismiss the idea of taking it by force. But this body seems to have a bit of poise. Since using force won't work, why don't we sacrifice our color to find a way to cheat on a piece to save the day? That's not a bad idea either. Resting his hand upside down on Hong Liangyu's breasts, the Pudu sage came up with what he thought was a pretty good solution. My lord! When he heard Hong Liangyu calling out to him, Golden Cicada stopped and looked back. Just this turn, a soft and delicate body directly pounced over, 2 soft masses, directly attached to his body. What's wrong with you, Ryoga? Golden Cicada hurriedly supported Hong Liangyu's shoulders and couldn't help but frown. My lord, I'm so cold. I seem to have been injured in my internal organs by the Pudu sage just now. Sneakily bit his tongue to force a few drops of blood to be coughed up. With a smooth fall, Pudu sage lay down towards the arms of the Golden Cicada. What is this? Golden Cicada subconsciously took a step backward, causing the unsteady Pudu sage to fall directly to the ground. It hurts. Doesn't this kid know what it means to be compassionate? I see that this body is quite something. The Pudu sage cursed in his heart. Even wondered if the Golden Cicada wouldn't dislike women. My lord, I'm hurt. Cough cough. Can you save me? Biting his tongue again ruthlessly, the Pudu sage pretended to spit up blood. It was just that the current him was no longer his previous self, and this bite hurt the Pudu sage shivered all over. Injured? It's a pity that all the people in this Gongzi town have been killed by that son of a bitch, and we won't be able to find a bone setter for a while. Wait, I'll go and think of something for you. The Golden Cicada slapped his head even in a panic, and after saying this, he threw down Zen Master Pudu and ran towards the town. Hey, don't you go away. Just give a piece of meat? What's the point of going to all this trouble? Looking at the Golden Cicada's increasingly distant back, the Pudu sage stomped his feet anxiously, and so it was for about half an hour. Golden Cicada came back with a big bag of stuff. Eat it, although not as good as a bone setter. I know a little about medicine, so I can still save an emergency. After saying that, Golden Cicada threw the medicine bag in his arms, directly in front of the Pudu sage master. Your honor, why should we bother? The Pudu sage looked at the medicine packs piled up like a small mountain in front of him, and really wondered if he had any chance of surviving after eating them all in his current body which had turned into a mortal. No trouble, eat. When Golden Cicada finished speaking, he directly broke open Pudu Xianxer's small mouth, cupped his chin with one hand, and picked up a bunch of unknown powders with the other hand and poured them towards his mouth. It didn't matter that the other party was begging bitterly for forgiveness. It looked like the Golden Cicada wasn't going to stop until he finished feeding these medicines. If the fish belly sword hadn't withered away, I would have stabbed you to death directly with my sword, and I wouldn't have needed to go through all this trouble. Golden Cicada was smiling on his face, but in his heart, he was playing his own little game. As for how the Golden Cicada knew, on the other hand, it was because Hong Liangyu's eardrums had long been stabbed through, and it was impossible for a deaf person to be able to talk freely. Plus, Qin soldiers could never be so rude after realizing that Golden Cicada was a royal, not to mention being injured to the internal organs. Even if they were chopped off the limbs, digging out the nose, tongue, mouth and eyes, they would not reveal this delicate and pretentious posture of a little woman. However, Golden Cicada didn't have a bottom in his heart at this time, because the fish belly sword had turned back into scrap metal. The person in front of him who was suspected to be the Pudu wise master now had how much of his own means left. Even if you're going to do it, you have to make sure it's foolproof, with the addition of some small ingredients of medicinal powder, one after another into the other's mouth after. It was only that Master Pudu Sage's face gradually turned white, and his eyes began to become a little disoriented. Even the limbs drooped weakly downward. Go to hell! Suddenly, Golden Cicada drew the fish belly from his waist. Then without a moment's hesitation, he directly swung his sword and cut off Hong Liangyu's head. The moment happened so fast, the Pudu sage didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. The head gurgled and rolled to the floor. Only a dead baby, the size of a palm, fell out of the incision. Don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want. The Pudu sage master also didn't expect that the Golden Cicada would actually be so ruthless to one of his own people, killing them when he said he would, not even thinking about forcing himself to hand over Hong Liangyu's body. I'll give you anything if you don't kill me. The Pudu sage repeated his old trick of begging for mercy towards the Golden Cicada while at the same time looking for an opportunity, ready to occupy the Golden Cicada's body at any time. It would be a waste of immortality, but it was better than disappearing from this world. Humph! Golden Cicada snorted coldly and directly raised his foot towards the dead baby on the ground. It was in this instant that the dead baby, like before, relied on his dexterous form and crawled along the legs of the Golden Cicada towards the face. Shit! Why don't you open your mouth? When it crawled up to his face, the dead baby jumped up and down in anger. Only the Golden Cicada's lips were tightly closed, not giving him any chance at all. Just a moment of trance. The Golden Cicada directly grabbed it in one hand. Don't have a conversation. Pudu Xianxer waved his little hand, but before he could finish his sentence, he was pinched hard by Golden Cicada, cutting off his last hope. That's all. The Pudu sage master, who had been roaming the southern wasteland for 13 years, was directly pinched to death with a slap. Throw the dead baby casually to the ground. Golden Cicada sighed helplessly after glancing at Hong Liangyu's lone head that still had its eyes open. To be honest, even if Hong Liangyu hadn't been possessed by the Pudu sage master just now, the Golden Cicada was afraid that it would be difficult to keep her alive. After all, this matter of immortality was just too great a concern. One more person who knows about it is one more danger to himself. The tragedy of Peach Blossom must not be repeated again. And at this point, within the southern wasteland, about a few hundred miles from the border of the Central Plains, in a holy and solemn Buddhist temple, thud, 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 the sound of the wooden fish knocking was suddenly interrupted. A man whose looks were so clear that he couldn't tell the difference between a man and a woman suddenly frowned and moth-turned toward the outside of the Buddha hall. Her long hair hung softly on her shoulders, gently fluttering with the wind, and the white plain clothes on her body reflected each other, invariably adding a few points of ethereal and dusty temperament. Despite her bare feet, not a speck of dust from the ground could get on her white, jade-like skin. What's wrong, Master Sage? The devout believer at his side folded his hands and bowed his head respectfully and asked. Past Buddha is dead. The person known as the Sage Master. Her voice was as gentle and light as a mountain stream flowing, and every word she uttered was as if she was singing. What? Your past incarnation actually died? The believer was startled. As the past incarnation of a sage teacher, who should have been exalted and lived with heaven and earth, how could he just die when he said he would? Summon the 18 great bodhisattvas of Era for me and have them make a trip to Pudu County to bring this man back to me. The sage master held back her anger and stretched out her slender fingers, drawing a picture of the Golden Cicada in the air. But after another thought, he reopened his mouth. Use please. This person is vital to me, although must bring back, but tone and attitude polite. Never anger him. If possible, try to fulfill all his requirements. Although the past body was destroyed, which made the sage master hate to directly kill the Golden Cicada, he could only hold back for the time being for the sake of the great matter in his heart. Yes, sir. The devotee was ready to retreat when she finished speaking, for she too could see that although the sage master was outwardly unperturbed, he was already intent on killing in his heart. Wait, it's possible that Prince Tang is also in Pudu County. Bring him back to me together. Also, have the palms of the other 3 counties find me another 30,000 dead babies. The past Buddha must not remain vacant like this. After instructing the sage, he sat down in place and continued to strike the wooden fish in his hand. Yes, sir. Outside the Buddha hall, unlike Pudu County, which was surrounded by mountains and rivers and was filled with poisonous insects, It was only an endless vast plain, with green grass and flowers everywhere. In front of a huge white Buddhist temple, hundreds of thousands of white-clothed devotees devoutly prostrate themselves on the grass, kowtowing while shouting in a low voice, "Pudu Sage Master, please take us to ultimate bliss." Back in Gongzi town, at this time, the golden cicada was sitting on the ground. He was not in a hurry to find little Luo Yang, but he was fuming and did not know what he was thinking. "Master Pudu Sage was killed by me just like that?" Golden cicada muttered. Although the Pudu Sage Master had some means, the golden cicada felt that with this kind of skill, it wasn't enough to rule the southern wasteland, nor was it enough to be able to trap 100,000 Tang troops at the very beginning. Forget it, take a step and see what happens. Since I can't figure it out, I'll just move forward. After burying Han Liangyu, Golden Cicada got up and walked towards the outside of Gongzi town. Every 100 meters along the road towards the north, there were marks left by little Luo Yang for the Golden Cicada. Following the markers, the Golden Cicada traveled for dozens of miles. Strange, why is this little girl still moving forward? Looking at the marks that continue to move forward, Golden Cicada wondered a bit. Logically, that little girl Luo Yang should have listened to herself very well. Since she had asked her to wait for herself 20 miles away, she hadn't bothered to walk so far for no reason. And with just Xiao Luo Yang's skinny frame, she didn't have the physical strength to support her on her journey. With doubt, Golden Cicada quickened his pace and continued on, until it gets dark. It was only at the bottom of a huge willow tree that we met little Luo Yang. Only, at this time, little Luo Yang was not alone. Just under the willow tree, in front of a campfire that was already about to burn out, a beautiful woman, who looked to be in her 20s, wrapped little Luo Yang in her arms. Both seemed sleepy. I can't believe they just snuggled up together and fell asleep. Little Luo Yang in the woman's arms sleeping very well, a small mouth closed and the gently breathing at the same time, but also did not forget to rub his head toward the woman's chest. Could it be that I've met someone I know? Golden Cicada touched his head, while the pace of his feet was gradually put very lightly, as if he didn't want to wake up the sleeping too. But even so, when the Golden Cicada approached less than 10 paces in front of the campfire, the woman still opened her eyes violently for a moment, then directly picked up the sword at her side and used her body to block in front of little Luo Yang. A golden ribbon tied her hair into a single ponytail with an irresistible air of Englishness and charm. "Who are you?" The woman drew her long sword, and although she was in an attacking stance, her demeanor was calm, and there was no panic in her eyes at all. It just struck the Golden Cicada as odd. The long sword in this woman's hand seemed to be in the style of the Central Plains, and it appeared to be the Zhu Yun Tang sword, which was exclusive to the royal family of the Tang kingdom. Even the hilt of the sword was encrusted with several rare gemstones, and this random one was worth at least 10,000 gold. Even the scabbard is made of gold. "And who are you?" Golden Cicada similarly drew out the belly of the fish. Only the wilted belly of the fish at the moment was only a little bit better than scrap metal. Even when it was in the hands of the white pottery is not as good as the fish belly sword. "How did this Jedi weapon end up in your hands?" The woman suddenly opened her mouth, and her delicate little face, which was originally as quiet as stopping water, actually showed a hint of shock after seeing the belly of the fish. "Of course I have my sword. Is there a problem?" Although he didn't know what the woman in front of him was trying to do, Golden Cicada didn't let his guard down because of the other party's actions of protecting little Luo Yang just now. "Nonsense. This fish belly is the national treasure of my Tang kingdom. How can it be yours?" the woman said angrily. Hearing this, the Golden Cicada, however, became curious. This woman actually claimed to be from the Tang dynasty. Could it be that she was one of the 100,000 Tang troops? "It's in my hands now, that's my thing. It has nothing to do with your Tang kingdom," Golden Cicada returned. The woman was actually right about that. Of the 9 pieces of absolute weapons, only one is in the hands of the 7 nations of the Central Plains, while the other 2 are in the hands of the Son of Heaven. And the Great Qin's ultimate weapon is not this fish-belly sword, but something else. As for how this fish-bellied sword came to Qin, this is a long story. Anyway, and the world's first flying thief cannot be separated. "Give it back, you thief!" the woman shouted angrily, then rushed towards the Golden Cicada with her sword. And the Golden Cicada was not to be outdone. Although the fish's belly was reduced to scrap metal, his own hard-practiced Qin swordsmanship was no slouch either. What's more, even if there was no such thing as immortality, Golden Cicada's physical quality was also the best of the best in the military. "Big brother, what are you and sister doing?" Little Luo Yang, who was woken up by the 2 under the tree, rubbed his eyes that were not yet fully open and asked in a milky voice towards the 2. "Little sister, do you recognize this thief?" The woman's long sword that she had swung halfway stopped and turned her head towards little Luo Yang to ask. Such a smart and cute little girl would actually know a thief. It seems that the southern wasteland is really not as good as the Central Plains. and there is still too much lack of awareness on the aspect of disciplining children. Well, Big Brother is the closest person to me in this world. Sister, you can't hurt him. After little Luo Yang finished speaking, he ran towards the golden cicada with his short legs and a wobble. Little girl, how do you and this crazy bitch know each other? Why do you still call her sister? Golden cicada rubbed little Luo Yang's head and asked curiously. I met them in the daytime when I was rushing, and my sister even saved my life. Little Luo Yang was still the same as before and seemed to enjoy golden cicada touching his head. You're welcome, little sister. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have been killed by those thieves long ago. If I can return to the Tang Kingdom successfully, I will repay you properly. The woman was also a man of honor, and in the face of the small Luo Yang that only came up to her chest, she actually bent down and arched her hand in thanks. Back in the dawn? This guy is really from the Tang dynasty, maybe even the royal family. It's just that I've never heard Hon Liangyu mention that there are other women of the royal family in this 100,000 Tang army besides the crown prince. What is your name? Golden Cicada suddenly asked. None of your business. Give me back my fish belly. As soon as the woman saw the belly of the fish in Golden Cicada's hand, she immediately reverted back to her previous aggressive appearance. Even the Zhuyan Tang sword in his hand was pointed in front of him. Sister, you can't hurt Big Brother. Little Luo Yang's small guts were not small, and he actually blocked directly in front of the tip of the sword. Even in the face of the sharp Zhuyan Tang sword, there was no timidity at all. Alas, forget it. Now not only can't we escape this hellish place, but we have to be hunted down by our own people. This fish belly sword belongs to whomever we like. The woman suddenly let out a long sigh, as if she had opened her eyes, actually sat down on her butt, and with both hands resting on her chin looked into the darkness of the distant night with a sad face. Being chased by your own people? Golden Cicada was a little confused, not to mention the fact that 100,000 Tang troops had disappeared into thin air. Even if they hadn't disappeared, how could the Tang army have gone after the Tang royal family? Is it the Tang army that's after you? Golden Cicada asked with a tentative opening. Who the hell are you? Not only do you have a fish-bellied sword, but you also know about the Tang army. The woman may be in the heart of the future has despaired it. Actually, in the rhetorical question of the Golden Cicada at the same time did not even stand up, still resting on the chin, quietly sitting. I am the White Family Army of Qin. What exactly is your identity? Golden Cicada took out the token that Bai Tao had given himself from his arms. If what Hon Liangyu had said before was correct, in this part of the southern wasteland, the Bai clan army had long ago entered into an alliance with the Tang army. White Family Army, you're from the Dark Word Battalion? Yes. Quickly tell your people that Sima Fei has defected. He has defected to the Pudu Sage Master. The woman suddenly looked like she had grabbed a life preserver again and got up in a hurry. Master Pudu Sage is dead. Golden Cicada suddenly uttered a heavy message. Dead? That's impossible. The woman didn't believe the Golden Cicada's words at all. These 13 years of experience had convinced her that in this place in the southern wasteland, no one would be able to kill the Pudu Sage Master. Just during the daytime. Died in Gengzi town, a few hundred miles to the south. I killed him. Golden Cicada put away the belly of the fish and brought little Luo Yang to the campfire to warm up. Humph. Not only are you a thief, you are also a liar. Not to mention the fact that Master Pudu Xian has all the means in the world, and that she has never taken half a step away from the Buddha's temple, and even her appearance has been seen by very few people. By the way, do you know what she looks like? The woman laughed contemptuously, glancing at the Golden Cicada with a mockingly flavored look. It's just a stillborn. Even though it came out as a statue, Golden Cicada disliked back. A stillborn baby? A sculpture? What are you talking about? Pudu Shyamuni may have a male face, but she's a real beauty. Woman? This time it was the Golden Cicada's turn to be puzzled. The guy who tangled with himself and Hon Liangyu during the daytime was not a woman by any stretch of the imagination. Is it hard to believe that there are two Pudu Sage Masters in the southern wasteland? Could it be that the Pudu Sage today is an imposter? Golden Cicada thought for a moment, but then felt that the idea was not very realistic. In this land of the southern wasteland, there would be anyone who would dare to impersonate the Pudu Sage Master. Moreover, from the attitude of Hon Liangyu and the others, coupled with the means used by that Pudu Sage Master, it didn't seem like an imposter by any stretch of the imagination. For a while, Golden Cicada didn't know what to say back. Humph. The people of Qin love to brag. The woman gave the Golden Cicada a blank look before casually picking up a nearby wooden branch and playing with it as she poked the ground in boredom. Who the hell are you? What is your position in the Tang army? Although Golden Cicada had guessed one or two, in his heart he always felt that this assumption was just a little too bold. Even if you look at the history of the Central Plains, nothing like this has ever happened before. Why should I tell you? When the woman finished, she went back under the tree and fell back against the thick trunk of the willow tree. Sima Fei, you mustn't let this girl return to the Tang Kingdom. Or else I'll definitely bring my 3 armies to trample through the southern wilderness, pull you out and throw your bones to the ground, and then execute your 9 clans. Although the woman's back was turned to Golden Cicada and little Luo Yang, and the voice talking to herself was small, it was still heard by Golden Cicada. It seems that this woman's identity is really not low. Originally, Golden Cicada wanted to ask something more, but after looking at little Luo Yang, who had long been huffing and puffing by his legs, he dismissed the idea. It's not too late anyway, so we might as well wait until morning. Little girl, let's get some early rest too. Having said that, Golden Cicada then took off his own jacket and draped it over little Luo Yang's body, then pulled the other party's small hand to the other side of the campfire to sleep on the ground. Day 2. A reddish-orange hue slowly rose over the mountains to the east. By the looks of it, odds are it's going to be a nice day for catching up. Time for the little girl to get up. Golden Cicada patted little Luo Yang's face and woke up the little guy who was still sleeping. Dawn? Little Luo Yang opened his eyes and asked in a daze. Well, get this big sister of yours and let's go now. After Golden Cicada thought about it all night last night, she still decided to bring this woman along with her for the time being. After all, some questions are better asked. Whether or not they'll keep her behind, that's another story. I didn't say I was going with you, thief. Although the woman's back to the 2. But in fact, Early has woken up. Only now there is no eunuchs around to serve. Long unwilling to get up only. Little sister, if there's a chance that we'll meet again in the Tang Kingdom, at that time, my sister will definitely repay you properly. The woman picked up the Zhuyan Tang sword by her side and rubbed little Luo Yang's cheek before straddling her horse and galloping off in the direction of the west. Strange. The Middle Kingdom is in the north but she's heading west. After muttering in a low voice, Golden Cicada took the 2 of them with little Luo Yang and continued all the way north. The roads in Pudu County are bad, either jungle or mountains, and occasionally you can meet poisonous insects and beasts. It's rare to come across another place like Gunzi Town. After walking like that for about a couple of hours, the 2 came to a creek and stopped to rest. During this time, Golden Cicada also went down to the river to catch a few fat grass carp for lunch for the 2 of them. Although the Golden Cicada could not eat or drink, little Luo Yang was just flesh and blood, and this small body bones, how to see does not look like 14 years old, presumably in the cattle village when not less abused. Suddenly, just as the 2 were eating, bang, 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 the sound of horses trampling the earth came from a mile away. There seemed to be about a couple dozen people by the sound of it, and the horses were running fast, with shouts and neighing cries among them. It was only because there was so much noise that the Golden Cicada didn't hear what these people were saying very clearly. It seems to be coming this way. Touching the still shriveled belly of the fish on his hindquarters, Golden Cicada decisively doused the fire, destroying the scene, and then pulled up little Luo Yang and drilled into a small grove on the side. The sound of horses in the distance was getting closer. You traitors! I'm the Crown Prince of the Great Tang. Are you trying to commit crimes from below? Ha ha, Prince? In this place in the southern wasteland, Pudu Xianxia is number 1. General Sima is number 2. What kind of thing is the Crown Prince? I don't think he's even as good as the shit on the side of the road. 100 meters away, the woman from last night was seen struggling to whip her horse, trying to get the BMW on her hip to run faster. I just don't know why a woman would call herself prince. And behind her, dozens of men dressed in Tang iron armor, holding swords and gaobings, and wearing the yellow phoenix scarf of the Great Tang on their sleeves, chased after them while cursing them. It's sister. Little Luo Yang also recognized the woman on the horse and pulled on Golden Cicada's coat and whispered, "Shoo, don't make a sound." Golden Cicada hurriedly put her right index finger and gently pressed it on little Luo Yang's lips. Let's not care if the belly of the fish is firm or not. The 2 of them were also just one-sided, and it was simply not a crime to risk their lives to save each other. Aha! Little Luo Yang did understand and hurriedly covered his mouth with both hands, though she was impressed with the sister. But the Golden Cicada is more important. The creek at this time. The horse under the woman's crotch actually broke its leg because of a negligence, and she herself fell to the ground and seemed to have twisted her foot. Ha ha, you run again. The Great Tang Crown Prince. I actually only realized a few days ago that this Crown Prince turned out to be a woman. Captain, I see this pussy posture is not bad. Why not give it to General Sima before our brothers first? One of the Shifu unconsciously stuck out his tongue and licked his thick, dry lips. With a greedy and horny gaze, he stared at the woman's body. The man known as the captain lowered his head in sudden hesitation. Though General Sima with all of them had already defected to the Pudu Sage Master and probably would not return to the Central Plains in his lifetime. But no matter what, this woman in front of them was also the Crown Prince of the Great Tang that they had served for more than 10 years. But then again, since being trapped in the southern wasteland, they had barely met a woman. It's long since been held back. Brothers, this matter today is all rotten to my stomach. No one can publicize it when we get back. let alone let General Sima know about it, or else don't blame me for turning the other cheek. The captain wrestled with this for a while before the lower half of his body finally triumphed. After all, the prince in front of him was too tempting after changing into women's clothes, especially that valiant look evoked the primitive desire for conquest within a man. After being recognized by the captain, the remaining dozens of soldiers had dismounted, and there were even some who had already stripped off their clothes and pants. What are you? What are you doing? When had the woman ever experienced this kind of scene? Even on the battlefield she was able to be flat on her back, but now she was scared out of her wits. Watching a group of burly men with wolfish glints in their eyes, approaching themselves, the woman couldn't care less about her injured foot. She turned around and limped towards the woods where the two golden cicadas were hiding behind her. When I call you during the day, you put up a fight and don't come. Don't think anyone will save now. Golden cicada muttered on his lips, but his feet were not at all ambiguous. The little Luo Yang beside him was also obedient, just looking back and obediently following the golden cicada as he withdrew backward. Just when the two hadn't taken a few steps, it was spotted by the woman who had just run into the woods. Help me! As if she had grabbed the last straw, the woman cried out forcefully towards the golden cicada, but it was not to be. After this throaty roar, the golden cicada's pace under his feet became faster. However, the Tang soldiers behind them immediately tensed up when they heard the woman's call for help, quickly picking up the weapons around them and taking up a formation to advance to meet the enemy. Don't run! I beg you! Again the woman screamed for help. However, the golden cicada remained unmoved, and even directly picked up little Luo Yang for fear of running slow. I can show you how to use the fish-belly sword, because last night the woman found that the golden cicada's fish-bellied sword did not open the edge. So with a try mentality, said, but that did have some effect when it came out. Only the golden cicada's right foot that had stepped out stopped in the air, but it still didn't turn around. I swear by the national fortune of the great Tang, the name of Li swears, as long as you save me, I will definitely teach you how to use the fish-belly sword, and if the day I ascend the throne, the two countries of Qin and Tang will be friendly for generations, and Tang will never take the initiative to send out an army to attack Qin, and if you violate the oath, the national fortune will dissipate, and the beasts will devour your body. Seeing that the golden cicada seemed to be starting to hesitate, the woman immediately added, leaving aside the matter of the fish-bellied sword, the woman's other oath was enough to turn back the golden cicada. After all, Ying Lu and Chang Lingjuan's plan of attacking Qin by the Three Kingdoms was only 55% sure to succeed. However, if the woman's oath just now was added, then it would be raised to 70%. Although it was not a 10% certainty, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Golden Cicada and Ying Luo. It's worth the risk. After Golden Cicada finished speaking, he put down little Luo Yang and told her to wait in place while he himself drew out his fish-belly sword and walked towards the woman's side. If it's just a vow it can't be convincing, how are you going to prove to me that you can do it? Golden Cicada stood by the woman's side, staring coldly at the dozens of Tang soldiers in the distance and said, "What more do you want from me? I'm not even on the throne yet." The woman sat down on the ground, sweating from the pain coming from her feet after her spirit had relaxed a little. That's something for you to think about. Not me. If you can't prove it to me within 20 paces of those men approaching here, then you're on your own. Golden Cicada wasn't stupid. In this age of the herd, even the king of a country can be true to his word, especially when the woman next to her is just an abandoned ex-princess. The woman is obviously anxious. Just now her words were temporary relief. As for whether it can be done later, there is no careful consideration. Now the Golden Cicada is trying to get himself to prove it again. 30 paces, Golden Cicada said, looking at the Tang soldiers in front of her, arms in hand and slowly coming with military steps. The woman was anxious and anxious. I'll prove it to you right here. The woman was in a hurry. It's better to gamble that this man will save you than to be insulted by dozens of people. Only when the woman finished speaking, she pulled down her own blouse, exposing her upper body towards the Golden Cicada. Golden Phoenix Seal. The Golden Cicada's eyes unconsciously widened a few points in an instant. It was only on the woman's chest that half of a Golden Phoenix Jade Seal was set into the same place as Ying Lu's. No wonder this woman was able to be established as the crown prince back then. The Golden Cicada now understands. This woman is the same as Ying Lu, although one body is weak and the other is a daughter. But they are both in the country's fortune. Li Yingtai, the royal family of the Li clan of the Tang Kingdom, the 87th crown prince, swear by the Golden Phoenix Seal that if this man in front of me is able to protect me in the southern wilderness, when he ascends to the throne in the future, he will be an eternal ally of the state of Qin, and that if he violates his oath, he will be willing to let the fortunes of the kingdom of the great Tang dissipate, and all the beasts will devour his body with inches of his bones not being left behind. Li Yingtai cut a bloody slit in the palm of his hand, then placed it on the golden phoenix seal and made a solemn vow. The moment a golden light from the Tang Kingdom's jade seal of transmission pierced straight through the clouds, and then it flew towards Chang'an City, which was 10,000 miles away. I swear on this half of the jade seal of transmission, is that always good enough? The woman glared at the golden cicada, thinking in her heart that the golden cicada was a tiny soldier. Surely she didn't understand how much she had just paid. Enough! As the king of Qin, golden cicada naturally understood what Li Yingtai had just done. Pulling a piece of cloth from his clothes, golden cicada blindfolded Li Yingtai. What are you doing? Don't talk nonsense. If you dare to pull off this piece of cloth before I say anything, I'll kill you along with it. Golden cicada chortled, and in the process made the little Luo Yan behind him turn around. After all, it's going to be bloody next, and there's definitely no shortage of blood and flesh flying around. Come on, even if I can't use my fish belly, I'm not bad at all with this swordsmanship. Golden cicada threw the belly of the fish on the ground and picked up the woman's Zhu Yun Tang sword. Good sword, golden cicada marveled. The Pearl Cloud Tang sword was worthy of being used exclusively by the royal family of the Tang Kingdom, and this sharpness wasn't much worse than the belly of a fish during a seizure. Next, the battle lasted for almost half an hour, with the golden cicada's right hand broken off 9 times, his left hand cut off 6 times, a dozen pounds of flesh cut off his legs, his head pierced 4 times, and no less than 300 knives cut all over his body. And the end. What a great fight! Golden cicada wiped the blood from his face with his newly grown right hand. Is this the end? Hearing that there was no longer any movement in the distance, Li Yingtai asked cautiously. At this time, she had no idea in her heart about the golden cicada being able to pick dozens at a time. To be honest, even if the golden cicada himself acted confidently. Okay, all of you, open your eyes. After hearing golden cicada's reply, Li Yingtai's hanging heart finally dropped. It looked like he was saved. When Li Yingtai pulled off the white cloth over her eyes, the image in front of her eyes caused her to vomit all the yellow water in her stomach directly. Only 100 meters away, golden cicada held his sword in one hand, standing alone amongst the sticky blood and body parts. The land around them was dyed red, and even the river on the side turned blood red. There were still a few fish in the river desperately gnawing on a body. You killed them all? Li Yingtai covered his mouth with one hand and his stomach, which was constantly flooded with acid, with the other. How many people do you mean to keep for you? Golden cicada asked rhetorically. No, I hate to execute their 9 clans. Li Yingtai hurriedly shook her head to deny it. She was just curious about how the golden cicada actually did it. By the way, why did they just keep calling you a monster all the time? Li Yingtai continued to ask, his ears hearing clearly even though his eyes were blindfolded. In the battle just now, words like monster, evil spirit, and demon appeared frequently. Maybe I'm just too good. Golden cicada didn't want to dwell too much on the issue. Hurry up and tell me how to use the fish belly sword. At the thought of business, golden cicada didn't even bother to wipe the blood from his body. Looking at Li Yingtai's stuttering appearance, golden cicada frowned with an unpleasant expression. Although you didn't swear regarding the fish belly sword, if you don't say anything, you'll end up the same as them. It's not that, it's just. Li Yingtai paused sheepishly before continuing to speak. It's just that although this fish belly is the absolute weapon of the Central Plains, it's a bit evil. Evil? What does this mean? My lord, hear me out first. Looking at the golden cicada who was covered in blood and still had a few pieces of rotten flesh hanging towards him, Li Yingtai said in a hurry. Even the title Little Liar was changed to Gongzi. This fish belly is an evil weapon since its birth. When the user kills someone he must first suffer the same sin. This is also the reason why the fish belly sword rarely appears among the absolute weapons of the Central Plains. Back then, our Li ancestor, who barely managed to get the belly of a fish to open up its edge after planing its belly, ended up killing his way into the palace of the Son of Heaven alone in the city of Luoyang and chopped off one of the arms of the Son of Heaven of the founding dynasty, though the ancestor eventually died from blood loss. After listening to Li Yingtai's words, golden cicada instantly thought of one word, self-mutilation. Isn't this just made for me? The golden cicada rejoiced in her heart. After washing his body in the creek, golden cicada took a large and small group of people ready to get back on the road. My lord, leaving the southern wasteland is not as simple as you think. If we could leave by going all the way north, why would 100,000 of our Tang army still be trapped for 13 years? Li Yingtai immediately opened his mouth when he learned that the golden cicada was planning to leave the southern wasteland. Do you know how to leave? Golden cicada asked. I don't know, but I know that if I want to leave the southern wasteland, I have to leave Pudu County first, and in order to leave Pudu County, I have to go to Joyful City first, and as for what I have to do after arriving at Joyful City, I don't know. Li Yingtai sighed, her delicate little face filled with helplessness. If the southern wasteland was really so easy to leave, why would he have waited from a little girl to the peach and plum years? Where is the city of joy? The legend says it's in a west-facing direction, and I've never been there, Liang Tai said as he pointed in the other direction. Then let's go. When Golden Cicada finished speaking, she mounted the horse left behind by the Tang army, then pulled little Luoyang into her arms and darted all the way towards the west. Over the next few days, as the three of them hurried along, Golden Cicada fumbled with the use of the fish belly. When he had time, he asked about some things about the Tang dynasty, only that whenever he touched the core, Liang Tai kept his mouth shut. And in these few days, three things happened on the Yinglu side of Qin. First of all, Zhao Ji and Ying Qi had quietly moved out of Xianyang City and went to live in Yong City in the west. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably for the fetus in the womb. For these two, Yinglu did not make any plans for the time being. Anyway, there are still more than 9 months to go before the fetus is born, to say the least. In the meantime, I guess Zhao Ji and Ying Qi had to pray every day that the baby was a boy, and they had no time to do anything. The second thing is that Huayang guy. Since the battle in the bedchamber that day, Huayang has never attacked Yinglu at night. On the contrary, people from the Longguan clan were going in and out of the palace all day long, either going to Huayang's chambers or coming to show their loyalty to Yinglu. Looking at this, it's not hard to guess that Huayang is pregnant. Only these Longguansher clan's mouth is very strict. They know that the situation in the dynasty is intricate and complicated, and there are even a lot of people who are staring at Huayang's stomach. That's why they didn't even mention the matter of Huayang's pregnancy positively to Yinglu, but only secretly hinted at it. As for the last thing is Chang Lingjun. Ever since the farewell at Zhangtai Palace, Yinglu had never seen Chang Lingjun again. On the contrary, the matter of Chang Lingjun's defection from Great Qin and his becoming the commander of the three ministers of Chu, Qi, and Tang was soon rumored in the folklore. Even the civil and military officials in the courtroom began to discuss the matter. After all, the defection of the three dynasties and the seal of the three ministers of Qin hanging on his waist, this is definitely considered to be the most shocking scandal that has shocked the dynasty since the establishment of the Qin state. Though criticized and reviled by thousands, but only Yinglu knew how much this old man had given to Great Qin. Even Chang Lingjun smashed the ancestral shrine with his own hands before leaving Qin. Even the rumors and gossips in Xianyang City were spread by him personally. For such a loyal old man, Yingluo knew that he might not be able to see him again in this life, and he could not repay his kindness. Even after another 100 years, the dirty water on him could not be washed away. The world would only know that there was a man who became a traitor and betrayed Great Qin. Back to the southern wilderness. The three of them traveled at a fast pace for another 10 days, and after passing through a rainy land, they finally arrived at the border of Pudu County, the place called Joyful City. The City of Joy is huge. Not only are there dozens of meters of walls, even in terms of city construction, it can be compared to the Xianyang City of Qin and the Chang'an City of Tang. On both sides of the 100-meter-wide main street, stores stand in abundance, and signboards and flags of various colors flutter in the wind. The streets were filled with people coming and going, but strangely, there seemed to be no laborers here, not even vendors. In the stores, on the side of the street, anyone can take whatever they want, and what they want goes straight into their pockets. When the items were taken empty, some expressionless white-robed nuns would come to fill the goods. The inhabitants of this place seemed to be very rich. All of them were fat and well-fed, and almost all of them were covered with brocade and satin. Jewelry made of gold and emerald jade hung around the necks and limbs of almost everyone. Even the sleeping groundhogs sprawled on the street floor were several times fatter than the usual puppies. Only when the trio appeared in the city, everyone surveyed them with astonished eyes. It was like seeing something strange. Is this still the barren southern wasteland? Golden Cicada was stunned. The scene here was completely beyond his perception. This level of extravagance is incomparable even to Xianyang City. I'm not sure. Liang Tai also gulped quietly. The image in front of her was just too much of a shock for her. Just a day ago, the trio had to hunt for a living. Occasionally, they encountered a few natives of the southern wasteland, and those were all skin and bones and malnourished. It's hard to see one person as fat as that, let alone a city full of them. Regardless of all that, let's eat first. Liang Tai and Xiao Luoyang, who had been starving for almost a whole day, had already put their chests against their backs. After casually finding a 5-story restaurant, the three of them walked straight in. The store doesn't even have a shopkeeper because everyone is affluent. The tables in the store, however, had long been filled with a wide variety of mountain delicacies. After casually finding a seat and sitting down, the two guys, who had been starving for a long time, began to gorge themselves. Only Golden Cicada was scrutinizing this somewhat strange city. After the wine and food had been consumed, Liang Tai rubbed his overstuffed stomach and lazily leaned back in his chair. Is this place really the southern wasteland? as the saying goes, there must be a demon when things go wrong. The golden cicada frowned in doubt. Of course this is still the southern wasteland. At some point, a man in white with a face as white as jade and a little bit of red on his brow sat on the wine table next to him. The man's temperament was elegant, and a folding fan in his hand allowed him to turn it with style. To introduce myself, my humble self is the three-wisdom bodhisattva, one of the 18 Avalokiteshvara great bodhisattvas, under the seat of the Pudu sage master. The man smiled faintly and walked towards the golden cicada trio. At this time in the restaurant, the fat people who were still wolfing down their meals suddenly sat straight up in their chairs as if they had lost their minds, not moving a bit, not even blinking his eyelids. He didn't even seem to feel the hot vegetable oil spilling over his body. It was as if the 3 souls and 7 spirits had been drawn out, leaving only a pile of rotten flesh. Bodhisattva Sanui. Golden Cicada narrowed his eyes and surveyed his opponent while his hand under the table reached for the belly of the fish at his waist, and Liang Tai's reaction was the same, with her foot injury almost healed. At the very first moment she put her right hand already on the hilt of the Pearl Cloud Tang sword. Don't look at Liang Tai as being slightly bratty and capricious on weekdays, but she never plays with her temper when it matters. Guys, I'm not hostile. Can we please not do this? The man who called himself Bodhisattva Samwise squeezed a smile helplessly on his face, only to see that he slightly raised his hands, facing his palms towards the golden cicada several people, and then one index finger was bent and pointed towards the bottom of the table. Having said that, then he sat down across from golden cicada and picked up the wine jug to fill it for himself. May I ask your name? After finishing the wine in his cup, the man opened his mouth towards golden cicada and asked. The tone was kind, not humble or arrogant, like a noble son of a family from the Central Plains. If you have something to say, say it. Golden cicada placed his hand on the table with his grip on the belly of the fish and tapped the tabletop lightly as he spoke. Ha ha, your excellency doesn't have to be like this. I don't mean any harm. The man laughed, then continued and added. The wise master has dispatched the 18 bodhisattvas of the lesser western heaven and the heads of the remaining 3 counties, with the first task being to catch this Misli beside you and return, and the second task being to invite you to sit in the western heaven to talk about the Dharma of the Buddha and the way of heaven. The man's expression was unruffled when he uttered these words, and the speed of his speech was also very calm, as if it was just a casual conversation after tea. Catch me. Liang Tai's face instantly changed when he heard this, and in the next second, he directly drew out his Zhu Ying Tang sword and stabbed it towards the man's head. The golden cicada didn't make a move to stop him, and the man sitting on the other side of the room didn't even dodge in the face of the sword blade that was coming towards him, allowing the tip of the sword to stab into his throat. Miss Li, your heart is too messed up. It's far from this gentleman. The man was seen talking to himself and then moving his body backward, not stopping until his neck was free of the sword. Both of you. I said I meant no harm. I was only conveying the words of the wise master just now, and well, I don't intend to listen to her either. Looking at the wound that didn't shed a trace of blood, Golden Cicada's expression only became slightly more serious. The guy who had called himself the Pudu Shirsho before was strange enough, but the one in front of him didn't seem to be any less capable. Pillar Terrace, you sit down and listen to him finish his sentence. Golden Cicada signaled. Liang Tai looked at the Golden Cicada, and then at the smooth, mirror-like sword that hadn't been stained with a single drop of blood, before sitting down obediently, only to quietly move his body towards the Golden Cicada. I went to Gungzi town a few days ago. Your Excellency is really powerful. The past body of the wise master and the past Buddha of the Little Western Heaven were actually killed by you. When these words came out, the most surprised person at the table was also Liang Tai. Originally, I thought that Golden Cicada was bragging, but I didn't expect him to actually kill the past body of the Pudu Sage Master. Only what was this past body? Past body. What is this? This kind of mindless bragging and praising. Golden Cicada would not take it seriously. This guy could say these words, so he must have something else in mind. The wise master's Buddha Dharma is heavenly, practicing past, present, and future together in one life. And the one this girl has seen before is the wise master's the present body is also the present Buddha of the Little Western Heaven. As for the one you killed, it is the past body of Master Xian, and also the past Buddha of the Little Western Heaven. The man didn't hide it, shaking the folding fan in his hand while explaining to the Golden Cicada several people. And then what? What did you seek us out for? Golden Cicada was a bit confused as to what this person in front of him wanted. I would like to invite you to accompany me in the execution of the 17 great bodhisattvas of the Avalokiteshvara, and then go straight to the Western Paradise and cut off the head of the virtuous master of Pudu. The man's eyes looked straight at the Golden Cicada, and word by word, he uttered these words that one would need to recite half a day over and over again. A total of 17 great Avalokiteshvara bodhisattvas were executed, and the head of the Pudu virtuous master was cut off. Did I hear correctly? Golden Cicada let out a long breath. It's hard to believe that this guy wants to be a rebel and make his own way. Of course you heard right. I hope that your excellency is able to cooperate with me, and at that time, I will personally escort a few of you out of the southern wasteland. The man put away the folding fan in his hand, got up and bent down to arch his hand and said, already, he has minimized his posture. No, Golden Cicada didn't even think about it and rejected it outright. Jokingly, a person who claimed to be under Pudu censure, looking for himself to destroy his master. This matter put aside, who will agree? I'll be damned if there isn't something fishy going on here. Is your excellency not planning to return to the Central Plains? The man seemed to anticipate that answer as well. Of course I'm going back. Golden Cicada returned. I can tell you all for sure that if you want to leave the southern wasteland, you will surely head to the little western heaven to meet with the Pudu wise master. What will happen to your excellency I can't say, but this girl will definitely die 10 deaths without a chance of survival. Oh, Golden Cicada picked up the wine cup and said faintly after taking a light sip, hey, didn't you hear me? 10 deaths and no life. Liangtai took the Golden Cicada's corner and whispered in his ear, silly, you're just so sure that what this guy says is true. Golden Cicada's words were ostensibly addressed to Liangtai's, but they were actually addressed to the man in front of him. Everyone, I know it's hard for you to believe me, but if you make a trip to the Temple of Joy in the south of the city at midnight tonight, you'll know that what I'm saying isn't delusional. When the man finished speaking, he took out 3 dark yellow cloth-like things from his sleeve and handed them to Golden Cicada, Liangtai and little Luo Yang, who was eating obediently. This item is the skin of 1,000, which is refined by peeling off the entire skin of 1,000 people while they are still alive, and it allows you to change your physical appearance. The remaining 17 Avalokiteshvara great bodhisattvas and the 3 county palms are looking for you, so if you don't want to be recognized I suggest you use it. Hearing the man's words, Xiao Luoyang and Liangtai lost their faces in fear and directly threw the 1,000 human skins in their hands to the ground. Instead, the Golden Cicada's side took a closer look. What do you want? Golden Cicada put away the 1,000-man skin and continued to ask towards the man. Intuition told him the man in front of him probably wasn't lying, but the fact that this is happening is a bit too unbelievable to jump to conclusions. Tonight at the Temple of Joy in the south of the city, I will execute the Buddha. The man's expression turned sharp and cold for the first time. Even the folding fan in his hand was crushed by him. I'll see you all tonight. I'm afraid if I stay here any longer I'll be discovered by the new head of Jubilee City. The man bowed with both hands and bid farewell to a few people before heading downstairs alone. What do you think about this? When the man in white left, Golden Cicada suddenly opened his mouth and asked, me? What can I make of it? Master Pudu Shyamuni's men are certainly no good. Because he couldn't drink, Liangtai took a sharp gulp of tea, but his face was a bit stony. It looked like he was frightened by the white man's phrase 10 deaths and no life just now. Didn't ask you. I was asking the little girl. Golden Cicada blankly glanced at Liangtai. On this matter, he wanted to hear what the clever little Luo Yang thought. Well, only to see little Luo Yang tilting his head with half a pastry in his mouth. He thought carefully before speaking. Big brother, I think we can give it a try. Oh, why? Golden Cicada asked with considerable interest. The entire southern wasteland is owned by the Pudu Sage Master, and since we've been exposed, even without those so-called 18 great Avalokiteshvara bodhisattvas, it would be easy for the Pudu Sage Master to capture us. Although I don't know what that person's intentions are, but we each get what we need. We can mutually benefit each other, and he's not going to kill the Buddha. No matter what the reason is, one less enemy won't do any harm. After little Luo Yang took the pastry off his mouth, he spoke his thoughts towards Golden Cicada with a face of pure naivety. What a mutual benefit. The Golden Cicada smiled happily upon hearing this. Little girl, when we return to the Central Plains, I'll take you to the academy to study under a master. A little girl who had stayed in a barbarian land like the southern wasteland for more than 10 years and didn't even know a few big words could actually have such a vision. If he is cultivated in the future, he will surely be a great man who will move the world. Big brother, is it true that I can help you after going to that academy? Little Luo Yang innocently asked. Before Golden Cicada could say anything, Liangtai, who was on the side, couldn't sit still. Little sister, without the introduction of the scholarly clans of various countries or the royal family, ordinary people simply can't enter that place of the academy. Why don't we do it this way? When we return to the Central Plains, sister introduces you to go. But when you return from your studies, can you come and help sister to serve my great Tang? As the former crown prince of the Tang kingdom, Liangtai also sensed little Luo Yang's talent. If this kind of smart person can assist himself, he will surely be able to bring the great Tang to another peak in a single day. Play aside. Your father removed you from the throne long ago. In the face of this kind of naked robbery of talent behavior, of course the Golden Cicada could not agree. Bah! What do you know as a little soldier? As long as I have this half of the golden phoenix seal, the fate of the Tang kingdom will always belong to me, and as long as I can go back, no one can snatch this crown prince position away from me. Liang Tai was also not willing to show weakness. After all, in this world 1,000 gold is easy to get, talent is hard to find. Sister, I'm sorry, I can't promise you that I'll go wherever Big Brother is. I won't leave Big Brother for half a step. Little Lo Yang climbed down from his chair and bent down towards Li Pillar Terrace. Ha ha, my little Lo Yang really knows his stuff. Golden Cicada laughed happily, though half of that laughter was a mockery of Liang Tai. Golden Cicada, how about this? You are at best a small soldier in Qin, and you can't be a general in your life. Why don't you and your little sister come to my great Tang, and I'll directly appoint you as an imperial historian. From the 3rd rank, Liang Tai thought for a moment and stated a condition that he thought the Golden Cicada could not refuse. From the 3rd rank? Golden Cicada said disdainfully, thinking in his heart, if I don't want to be the king of Qin, I'll go to Tang to be a small 3rd-ranked imperial envoy? This is not a bad brain. From the 3rd rank is very high, much higher than your current position. Think again. Don't worry, as long as you follow me, this girl will definitely not treat you poorly. When Liang Tai said that, he stood up confidently and even patted Golden Cicada's shoulder with his hand in the process. It's like King Dawn is rewarding his men. Hands! With a glare from the Golden Cicada's eyes, he scared Liang Tai into hastily retracting his hand. Let's not talk about this. Let's find an inn first and we'll try out these 1,000 skins. After all, this is not the Central Plains yet. In case what the man in white said just now is true, and the Golden Cicada's several people are seen by the so-called 18 great Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattvas, there will be less trouble in the end. Leave the restaurant. A few people found a random inn in the town that looked decent and stayed there. However, while looking for the inn, Golden Cicada stumbled upon the fact that the people on the streets seemed to have become a bit less. Try them all. Golden Cicada laid the 3,000 skins flat on the bed and said to Liang Tai and Xiao Luoyang, Big Brother. Golden Cicada. The 2 women, one large and one small, neither of them took a step forward, but instead stared at Golden Cicada with big, innocent eyes. What's wrong? Golden Cicada asked suspiciously. It's the skin of 1,000 people. Isn't that a little too gross? At the thought of the image of 1,000 people being skinned alive, Liang Tai's stomach went straight to acid, and the little loyalist side seemed a little scared and hesitant to try. Pretentious. Get caught by the Pudu Sage or wear this, you decide, but forget it if the little girl doesn't want to wear it. The Pudu Sage doesn't know you anyway. Cupping the skin of 1,000 men in his hands, Golden Cicada realized that the workmanship of this thing was far better than expected, although it was stripped from a living person, but there is no half of the blood and fishy odor, but instead, it is somewhat similar to the silk of Chu. It's light and translucent, not to mention that it even gives off a lingering scent. If we don't say that this thing is made of human skin, I'm afraid that it will be sold at a sky-high price when we take it to the market. After weighing it for a few moments, Golden Cicada tries to put the skin of 1,000 men on his body. Suddenly, the moment the skin of 1,000 men touched the body, the flesh on the Golden Cicada's body suddenly began to squirm irregularly, then bulged into a giant sarcoma. The whole body became as puffy as a corpse that had been in the water for 10 days and half a month. But again, it didn't take long for those puffs to start fading, only to see that at this moment, the Golden Cicada had completely transformed into a different appearance. Whether it's looks, body type, voice or temperament, it's all changed. Are you still the Golden Cicada? With a trembling hand, Liang Tai asked, pointing at the Golden Cicada. This is really nice. You should try it on quickly. The Golden Cicada didn't feel like she was wearing a human skin at all, and it was even comfortable, even compared to the expensive cloths in the collection of the Alhambra Palace. Liang Tai was out of ideas. After all, it wasn't unacceptable compared to 10 deaths. Same with the Golden Cicada. Soon, Liang Tai also changed his appearance, only compared to the honest skin of the Golden Cicada. This one of Liang Tai was slightly more flirtatious. She even made up for her own flat shortcomings by becoming a curvaceous woman. Sister, why have you gotten fat? Little Luoyang poked Liang Tai's butt with his finger and asked with a curious face. The time soon came to midnight at the hour of midnight. After Golden Cicada and Liang Tai changed into black clothes, the two of them slipped out of the inn and ran towards the Temple of Joy in the south of the city. In the southwestern corner of Cheerful City, an ancient temple was situated behind a dry forest. Temple from no one burning incense. The tiles, in addition to scattered dusty incense burners, is a spider web hanging high in the doors and windows. The door plaque, covered with several cracks, had only one corner fixed to the overhanging beam, creaking and swaying at the slightest breeze. The temple was so overgrown with shrubs and weeds that any one of them could be as tall as a man. However, what made Golden Cicada and Liang Tai feel the strangest was the weird Buddha statue inside the temple. The statues of Buddha and Lohan here are different from those in the Central Plains. Each one was fat and rich, with a demented smile of satisfaction and joy on his 4 or 5 folded faces. The tiny eyes were squeezed so thickly with fat that they were almost invisible. Nor are they holding beads of Buddha, but all kinds of delicacies and jewels. Nor was it a futon that sat beneath him, but civilians carved into men, women, and children. The original mourning bells and drums on the east and west sides were also replaced with 2 statues of a man and a woman entwined with each other. This place in the southern wasteland is really weird. Can this be considered a temple? Liangtai scoffed at what was in front of him. Joyful Rowan, joyful city. Is this what they call joyful? Golden Cicada suddenly remembered. The black-haired wild mountain pig from that day in Gongzi town. The guy was just as pot-bellied as these statues, and he was good for food, sex, and wine. Just as the two spoke, an extremely light footstep came from outside the Temple of Joy. People are coming. Hide. Golden Cicada pulled Liangtai towards the depths of the weeds to hide. San Hui, the wise master told us to arrest those 2 in return. Why did you bring me here? Only to see a white man and a rugged man walk in at the same time at the gate of the temple. The man was about 30 years old. Not only was he strong, muscular and taut, but he also had an indescribably menacing aura. The 5-faced grimace was full of pitted scars and drawn horizontal flesh. 3 dirties. The wise master said, please. How did it turn into an arrest when it came to you? The man in white took out a new folding fan and fanned it in the dark night. A pair of Danfeng eyes then glanced around the courtyard, perhaps looking for Golden Cicada and Liangtai. Humph. Please what please? According to my opinion directly cut off the limbs, dig out the eyes and tongue after the censure bring back not just. The man known as the 3 dirties must be one of the 18 great Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattvas under the seat of the Pudu Sage Master. However, as the same 18 great Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, this person's aura was far different from that of the man in white. In addition to the ferocious look, this hostile aura is also very comparable to others. By the way, 3 scales, I have something I want to discuss with you. The man in white wrapped an arm around 3 scales' shoulders and suddenly said in a mysterious manner, weird. It's the first time you guys have come to me for advice on anything. The 3 dirties frowned, and though he felt something odd in his heart, he leaned down and put his ear to it. The thing is, the man in white narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth slightly, whispering softly in the 3 dirties' ear. What is it? It's too low for me to hear. The expression on 3 dirties' face was impatient. Originally they had planned to forage for food in the city of Joy tonight, but they were temporarily abducted to this shitty place by Bodhisattva San Hui. I'm going to replace the wise master. Suddenly, just as soon as the white-robed man's words fell, he pulled out a silver-colored Vajra mortar and pestle from his arms. In a situation that no one expected, the Vajra mortar and pestle was plunged directly into the head of the 3 dirties from the chin. It's not over. Although the opponent's head had been stabbed from the bottom to the top, the man in white still didn't stop. Hands wrenched the sides of 3 dirties' mouth left and right, then yanked hard. Then he split the 3 dirt heads in 2. It all happened so suddenly. Who would have thought that not even 2 minutes after these 2 arrived at the Temple of Joy, the man in white made his move. Even the golden cicada hiding in the bushes felt a little dismayed. After fumbling around in a pile of brains and blood for a while, the corner of the white man's mouth lifted slightly, only to see him pull out a knuckle-sized meat kanji from his head. If you look closely, you can see that this meat guanin is exactly the same as those white jade guanin in Gongzi town. Only the material has become fresh meat. San K, do you realize what you're doing? Manic roars tinged with fury emanated from the 3 dirt bodhisattva's lips that had rotted into 4 petals. The body with its head churned up kept trembling. The meat bodhisattva in the white man's hand, on the other hand, sprouted a thick blood mist before surging towards the 3 dirties. In a moment, only a pig's head with barbed fangs that looked like it had been gnawed on 1,000 times came out of the still rotting neck after squeezing it. A long black snake with a spitting letter was held in a closed pig's mouth, while disgusting and revolting yellow saliva dripped down the tusks. And between the legs of the 3 dirt bodhisattvas, a pigeon's head actually broke through the crotch of his pants, and his scarlet little eyes stared dead ahead at the white man. Kill you, of course. Need I ask again? The man in white cupped the flesh goddess in one hand and held the demon sinker in the other. There wasn't a hint of surprise or panic in his eyes, as if he had been used to it for a long time. I am equal to a bodhisattva under the seat of the wise master. Before the 3 scales words could be spoken, they were cut off by the white-clothed man's stern voice. Bodhisattva? Ha ha, that's such a dumb as a pig and dog joke. What kind of bullshit wise master? What kind of bullshit bodhisattva? I think it's just a demonic creature with his 18 man-eating pets. The man in white at this time no longer had the elegance he had during the day. Only his deep eyes seemed to be burning with monstrous fury at the moment. His bookish features became hideously twisted with rage. Even his face rippled with veins. San Hui, are you looking for death? The black snake's head turned violently towards the man in white and rushed at him, revealing two sharp fangs. He, although you are powerful, we both have the same 360,000 years of life, chi and blood. How are you going to kill me? The white-robed man's rhetorical question caused three dirties to be suddenly confused. It was clearly the other party who had first said that they wanted to kill themselves, but now how could they say such things? Humph, this bodhisattva will swallow you now, and then bring you back to the little western heaven and hand you over to the wise master to be sentenced. As soon as Sandirt finished speaking, he only saw the pig face instantly open its drawn and bloody mouth, and the long black snake held in his mouth was one step quicker to wrap around the white man's legs. Next, use the same method you used to kill the past Buddha to destroy this thing. The man in white suddenly yelled in the direction where Golden Cicada and Li Yingtai were, and then forcefully threw the meat bodhisattva in his hand towards the two. There's actually someone else? Three dirties froze at the sound and looked toward the weed pile. The meat bodhisattva drew a perfect arc in the air and landed in the Golden Cicada's hand with unerring precision. Actually looking for a human mind as a helper. San Hui, is your brain broken? The three dirt bodhisattva's pig's mouth bites down but pounces, only to see that where the man in white originally stood, the silver-colored demon-subduing mortar and pestle pierced through the black snake's body and nailed it to the ground in death. The black snake kept struggling and even released a cloud of poisonous smoke that was enough to corrode away the masonry. But unfortunately, the silver-white demon-subduing mortar and pestle was rooted in the 7 inches of the black snake as if it had taken root, and it was as stable as a rock without moving. Human mind? You and I were both born with fathers and mothers. Are you doing them justice by saying that? The man in white seemed to abhor the title human mind. Gritting his teeth, his body couldn't help but shake as he said this. Even the clenched fists, the nails dug into the flesh. Ha ha, parents? What's that? I have become the bodhisattva of the 3 scales under the sage master's seat, in charge of the greed, anger, and demented clumsiness of the entire southern wasteland, and I have long since ceased to be a mortal. Parents? It would have been a supreme honor for them to provide a womb for my birth. By the way, I forgot to tell you that on the first day I became a bodhisattva, I had already made them enjoy extreme happiness for 49 days without stopping for a single moment, and even if in the end their faces melted and their bones turned into water, they were still laughing so happily. The pig's head became bigger and bigger, and the 2 barbed tusks were even long enough to have pierced through the ugly pig's mouth. A pair of piggy eyes rolled upward in great enjoyment, leaving behind a large, blood-covered whites. There is no cure. The man in white cursed angrily before opening his mouth towards the distant golden cicada and shouting once again, hurry up and do it. If we let him visualize the Elysium, none of us will be able to escape. We'll have to be at his mercy. It was fine if this was not said, but it also seemed to have awakened the 3 dirt bodhisattvas. Only the next second, that great pigeon between his legs suddenly burrowed out of his pants, swirling rapidly around the sky above the temple of joy. A layer of 7-colored mist that seemed like a soft veil spilled down from the air, instantly wrapping around everyone. The moment, it was as if all the muscles in his body had softened, and he didn't even have the strength to maintain standing. Instead, the long pig's mouth opened to the sky and chanted a low and loud Buddha's name. Placed in the Western world of ultimate bliss, the 5 desires are full, enjoying the pleasures of wealth, color, fame, food, and sleep, liberated from flesh and bones, and therefore free from suffering, hardship, sorrow, and anger, ugly to the core. The 3 dirties bodhisattva is chanting heaven at this moment. This ironic image took place in the southern wasteland, Pudu County, and the Temple of Joy south of the City of Joy. Along with the scriptures that were like running water in fine cotton, they reached the ears of the man in white, Golden Cicada and Li Yingtai. All 3 entered the Elysium at the same time. Outside the Hangu Pass, Ing Luo, who is not short of wine, comes to the top of Guanlua after passing through the fog of confusion. Only in front of his eyes, the millions of tiger and wolf divisions of Great Qin were clad in black armor and holding silver spears, arranged in thousands of neat and tidy squares. The Blackwater Dragon flag was planted all over every inch of the land, still standing even when the wind blew through. Majestic Qin, eastward out of Hangu, blood will not dry up, death will not stop the war. The roar of the millions of generals, interspersed with the neighing of the horses, caused the entire Middle Kingdom to tremble under the feet of Great Qin. The moment, when Ing Lu is satisfied, Great Qin will surely unify the world. The other side, in the prosperous Chang'an city, in the Daming Palace and the Hall of Containment, Li Yingtai's eyes snapped open for a moment. I only saw myself at this time, standing in front of the phoenix chair that symbolized the highest power of the Great Tang, conduct the new king's enthronement ceremony. At this moment, Li Yingtai no longer has to hide her daughter's body in the Great Tang, worn for many years of wrapping chest, long shirt, and even on that Zhu Yuntang sword early do not know where to throw. In its place was the magnificent 10-meter-long phoenix robe draped over his body. Pretty rouge, lightly dabbed between the lips. Long hair that spilled like a river of stars fell softly down her back. All the adornments on her body all emphasized the extreme beauty of her womanly side. From today, no one in the Great Tang dared to point a finger at Li Yingtai's daughter body anymore. And below them, the Golden Guardians stood on either side of the palace grounds in their ceremonial armor, with their square heavenly painted halberds in hand. The civil and military officials knelt on the ground, their mouths chanting, "Long live the Queen of the Great Tang! Long live, 10,000 years!" See this scene. Li Yingtai was no longer in pain. Her white neck was slightly raised, and her eyes were filled with confidence and determination. What is bliss? This is bliss. False expectations are bound to be beautiful and will make people linger and sink into them. The moment. Golden Cicada, Li Yingtai and the man in white, all of them were lost in the world of bliss. What used to take a lot of pain and suffering and countless trials and tribulations to accomplish becomes a breeze in the world of bliss. Inuyasha Sanshako stopped chanting. Whenever he saw someone caught up in the world he had created, the heart of the three dirties would be satisfied like never before. Ha ha, even if Buddha comes, he can't escape my extreme happiness. He was seen walking towards the front with a pig's head that was bigger than his body. Then he pulled off the silver mortar and pestle that had been inserted into the black snake, allowing it to crawl back into his mouth. This guy is actually the king of a country in the Central Plains? But how did this king of the Central Plains come to the southern wasteland? The three dirties came to the Golden Cicada and took back the flesh bodhisattva in the other's hand, stuffing it back into his brain. Then sparingly, he arched his piggy nose over the Golden Cicada's face. But this king's extreme pleasure is too boring, isn't it? Suddenly, Three Dirties had a wicked idea that came to him at this point. He wanted to see the inverted polarity. The opposite of extreme pleasure is extreme pain. If Eng Luo saw the destruction of the state of Qin, the loss of its fortunes, the deaths of its generals in battle, the destruction of its people and even its cannibalism, he would have been a great help to the Qin people. What a picture that would be. At the thought of this, saliva continued to secrete from Three Scales' piggy mouth, even shrunk his body into a ball from excitement. Say it and do it. Only to see that black snake, crawling from the mouth of the Three Dirties to the face of the Golden Cicada. Then it slowly transformed into a stunningly bewitching exotic beauty. The tip of the beauty's nose carries half a mask made of cicada wings, and her large eyes with black eyeshadow are rarer than that jade treasure. The delicate little waist twisted around. The small white feet were raised high and gently stroked across the Golden Cicada's face. This is the way to move from bliss to pain. It was also something that the Three Dirties had comprehended only a short while ago, with a little effort from the exotic beauty. At this time, the Golden Cicada also seemed to become more and more out of place. He was seen frowning tightly, his face turning as pale as frost, and bean-sized grains of sweat falling drop by drop. Suddenly, no, Eng Lu, will take over the world, settle the Central Plains, and start an empire for the ages. Anyone who dares to mess with my heart will die. The Golden Cicada instantly opened his eyes and looked ahead unwaveringly. The Golden Cicada's gaze was as cold as a sword on, causing the three dirt bodhisattvas standing across from him to subconsciously take a timid step backward. In the inverted paradise of bliss, the millions of generals of Great Qin are bloodied and become the souls of the soldiers of the 6 countries in the Central Plains, while the people are broken and displaced, and the country is filled with grief and sorrow for 10,000 miles. Even the Alhambra Palace, the first palace in the world, was burned by a fire for 3 whole months. Standing amidst the broken walls, Eng Lu suddenly realized, oh, the 6 countries are pawns. How can they destroy my Great Qin? In the midst of the sea of fire, Eng Luo looked on proudly. He remembered everything. I only saw Eng Lu smiling blandly, holding the Qin King's sword in his hand, and directly wiping it towards his neck. Then it jumped out of this upside-down blissful illusion. How could you possibly do that? Even Bodhisattva Sanhui, who was one of the 18 Avalokiteshvara great bodhisattvas under the seat of the same sage master, was unable to recognize the blissful illusion. So how was it possible for a mere mortal to do so? Pust. The Three Dirties, who had been revolted by the illusion, spewed pitch-black blood from the pig's mouth. The exotic beauty that the black snake had visualized also dissolved its flesh and bones and transformed back into its original body, lying on the ground and dying. Even the gray pigeon flying over the Temple of Joy fell headlong, its 2 small wings flapping, but it could only roll up a little bit of dust. The Golden Cicada paid no attention to the Three Dirties' questions. Drawing the belly of the fish at his waist, he made a horizontal slash along his stomach, then cutting through the stomach sac before pulling it out. When you kill someone, you must first suffer the same sin. The properties of this fish belly are simply tailor-made for the Golden Cicada. Picking up the belly of the open-bladed fish, Golden Cicada swung a knife towards the 3 dirted heads, and from the pig's brain, which was split in 2, he regained the meat bodhisattva in his hands. Ha ha, the wise master granted me a lifespan of 360,000 years. You can't kill me with you. As before, the blood mist emerging from the meat bodhisattva once again nourished the three-scaled pig's head that had been cut in half. Humph, is 360,000 years a lot? Golden Cicada snorted disdainfully. No, even the past Buddhas who possessed a lifespan of 660,000 years, chi and blood, were not also bursting with their own heart's blood. A mere 360,000 years old is not worthy of this? To the astonished eyes of the three dirties, Golden Cicada stuffed the meat bodhisattva into his freshly cut stomach. Let your own visceral blood in water encase it completely, and the meat bodhisattva in the abdomen. At the first moment when it just touched the blood water of the Golden Cicada, actually frantically began to inhale it, as if a hungry ghost that had been starving for several days had stumbled upon a table of mountain delicacies and seafood. But before he could inhale a few mouthfuls, he only saw the flesh bodhisattva's body continuously vomiting blood and water back outward, until it becomes wrinkled. Impossible. My lifespan, my chi and blood, how could I lose? Three Dirt's half-healed pig's head drooped left and right on either shoulder after the blood spray broke off. Go to hell. Taking out the dried-up flesh bodhisattva, Golden Cicada raised his fish-bellied sword high and swung it down violently. The open-bladed fish's belly was so sharp that it cut the three dirties in half with just one swipe. Since then, the three dirt bodhisattvas under the seat of the Pudu sage died in the tiny temple of joy. After her stomach healed, Golden Cicada glanced at Li Yingtai and the man in white, who were still sinking in extreme bliss. Get up and stop dreaming. Picking up the hilt of the sword in the belly of the fish, Golden Cicada struck down hard towards Li Yingtai's head. Who dared to assassinate the queen of the Great Tang? Being knocked by the Golden Cicada like that, Li Yingtai suddenly woke up. It was only that she covered the raised meat bag on her head with both hands and stared angrily at the Golden Cicada in front of her. Bah! Still the queen of the Great Tang. You'll be the crown prince again first. After mockingly pillar terrace, Golden Cicada did as he had done, allowing the white man on the side to regain his senses as well. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your help. Without you, I really wouldn't have been able to escape from this extreme bliss illusion realm on my own. The man in white gasped for air and wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead with his cuffs before bowing towards Golden Cicada in reply. Whether this person in front of him was a foe or a friend, the Golden Cicada could not yet jump to conclusions. But now that this was the case, it was as little Luo Yang had said, and it might actually be mutually beneficial. Tell me, what exactly is your purpose? Golden Cicada opened his mouth and asked. Execute the Buddhas, kill all the Avalokiteshvara great bodhisattvas, and then go up to the little western heaven and cut off the head of the Pudu wise master. Like last time, the man in white repeated himself. Tell me the reason? Whether it's self-made king or worldly hatred, Golden Cicada needs a proper reason. If this person can't even give a reason, then the matter can only be put on hold or discussed separately. This is not the place to talk. Let's leave first. The man in white looked around. If word got out that he had joined with outsiders to kill the three-scaled bodhisattva, then I'm afraid that the Pudu sage master would kill himself at the first opportunity. Golden Cicada, why don't we go back to the inn first? It's eerie and scary here. Li Yingtai looked at the three dirties on the ground that was split into two halves, and although he wondered in his heart how on earth the Golden Cicada managed to do it, he didn't dare to ask more questions. That works too. That's all. The three of them quietly re-entered the inn through the night. The little Luo Yang in the room, on the other hand, had been forcing his eyelids to close, and his body, which had long been sleepy, sat on a chair and shook. However, after seeing that the Golden Cicada was safe and sound, it was only then that the tiny heart hanging in the air was put down. Say, why do you want my cooperation? Golden Cicada rubbed little Luo Yang's head, then sat on the chair and opened his mouth towards the other party. I want to return peace to the southern wasteland. The man in white didn't choose to sit down, but stood in front of the Golden Cicada. Oh, Golden Cicada smiled. The man in front of him was somewhat interesting. Although the matter of exchanging lifespan for goods in the current Pudu county was indeed a bit evil, it was much better compared to the times of military chaos, and according to what that shopkeeper in Gungzi town said at that time, if one is not greedy, then only 10 or 20 years of lifespan is needed to satisfy the basic sustenance of a large family. But alas, man is the most greedy animal under the sky, just to have enough to eat and be satisfied. Take a look at the flower house in Gungzi town, where ordinary commoners will lose their entire life expectancy at the gaming tables and can squirm to death in the beds of prostitutes. What is the difference between trading a lifetime of life for a short period of immolation and a pig in a hog pen? Have you ever heard of the term human mind? The white-robed man's expression suddenly turned serious, and even trembled with anger when he said the words human mind. What is a human mind? Golden Cicada shook his head. Although the white-robed man and the three dirt bodhisattvas had mentioned this word when they were at the Temple of Joy, they did not make much of an explanation. In the southern wasteland, the 18 great Avalokiteshvara bodhisattvas and the people in charge of the 4 counties refer to the people here as human minds. In the eyes of these brutes of theirs, the people are the cheapest, meanest, fastest multiplying, inexhaustible or of human blood. Just feed them with a drop of food, wine, and brocade in exchange for everything they have. As the man in white said these words, his eyes were covered with bloodshot veins, and the veins protruding from his forehead and his bitten lips showed his state of mind and anger at this moment. And you think that what the Pudu sage master wants is just life expectancy and chi and blood. This is only the work done in Pudu County. The remaining 3 counties have long been hell on earth, where the people are simply worse than even domestic animals. The more the man in white said, the more agitated he became, and his 2 pairs of clenched fists slammed into the tabletop so hard that even the neatly placed wine glasses on it were sent flying. What else but longevity and chi and blood? Golden Cicada continued to ask. The 6 senses, the 5 skandhas, the 4 extremes, the 3 schools of thought, good and evil, and conscience, they are trying to eat the people of the southern wasteland clean, to turn it into a huge animal farm, not only to make the animals willingly give up everything, but also to make their children and grandchildren for all generations to come all fall into human minds. Alas, there's no one left in the southern wasteland today for a long time. All there is just a cheap resource that has been stripped of its skin, eaten of its flesh, and had its soul extracted. The white-clothed man's expression suddenly turned despondent, as if his entire body had been drained of its strength. After sighing alas, he sat down on the chair opposite Golden Cicada, then picked up the wine pot on the table and gulped it down. Are you going to be the savior? Or to be the king of the southern wasteland? Or for the so-called conscience? The Golden Cicada was not moved by these impassioned words. He understood very well in his heart that there were no perfect people in this world, and the white man in front of him must have other purposes. No, I don't want to be a savior, much less the king of the southern wasteland. I just want to be a gentleman who teaches. 15 years ago, after completing my studies in the Central Plains, I returned to the southern wasteland, and I hope to change the perception of the people of the southern wasteland and the barrenness of the place through my insignificant efforts. Speaking of once upon a time, the white man's eyes were full of brightness, and his entire body seemed to have a spirit of refinement. Only when he thought of the Pudu sage master and the rest of the Avalokiteshvara great bodhisattvas, he became lost again. May I ask if you are Sufu? Mr. Sufu? Little Luoyang suddenly jumped off the bed and trotted over to the white-clothed man, tilting his head and innocently asking, how did you recognize me now that I'm in this shape? The man in white was slightly taken aback. Since becoming the bodhisattva of the 3 wisdom, this was the first time someone had recognized him. 5 years ago, you gave a lecture in Nyojia village. I was hiding behind a tree and listened with fascination. Little Luoyang said with a face full of joy. 5 years ago? Nyojia village? The man in white tilted his head slightly in thought. Within moments it spoke again. Come to think of it, I did teach at a place called Nyojia village back in the day, but the adults weren't interested at all, except for a few half-grown kids. And I remember that it was a cute little girl who kept hiding back there and listening, except I don't think she could talk as I recall. Back then, the man in white started traveling to teach after returning to the southern wasteland, but unfortunately it didn't go very well. For so many years, the man in white has traveled almost half of the southern wasteland, can sit quietly and listen to his lectures, but very few people, almost 2 hands can be counted, and even some of the villagers will also swear at him, saying that the man in white is a compulsion of the evil things. Mr. Su, I'm that kid from back then, but my mouth disease is now cured by my big brother. Little Luoyang wrapped his arms around Golden Cicada and laughed happily. You know him? Golden Cicada pinched little Luoyang's face and opened his mouth to ask. Well, Mr. Su spoke so well at that time that I heard it from morning till night, and even forgot to eat my slop rice. When I was a child, Xiao Luoyang was not more than now, all day long. In addition to eating some slop rice, you can only sneak to pick up other families thrown into the trough of the scraps of vegetables and leaves to feed the hungry. It's disgusting, but you won't survive if you don't eat it. At that time, when Mr. Su left, he also left me a few big white flour buns. I remember it very clearly. Before meeting the Golden Cicada, the only time he ate white bread in his 14 years of life, Xiao Luoyang remembered it clearly. Slop rice? Golden Cicada rubbed little Luoyang's head and frowned as he muttered to himself. Since you were a wandering pedagogue before, how did you become the bodhisattva of the 3 wisdoms under the Pudu Shastra? Golden Cicada turned his head and asked again. 3 years ago, I met the present body of Master Pudu Xian during one of my wanderings to teach, and when he said that I had the root of the 3 wisdoms, he forcibly brought me back to the little western heaven. After waking up from a nap, he became this, and even had some unusual tactics. Sufu explained it to Golden Cicada. But I've come to realize that just wandering around teaching won't change the southern wasteland even if it takes all of my lifespan. A great tree can't be saved by a few words when its roots are broken. Only by killing the Pudu sage master. Those so-called bodhisattvas and those devotees who have become incorrigible can the southern wasteland usher in a new sunshine. Sufu's body was filled with a murderous aura as he said this, and if he only looked at him, no one would be able to associate him with the scholar at all. It's true that when a scholar is angry, his body floats for miles. Golden Cicada sweated mentally. What are you going to do? One by one, and then straight up. Sufu narrowed his eyes and said word by word, but I need your excellency to help me. As you know, each of the 18 Avalokiteshvara great bodhisattvas has a lifespan of more than 360,000 years. So if I were to rely on me alone, there's nothing I could do about it. And not to mention the Pudu sage master, whose lifespan, chi and blood, I just wouldn't even dare to guess. With so many lifespans just for the bodhisattvas under his command, the Pudu Shastra himself would definitely have more than one can imagine. Although it was best to be mutually beneficial, but how much credibility this person in front of him had, the Golden Cicada did not know. After all, people can change, from a downtrodden scholar to become the bodhisattva of the three wisdoms, thus possessing supreme power. Just this point will make the Golden Cicada cannot easily believe. I'm not sure about the Pudu sage, but killing these Avalokiteshvara great bodhisattvas, I do have a way to do it. Only on what basis do I believe that what you just said is true? The Golden Cicada thought for a moment before continuing to ask. The so-called cooperation. If the two sides do not have an equal relationship, then during the cooperation, the weaker party will easily be led by the nose. I can show the prince my sincerity. Sufu seemed to have expected the Golden Cicada to say this. How does it show? If it's just vows and verbal agreements, then forget it. Golden Cicada also came to be interested. For this cooperation, to be honest, Golden Cicada did not want to refuse. But if you don't have the means to be able to restrain the other side, then you might as well give up early. Oaths? Of course, but never only oaths. After saying these words, only Sufu faintly smiled. Then 5 fingers formed a claw and plunged directly from his forehead into his brain. After a bit of churning, Sufu pulled out a flesh bodhisattva identical to the 3 dirties from within his brain. And with this suddenness, the frightened little Luoyang almost shouted out, "It's okay, it's okay." Golden Cicada covered little Luoyang's eyes and comforted him. "This is my relic. From now on it will be given to you, Your Excellency. And my life from now on will be at your discretion." Sufu placed the flesh bodhisattva in front of the Golden Cicada's body, even though at this time the Golden Cicada hadn't agreed to him. Taking Sufu's relics in his hand, the Golden Cicada pinched it, and after realizing that there was no difference between it and the previous 3 dirties, he put it back on the table again. Good. Alliance reached. Golden Cicada wasn't an indecisive person either. Since the other party had made it this far, it wasn't impossible to give it a try. "Thank you, sir." Sufu arched his hand in thanks. "But I have one more thing to ask. Say, help me destroy the city of joy." "No." The guest room was so terribly quiet that even the rustling swing of the leaves outside the house could be heard. "What is the reason for this, my lord?" The first request after the alliance was reached was so decisively rejected by Golden Cicada. At this moment, Sufu only felt a slight tightness in his chest. There's nothing to consider, not to mention whether or not it can be done. Even if it can really be destroyed, it will only serve to frighten the snakes. I don't think a small Huanxi city is so important to Master Pudu Xian himself. Qin has been in foreign wars for many years, and the Golden Cicada knows very well in his heart that if he cannot do the snake strike 7 inches, then it will only cause the other party's anger and full force counterattack, and it is a stupid behavior that is not worth the loss at all. "My lord, you are wrong. Destroying Joyful City can be considered as breaking one of the arms of the Pudu Magister, as the other 3 counties have almost been emptied out at the moment, so the Pudu County has become the main source of the Magister's life to obtain life and chi and blood, and I don't know why, but some time ago, the wise master ordered to speed up the harvesting of Pudu County, and even some of the small children who don't have offspring yet have become targets for harvesting lifespans and chi and blood, so it is estimated that it won't be long until the entire Pudu County turns into a land of death. Originally, according to Pudu Sage Master's plan, the most populous and largest area of the southern wasteland, Pudu County, was the largest farm in her hands. As long as you open gambling houses, brothels, restaurants and some other extravagant places for people to sink into, and then use some rare items from the Central Plains, you can slowly harvest the lifespan and chi of the entire Pudu County. But for some reason, the Pudu Sage had stopped trying to harvest one crop at a time a couple of days ago and just dug it up by the roots. Even swaddled babies are not spared. Through the illusion of extreme bliss constructed by the Bodhisattva of the 3 dirties, the common people of Pudu County were allowed to expand their mental and physical desires. so that they could desperately eat, drink, and be merry. This was the reason why so many big fat people suddenly appeared in the City of Joy. If it wasn't for the fact that forced harvesting wasn't as effective as the active devotion of the people, it was estimated that this place would have turned into a sea of corpses long ago. Miss Lee, General Yuchi's 10,000 men are waiting for you, and they have agreed to my request to wipe out Huanchi City in one fell swoop by tomorrow's evening. Su Fu suddenly twisted his head and said towards Li Yingtai, who was on the side. What? Uncle Yuchi is still alive? Hearing these words, he only saw Li Yingtai cover his mouth with both hands. His voice turned a little choked, and 2 lines of tears dripped down the corners of his eyes. When Sima Fei rebelled not long ago, only General Yuchi remained loyal to himself, even if he had to fight to the death to send himself to escape. I thought that General Yuchi had been killed by Sima Fei long ago, but who knew that he had survived? Golden Cicada. Li Yingtai twisted her head and looked at Golden Cicada with her big, pitiful eyes. Nothing was said, but the meaning was unmistakable. What is your plan? Strong attack or outwit? Golden Cicada did not suddenly become compromised because of Li Yingtai. After some deliberation, Golden Cicada felt that if he could really break the Pudu Sage's arm, he could go ahead and do it. Before acting, however, it is important to analyze whether the plan is feasible. Strong attack. I will on the morrow will trick the remaining 16 Avalokiteshvara great bodhisattvas out of Huanchi City, and in the evening General Yuchi will lead his troops and horses to kill from outside the city and take the city lord's mansion of Huanchi City directly. I don't know what the reason is. Once upon a time, the scholar who always thought of convincing people with reason, now opens his mouth to execute Buddha, and closes his mouth to kill people. Golden Cicada kind of wondered if this guy was a martial arts scholar who went to the Central Plains to further his education back then. By only 10,000 men? Enough, it's 10,000 elites. Enough to wipe out the City of Joy. It'll just take a bit of effort in dealing with the new head of the city. So what do I need to do? Golden Cicada continued to ask. He didn't want to expose his immortal trait, and tried not to make a move if he could. Your Excellency only needs to destroy the White Jade Goddess of Mercy in the City Lord's mansion, the one that feeds longevity and chi and blood to little Shitian. It turned out to be waiting for himself here. The Golden Cicada now understood it all. After resolving the joyous city, I will send you to the Boneless County, and once you pass through the Boneless County you will arrive at the Little Western Sky, the place where the southern wasteland meets the Central Plains, and also where the Pudu Sage Master is located. Su Fu explained to a few people. What about after arriving at the Little Western Heaven? Is it difficult to directly attack again by force? If this was Su Fu's plan, then Golden Cicada would really have to re-examine this guy who could only talk on paper. Naturally not. After entering the Boneless County I will find an opportunity to kill the remaining 16 Arhat Great Bodhisattvas together with your Excellency. Only by collecting all of their relics will we have the capital to fight head-on against the Pudu Sage Master. Sherry? Golden Cicada took out the crumpled flesh bodhisattva from his arms and scrutinized it. My lord, please keep this relic. It is the key for us to kill the Pudu Sage Master. After hearing Su Fu's words, the Golden Cicada took another look at the mediocre flesh bodhisattva before putting it back into his arms. Tomorrow night, the Pudu County's palm will hold a banquet. I've already greeted you. As long as you change into the skin of 1,000 people you can enter the City Lord's mansion ahead of time, and that White Jade Goddess of Mercy will be troublesome for you to find. After Su Fu finished speaking, he was ready to get up and take his leave. After all, the longer he stayed here, he would arouse the suspicion of the rest of the bodhisattvas. Can you tell me where Uncle Yuchi is now? I'm going to look for him. As Su Fu was about to leave, Li Yingtai suddenly stopped him. 15 miles outside of the city, 4 places east, west, south, north, and south, with about 500 men scattered in each place. As for which direction General Yuchi is hiding in, I'm not quite sure. By the way, please Miss Li must protect yourself. You must not be caught nor die by the Pudu Xianshur, or else the Central Plains are afraid of great chaos. The Middle Kingdom in turmoil? Li Yingtai's heart trembled as he listened. He only possessed half of the golden phoenix seal of the Great Tang and inherited part of the national fortune. He didn't have any other special places. What makes it so important to the Pudu Sage? Mr. Su, what's going on here? I'm just a mediocre crown prince. It's not like I'm the only one who possesses the national fortune. Li Yingtai asked in a hurry. I'm sorry, Miss Li. As for the reason, I'm not really sure, but it's true that I personally heard this from the wise master. After apologizing, Su Fu left the inn in a hurry, afraid that one more second of delay would lead to unnecessary trouble. It was the latter part of the night after Su Fu had left. Golden Cicada yawned, and after carrying little Luo Yang to bed again and covering him up, he himself planned to go back to his room to sleep. Golden Cicada, can you come to my room? At the entrance of Xiao Luo Yang's room, Li Yingtai lowered his head, his two forefingers placed in unison in front of his chest and kept beating around. Seeing this scene, Golden Cicada first shook his head for a moment, then immediately reacted and opened his mouth. No, I haven't said what it's about. Liang Tai's small mouth pouted as she questioned angrily. After so many years of being the crown prince, almost no one has ever refused his request. How is it that after meeting the Golden Cicada he is suppressed everywhere? Moreover, this guy was just a junior soldier of the White Family Army, and he actually managed to always suppress himself in terms of aura. This was even more puzzling to Liang Tai. It's nothing more than going outside the city tomorrow to find General Yuchi. No, Golden Cicada saw Liang Tai's thoughts at a glance, and directly refused without giving the other party any chance to say anything at all. Why not? Liang Tai continued to ask. Disgruntled. 15 miles away in the southeast, northwest, and north, not to mention whether or not there's enough time, in case you expose your whereabouts and cause the plan to fail. Is this a responsibility you can afford? In addition to this point just mentioned, Golden Cicada could not guarantee that Yuchi would not have a proclivity to change his mind after meeting Liang Tai. Anyway, the big no-no in the military is any mischief before the march. If you don't go, you don't go. Then it's always fine if I go with you to the city lord's mansion tomorrow night. Liang Tai crossed his arms and huffed. Since she no longer disguised herself and completely restored her daughter, Liang Tai's little womanly flavor became more and more full, and even the habits that she had raised back then by deliberately trying to imitate men's movements and demeanor were also thrown to the back of her mind. No, Golden Cicada didn't even think about it and rejected it outright. This is not good. That is not good. You think you are the king of Tanga everywhere, control me. Liang Tai more and more angry, and even put this period of time Golden Cicada to their own yelling things, all one by one took out to say. For this to be a former crown prince, the Tang kingdom is hopeless. After the Golden Cicada pretended to sigh, he stopped paying attention to the mad Liang Tai and went back to his room alone to sleep. Humph, even if you don't let me go, this girl has her own way. Liang Tai smiled smugly after touching the skin of 1,000 people in his arms. Early the next morning, Golden Cicada was the first to get up, and after glancing at the still sleeping little Luo Yang, he changed into 1,000 skins and headed for the city all by himself. If nothing else, this city of joy is indeed a rich place. It was only 7 in the morning and the streets were bustling with people. There were those who walked slowly out of the brothel holding their backs, and those who had been soaked with oil after a night of fighting in the gambling house. Although there were no vendors selling breakfast on the street at this time, every table was filled with steaming meals, big fish, big meat, and all kinds of wine and food. Even a whole roasted pig was put on the breakfast table. And this roasted pig was not the kind of small suckling pig commonly found in the Central Plains, but a big fat pig of hundreds of kilograms. But even with all this grease, these guys who had been fed already were still eating grease. Golden Cicada found a table with a lighter meal and sat down, picking up a pot of warmed wine and pouring himself a cup, drinking it as he surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, Golden Cicada noticed that one of the fattest guys in the crowd, while gulping down food, the fat on his legs began to gradually melt, slowly detaching itself from the bones and turning into a pile of oil mixed with blood and water that flowed into the cracks of the floor tiles. Not a moment too soon, the flesh and fat of his upper body then all but melted away, leaving only 2 not-so-thick bones to hold him up as he continued to forage, and the people around them seemed to be surprised, still eating on their own, and so it was for another little while. This fat man eventually turned into a white bone, becoming dust when gently blown by the wind, and was swept to all corners of the city of joy. No wonder. I always feel like there are fewer and fewer people here. Golden Cicada figured it out in a flash. The feeling is that the people in this city of joy will turn out to be what they are right now at any moment. However, this Pudu Xianxia is indeed ruthless enough to actually treat the people here as pigs, or the kind that will be killed when they are fattened up. No! Golden Cicada suddenly woke up. If just eating the meals here will become that way, then the little Luo Yang. As soon as he thought of this, Golden Cicada hurriedly ran towards the inn. Little girl, wake up! Pushing open the door of the room, Golden Cicada hurriedly picked up the sleeping little Luo Yang, and only after realizing that little Luo Yang was not in any serious trouble at the moment did he let go of his heart. Big brother, what's wrong with you? The confused little Luo Yang asked towards Golden Cicada with concern. It's fine. Let's not stay here in Cheerful City for now. It's better to leave the city as soon as possible. While Xiao Luo Yang was changing his clothes, Golden Cicada woke up Liang Tai who was huffing and puffing. What's the matter? Are you coming around and ready to take me to General Yuchi? On the way out to the city, Liang Tai asked curiously. No, if you don't want to look like that you'll follow me out of town early, Golden Cicada said while pointing at the fat people on the street who were gasping for air when they took 2 steps. I don't want it. A large and a small 2 girls shook their heads in fear after hearing this. Even the steps under their feet were getting faster and faster. outside of Jubilee City. The three of them waited until the sun was about to go down. And only then did the golden cicada change into the skin of 1,000 people and walk towards the city. And before departing, the two were specifically instructed to never leave and to stay put until they returned. Sister, what are you doing? Less than half an hour after golden cicada left, Liangtai also changed into 1,000 skins. Little sister, your big brother alone to break into the city master's mansion, you are not worried? After changing his appearance, Liangtai pinched little Luoyang's face and asked. Worried, but big brother said for us to wait here until he returns. Little Luoyang pulled back on Liangtai's sleeve and replied with a serious face. However, this was not because of worrying about Liangtai, but because of fearing that this big sister in front of her, who had a generally good brain, would spoil golden cicada's plan. Little sister, your big brother is alone and isolated. Let's see this girl go and help him. After Liangtai said that, he pulled down little Luoyang's little hand, then mounted his horse and galloped towards Joy City like a gust of wind. Ugh, don't get big brother in trouble. Looking at Liangtai's distant back, little Luoyang sighed helplessly. At this time, the city lord's mansion, golden cicada is being cross-examined. You say you're the one sent by the three wise bodhisattvas? At the entrance of the mansion, two oddly shaped heavenly remnants stared suspiciously at the golden cicada. Yes, golden cicada heart some wonder. Su Fu has not been greeted well. How will still be interrogated? Neither can anyone from the three wisdom bodhisattvas. The master of the house has said that no one can be let in tonight except those on the list. The two heavenly cripples chested out and said arrogantly with their nostrils toward the golden cicada. Shit! Just as golden cicada was cursing Su Fu in his heart for being unreliable, suddenly, behind him, 17 men and women with polished clothes and extraordinary aura walked together toward this side with a foursquare step. Greetings, 17 Avalokiteshvara great bodhisattvas arrive. The heavenly cripple, who was dog-eyed the second before, instantly prostrated himself on the ground and cried out in a high voice. What? Weren't these men detached by Su Fu tonight? The golden cicada snapped his head back, only to see that among these 17 people, Su Fu was still dressed in white and shaking his folding fan, talking and laughing with the people next to him while walking in the direction of the golden cicada. Not far away, 17 people idly walked towards this side, while Su Fu quietly winked at golden cicada as he glanced over the crowd. It seemed to be trying to convey some kind of message, but was afraid to say so explicitly because of the man next to him. What are you looking at? Get down on your knees. The two heavenly wreckers knelt on the ground, desperately pulling on golden cicada's pants, signaling golden cicada to hurry up and kneel down. The Qin people have hard bones, not to mention the fact that the king of the great Qin only kneels to the sky, the earth, and the ancestors of Qin, which is the reason for kneeling and worshipping these several crooked ways. Kid, this is the 18 Avalokiteshvara great bodhisattvas. In the southern wasteland the status is second only to the Pudu wise master. You want to die, don't take us with you. Heaven's residue raised his head slightly, although these two guys looked a bit strange, but with the clattering drops of sweat and screwed up features, it wasn't hard to see that the two of them were really in a hurry. Mortal, why don't you kneel when you meet us? As he passed by the golden cicada, a bodhisattva beside Su Fu wearing a half-armed sea green garment suddenly stopped and looked at the golden cicada with a smile on his face and asked. The man had a kind face, a smiling lip with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his two eyes always narrowed into a line. Unlike the dead three dirties, this person gave off a clean, gentle feeling. 10 goodnesses. This is the devotee I took in the Pudu sect. Su Fu hastily reached out and blocked in front of this 10 good bodhisattvas who looked quite good-faced, and the two heavenly cripples who heard this, fearfully burying their faces in the ground in a hurry, originally thought that the golden cicada was just blabbering on, not realizing that they were actually really the bodhisattvas people. San Hui, since this man has joined my Pudu sect, why doesn't he kneel? This is not a good deed. The 10 good bodhisattvas smiled and pushed aside Su Fu's hand that was blocking his own, then came in front of the golden cicada and spoke again. Mortals, please perform the ritual of kneeling. No kneeling. Golden cicada didn't even think about it and decisively refused, while a hand also reached towards his back waist quietly at the same time. It is not good. It is not good to have no propriety in one's body, only to see the 10 good bodhisattvas' face suddenly turn hideous, the corners of his mouth splitting right down to the sides of his ears, his mouth full of big black teeth dripping with saliva. His eyes were still as curved as the crescent moon, only the greenish pupils in the pitch-black sockets were like a poisonous snake ready to bite the golden cicada to death. 10 goodness. Su Fu rushed forward and pressed his hand on the 10 good bodhisattvas' shoulder. San Hui, what are you doing? Only to see the 10 good bodhisattvas, without even turning his head back, he spat out his long tongue from his mouth as if it were that fishy red snake's letter, and licked around Su Fu's face, leaving behind a pile of sticky saliva before asking. This fellow has some wisdom roots. Perhaps in the future he will also become a bodhisattva to enter the little western paradise on a par with me. And as this son has only ever knelt to heaven and earth, I must make sure to offer let his first time to the wise master. You know, the first devotional kneeling of a believer will make the wise master feel pleasure in body and mind. In a hurry Su Fu casually lied. Who? After hearing Su Fu's words, the 10 good bodhisattvas retracted his long tongue and turned back into the same kind face as before. Phew! Only after seeing the 10 good bodhisattvas closing their hands did Su Fu let out a long breath. Mortal, although you do not need to prostrate at present, you must still fold your hands in honor of the bodhisattvas. Su Fu came to Golden Cicada's side and patted his shoulder with his hand. Just without anyone noticing, a dark ray of golden light flowed down Su Fu's body, turning into words and quietly flowing into the Golden Cicada's palm. 10 goodness. Let's just go in first. Having said that, Su Fu then followed the rest of the 15 people with the 10 good bodhisattvas, continuing to chat idly as they walked towards the city lord's mansion. Brother Bodhisattva, please sit down. At some point, this pair of heavenly remnants actually moved a chair and a plate of melons and fruits, full of attentiveness towards the Golden Cicada. Bodhisattva? What Bodhisattva? Golden Cicada didn't have the courtesy to sit directly on the chair and enjoy the two. You, Brother Bodhisattva, don't be so modest. My brother and I heard what was said just now loud and clear. These two men, one of them pounded the legs of the Golden Cicada, while the other stood back with a fan to gently send out cool air. Understood. I understand. When I become a bodhisattva in the future, I'll appoint you two as the deputy head of Pudu County. Although it was not yet known whether there was such a position as vice priest in the Pudu sect, it was better to blow the bull out of the water first. And the two men who heard this on the sidelines almost laughed with joy. By the way, there's something I need to ask you guys about. Golden Cicada lifted her shoulder, signaling for a rub. When dealing with the same heavenly remnant as those lapdogs in the Qin King's palace, Golden Cicada naturally knew how to take it easily. Brother Bodhisattva, please speak. My brothers and I will definitely go through fire and water. The two men knelt directly in front of the Golden Cicada, bowing and saluting towards it in the same way as they greeted the 18 great bodhisattvas of Avalokiteshvara. Let me ask you, where do the lifespans and chi and blood collected from this Pudu County exist? Golden Cicada asked in an indifferent tone. Brother Bodhisattva, why do you ask? Upon hearing this, Heaven's cripple's eyes glanced around, as if he was intentionally dodging. Of course it's to prepare for you to take over Pudu County in the future. Never mind. Since you won't say anything, I'll find someone else. Golden Cicada sighed and put on a look of pity, then made a show of getting up and leaving the place. Don't be angry, Brother Bodhisattva. The two of them hurriedly got up and stopped in front of the Golden Cicada. This matter you ask about, a lowly underling like the two of us, who are not even commoners, should not have the right to know about it. However, since it is Brother Bodhisattva who wants to know, the two of my brothers will tell you even if their heads fall off. The heavenly remnant's words turned around, and after surveying the surroundings for a while, he quietly put his mouth close to the Golden Cicada's ear, and then continued to whisper. The lifespan and chi and blood collected from the entire Pudu County is right under your feet. On your feet? Hearing this, Golden Cicada lowered his head and looked downward, but he could not see any abnormality under his feet except for the stone tiles that had grown slightly mossy. What do you mean? Golden Cicada frowned and asked towards the two heavenly cripples. Brother Bodhisattva. These words were also overheard by our brothers from the master of the house, and as to what they mean, a brain like ours can't figure it out. Looking at the two men who didn't look like they were lying, Golden Cicada waved his hand then asked them to step aside. Anyway, it's kind of a long shot, so let's just take it one step at a time for the rest of the day. Flattening the palm of the hand where Su Fu had left the text, Golden Cicada wanted to see what the hell this guy was up to tonight. It was clearly agreed that he would be the one to trick the rest of the Avalokiteshvara bodhisattvas out of the City of Joy. Now how come all these people are back? There has been a change of plans. Please have General Yuchi terminate the operation. General Yuchi's quartet of men will probably depart simultaneously from the southeast and northwest of Cheerful City before too long, and it is simply impossible to terminate them. This reader's brain is really not suitable for military layout. However, upon seeing this line, Golden Cicada just smiled slightly, without a hint of anger on his face. After wiping clean the handwriting left by Su Fu, Golden Cicada pretended as if he hadn't seen anything, and then under the leadership of Heavenly Remnant, he swaggered towards the inner city lord's mansion. Although the gate of the city lord's mansion was slightly ordinary, after stepping through it, it was another indescribable world. Pearl Palace, opulence, extravagance, lewdness. These words are not enough to describe it. Inside the gate, a fake mountain range engraved with the words Mount Sumeru and Pudu Sect stretches straight through the building. All kinds of gold, silver and jewelry, jade and magic weapons were placed on the walls around them. The white mist that fills the air is actually a light sensation when you inhale it into your nose. On the flowing stream, there were countless jade trays holding various kinds of fine wines and spirits, allowing the people inside to take them at will. Groups of beauties wearing only a few pieces of tulle were scratching their heads all around. If a visitor took a fancy to it, they could just take it into their arms and carry it to a nearby room, or just put on a squirming show right there. And the passing visitors seemed to be not surprised. The expression on their faces actually rolled not the slightest ripple. After skimming these people, Golden Cicada was left alone to continue down the long corridor. As for what the Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattvas were doing, the Golden Cicada didn't care at all at the moment. The interior of the city lord's mansion was far larger than what could be seen from the outside. Not only could you not see the roof of the building at a glance, you couldn't even see the end of the spiral staircase leading to the ground floor. However, since the Heavenly Remnant had just said that the lifespan and chi and blood collected from the entire Pudu County was right underneath their feet, the Golden Cicada intended to follow the hanging ladder all the way down. This has to be hundreds of meters deep. If it weren't for the fact that there were still people down here, Golden Cicada really wanted to jump straight down. Just as Golden Cicada was about to move, a large hand suddenly clapped on his shoulder. Your Excellency, why have you come in? Didn't I say that there was a change in plans and I asked you to inform General Yuchi? Only Su Fu stood behind him and asked the Golden Cicada with a grave expression. You tell me how to go about informing? Do you think it's too late for the four parties to set out at the same time from 15 miles outside the city? Southeast, northwest, and north? Golden Cicada asked back in an unfriendly manner. This, Su Fu sighed helplessly. He actually understood in his heart that the time from the appointment to leave was just less than one incense burner. Apart from him personally going to inform, ordinary people could not do it at all. What the hell is going on here? Golden Cicada asked after walking around an unoccupied corner. It's a long story. I don't know what kind of madness those two fellows, Ten Goodness and Abbott, have been smoking. Su Fu was also helpless. Originally 17 people had already walked out of Joyful City. But who knew that the 10 good bodhisattvas and the bodhisattva of arhatship had suddenly changed their minds, saying something like there was no hurry and it would not be too late to wait for the dinner party to end before they set off. Is it exposed? Golden Cicada wasn't very concerned about what would happen to the Tang army, but if Su Fu had already been exposed, then it would be really troublesome. No way. I'm still absolutely sure about that. It's just that, although they are both 18 Avalokiteshvara great bodhisattvas, the two of them, 10 goodness and arhatship, are more trusted by the wise master, Su Fu said decisively. Although the Avalokiteshvara bodhisattvas had their own petty thoughts among themselves, they never thought that any of them would betray the Pudu sage master. In my opinion, we can only break the boat now. 10,000 Tang army elites, if they fight with all their might, even if they can't kill the bodhisattvas with 360,000 years of lifespan and chi and blood, they can still hold them back for a while. And by then we'll be able to simply annihilate the rest of the Avalokiteshvara bodhisattvas right here in the inside and outside. Anyway, there is no way back now. Why don't we have a backbreaking battle, so that the unnecessary sacrifices become somewhat valuable? No, if that's the case, General Yuchi's side will definitely be 10-1. Su Fu shook his head repeatedly. Don't be silly. Instead of dying a worthless death, why don't you spell off an enemy before you die? Golden Cicada patted Su Fu's shoulder and said in a serious tone. This. After Su Fu thought carefully, he realized that there didn't seem to be any choice at the moment, so all that could be done was to nod in agreement. And at this point, in Golden Cicada's mind was another thought. The Tang army was always the enemy's army, and that General Yuchi still seemed to be very loyal to Li Yingtai. If those two met, Li Yingtai wanted to nullify the oath he had sworn to Jin Fingshi before, then the only option is to kill yourself. While Li Yingtai might not do it, it was not worth the risk to Golden Cicada. In other words, 10,000 elite soldiers are a latent danger if they cannot be used for themselves, and losing both is the best option. Just when Su Fu agreed, Golden Cicada intended to continue walking towards the downstairs of the city lord's mansion. The 10 good bodhisattvas, however, suddenly descended from the sky. San Hui, and this future bodhisattva little brother, what are you two doing? At this time, the 10 good bodhisattvas were still squinting their eyes, their faces were kind, and the corners of their mouths were always hanging with an upward smile. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just revealed a different appearance, even Golden Cicada would have thought that this guy was an accomplished monk. Let's talk more about the wise master, and I hope that he will prepare himself well so that he can strive to be ranked among the great bodhisattvas of Era with us. And then there will be 19 bodhisattvas in the lesser western paradise. Su Fu instantly calmed himself down, and then changed to a relaxed smiling face and said, this may not work, the three scales are dead. Even if little brother is ranked as a bodhisattva, the little western heaven is still 18 bodhisattvas. This sudden statement from Ten Goodness caused Su Fu's heartbeat to instantly become faster. It was reasonable to say that that place, the Temple of Joy, wouldn't see a single person go there for 10 years. So how could someone find the body of the three dirties so quickly? And before he left in the first place, Su Fu also buried the three scales under the tree. May I ask if the Bodhisattva of the three dirties is also one of the 18 great Bodhisattvas of the Avalokiteshvara? How could someone as powerful as you die so easily? Seeing that Su Fu was slightly stunned, in order to avoid not being discovered by the 10 good Bodhisattvas, the golden cicada then hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. But it was also this interruption that made Su Fu quickly come to his senses. I don't know who killed him, but if that guy's dead, he's dead. Which of the 18 great Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattvas was once not a leader of all parties in the southern wasteland? Except for that fellow three dirties, who was just a fly-by-night who roamed the southern wasteland relying on looting and robbing. The 10 good Bodhisattvas seemed to dislike the three dirt Bodhisattvas from the bottom of their hearts, or else they wouldn't have said such words. But it was good that there was no suspicion toward Su Fu. By the way, the dinner will start soon, you two please come with me. And there will be an unprecedented conversion to the three jewels tonight. So don't miss it. When Ten Goodness finished speaking, he made an inviting gesture towards Golden Cicada and Su Fu. Such a humble and courteous attitude really has some of the divine flavor of a bodhisattva. Conversion to the three jewels? What's with the conversion to the triple gem tonight? After hearing this, Su Fuchi hurriedly opened his mouth and asked. Even his expression became tense again, as if this conversion to the three jewels was some kind of dreadful ceremony. 176,431 people in the City of Joy will all be converted to the Wise Master tonight. The 10 good Bodhisattvas were shaking non-stop, seemingly from a slight spasm triggered by excitement, and even those narrowed eyes were involuntarily flushed with white. Conversion to the three jewels. What is that? Golden Cicada looked at the 10 good Bodhisattvas who were in the midst of extreme excitement, and Su Fu who had a contrasting face full of gloom on the side. So he asked curiously, naturally, I will convert to the Pudu sect and go to serve the Wise Master. After Ten Goodness opened his mouth to reply, he pushed the duo behind his back, signaling Golden Cicada and Samwise to head to the banquet on the roof. Since this situation is not convenient to go to the ground floor, why don't we go to the roof of the building to take a look first, and wait until the Tang army kills the two parties to mix up the two sides before making a move is not too late. Golden Cicada thought this in his mind. The steps to the roof were long, and San Hui and Ten Goodnesses had slowed down in order to take care of the Golden Cicada, who was still in a mortal body. After about a pillar of incense, the three of them arrived at the roof of the building. Unlike the extravagance below, the layout style of the top of the building was practically identical to that of the Alhambra Palace. There were no more exotic beauties in revealing dresses. All of them were clear-cut maids resembling courtesans in short skirts, and there were even a number of eunuchs bustling around. At first glance, Golden Cicada thought he had returned to Great Sheen. Is this the young man who has the potential to become a bodhisattva? It's really extraordinary. An old man, as thin as a bamboo pole, walked out with the support of several maids. He had a dragon head staff in his hand, and was smiling as he stroked his beard that hung down to his waist. It was not difficult to guess that nowadays in this joyous city, apart from the 17 Avalokiteshvara great bodhisattvas, only this newly appointed master of the house could be treated like this. Future bodhisattva, what do you think of my palace? The old man seemed to be very satisfied with his replica of the Aphrodite's palace, and as he introduced it, his dry eyes showed pride that was hard to hide. Not bad, except that this doesn't seem to be in southern wasteland style. Golden Cicada responded vaguely. In his heart, this shabby thing, in addition to lewdness, extravagance, and the world's first palace of the Afong Palace, compared to the gap between the fluttering moth and the sky basilisk. Ha ha, when I was in the Xianyang city of that great Sheen, I had a glimpse of the majestic Afong Palace, and now that I have become the new head of this Pudu county, I will definitely build a palace that far surpasses the Afong Palace, so that the name of the world's first palace will change its owner to the southern wasteland. The old man laughed proudly, as if the acre of buildings under his feet could already be compared to Yinglu's Afong Palace. Ha ha, a mere countryside palace. How can it be compared to our joyous city? That's it. I see that what's his name Afong Palace. I'm afraid it's not even a hair's breadth better than this place. Those around them who hadn't seen the world and lived at a snail's pace in this acre of the southern wasteland agreed. The people who came to the dinner this time, apart from the 17 bodhisattvas, there were also big tax-paying households from all over the Pudu county. That is, similar to Hong Liangyu dressed up like a businessman. And upon hearing these people's horses' words, only Golden Cicada and Su Fu were present to scoff at it. After all, there's a difference between an eagle that's seen the sky and a chicken that's walked the earth. Lord Bodhisattvas, in obedience to the Dharma order of the Wise Master, the conversion to the three jewels will begin soon, so please take your seats and watch. The old man invited the 17 Avalokiteshvara bodhisattvas present plus the golden cicada, a total of 18 people, to the seat with the best view by the terrace, and he commanded the maids and eunuchs on the side to concentrate on serving. As for the rest of those lapdogs, they could only stand on the sidelines from a distance. My lord, General Yuchi's men have arrived. Su Fu looked at the brightly lit streets in the distance and said to Golden Cicada with a quiet opening, "Hear this." Golden Cicada also squinted his eyes, as his eyesight was far better than normal people. Golden Cicada soon also discovered the four corners of the southeast, northwest, and north, outside of the city of Joy, raising a sky full of dust. Moreover, outside the city gates in the north of the city, Golden Cicada actually saw Li Yingtai's figure in a blur, only to see her riding a warhorse and holding the Zhu Yintang sword in her hands as she rushed at the front of the crowd. Why is she here? Golden Cicada was inwardly shocked. For Yuchi's 10,000 soldiers and horses, Golden Cicada didn't care if they died or lived. It was best to let them fight against these guys from Cheerful City, but not so with Li Yingtai. If she was the one who died in the City of Joy, then the oath that she had previously sworn to the Golden Phoenix Seal would be nullified. And just then, a small eunuch came to the new headmaster and covered his ears and muttered, "Lord Bodhisattvas, the conversion to the three jewels may have to be postponed for a while." After waving his hand for the little eunuch to retreat, the new head priest stood up on his crutches and said with a slight bend in the direction of Golden Cicada and the 18 of them, "What's wrong? Converting to the three jewels is a good deed. It's not good to miss the hour." The 10 good bodhisattvas were the first to speak, asking with slight dissatisfaction, "Lord Ten Goodness, Yuchi has brought his remnants to raid Huanchi City." The new master did not dare to conceal what he had heard and told the great bodhisattvas of Era truthfully, and upon hearing this, one of the stoutest and fiercest men among the bodhisattvas stepped forward. The muscles as big as the tripod were covered with sinews, and the rigid face was like a knife and axe chiseling, while the brows seemed to be condensed with endless anger, and the eyes were like burning fireballs, flickering with a light that was not angry. "A mere 10,000 abandoned remnants of the army. Let's see me personally destroy them." The bodhisattva with 360,000 lifespans in chi and blood naturally had no fear of Yuchi's 10,000 men. With an angry look, he took off his clothes and was ready to go down and do it. "Lord Abbot, please wait." Seeing the Abhidharma bodhisattva who was ready to jump down from the attic, the palmist on his crutches rushed to go and stop the other party. "What do you mean by that? As the bodhisattva abbot of the lesser western paradise, who is in charge of pain and violence, he resents anyone interfering with his pleasure. Lord Abbot, conversion to the three jewels will come. Why should you waste 10,000 years of your life and cheat a fight with these ants and ants?" While speaking respectfully to Bodhisattva Abhimanyu, the headmaster waved his hand for a small eunuch on the side to bring a brass bowl. Only this brass bowl, holding neither rice nor water, but a bowl full of blood. 176,431 people in the City of Joy were to have been converted tonight. Wouldn't it be better to let them contribute to the wise master? The head priest picked up the brass mantle with one hand and the mallet at his side with the other. After closing his eyes and then mumbling unintelligible scriptures, he began to gently tap the copper bowl. As the wooden mallet struck one by one, a burst of ethereal music came from the copper mantle, accompanied by the night breeze, like a fine spring that soon spread into every corner of the joyous city. In the meantime, the big fat people who were still eating and drinking or had long been huffing and puffing to sleep, one by one, just like being possessed, dragging their obese bodies, surging towards the city gate closest to them, limbs twisted to the point of deformity, teeth wide open dripping foul-smelling saliva, heads tilted back, mouths chanting Buddha's name, each of their eyes filled with golden Buddha's light, and the other side of the city outside of Jubilee. "Uncle Yuchi, I'll kill the enemy with you tonight." Li Yingtai, who had changed back into men's clothes, was as good as a young general who was good at fighting, and his eyes had found their long-lost confidence. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this time it is exceptionally dangerous to fight the enemy. I think you should just wait here for our triumphant return." General Yuchi, a rough man with a beard and dark skin who used his sword well, this person was promoted by Li Yingtai's mother when he was young and was extremely loyal to Li Yingtai. Even when Great General Sima Fei rebelled with 90% of the Tang army's elite, Yuchi didn't hesitate to follow Li Yingtai, holding off thousands of troops for her alone, never having any thoughts of defecting. "Uncle Yuchi, we haven't returned to the Central Plains for 13 years, and from what I hear, I'm no longer the Crown Prince, so you might as well call me Pillar Terrace. Besides, with this half of the Golden Phoenix Seal in place, I'll be able to help out a little in case I meet a difficult evil spirit during this suppression of the enemy." Li Yingtai touched her chest, although now that she was in the southern wasteland, this Tang's national fortune couldn't even be used. But just with the hint of national fortune Phoenix Chi still remaining on the Golden Phoenix Seal, it could also play a not-so-small role in critical moments. "Crown Prince, Sima Fei, that guy's words can't be believed in full. You are the heir to the throne of the Great Tang that is hard to come by in 100 years. As long as you return to the Great Tang, this crown prince position will definitely still be yours. When Yuchi finished speaking, he held his greatsword in his hand and pointed it horizontally at the city gates, commanding the 2,500 generals under his command to charge the city. After leaving the two men to look after Liang Tai, Yuchi himself rode his crotched warhorse, dragging his 100-catty greatsword towards the city gates to kill Uncle Yuchi. Liang Tai shouted from the rear, and although she wanted to move to the battlefield as well, she was blocked by the two people around her. Your Highness the Crown Prince, a mere joyful city and a senile old bone. General Yuchi will be able to take it without much effort. Alas, I hope so. Looking at the army rushing into the city gates, Liang Tai then thought in his heart that if Uncle Yuchi meets with a slight misfortune, then even if he spares his body, he will have to use this half of the golden phoenix seal. Just before Liang Tai finished his recitation, a strange scene then occurred. Just as the 2,500 men rushed through the city gates, there were sounds of soldiers exchanging blades and hissing, and even the thick odor of blood coming from the air. What's going on? How come we're at war right here? Liang Tai frowned at them off, thinking could it be that there was a change of plans. Without hesitating for a moment, Liang Tai drew the Zhuyan Tang sword in his hand and clamped his legs violently on the white warhorse under his crotch, and the warhorse that ate the pain instantly lifted up its front limbs, and with a neigh towards the sky, it galloped in the direction of the city gates. The two pawns who were responsible for taking care of Liang Tai could only follow him closely after looking at each other. Just entered the city gates. Liang Tai was then startled by the scene in front of him, and even subconsciously pulled back on the reins, only to see a fat man who weighed more than an adult fat pig actually sparring with the Tang army elites. These fat men seemed to be of immense strength, and with palms as fat as a bear's, they could slap a warhorse to the ground with a mere slap down, and because of the thick fat wrapped around the whole body, general knife wounds surprisingly cannot easily hurt its internal organs. Only toward the neck to cut off the head of these fat people can play a role. Generals, cut off their heads for me. Although the fatties had a brute strength beyond normal people, they were slow to move. Under General Yuchi's leadership, the soldiers quickly came back to their senses and slashed towards the necks of the fat men. Not a moment too soon, heads rolled all over the spacious street. The Tang war flag was hunting in the night wind, and the pattern on it was already blurred, either splattered with white fat oil or thick blood plasma. Although the Tang army was exceptionally brave, a head fell to the ground when the long sword was swung, but alas, a ball of fat like meatballs, like swarming flies, came in heaps from the streets and alleys. Even though there was no place to pile up the corpses, these fat men still looked like they were possessed, all waving their fists and charging up one after another. Occasionally, there were a few soldiers who were swung by the meat fist, and all the bones on their bodies instantly shattered and lost their ability to move. And then without exception, they would be eaten alive by this group of fat people, leaving behind only a set of white bones with blood. General, this is simply not enough to kill. If we continue like this we are exhausted. It's not a solution. The adjutant general plucked a fat piece of meat off his shoulder and rushed at Yuchi, panting. Although this group of guys have thick skin and great strength, they are slow to move. I am now ordering 3 people to form a group, all of them to spread out and move, and then meet at the city lord's mansion, and then send 3 more groups of people to notify the generals of the east, west, and south gates, and tell the brothers that they can only fight with their backs to the wall today. There is no other choice. At this moment, the city gates have been suddenly closed. Even if the other party wants to catch a turtle in a jar, there is only one way to continue to fight, and with the experience accumulated through countless battles, Yuchi quickly found a way to break out. Although a portion of the troops would definitely be lost during the dispersal process, there was no other choice now but to minimize the casualties. Uncle Yuchi, I'll use the golden phoenix seal. Liang Tai drove his horse to Yuchi's side, his fine white palm gently stroked on his chest and said, "Not now. This isn't the Great Tang. If we forcefully utilize the national fortune on the Jade Seal, your highness will suffer an exponential backlash." Yuchi hastily shook his head no. Available. When Liang Tai wanted to say something else, Yuchi hurriedly interrupted. Your highness, if it comes to a time when I have to use it, I will let you know in advance. It's just not necessary right now. Yuchi was not a foolish man, and he knew that if the 10,000 generals under his command died, he feared that Liang Tai would also meet an untimely end. Instead of dying in vain, it was better to utilize the national fortune on the Jade Seal at a critical time. Good. If I need the power of the Golden Phoenix Seal, Uncle Yuchi must not consider my body. Upon hearing this, Liang Tai said nothing more. After all, battlefield matters are better commanded by experienced generals. Using the Golden Phoenix Seal blindly by himself might even be counterproductive. As the Tang army dispersed toward the city lord's mansion, sure enough, these slow-moving fatties couldn't catch up with their target for a while. Apart from occasionally catching a few stragglers, the rest of the men could not even be touched. And at this point, on the pavilion of the city lord's residence, Abhishek Bodhisattva glared angrily, only to see his hands wrapped around his chest, and one of his feet kept stepping on the ground, shaking the floor with a humming sound. Lord Abhimanyu is in no hurry. The conversion to the 3 jewels can begin now, so all bodhisattvas just get ready to enjoy the dinner. The palmist stopped tapping and picked up his brass mantle and headed toward the terrace side. Let's get started. We've been hungry for a long time. The most senior 10 good bodhisattvas, with their hands folded together, said gently, along with the brass bowl containing the blood. It was thrown towards the stairs by the palmist. There was a crisp thud. Moment. The entire city of Joy shook. One by one, the green stone bricks that paved the streets flew towards the sky, and some of the houses collapsed in a matter of moments. It's like something's about to come out of the ground. So it is. Watching everything that happened in the city, Golden Cicada instantly realized what that right under the feet meant to the heavenly remnant. It turns out that Golden Cicada had the wrong idea to begin with. The phrase right under his feet made him mistakenly believe that the white jade goddess of mercy, which housed the lifespan and chi and blood of the Pudu County, was underground in the city lord's mansion. But now, the image in front of him, however, broke Golden Cicada's original idea, and was even exaggerated a bit unimaginable. Looking down from the terrace of the towering building, only to see the streets of the north of the city, a crystal clear white jade palm from the ground out of the ground, 5 fingers like a hook actually in an instant to stay in place of a dozen fat people clutched to the heart of the hand. As for the fat people whose internal organs were pinched by that huge white jade palm and spat out of their mouths, each one of them still had demented faces and merely wriggled the fat meat on their bodies, puffing. As the white jade giant palm clenched hard, the rotten mud mixed with blood and flesh instantly exploded, and when viewed from high up in the sky, it looked like a blooming bright red rose. Immediately after, beneath the hand, an alabaster arm as long as the street crushed the surrounding buildings and slowly emerged from the earth, and those fat people who were crushed were turned into strands of blood and water that were crazily sucked inside the white jade palm. Sure enough, this pig has to be fattened before it is slaughtered, so that it can be meaty, bloody, tender and delicious. Attic. The master of the house squinted his deep-set eye sockets at what was happening in the city, and said with a smirk as he held both hands on his dragon head staff. It was as if the people of the southern wasteland under his feet were not human beings at all, but rather delicacies placed on top of the table. All the bodhisattvas present were also all watching with great interest, laughing everywhere, and some even began to lick their lips. Only Su Fu was clenching his teeth, forcibly holding back the anger that had put him at the tipping point of an imminent outburst. Instead, Golden Cicada was thinking about something else. According to the current situation, not to mention the 2 losses, whether the Tang army could rush up to the rooftop of this city lord's mansion was another story. Unless, Your Highness the Crown Prince, please use the Golden Phoenix seal. Watching the soldiers under his command, being mercilessly hammered and exploded by the jade palm, General Yuchi finally said helplessly. Yes. Li Yingtai didn't hesitate for a second, his steely eyes gazing ahead as he decisively nodded his head in agreement. Then they just ripped off their tops, revealing their smooth, flat stomachs and wrapped breasts. This was the first time Li Yingtai had shown herself and her daughter's body in front of the Tang army, but she couldn't care less in a time of crisis. Tear off a corner of the chippy cloth to reveal the half of a golden phoenix seal set on the chest. Suck it. Phew. Li Yingtai closed his eyes and let out a long breath, then instantly opened his eyes and violently grasped his hand on the golden phoenix seal with a strong tug. But bright red blood splashed towards the front. Even the horses at their hips had their heads dyed red. The jade seal connecting the red and blue blood vessels and nerves was thus held high in Li Yingtai's hand, and inside a dark hollow in her chest, a bloody heart, thumping away. A stream of red blood ran down the side of the hole and all over the body. The Tang Li clan royal family, the 87th Crown Prince Li Yingtai, today borrows the Great Tang's national fortune to gain a ray of life for the generals and soldiers far away from the southern wasteland, and later, is willing to subject himself to the country's uncertainty without any complaints or regrets. At this time Li Yingtai had long since lost half of the petulance and sassiness and capriciousness of the previous days, even though her face was as pale as snow, and even the arm holding the golden phoenix seal trembled incessantly. She still stood proudly on the back of the horse. Li Yingtai, who is responsible for both the positive and negative aspects of the country's fortunes, is at this moment like the queen of the great Tang dynasty, holding up the sky of hope for the generals and soldiers under her command, the glory of the Tang kingdom, the 8 directions, and the pointing of the army. All will be invincible. Generals of the great Tang, I order you, with the righteousness of the central plains, to use your swords to cut down all evil spirits and demons in front of you. As Li Yingtai hissed up to the sky, a golden phoenix bird was seen flying out from half of the jade seal, circling continuously in the sky above Huanchi City before breaking up in an instant, turning into a golden mist and attaching itself to all the Tang troops in Huanchi City. This time, the iron swords in the hands of the generals became as sharp as that Longquan, and the spears and weapons were as sharp as that Gentian bright silver spear. Kill! The soldiers roared in unison, and they all killed towards the 4 huge jade palms in the southeast, northwest and north of the city, while the hard white jade arms under the sword splits were actually cut out with cracks one after another. Uncle Yuchi, I'm counting on you guys for the rest. After looking at the generals who fought bravely to kill the enemy, Li Yingtai reset the golden phoenix seal into his heart and then fainted to death with both eyes closed. And at this point, the city of Chang'an, which was far away from the territory of the Great Tang, shook as if it was experiencing an earthquake, and a trace of unsettling black smoke gushed out from the country towards the body of Li Yingtai, who was far away in the southern wilderness. And on that kingly phoenix chair in the Daming Palace, the Tang king stared ahead, unable to calm down for a long time. Even the valuable antique jade porcelain around him fell to pieces and couldn't care less to look at it. Damn it, Perdue! What the hell are you doing? The teacup slammed to the ground. This furious and hideous expression of the Tang king made the eunuchs and ministers on the side shiver with fear. None of them dared to go up and speak. Come on! Imperial decree to write the king's decree. With Li Wuxiao as the marshal, Chang and Qin as the right and left generals, leading 500,000 troops and horses, marching into the southern wasteland border, King Tang stood up from the phoenix chair, and his unruffled appearance made the 100 officials bow their heads and kneel down. Humph! This king would like to see if this guy Pudu's guts have gotten fat. Back to the southern wilderness. Each of the Tang soldiers who were pampered by the national fortune was like a god of war, and in no time those 4 alabaster arms were hacked full of scars. Even several fingers were cut off. Impossible! How could a mere mortal soldier be so brave as to injure the sage master's white jade goddess of mercy? The terrace of the city lord's mansion building. A rare panic appeared on even the face of Abhimanyu Bodhisattva. There was no way that the Central Plains soldiers, who were just mortal flesh and blood in his eyes, could be so capable. Let me ask you, in these 13 years, have you seen the wise master make a move against the Tang army? The 10 good bodhisattvas, on the contrary, did not change color and still had a smiling expression. No, over the past 13 years, the wise master has only used means to trap them, and has never had the idea of driving them to extinction. Abyss thought for a moment before slowly opening his mouth to reply. The 7 countries, the Central Plains righteousness. You think this is just a casual remark? The history of the existence of the southern wasteland is far longer than the Central Plains. You think that the king of the southern wasteland that once appeared, what makes him not dare to step into the Central Plains for half a step? This is the reason. Ten Goodness opened his narrowed eyes and looked toward Li Yingtai, who was lying unconscious on his horse at the northern gate of the city. Then he turned toward the remaining 16 Avalokiteshvara great bodhisattvas and said, "Don't be alarmed. All of you, less than 1/10,000th of the Central Plains national fortune that can be mobilized in the southern wasteland is still available, and it will soon be exhausted. If the 3 jewels of conversion are destroyed, then it is not good, and it is time for us to take matters into our own hands." After saying that, he only saw the 10 good bodhisattvas take the lead and leap down from the attic's terrace, toward the direction of the north gate where Li Yingtai was located. Immediately following, the rest of the Avalokiteshvara besides Su Fu followed suit. Hurry up! That old thing is still watching from behind. Golden Cicada turned his back to the palmist behind him and patted Su Fu's shoulder and spoke softly. "My lord, because of the sudden change of events, the 16 Avalokiteshvara bodhisattvas were not led away from the city of joy." The self-blame and guilt in his heart made Su Fu hate to turn his face on the spot and directly copied to join the Tang army to do a battle with this gang of human-faced and animal-hearted guys. As to whether one lives or dies, it is up to God to decide. Anyway, I can't live up to the fact that I was once motivated to read for the world. There's still a chance, don't give up. First save the life of the pillars. I'll figure out the rest. After the Golden Cicada finished speaking in an extremely thin voice, he returned to his seat and sat down. The Golden Cicada, who knew what the luck of the nation was impressed to see Li Yingtai, who was far away from the land of the Great Tang, forcibly using the Golden Phoenix seal, even if it was only a strand. Receive the ominousness of the country before you can be the king of the community, the crown prince of this Tang country. Pillar Terrace, you are worthy of the position. Golden Cicada narrowed his eyes to look out over the distant battlefield. If Li Yingtai was able to return to Tang to succeed the throne, then for Yinglu, not only would he be able to secure the throne of Qin, but perhaps Li Yingtai's existence would be his first step towards unifying the world. Back to the battlefield. The 4 roads of the Tang army have gradually converged, and the 4 alabaster arms have actually been cut bald fingers, and for a while they have retreated back to the ground, not daring to show their heads. However, with the addition of 17 Avalokiteshvara bodhisattvas, the battle became difficult to resolve again. Of course, Sufu's appearance first startled Yuchi, but that groping gag made Yuchi quickly realize what was going on. Lifting a 100-pound sword, Yuchi, who was a 10,000 man general of the Great Tang, was naturally not comparable to an ordinary junior soldier. The floor tiles cracked several meters long under this chop, and a bodhisattva was sliced in half vertically in response. Damn it, this slash actually requires hundreds of years of my life to recover. The bodhisattva, who had been cut into 2 sections, was recovering his body and cursing at the same time. Everyone, don't fight hard, just guard the sage master's white jade goddess of mercy. Because of the addition of the Great Tang's national fortune, the sutra mantra given by the Pudu wise master could no longer play a single role. These bodhisattvas could only fight hard with their magic weapons and physical bodies. Although for a brief period of time, the Tang generals could gain a slight advantage. As time passed, the national fortune gradually dissipated, and the bodhisattvas were able to continually reshape their physical bodies. The Tang army could only begin to decline in every step of the way. Eventually, only 2 of the 10,000 Tang troops were left dead, Yuchi and Liang Tai. And the bodhisattvas of the sage masters have each lost no less than 50,000 years of life. Humph. Even if I have 1 sword and 1 horse, I will still cut you bunch of demons and evil devils down to the ground. Looking at the skeletal remains of his men in the City of Joy, Yuchi frowned horizontally, and dragging his bruised and battered body, he drove his horse and raised his whip, killing toward the 17 Avalokiteshvara bodhisattvas in front of him. At this time, although there is no national luck evening, but the killing atmosphere of the battlefield for a long time, but also let the 17 people feel a cold body. The blade of the greatsword dragged on the ground, sparking and drawing a long mark. Kill. The black horse at his hip leapt high into the air, seeming to resonate with the owner of the body. And Yuchi held his sword in both hands and fought his way towards the most powerful Abhija bodhisattva. Humph. Mere mortals. Just as the blade was about to touch the head, Abhishek bodhisattva let out a light hum. The 9-ringed sword that he pulled out of his stomach cut a silver light in front of his body, only to see the black warhorse instantly split in 2, and General Yuchi's head detached from his body, spinning in the air and rolling towards the feet of Sufu on the side. Because of the sharpness of the blade, General Yuchi had some consciousness for a while. His red eyes stared at Sufu standing in front. His mouth seemed to be trying to convey something, but he couldn't make a sound. Puffing. Just as Sufu was still in a daze, Abhishek bodhisattva actually stomped on Yuchi's head. What can be done about the fate of the Central Plains? After the sage master casts the 3, the Middle Kingdom will also become our table. Abbott's laughter echoed through the silent City of Joy for a long time, but he seems to have forgotten that with just 100,000 troops from the Tang army, the Xianxue has only been able to trap them for 13 years. This seems to be the great Tang crown prince that the wise master wants. Picking up Liang Tai, who was still passed out on his horse, Snake said after bringing his head over to take a look. Take her back. Handing her over to the wise master is a great honor. After the 10 goodnesses were finished, the bodhisattvas returned to the rooftop of the city lord's mansion. Welcome, Lord Bodhisattvas. Bending his knobby, creaking old back, the head priest respectfully greeted the great bodhisattvas of Era. Quickly start the feast. This loss of 100,000 years of my lifespan must be filled back in a hurry before I can do so. In the great battle just now, Bodhisattva Abhimanyu fought with General Yuchi alone for an hour, and was the one who consumed the most lifespan, chi and blood out of all the pusas. As the conversion to the triple gem continues, in the City of Joy, most of the buildings fell apart, except for the city lord's mansion. A white jade goddess of mercy with thousands of arms growing out of its back broke through the ground, revealing half of its body, but the height of just this half of its body was already flush with the rooftop. Next, the thousand-handed goddess of mercy crunched and cracked her mouth wide open, while behind her, 1,000 arms suddenly reached out, drilling through the streets and into the ruins, clasping those fat people who had long since lost their sanity into their hands, and then one by one, they were sent to their mouths to be chewed on. Even the heads that had been cut off by the Tang army earlier were not spared. He didn't stop until he had eaten his mouth full of blood and swallowed all 176,431 people in the City of Joy. For the conversion of all sentient beings to the 3 jewels, offerings to Sumeru, to Ling Shan, and to the Western Paradise, and hereby open a feast for Ban. The 17 great bodhisattvas of Era put their palms together and chant with their heads bowed in devotion and holiness. When the long verses were all recited, only to see the huge white jade goddess of mercy within the City of Joy, slowly lowering his forehead and kneeling on the ground, while the 1,000 arms on his back all joined together. Immediately afterward a crack split from the back of the white jade goddess's head, and then spread all the way down until it stopped at the back waist. At this moment, the white jade goddess of mercy was like a broken gourd split into 2 halves, and within its white body was a sea of bloody corpses. The thick plasma kept churning, and there was no lack of countless bitten guts and limbs that could be seen inside. And even a skull with black hair was constantly stirred by the waves of blood. 13 years of offerings from Pudu County, totaling 10,000 years of lifespan in chi and blood. Please enjoy your dinner. Bodhisattvas. The master of the house came to the great Bodhisattva era and said in his dry, shriveled voice. Only these eyes were filled with undisguised greed. Unlike the Bodhisattvas who reside in the lesser western paradise, the one man, 10,000 people above all people Bodhisattvas. Although the Palmers were in charge of the 4 counties in the southern wasteland and appeared to have a lot of power, in reality, their position in the Pudu sect could only look up to the 18 Avalokiteshvara great Bodhisattvas from afar. Even if he was in charge of the Pal Mistress of Pudu County, which had the largest population and the largest area, at most, he had been given a Lohan body with a lifespan of less than 200 years by the Sage Master, compared to Bodhisattvas with a lifespan of 360,000 years. It was a world of difference. Don't think about this thing that doesn't belong to you, or it's not good. The 10 good Bodhisattvas had pointed out the palmist's small mind, and while this seemed to be a reminder, it was actually a real threat. You're joking, Lord Tenzin. A drop of cold sweat slid down his dry forehead, and the palmist instantly gathered his restless heart. Unwilling. It's really so upsetting. Looking at the 10,000 years of lifespan and chi blood churning in front of him, the palmist put away his greed. He didn't understand that he had obviously worked hard and sold his life for the Pudu Sage Master in the southern wasteland. 70% of the entire Pudu sect's lifespan and chi and blood had been collected by themselves. But why did the Sage Master not even bother to give a Bodhisattva position? Looking at the arm that was as withered as it was, and thinking about the fact that he only had less than 30 years of life left, the palmist could not help but sigh in his heart. Lord Bodhisattvas, please eat. The headmaster lowered his head and said this again before quietly leading the crowd to retreat. And at this point in time, only 17 Avalokiteshvara great Bodhisattvas and 18 golden cicadas were left on the rooftop. Everyone, please enjoy the dinner. The wise master has said that each person can make up 460,000 years. Tengood smiled slightly before taking the lead. He only saw his 2 fingers inserted into his brain and snapped out a flesh bodhisattva just like the one in the 3 scales brain, and then threw it directly into the sea of blood within the white jade goddess's body. And a dozen other bodhisattvas followed suit. San Hui, why don't you do it? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Abhishekabuddha is more rough. Not only does he speak boldly, but he even moves his hands against himself in a big way. A good head, but he actually dug a fist-sized hole in it. So much so that it's all churned up inside as thin as tofu brain. I'll take over for Bodhisattva Samwise. Just when Su Fu's 2 fingers immediately touched his forehead, Golden Cicada came out ahead of him and held his shoulders to keep his face back toward the crowd. It wouldn't be necessary for Bodhisattva Samwise to do it himself. Golden Cicada said with a smile. Only the 2 fingers of his right hand ruthlessly pinched the flesh of Su Fu's shoulder. But I don't have the skills of all of you, so you don't mind if I use a sword, do you, Bodhisattva Sanhui? No, of course I don't mind. Although she didn't know what the Golden Cicada wanted, Sanhui responded to the other party's words, after touching Su Fu's head, only to see the Golden Cicada draw out the fish belly at his waist, and directly stabbed into the other party's brow, and then put a forceful pry. Sorry, the hands are a bit rusty. Samwise Bodhisattva, you understand. Golden Cicada scratched his head with his other hand, an apologetic look on his face. It's fine. Make yourself at home. Although it was a bit painful, Su Fu didn't dare to say the word no, and could only allow the Golden Cicada to lift up half of his brain. In a minute, after collecting the belly of the fish, Golden Cicada wiped the blood from his hands on his pants pocket before stirring in the white tofu brains. Ha ha, this teenager is not bad. I like it. I think that when I first took out the relics back then, it was still the wise master who helped me from the sidelines. With a big grin, Bodhisattva Abhimanyu praised the Golden Cicada with a big smile. Abhimanyu Bodhisattva is too kind. It was only after a flurry of rummaging inside his head that Golden Cicada pulled his hand out. Go you! The Golden Cicada threw it with such force that the meat Bodhisattva was thrown into the white jade goddess along with the chunks of brain marrow meat. Everyone, please start enjoying it. Remember, never exceed the limit of 460,000 years or the relics will not be able to withstand it. As the 10 goodnesses who had followed the Sage Master for the longest time, after giving the crowd another reminder, he closed his eyes and greedily sucked up the lifespan and chi and blood in that white jade goddess of mercy. Do it! Golden Cicada looked around, then pushed Su Fu out with one hand. At this moment, Su Fu's eyes showed a fierce light, releasing all the hatred he had felt towards these Pudu sect for so many years. Just by holding a demon-subduing mortar and pestle in each of his left and right hands, he killed towards the remaining 16 Avalokiteshvara great Bodhisattvas. As early as after Golden Cicada inserted his hand into his own head, Su Fu had already roughly understood the other party's plan, but understand, but also secretly marveled at the Golden Cicada this bold enough. Although the Golden Cicada was pretending to muck about for half a day just now, Su Fu's sherry was still in his head at this time, and what was thrown out just now was only the flesh bodhisattva of the 3 dirt bodhisattvas that had turned wrinkled. San Hui, are you crazy? Being pierced through the heart, Abi was instantly furious. This time he would have to use at least a few more decades of his life to make up for the damage. Crazy? Are there any people in this southern wasteland who are crazier than you? Su Fu, who is not hiding himself, the bookishness of his body is swept away, and what he holds in his hand is not a pen, but a weapon to kill and take lives. Watching Su Fu alone entangled with the 16 bodhisattvas, the Golden Cicada didn't dawdle, and directly leapt, jumping down towards the sea of blood and corpses below. Timing, location, and people. With all 3 in place, it's worth giving the Golden Cicada a try. What's more, Su Fu had said before that Master Pudu was asking the Avalokiteshvara bodhisattvas to invite him back to talk about the Dharma. Since this was the case, even if the plan didn't succeed in exposing his identity, the result would at most be to go directly to the Little Western Heaven and meet that Pudu wise master who had been roaming the southern wasteland for 13 years. Flutter. The Golden Cicada fell into the white jade goddess of mercy, followed by an overwhelming stench, thick plasma gushing from the mouth and nostrils directly into the lungs. An accidental cough can inhale a few pieces of unidentifiable debris. That's disgusting. The Golden Cicada casually grabbed 2 skeletons floating on the sea of blood, and then wrapped the hairs on top of their heads around their armpits so that they wouldn't sink. And at this point, the remaining few bodhisattvas on the roof of the building didn't know what the Golden Cicada wanted, but they weren't worried. Not to mention this needle in a haystack act. Even if the Golden Cicada did find the relics, it would be impossible to destroy them. San Hui, on behalf of the wise master, I withdraw your bodhisattva fruit position, and from now on you are immortal. Ten Goodness said with a grim expression as he held his staff in his hand. At the moment he had long been unkind, his long tongue fluttering in the air, his whole face turning both hideous and terrifying, and 10 beating hearts hanging from his stomach. Ha ha, mortal, be gone. You don't really think that you are bodhisattvas on that spiritual mountain, do you? Look at yourselves. Disgusting, ugly, nasty, simply worse than the maggots in that cesspool. All 3 of San Hui's heads grimaced, and each of the 6 arms sprouting from his stomach and back held a demon-subduing pestle. Although one person was facing 16 people, he didn't lose a bit of his momentum. Not good also. We have been blessed by the wise master and are fortunate to be ranked as bodhisattvas. We have long since transcended the mortal body and flesh. You are looking for death. The hissing of the 10 Goodnesses shook the city lord's mansion, and the palmist who popped up on the side scanned everything that was happening on the rooftop with his thieving eyes. Had. So bodhisattvas also fight among themselves. Better get one of them killed for me. And this bodhisattva fruit position might be the old man's turn. The master of the house stepped behind the door and grinned lewdly, but it was the laughter that caught Samwai's attention. Humph, you're no good either. The demon-subduing pestle was flung out, directly piercing the head of the palmist. There were still a few decades of life left, and now this is a good thing, because the hilarity is directly in place. This maddened reader is really scary. Come on, either you die or I die today. San Hui roared. The demon-subduing mortar and pestle in his hand made him wield it so loudly that wisps of residual shadows even appeared. Die? We now have a lifespan of 460,000 years, and with the inexhaustible sea of blood below, you simply can't kill any of us. 10 Goodness spat out a long tongue and wrapped it directly around one of San Hui's legs, then smashed half of his opponent's head with his staff. But as the blood mist gushed out of San Hui's brain, it returned to its original state in no time. 460,000 years? Hey, go dream on. And at this point, the Golden Cicada in the sea of blood also began to move. He was seen holding the belly of the fish and making several cuts towards the heart, wrist, stomach, neck and thigh. With his own blood mixed into the white jade goddess of mercy, only the sea of blood instantly churned and rolled up in waves, but not the same as before. At this time, the 1,000 hands of white jade goddess of mercy did not show a single crack, and only the water level line had risen a bit. 30% of blood storage is 10,000,000 years, so it would take at least another 20,000,000 years to fill this thing up. In 20,000,000 years, the history of the founding of the Central Plains by the first emperor was only a few thousand years. But while the numbers are exaggerated, the Golden Cicada is not false. There is no end to immortality, but at most, it will hurt a little bit when you wait. Anyway, those 20 years in the peach blossom garden should be accustomed to it. Next, I saw the golden cicada insert the belly of the fish through his chin and then slash downward until he reached his navel before stopping. Insert your hand inside along the scar and peel the fat and flesh away from the left and right sides, tearing, one by one. Golden cicada clenched his teeth and ripped the flesh from his upper body the same way a farmer would when killing a pig. A few moments later the golden cicada, a skeleton was held up under his neck, except for his heart, which was still hanging among his ribs. The rest of the entrails clattered toward the sea of blood without the skin and muscle to encase them. Inside the giant thousand-handed koan, the water level keeps rising. 40%, 50%, 70%, 90%, 10%. The blood had flooded the top and then surged towards the city of joy. Not a moment too soon, because there was a wall surrounding the city in a circle. At this time, the city of joy turned into a huge soup spring. Only what was inside this soup spring was not steaming hot spring water, but fishy blood. No good. My sherry isn't responding. The 10 good bodhisattvas suddenly changed their faces. Immediately afterward, all the bodhisattvas except Samwise could not sense their relics. Ha ha, it looks like the male has succeeded. Compared to the group of panicked monsters in front of them, all three of San Hui's heads grinned out. Although he never knew how the golden cicada did it, the result went well, and there was no point in trying to figure out the process. San Hui, don't think that just because you've broken our relics, you'll be able to kill us. Since losing their relics, these 16 Avalokiteshvara great bodhisattvas didn't dare to trade their lives for their lives as they had done before, but became careful in every way. Everyone, chant the Pudu Sutra together, and do not come forward to fight again. With the order of the 10 goodnesses, only the 16 bodhisattvas retreated their steps backward, and then with their hands joined together chanted the Pudu Sutra of the Pudu Sage Master. Prajnaparamata, the great self-manifestation in the 3 lives, a bizarre Buddhist scripture chanted out of his mouth and drilled into San Hui's ears. Ultimate bliss, past life, suffering, happiness, countless completely opposite feelings welled up in Samwise's brain and body. One day, you'll be laughing like crazy, the other day, you'll be holding your head and crying, and the other day, you'll be standing still in a daze. Snot, spit, and tears flowed from 3 heads with different expressions. It's as if you have hysteria and can't figure it out at all. Capture him and return to the Sage Master's disposal. Long tongues spat out of the 10 goodnesses' mouths, wrapping Samwise in a tight circle. Juzan, what about that guy? Abi pointed to the soupy fountain of blood under the rooftop and opened his mouth to ask. I don't care about it first. That kid didn't know what method he used to actually break our relics. Go back and report to the wise master first before saying anything. Without hundreds of thousands of years of lifespan, chi and blood, 10 goodnesses didn't dare to be half careless at this moment. Not even a step closer. 10 goodnesses. What are you afraid of? A fallen bodhisattva and immortal. Even without the relics, I can still get them killed. The green-faced fangs all covered in black skin and adamantine flesh. Abi said disdainfully from the sidelines. The 9-ringed ring sword in his hand made him shake and buzz, and by the looks of it he was a horn full of violence. Shut up. You go and cut off San Hui's head for me. Although you can't kill him, under the effect of the Pudu Sutra, San Hui won't be able to recover for a while. As the bodhisattva who had followed the sage master for the longest time, the rest of the 10 goodnesses' words were not afraid to disobey them. Yes, although Abi was reluctant, she could only stop there. He waved his 9-ringed ring sword towards the air twice before taking a step towards the front, and just as the 9-ringed ring sword was about to cut off San Hui's head, a section of something resembling intestines suddenly shot out of the sea of blood spring below and hooked itself firmly onto the riser of the rooftop parapet. Stupid! Wouldn't it be better to plug your ears? Only the golden cicada grabbed the other end of the intestines and leapt out of the bloody water. He had 2 knuckles sticking out of his ears just as he had earlier when he had fought against the past incarnation of the Pudu sage. In the other hand, he clutched the belly of a fish that had been completely transformed. Re-entering the rooftop, the golden cicada merely flicked his hand and cut the tongue binding San Hui into several sections. Just you are destroying our relics? The one with the most explosive temper. Bye. After looking at the golden cicada, who was dripping with blood, brought his 9-ringed ring sword and slashed down. Fish belly. Golden cicada gently squinted with his gaze and swung his sword towards Abyss. And then they never look at each other again. Unconscionable. It's just such a thin sword. Let's see me cut you and this broken sword in 2. Abbott grunted out a breath, snorting at the skinny golden cicada. But the moment the swords meet the blades, Abbott paused all over. Then only the hard, diamond-like black skin of his body was seen to crack open in a long slit from his chin to his navel. Then the skin and flesh peeled off, and the blackened entrails flowed all over the place. This can't be. Without the shekels, Abhinay collapsed to the ground with a thud. 13 years after the founding of the Pudu religion, 18 Avalokiteshvara great bodhisattvas, the second bodhisattva to fall, the Bodhisattva Abhimanyu, who is in charge of violence and suffering in the lesser Western paradise under the seat of the sage master. It is also the most valiant of the 18 Avalokiteshvara bodhisattvas, but it was such a person who had merely received only one sword from Golden Cicada head-on, just died somehow, and the death was extremely miserable. It was almost exactly the same as the Golden Cicada's appearance after self-mutilation in the Sea of Blood. This fish's belly has really changed. Looking at the belly of the fish in his hand that had a layer of human skin attached to it, and was densely covered with veins and sinews, and the blade of the sword was emitting a sound similar to that of a heart beating, Golden Cicada felt more and more that this Central Plains Jedi soldier in his hand did not have a trace of the Central Plains vast and righteousness at all. Instead, they were similar to these bodhisattvas in front of them, somewhat bizarre and unsettling, and it would be more apt to say that they were evil things. Another look at the dead state of Abbott. It seems that the belly of the fish seems to be able to take the same amount of damage I take when I self-injure and attach it equally to others. Golden Cicada murmured to himself with his head down. Just a light touch of the sword blade can have such power. Evil thing then evil thing. And what can be done? You can't die yourself anyway. You'll just suffer more pain at most. Coming to Su Fu's side, the Golden Cicada rolled up his sleeves and directly opened his bow left and right, and fanned hard towards the three heads that were caught up in the environment and were still in a state of confusion. Snap, snap, snap. I don't know whether it was the fear of the Golden Cicada's means of killing the Abhidharma Bodhisattva or the fear of the Golden Cicada's ability to fight even his own people. Anyway, the 15 Avalokiteshvara great bodhisattvas, after all, took advantage of this gap to not launch an attack. Gongzi, I seem to have fallen for them just now. Su Fu's 6 hands, each touched the cheeks of the 3 heads, rubbing them as he did so. Just catch on. Hurry up and poke through your eardrums. We'll finish these guys off now. Say it. The 2 of them then each picked up the weapons in their hands and killed towards the 15 bodhisattvas in front of them. Samwise, we can talk. Ten Goodness knew that the current situation was unfavorable to his side, and there was a sea of corpses at his feet with nowhere to escape. And so it was intended to convince Samwise verbally. But who would have thought that Golden Cicada and Su Fu didn't give him any chance at all, as the fish belly and the demon subduing pestle stabbed straight at the 10 hearts on his stomach. Since words couldn't convince the other side, they had to take the fight to the other side. The 15 Avalokiteshvara great bodhisattvas who were still alive roared in unison, and they killed towards the Golden Cicada duo. Although these 15 people didn't have longevity or chi and blood to add to their lives, with their odd looks and bizarre means, they were able to fight hard for a while. And after both sides had fought for half an hour, the 5 bodhisattvas of the 3 jewels, the 3 goods, the 3 evils, the 5 turbidities, and cause and effect were either stabbed through the heart or had their heads cut off. Damn it! 6 of 10 goods' 10 hearts were also destroyed. In the heat of the moment he had no choice. Please join forces and build, together, the corpse bone Buddha altar. 10 Goodness bellowed. The name, however, made the Golden Cicada startled. Corpse bone Buddha altar. Isn't this the same move that Master Pudusian's past incarnation had used? After 10 Goodness uttered the words Bone Buddha altar, the rest of the still-living Avalokiteshvara great bodhisattvas were each grim-faced and slow to make any moves. Quickly, if we don't build the corpse bone Buddha altar, we'll all have to die at the hands of these 2 today. 10 Goodness took the lead, only to see him glaring at Su Fu and the Golden Cicada with crimson eyes and death. Then with a clench of his teeth he pulled the spine on his back, out from the top of his neck. Take that, Sumeru Vein! 10 Goodness roared. In the next second, he was seen throwing his spine into the sky, building it into a small Sumeru vein, and the flesh and bones of the body gradually separated, forming a jumble of rocks and jagged stones on that fake Mount Sumeru. A bodhisattva's skin was propped up by the leg bones to make a sutra banner, which was inserted vertically at the highest point. The rest of the bodhisattvas who are still alive look at me and I look at you. After letting out a long sigh, he also stepped into the footsteps of the 10 Goodnesses. Raise the gospel lamp. Turn the warp. Set up a streamer block. Shikupudu body. With the remaining 9 bodhisattvas one by one after offering their physical bodies. Not a moment too soon. A mutilated corpse and bone Buddha altar then appeared in the air. And inside the Buddhist altar, hundreds of thick, fleshy branches surged out, dancing back and forth in the air. This is bad. Su Fu froze for a moment. Originally thought that as long as the person is not Chi corpse bone Buddha altar cannot be built. But who would like to think that the 10 good this guy actually got out? Although some worn out, we, among us, will purge you, a traitor to the Buddhist sect. Today, 10 voices that converged together, accompanied by bursts of sutra incantations surged out together from within the corpse bone Buddha altar. Even though Golden Cicada and Su Fu stabbed through their eardrums, these sutra incantations were still densely covered on the duo's skin. In an instant, joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and desire, 7 distinct emotions made Su Fu's body tingling, knees kept trembling. Even the strength to hold the demon-subduing pestle was gone. Kill! The Buddhist altar roared. Only 10 magic weapons of the bodhisattvas descended from the sky and came towards the two men's heads. Let's do it again! Golden Cicada looked at Su Fu, who was in a trance. Then the belly of the fish was raised high and aimed at his throat, ready to follow the example of his previous planing in the sea of blood so that the belly of the fish would be able to gain the evil power of another counterattack. Suddenly, just as the tip of the sword had just pierced the skin on his neck, a white light broke through the clouds in the dark night sky. Stop it! 10 good! Within the white light, only a person wearing a white guanine cape with bare feet on a Buddhist lotus slowly fell down. The visitors' looks were incomparably clean though, with long hair that moved with the wind. However, there was both the softness of a woman and the steel determination of a man in the face, and for a time, it made the Golden Cicada unable to distinguish between the genders. Xian, Master, why are you here in person? Sage Master? In the corpse bone Buddha altar, the mixed voices of 10 people trembled, as if they could not believe what was happening in front of them. I seem to remember that I asked you to go and invite this golden monk to come to the little western heaven to talk with me about the Dharma. The word please was pronounced with extra emphasis. Sage Master, this man, he doesn't match the portrait either. The corpse bone Buddha altar responded with an aggrieved voice. But this can't be blamed on them. At this time the Golden Cicada, because wearing 1,000 human skin, has long been changed into another appearance. Stupid! The Sage Master stayed in the air above the corpse bone Buddha altar and let out an angry cry before he turned to look towards the Golden Cicada. Hands joined together in a standard Buddhist salute before slowly speaking. Master Jean, may I ask if it is convenient for you to reveal your original honorable appearance now? The slight voice actually carried a hint of humility, a hint of respect, a hint of timidity. With such a sage teacher, not only did the corpse bone Buddha altar freeze, even San Hui turned his head to look at the Golden Cicada. He had estimated that the Golden Cicada's identity was unusual, but he hadn't expected it to be so unusual. And the Golden Cicada, who heard this from the Sage Master, sighed softly. There was no point in pretending any longer, so he simply took off the skin of 1,000 people on his body. Come down and talk to me. The Golden Cicada tilted his head slightly and spoke to the sky. Golden Cicada's slightly contemptuous tone wasn't purely for the sake of provocation. There is a rule in the royal court that if the position of a powerful official is uncertain, he can be tested by his attitude. If a powerful official is soft, there is a possibility that he can be brought in, but if he is rebellious, he will be eliminated. At this moment, the Golden Cicada narrowed his eyes and raised his neck to silently look at the Pudu Sage Master in the sky. I'm sorry, Senior Gold. It is indeed me who has failed to fulfill my etiquette. The Sage Master nodded his head and smiled faintly before he stepped on the Buddha lotus and landed at the rooftop of the city lord's mansion. Master Jean, may I ask if this is okay? Hands clasped together, the sage continued to bow his head in question. May. Golden Cicada is also a bit puzzled. If it is only because of immortality, then directly robbed by force, why bother? But if it was some other reason, Golden Cicada really couldn't think of one for a while. Sage Master, why do you need to be so humble to this fellow? He's just a mere mortal. The sky, the 10 goodnesses and the others, who had infinite longings for the Sage Master, had their values shattered to pieces at this point. They didn't understand how the hallowed Pudu Sage Master could be so humble in the face of a mere mortal. You should know that even back then when the Sage Master met with the King of Tang, he was not humble, and even slightly pressed ahead in terms of his aura. Don't know how to be courteous? If you anger my honored guests, can you afford to take the responsibility? Master Pudu Sage's face, which was as calm as water, was actually suddenly flooded with a ripple of anger. Next, only to see the corpse bone Buddha altar shatter into pieces, and the last 10 bodhisattvas couldn't even say a word before their corpses fell straight down from the heights into the sea of blood. And at this point, the 17 flesh bodhisattvas that had sunk in the sea of blood leapt out of the water right after them and flew into the hands of the Pudu Sage Master. For her part, Sage Master gently opened her luscious red lips, which she didn't know whether she had smeared with rouge or not, and swallowed these 17 neat bodhisattvas directly into her belly. San Hui, not making an enemy of the Golden Scholar. You've done well. I now grant you the title of the new head of the 18 Arhat Great Bodhisattvas, and I grant you another 1,000,000 years of life. She in blood. The slender finger gently raised, and a strand of blood from the sea of blood surged towards Su Fu's forehead, feeling his shekels gradually getting bigger. The demonic pestle and mortar in Su Fu's hand, however, clenched tighter and tighter. This person in front of me was the culprit that caused the southern wasteland to become what it is now. If we kill her, the sun will shine on the southern wasteland again. Do it, Su Fu, you do it. How this time to turn into a coward. This book of sages you are reading to the dog's stomach? At this moment, Su Fu propped his hands on his trembling knees, constantly cheering for himself in his heart. But the limp, weak legs could never take the first step. A bean-sized bead of sweat, crackling and falling to the ground, whitened lips oozing bloodstains from the teeth. San Hui, remembering that you have merit. From today onwards, in addition to the small western sky, all the land in the southern wilderness through to your management. I no longer ask a question, whether or not to collect life expectancy, chi and blood, or the six senses, the five skandhas, the good and evil conscience. All by you to set more. These words of Master Pudu Sage poked Su Fu straight in the heart. In this way, except for the smallest area of the little western heaven, the southern wasteland was also considered to have regained its freedom, and Su Fu's own wish was also barely reached. Thank you, Master Sage. The momentary freeze caused Su Fu to subconsciously kneel down and give thanks. While watching the scene happening in front of him, Golden Cicada frowned. As the saying goes, when things go wrong, there must be a demon. And since the Pudu Sage Master was able to give up the southern wasteland, it meant that something more valuable than the southern wasteland had appeared. And what could this thing be? Whether it was himself or something else, Golden Cicada couldn't make a full guess at the moment. Master Jean, could little Buddha invite you to have a seat in the little western heaven? To talk with you about Buddhism, cause and effect, and all things. The Pudu Sage Master walked down from the Buddha lotus, striding with white, smooth bare feet, and approached the Golden Cicada's body. And the floor, which was covered in bloodstains and scraps of flesh, couldn't leave a single speck of blood and dirt on the soles of the Sage Master's feet. Yes, since we have come to this point, it is probably useless to say no, so we might as well just say yes. Thank you, Gold Scholar. After joining his hands in salute again, the Sage Master let the Buddha lotus fly to the feet of the Golden Cicada. Scholar Jean, please go up. The Golden Cicada stepped on the Buddha lotus. The soft and different touch was the first time he experienced it. It was like stepping on the water without sinking. I don't know what material this is made of either. Subsequently, the Buddha lotus steadily flew up towards the sky, while the blood and water within the joyous city transformed into a red water dragon scroll. Following behind the Sage Master, there was also the unconscious Liang Tai, who was lifted up by a few hand bones in the sea of blood and flew beside the Golden Cicada. Master Jean, that very wise little girl beside you has already traveled ahead of you to the little western heaven. Hearing that little Luo Yan had been taken away ahead of time, Golden Cicada's face instantly chilled, but then quickly returned to normal, looking down from the sky. Because there is another boneless county in the middle of Purdue County and Little Western, and the two counties were separated by mountain ranges and rivers, as well as a thick, highly poisonous miasma that penetrated right through the clouds. Without the wise teachers and bodhisattvas opening the way with means, if an ordinary person were to go on two legs, this life would be impossible to turn over. Fly over the rolling hills. Only the entire boneless county was covered in gray smoke everywhere. Even Golden Cicada couldn't see inside. Could it be that the Golden Scholar is interested in this boneless county? Sage asked as he twisted around and smiled. Although the southern wasteland is barren, with as many poisonous insects, beasts, and swamps as there are, the forests are far denser than those in the central plains. So how could there be such a thick cloud of smoke? As soon as he came to the boneless county, Golden Cicada had an indescribable feeling. Oppression, palpitations, irritation, and even an instinctive loathing from the heart. At the foot of Spirit Mountain, there is a burial place for monks called the Forest of Corpses and Bones, where bodhisattvas give alms and spare no life. Referring to that place, the sage stopped to clear up the Golden Cicada's doubts. What does this have to do with Boneless County? Leaving the roiling sea of blood and the unconscious Liang Tai in the air for the time being, while the Sage Master flew downward with the Golden Cicada on the Buddha lotus. If there is a burial place for monks at the foot of the Spirit Mountain, why can't there be one next to my little western heaven? Compared to the corpse bone forests eating rotting corpse meat wrapped in cakes, my boneless county is closer to true Buddhist doctrine. After breaking through the thick smoke, the two came to an open dry forest. Smoke still filled the area, as if you were walking into an early morning fog. This, Golden Cicada looked around, suddenly unsure of what to say, only to see that the surrounding area was densely packed with people in the shape of a withered man. All these people without exception were very thin, even if the use of skin and bones are not enough to describe. Their skin was pale and saggy, as if all the energy had been mercilessly drained from them by time. The eyes were hollow with disorientation, as if the soul had wandered away from the body, leaving only a walking corpse-like shell. The boneless county is for the burial of these believers who have no more value, except that compared to that place at the foot of Spirit Mountain, the people here have not yet died. Though not dead, it has been drained of its six senses, like a living person without bones. So I give this place the name, Boneless. Boneless, people without bones. Looking at a drooling, demented eyes, only tilted his head and moaned zombies in front of them. Boneless is an apt word. What's the point of keeping it if it's no longer useful? Golden Cicada didn't believe that the Pudu Sage Master would be kind enough to specifically leave a burial site. Although this guy looks kind, but in terms of the means of ruthlessness is by no means inferior to the power ministers of the Central Plains countries. Naturally there are other uses for it. It's just that the time isn't right at the moment. After the Sage Master spoke softly, he resumed operating the Buddha Lotus to continue flying towards the little western sky. Although it is a burial site for monks, the Boneless County is much smaller compared to the Pudu County. It didn't take long for the few to pass through the fog and arrive at the heart of the Pudu sect, the little western sky. Surrounded by verdant mountains and green water, it is an endless expanse of green grass. Rather than the border of the southern wasteland, it would be more apt to say that this is the fertile land of the Central Plains. The clear stream on the ground gurgled, spreading from the bottom of the mountain to an end that could not be seen, and the sky was full of white clouds and the warm sun caressing everything in sight. Monk Jean, this is the little western heaven, and that Buddhist temple is the Pudu sect, the Pudu sage said, pointing to a huge, white-colored Buddhist temple in the distance. The Golden Cicada didn't open his mouth, but instead squinted his eyes and looked carefully at the group of small, densely packed white dots around the Buddhist temple at his feet. Those are all followers of my Pudu cult. The Sage Master laughed, as if he could see the doubts in the Golden Cicada's heart, and as they got closer and closer to the Buddhist temple, the Golden Cicada gradually saw the true appearance of those small white dots. The grass. Hundreds of thousands of white-clothed believers had bare feet and worshipped the Buddhist temple, and each time you kneel, your elbows, both knees and forehead, touched the ground solidly. It made a thumping sound, and each of them had a flushed face and a look of devotion and awe. What a great divine power to harness the people. As the king of Qin, Golden Cicada naturally knew the importance of harnessing the people. In Great Qin, with the law as the root and the Confucianism as the skin, combined with the sectarian control of the gods, it was possible to achieve the harnessing of the people's hearts from the inside to the outside, from the bone to the skin. But even the combination of these three is far from achieving such heartfelt devotion from hundreds of thousands of people, as in front of us. Mistress Jean has flattered me. The Pudu sage whispered a sentence, but it was not hard to hear in his tone that the Golden Cicada's words had endeared him. The Buddha Lotus continued to fly forward before finally stopping in the air above the Buddha Hall. Enter! With a point of the Sage Master's finger, this overwhelming sea of blood surged into the interior of the Buddhist temple and then disappeared, and Liang Tai was dragged by the bone hand and flew into the interior of the Buddhist temple. Pudu Shastra, please take us to bliss. Pudu Shastra, please take us to bliss. Seeing the Sage Master in person, this group of believers roared as if they had gone mad, not even realizing that spittle had splattered the back of the former's head, and the thumping and kowtowing turned as manic as a thunderclap. Quiet. Only the Pudu sage was seen floating in mid-air, while his palms gently pressed downward. The sound of the mountains and the sea was silenced in a moment. My devout followers, the ultimate bliss is not far away. Although Master Pudu sage spoke in a very soft voice, it reached the ears of everyone below. The wise teacher is infinite. The wise teacher is infinite. Hearing that they were able to pass on to ultimate bliss, the people below turned completely frantic. Some had even been so excited that they had inserted their fingers into their cheeks with a demented grin. Quiet. I have another important announcement to make. From now on, this Golden Cicada caster beside me is the Supreme Venerable Buddha of my Pudu sect, with a fruitful position equal to mine, and enjoying the Pudu incense with me. Moment. The field was in an uproar. Everyone first pulled out their ear holes, then blinked and stared at the Golden Cicada for a second. Honor the Buddha? Equal status with the sage teacher? They couldn't believe their ears when they heard the word. One must realize that in the 13 years since the founding of the Pudu sect, only 18 great bodhisattvas of Avalokiteshvara have appeared at the top of the sky. This inexplicable coming out of a venerable Buddha. What kind of god is it? And in the meantime, Frozen was also the Golden Cicada. Honor the Buddha? What the hell does this dog want? Golden Cicada wondered in his mind, but the mouth didn't open to ask. Monk Jean, this group of people believe in me. If I let your position override mine now, I'm afraid it will lead to some unnecessary trouble. But all this will not matter when we return to Bonn, and we will need your help then. Looking at this similarly pleasing expression on the Pudu Sage Master's face, Golden Cicada, however, was becoming increasingly puzzled. Return to Bonn? More help? Did this guy recognize the wrong person? The Golden Cicada again questioned in his mind. If Pudu Xianxue asked Golden Cicada for a position in Qin, even if it was the position of Prime Minister, Golden Cicada could still barely understand. It was just that the secret of owning two bodies was exposed. But now this one inexplicable sentence puzzled him. But, the late king had taught Ing Luo before he died, when dealing in the imperial court, you can make the civil and military officials suspicious of your ability, but you can never make them despise it. Good. I'll remember today when I return to Bon in the future. Since Master Pudu had misunderstood his identity, he might as well let this beautiful misunderstanding continue. Manun. At the end of their short conversation, Master Pudu Xian led the golden cicada into the white Buddhist hall. Inside the Buddhist temple, fragrant smoke and Sanskrit sounds. The Buddha statues on the center axis are arranged in a staggered sequence. Only these statues, all of them, are of the Pudu sage himself in different postures at different times. Even the Maharishi's hall is enshrined with statues of the three wise masters themselves. And these statues were all built with gold and encrusted with countless precious jade jewels. The white-robed monks around them were holding scriptures and chanting in low voices. Only after seeing the wise teacher, he will bow and salute at the first opportunity. Master Jin, if you wish, I can replace the statue on one side with yours. That's not necessary. I just want to ask, where did you get such a large amount of gold and jewels, as well as those Chinese items in Pudu County? This query had always been stored in the golden cicada's mind. Although he had asked Su Fu at the time, Su Fu had never paid attention to these things and wasn't very clear about them. The Kingdom of Tang. All items from the Central Plains are sent by the King of Tang. The Sage Master's answer didn't really surprise the golden cicada. If these things didn't come out of thin air, then they could only be related to one of the two neighboring countries of Tang and Zhao in the southern wasteland. However, Zhao hadn't gotten entangled with the southern wasteland in the last decade or so. Then it would have to be the deal the two sides made 13 years ago when the Tang army swung south. Sage Master, please wash off the dirty dust from the soles of your feet. In the side cave door, a naive white and tender little monk huffed and puffed, and in his hand was a jade basin filled with clear water and floating a linden leaf. The young monk bent down on his knees. With his left hand, he gently cupped the white and tender little feet of the Pudu sage that were as white and smooth as milk. Then with his right hand he took the water-soaked linden leaf and gently wiped the center of his feet, not even skimming the crevices between his fingers. Sage Master, General Sima has been waiting for you in the scripture hall for quite some time. After washing Sage's feet, the young monk said as he stood up holding his back, General Sima, Sima Fei. Sure enough, after betraying Li Yingtai, this guy defected to Pudu Xianshi. Only from what was said just now, it seemed that the Pudu sage and the Tang Kingdom were in a cooperative relationship. But if it's a partnership, then why did they trap 100,000 Tang troops in the southern wasteland for 13 years? And why did Sima Fei betray Li Yingtai and choose to join the Pudu wise master? It doesn't look like it's going to be easy. Golden Cicada sighed in his mind. Good fortune. Come and meet the Honorable Buddha first. Master Pudu sage shook his hand toward the naive little monk. Master Xian, you are the supreme and only Buddha of the Pudu sect. Who is this foreign fellow to be your equal? It was obvious that the young monk named Shan Kai not only respected Master Pudu from the bottom of his heart, but also from the bottom of his heart. There was even resistance to the golden cicada, an alien Buddhist father. How dare you? Scholar Jean is the Buddha of my Pudu sect. To sit on an equal footing with me would only degrade him. The Pudu sage shouted angrily. With such an attitude, at least for now, the golden cicada appears to be important to the Pudu sage master. Just how long this importance will last is unknown. I'm sorry. Seeing that the sage master appeared to be truly angry, Shan Kai hurriedly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. And then he turned towards the golden cicada and spoke respectfully. Greetings Buddha. Please forgive the rudeness of the young monk just now. Senior Gold, that little girl of yours is currently resting in the meditation room, so I won't bother you first. As for this Miss Li, I know you have a great relationship with her, so feel free to go wherever she wants as long as she doesn't leave the Buddhist temple. The sage teacher bowed his head and finished, then called on Shan Kai to leave the place. It looked as if it was and went to meet Sima Fei, walking down the corridor. Just after turning the first corner, Golden Cicada heard Xiao Luoyan's voice. Push open a door that says Zen Room. Fruity. Little Luoyan was sitting on a stool, wiggling his two pairs of short legs that couldn't reach the ground, while his hands were propped up on his chin, mumbling with his head down. But after seeing the Golden Cicada, the gloomy expression was instantly swept away, and he immediately smiled. Big brother, are you okay? Little Luoyan jumped straight off the stool and trotted over to Golden Cicada's side. How could I be anything? While rubbing little Luoyan's head, Golden Cicada smoothly threw Li Pillar Terrace, which was carried on his shoulder, to the ground. Big brother, I'll tell you, there's something wrong with this little western heaven. Little Luoyan covered her mouth and whispered after looking around. Oh, how is it wrong? Tell me, Golden Cicada asked curiously. The monks here all seem to be on strike. Strike the urine? Hearing these words, Golden Cicada's expression froze and she frowned in some surprise. What's going on? Big brother, when I first arrived here, I actually found Lu Ernio from the Nyoja village sweeping the floor in front of the courtyard. Lu Ernio? Golden Cicada asked. Well, he broke his legs 3 years ago and then inexplicably disappeared. and who knew I'd see him here again. And his legs are back to being sound. Moreover, I have noticed that so many people here have problems. There are those who have sound legs but walk on tiptoe like cripples, and those who have bright eyes but subconsciously stretch out their hands to hold the wall, as if they were like that blind man who has just regained his sight. And, a little monk named Shan Kai who obviously has a straight spine, but always used to bend over and hold his back, just exactly like those hunchbacks. In one breath, little Luo Yang spoke of everything he had discovered since arriving in Little Western Heaven. Good fortune, hunchback. After little Luo Yang said this, the golden cicada seemed to remember as well. The moment Shan Kai finished washing the feet of Pudu Xianxue and got up from the ground, he did bend over with his left hand on his back. Big brother, this Pudu sage master can't really be a good person, can he? A group of striking retention of urine that could barely even survive in the southern wasteland was not only treated by the Pudu sage, but was even incorporated into the Pudu sect to become a believer here. If she didn't look at anything else, just this maneuver, it was expected that anyone would treat her as a sage powerhouse who was universalizing the world. What do you think? Golden Cicada asked rhetorically. I'll feel however Big Brother feels, little Luo Yang obediently replied. Not a good one. And, the Golden Cicada originally wanted to say that there was nothing to offer, and that the Pudu wise master was able to be so flattering, so he must have a request for himself, or another plan. Only, like little Luo Yang said before, it's not a problem for the time being if it's mutually beneficial. And besides leaving the southern wasteland, there was also something about the method of transferring Yang lifespan that Golden Cicada wanted to figure out. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, lying on the floor, Li Yingtai covered his chest and coughed. Where is this? How is Uncle Yuchi doing? After sobering up, Li Yingtai looked around the unfamiliar surroundings. He opened his mouth towards Golden Cicada and asked. It was just that the voice was very weak, and it must have been due to the backlash of forcibly utilizing the Golden Phoenix seal. And on her chest, several black lines resembling blood vessels spread out. Dead. All 10,000 Tang troops are dead. The Golden Cicada didn't intend to tell them politely, but spoke directly. Dead. That are dead? Upon hearing this news, Li Yingtai instantly collapsed to the ground again as if his anger had been drained out of him. Impossible. There's no reason why the Tang Kingdom, with its national fortune at its side, can't cut down those demons and evil spirits. Only Li Yingtai's eyes were red, and 2 lines of reddish tears slid down his cheeks. This is not the Central Plains. Don't you know that less than 1/10,000th of the nation's luck can be utilized outside of the Central Plains? And the ominousness of the country, do you think it's just you who can take it? Golden Cicada asked, staring at the black lines on Li Yingtai's chest. I know, of course I know, but I can't just watch Uncle Yuchi go to his death. Li Yingtai was close to breaking down and cried out in pain with his hands over his head. This is the home base of the Little Western Pudu sect, and the one who betrayed you, Sima Fei, is just a few walls away. Sima Fei. Li Yingtai actually didn't worry about his own safety in the first place. Instead, he forced his weak body to stand up from the ground, drew out the Zhu Yuntang sword hanging on his waist, and glared angrily at the door. Just in such a hurry to get killed? Leaving aside for the moment what Master Pudu Xian has captured you in preparation for, what can you do alone with Sima Fei and his 90,000 troops? Golden Cicada sat down on the stool carved with the Buddha's seal and poured himself a cup of tea from the small western sky. After taking a sip, he asked to the disoriented Li Yingtai. Humph, you leave me alone. Li Yingtai limped and moved in the direction of the door. Didn't even look at the Golden Cicada when he said that. With such a kingly aura, you still think you can be the Queen of Tang? Go to hell if you want to die. And shut the door on your way out. The Golden Cicada said lightly, and there was not even a hint of retention in his words. And in the Golden Cicada's mind, if Li Yingtai chose to go and do something foolish and stupid because of impulse, then even if she returned to the Central Plains later, she would lose the qualifications to continue working with herself. Upon hearing Golden Cicada's words, Li Yingtai's left hand that was about to push the door open hovered in the air, a tightly furrowed brow, as if 2 deep grooves stretched across his forehead. The eyes were full of resignation, but they also seemed to have a fire burning in them. Golden Cicada, you're right, I was reckless. Dropping his raised hand, he turned and walked over to the table and sat down, picking up the teapot and slamming a few large gulps towards his mouth. Seeing this appearance of Li Yingtai, Golden Cicada thought to himself, the characterization is still fair, the future can be slightly expected. Before, Sufu said that as long as I am caught in the Pudu sect I will surely die 10 deaths. What should I do now? Wiping the water stains from the corners of his mouth, Li Yingtai asked, is this your way of asking for help? The Golden Cicada's expression was unchanged, only silently opening his mouth to ask, didn't even glance at each other. Yes, since their birth, Li Yingtai, like Ying Lu, have been the rare bearers of their respective countries' national fortunes. Unlike King Luo, Li Yingtai was not born to the queen and was a daughter. Throughout the thousands of years of history of the 7 kingdoms of the Central Plains, there has never been a precedent of a woman claiming the title of king, so the then king of Tang did not dare to make up his mind for a while. However, as Li Yingtai gradually grew up, the rest of the Tang king's heirs, not to mention having half of Li Yingtai's national fortune, were unable to hold even the fist-sized golden phoenix seal. There is no way around it. King Tang made a bold decision. That is, from the time Li Yingtai was 5 years old, she was made to look at people as male. Not only do they have to tie up their long hair and wear young phoenix robes, but they also have to carry the Zhuyan Tang sword with them, and practice martial arts day and night. But fortunately, the king of Tang did favor Li Yingtai and did not look favorably at him because of his birth. After being raised as a boy like that for another 4 years, having lost his fertility, King Tang finally gave up his last hope. On the day of Li Yingtai's 9th birthday, he was declared the crown prince, and in the clan temple, half of the golden phoenix seal was set into the chest of Li Yingtai. However, Li Yingtai's mother knew very well that if her daughter really had the day to ascend to the throne, it would be impossible to hide the matter of a woman's body. And so, with some maneuvering, Li Yingtai was able to enter General Yuqi's camp. Pillar stage, my mother is not as good as the queen, and even compared to other concubines, no matter the connections in family can't help you in any way. So I have no choice but to send you into the military to train, but with the help of your uncle Yuqi, I believe that with your natural talent, you will be able to have your own power in the military in the future. You must remember that the position of the crown prince cannot be stabilized without matching strength. You may not be able to see it when your father is alive, but if your father were to die, those people wouldn't care about the fate of the country or not, or even the safety of the country and the people. They would care nothing about who sits in the phoenix chair in the courtroom. The night before Li Yingtai left with the army, her mother talked to her all night long, and Li Yingtai didn't realize that his mother, who usually looked weak and unattractive, could actually see so far ahead. Well, the pillars remember. In this way, Li Yingtai went out to the front line to crush Xiao as the crown prince along with Yuqi and Sima Fei. But who knows? On his first expedition, Li Yingtai was trapped in the southern wasteland, and this was for 13 whole years. Help you? Why would I help you? Upon hearing Li Yingtai beg for his help, Golden Cicada revealed a small smile unnoticed. Putting down the tea in his hand, Golden Cicada tapped the tabletop with his index finger one by one. What do you want? If I can do it, we'll never push back. I only ask you to take me back to the Great Tang territory. At this moment, Li Yingtai had put away his original arrogance, and his tone was not only sincere but also humble. Ha! As I said before, oaths are worthless in this day and age. Golden Cicada stared into the other's eyes and said one word at a time. I can swear on the golden phoenix seal and on the Great Tang's national fortune. After so many days of contact, Li Yingtai had long since realized that this Golden Cicada fellow would not easily believe in oaths. There has to be giving action to prove it. Now that the crown prince of the Tang kingdom has been re-established, and the king of the Tang kingdom is cooperating with the Pudu wise master, do you think that if you return to the Great Tang, you can have a few degrees of certainty that you will be able to regain the crown prince's position or ascend to the throne as the king? The Golden Cicada didn't rush to say what he wanted, but asked in return. Hearing this, Li Yingtai fell silent. She knew in her own mind that after 13 years, the power exchange had long been unpredictable. Moreover, Li Yingtai was not stupid after all these years, and in bits and pieces he had heard some rumors about the relationship between the Tang kingdom and the Pudu wise master. I can help you. Not only can I help you return to the Central Plains, I can also help you ascend to the throne as king. Suddenly, just as Li Yingtai froze for a moment, the Golden Cicada spoke up. Do you know what you're talking about? Let alone you being a tiny sergeant. Even the king of Qin can't interfere in the dynastic affairs of the Great Tang. Li Yingtai was a bit puzzled. The Golden Cicada didn't seem like a person who would believe in what he was saying. If you promise me one thing and swear to the golden phoenix seal, I will make you king. What is it? Seeing that the Golden Cicada didn't look like he was having a seizure, Li Yingtai asked experimentally. All you have to do is promise me. Golden Cicada put her mouth to Li Yingtai's ear and said in an extremely thin voice. After less than a tea break, only to see that inside the meditation room, a golden light broke through the window and then flew towards the territory of the Great Tang. Golden Cicada, who the hell are you? Don't tell me you're just a pawn in the White Army. I'm not stupid. Inside the house, Li Yingtai, who had completed his oath to the golden phoenix seal, casually took off his bloodstained armor and found a white monk's robe inside the house to change into, and since there was no need to hide her daughter's body anymore, she pulled off her wrap as well. I'm just an ordinary Qin man. Ha! Since the Golden Cicada was unwilling to speak, continuing to ask wouldn't result in the desired answer. There's plenty of time for that later anyway. Li Yingtai didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to investigate the identity of the golden cicada when he returned to Tang. What is this Sima Fei like? Golden cicada stroked his chin in thought for a moment and opened his mouth to ask. The queen's cousin, one of Tang's pillar generals. Li Yingtai said without thinking. You should know that when he accompanied the army to attack Zhao, Yuqi was supposed to be the general, but it was because of the queen's meddling that Sima Fei was allowed to take Yuqi's place. Then would this kind of person betray the Tang kingdom? Think again whether he betrayed you or the Tang kingdom. These words of the golden cicada suddenly woke up Li Yingtai. Although Sima Fei was not a thing, Li Yingtai also knew very well that as a great general of the Tang kingdom, there was no way Sima Fei would be willing to live at a snail's pace in a place like the southern wasteland. Going into battle to kill the enemy and open up new territories was the ambition of his heart. You mean this is father's will? Li Yingtai wasn't sure in his mind. After all, during the years when he was the crown prince, the king of Tang really wanted to pass the throne to himself. It's hard to say. Anyway, what is certain is that Sima Fei is an obstacle on your way to the throne. Golden Cicada's face was ruthless as he narrowed his eyes and rushed at Li Pillar Terrace. So what do you think should be done? I don't know why, but since I swore twice to the Golden Phoenix seal, Li Yingtai would then intentionally or unintentionally ask for the Golden Cicada's opinion. What to do? Golden Cicada's tone was a bit disdainful. Block the path to becoming a king. Then kill. Kill? You think it's that easy to kill? It was as if the two had swapped identities. Less than half an hour ago, Li Yingtai was furious and wanted to go to Sima Fei to fight for his life. But he was stopped by Golden Cicada. Now that's good. Li Yingtai gave up on revenge for the time being. But Golden Cicada opened his mouth to kill Sima Fei. Ha ha, this Buddha probably can't let them call it for nothing. Golden Cicada picked up the tea light and drank the cup in one go, as if he was drinking the mellow spirits. Honor the Buddha? What is this? Li Yingtai's mouth murmured. And after looking at the Golden Cicada, he looked at the little Luo Yang on the side. Sister, I don't know. Little Luo Yang replied in a hurry with his hands spread out. And just as Li Yingtai was about to continue his inquiry, Golden Cicada, however, suddenly got up and pushed open the door of the room towards the outside of the house. Go, follow me to kill that Sima Fei. Ha! Although he found it a bit baffling, Li Yingtai obediently followed behind Golden Cicada. Looking at the confident, tall back in front of him, Li Yingtai's gaze had some trance in it. When I ascend the throne in the future, I must drag this fellow to the Great Tang to work for me and for the Great Tang. Walk in the direction that Master Pudu Sage had just left. Golden Cicada and Li Yingtai hadn't been walking for long before they saw two soldiers in Tang armor with sabers not far away. Stationed at the door of a house, the two men stood erect, with wisps of coldness emanating from between their brows. Even an ordinary person could tell that this was the aura of killing that could only be found after a long time in the battlefield. This is Zhao Qian and Sun Li, Sima Fei's personal soldiers. They both know me. Li Yingtai pulled on the corner of Golden Cicada's coat and lowered his head slightly. It's just a personal soldier. What's there to be afraid of? Follow me inside. It wasn't that Golden Cicada was overconfident in his status as a venerable Buddha. It was just that in this situation now, if the Pudu Sage Master wanted to really get Li Yingtai killed, or had other thoughts about himself, then it would simply be easy. There is no need at all to hide the fact that you have given yourself such an identity as honoring the Buddha. But in other words, since it's all about that status, it's a waste of time to use it. Moreover, helping Li Yingtai to execute Sima Fei, Golden Cicada also had a part of selfishness. Sima Fei, one of the great generals of the Tang dynasty, is known for his bizarre art of war. If it can be eradicated, it can do no harm to the state of Qin. Daring, no trespassing here. Leave quickly. Watching a man covered in blood, and a female nun with her head bowed walking this way, Zhao Qian and Sun Li instantly drew their sabers and stopped in front of the two. Humph. The Golden Cicada didn't even say a word and directly drew out the belly of the fish and swung a sword towards the two of them. Although Zhao Qian and Sun Li reacted at the first opportunity and blocked in front of them with their sabers. But the belly of a fish with an open blade is not comparable to this kind of broken brass. Only the next second, the saber snapped at the sound, and the two men, their throats slit, fell to the ground with a thud. Blood gurgled all over his neck. Get in the house. The Golden Cicada gathered up the belly of the fish and pushed his hands toward the gate. Inside the large scripture hall, right in the center was a huge offering table with a statue of Pudu Shyamuni's benevolent master. Looking at the material, it seemed to be a jadeite jade that was considered rare even in the southern wasteland. And if you put it in the central plains, it would be hard to find a piece of gold. Who are you? How did Zhao Qian, Sun Li let you in? Beside the long square table, a middle-aged man in Tang 13 armor roared, like an axe-chiseled profoundly rigid face. Not angry. Leopard pupils ringed his eyes under thick eyebrows, glinting with a sharp light. A huge gilt bore stabbed through the floor and stuck vertically. The petite Puduhyan master actually had the feeling of a small family when standing next to this person. Scholar Jean, what brings you here? Before Golden Cicada could say anything, the Pudu Sage Master on the side was the first to turn around and ask. Looking for you to help me kill someone. Golden Cicada stepped directly into the topic, not even bothering to lay the groundwork. Kill who? Please just ask the Golden Scholar. Without even asking why, the Pudu Sage spoke. Him. Sima Fei. Golden Cicada stretched out his finger and pointed it towards Sima Fei. Ha ha, where's the little white boy from who's actually talking crazy here? Master Xian, haven't you cured all the strikes here? Why is there still this hysterical fellow? Sima Fei stared at Golden Cicada like he was a fool and laughed. Only, when he twisted his head to look at the Pudu Sage Master again, but a cold sweat instantly ran down his back. Hostile, cold, lingering, only to see the Pudu Sage Master raise her delicate little face slightly. And those eyes that were originally like clear springs were now filled with killing intent. It seemed as if they were going to do it the next second. Sage Master, what are you doing? Sima Fei said while holding his hand on the gilt boring, and his body withdrew 2 steps backward slightly, pulling away the distance between him and the Pudu Sage. The Golden Cicada, who saw the scene from the side, felt slightly surprised in his heart. With the means of the Pudu Sage Master, even if he wanted to capture himself and force him to make medicine or drink blood and eat meat every day, he would be helpless. What in the world is it that makes the other side so humble? Is it hard to believe that it has something to do with the bonbon she's talking about? Golden Cicada instantly remembered the words that the Sage Master had said earlier. Sima Fei, why did you betray the great Tang? Li Yingtai, who had been hiding behind with his head lowered, suddenly stood out after taking a slight look at the current situation. Tai, Li Pillar Terrace, why are you here too? Sage Master, what do you mean by that? The moment he saw Li Yingtai, Sima Fei subconsciously prepared to shout out the word prince. Just as soon as the words hit his lips, he immediately reacted. The past Buddha has not yet been remodeled at this time, and since Miss Li is acquainted with the venerable Buddha of my religion, there is no rush for this moment. Past Buddha, is it hard to believe that it's that oddly shaped stillborn child? Golden Cicada frowned at this. Past Buddha, present Buddha, future Buddha, shaping, is it hard to? Golden Cicada glanced back at Li Yingtai. If it is as one suspects, is Li Yingtai. Li Yingtai, the great Tang has long since re-established the crown prince. So hurry up and hand over the half of the golden phoenix seal in your body. Sima Fei gripped the gilt boring and took a step in the direction of the 2 golden cicadas. He only glared at his opponent with a condescending look as he passed by Pudu Shirshu. It seems to be a warning of something. Humph. I am the 87th crown prince of the great Tang, and I am burdened with the most national fortunes in 1,000 years. Who else is worthy of this crown prince position besides me? Facing the great general Sima Fei, Li Yingtai shouted with great vigor. In passing, he also drew out the Zhuyan Tang sword at his waist, pointing forward with the tip of the sword. Although she was a woman, this body of courage was not weak. Sage Master, are you going to make me do it myself? Just as Li Yingtai and Sima Fei were in a sword fight, Golden Cicada, however, asked the Pudu Sage Master with a relaxed face. No need for you to do it yourself, the Pudu Sage said faintly. Inside the scripture hall, the Pudu Sage's showy mouth exhaled a cloudy breath before lifting the light veil that hung over her right fragrant shoulder. Squeak, squeak, only the head of the Sage Master began to twist towards the left side of his body, and his slender white neck was tensed and stiffened. It didn't stop until the head crashed near the armpit. Master Pudu Xian, are you trying to make an enemy of the great Tang? The hallowed pillar state great general Sima Fei. His face actually shed a rare strand of cold sweat, a tight frown, as if 2 mountains were squeezing each other between his foreheads. And the gilt bore in his hand clenched tighter and tighter. The muscles of his body shook slightly. At the critical point of being in an outburst. There's no harm in it. It's time for the cooperation with King Tang to come to an end. As Master Pudu Sage spoke softly, only his right shoulder gradually cracked open, as if it had been torn open alive. From his chest to his back, although the wounds were deep, it was strange that there were no internal organs inside the Sage Master's body. In its place was a crystallized mass of flesh piled on top of each other. Kill. After Sima Fei heard these words, his battlefield experience and intuition told him that there was no more room for negotiation between the two. No hesitation. Holding the 9th-ranked gilt boring of the Tang Kingdom in his hand, Sima Fei summoned up the strength of his entire body and slammed it down towards the top of the Pudu Sage Master's head. The body of the boring body shines with gilt splendor, and the tip of the boring is unstoppable wherever it goes. Even the floor tiles under Sima Fei's feet were shattered by the force. But, just as the gilt boring looked to be on the verge of cleaving through the weak body of the Pudu Sage Master, suddenly, at the torn shoulder, a pig's head with barbed fangs burrowed out of the wound, and with a single movement of its fishy giant mouth, It bit down on Sima Fei's guilt boring. Puffing, puffing, a long, black snake with a spitting letter crawled out of the mouth of the gasping pig. Flying and writhing, it instantly wrapped around Sima Fei's legs. Immediately after, a gray shadow flickered before a gray pigeon was seen circling the house with a bloody eyeball in its beak. Taking the pain, Sima Fei hastily covered his empty eye sockets, but the red blood couldn't stop gushing out. 3 dirties. Golden Cicada was startled. In front of me, this combination of pig's head, black snake plus gray pigeon is not exactly the 3-scale bodhisattva that he and Sufu killed in the beginning. Pudu Sage Master, if you dare to kill me, the King of Tang will surely wield the southern wasteland and take your head. Sima Fei forcefully pulled away the black snake that was wrapped around his leg, but after several attempts, it was realized that the black snake was simply harder than steel, and could not be torn apart at all. It doesn't matter. By then I'll have long since stepped into the Buddhist sect with the Golden Scholar. Pudu Sage's head, which was drooping in his armpit, said with his small mouth opening and closing. A pig's head was on the right shoulder of the body, and a clean, pretty face was in the left armpit. This look is no longer half solemn. There is a kind of indescribable weird. Buddhist sect. What a shit Buddhist sect. Although King Tang hasn't achieved immortality yet, with millions of years of life, chi and blood, no matter where you escape to, he'll break you into pieces. At this moment, Sima Fei couldn't care less about his bleeding eye sockets, and using his hands to hold up the guilt boring, he chopped towards the black snake. The 9th-ranked guilt boring of the Great Tang is far inferior to the absolute weapons of the Central Plains, but it is also incredibly sharp. 2 or 3 strokes passed, and actually did cut off a section of the black snake. 10 million years of life. Chi and blood? That's what I lied to him. Remodeling the body of flesh and blood can be done, but this lifespan, how can a mere mortal easily obtain longevity? This sudden remark of Master Pudu Sage had undoubtedly uncovered the biggest deception in the 13 years of the southern wasteland. It turned out that all those lifespans that the Bodhisattva was longed for were all false, and it was all a lie fabricated by the Pudu Sage. No way. This can't be. Sima Fei seemed to have been drained of his 3 souls. Everything he had done for the Great Tang for so many years was actually just a bubble in the end. General Sima, you do whatever you can for the sake of merit. For greed, you victimize 90,000 of your fellow soldiers. For anger, and you cling to immortality despite being a mere mortal. For obsession, greed, anger, and dementia are all accounted for. So letting the 3 scales send you into the afterlife is a good choice. As soon as the Pudu Sage Master finished this last sentence, he only saw the pig's head on his shoulder, instantly opening its huge mouth of fangs and swallowing Sima Fei in one go. Master Jean, I have sent General Sima to the afterlife as you commanded. With his head twisted back upright, the Pudu Xiamshi, after draping the muslin back over his shoulders, folded his hands together towards the Golden Cicada. Aha! But since General Sima is dead, that heavenly road can be constructed ahead of time. So how about we come together to witness the way back? Scholar Jean, the way to heaven? The way back? The Golden Cicada chanted in his mind, not uttering it on his lips. After all, more words would be better, and for now it was better to let the Pudu Sage's perception of himself be vague. Walk out of the house. The Golden Cicada once again stepped onto the Buddha lotus and flew towards the sky above the Buddha hall together with the Pudu Sage Master. Only this time, Li Yingtai followed suit. Chi Ku, the road to heaven, with a light chant from the Pudu Sage, only to see that the largest open space in the Buddhist temple suddenly dented, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge hollow that was too deep to see the bottom. Next, one by one, soldiers wearing military battle coats and holding arms and spears flew out of the holes one by one. Their faces were still slightly angry, but their eyes were vacant and confused, as if they were demented, oblivious to the scene before them. This is my Great Tang General. Li Yingtai roared and went forward, ready to question what the Pudu Sage Master wanted. But just as he was about to open his mouth, he was stopped by the Golden Cicada reaching out with a cold face. Don't talk, you can't decide anything now. Here. Li Yingtai first froze, then closed his eyes helplessly. Golden Cicada was right. His current self couldn't sway anything at all. Next, only to see more than 90,000 people floating in the sky, their clothes and weapons all clattered down towards the ground. Then, each one embraced each other naked. But this embrace is a little different. Flesh squeezes flesh, bone pierces bone. In less than a moment, it became a brick of flesh with no gaps. Flesh bricks were laid from the center of the Buddhist temple, one layer at a time, upwards, as if they were building a ladder, all the way up towards the sky. It didn't stop until every piece was put to good use, and at that moment, the Pudu Sage's 2 eyes actually glowed with a devout and pristine light. The whole thing is like a pilgrimage. In the next moment, one could only see the Pudu Sage Master clasping his hands together and bowing his head as he chanted silently. My disciple reverently joins his hands, and with the utmost sincerity in his heart, he looks up to the Supreme Buddha and reveres him immeasurably. He remembers his vast compassion and universality. Now he rebuilds the heavenly path, and later makes offerings of incense, and on the occasion of the Bon Festival, may our Buddha enable my disciple to share in the joys of the Dharma. Rite of passage. With a wave of Master Pudu Sage's slender hand, the three of them return to the Buddhist temple. Master Jin, the path to heaven has been half built, and after I have transformed the three bodies into Buddhas with the past, present, and future, you and I will be able to return to Bon. Although the Pudu Sage Master still appeared to be calm and collected, the corners of her mouth that could not be suppressed and her eyelids that were fluttering, it was not difficult to see that she was in a state of extreme excitement at this time. Yes, Golden Cicada casually responded, while his brain raced, analyzing the content of the conversation in just a few words. However, after seeing how perfunctory the Golden Cicada was, the Pudu Sage Master on the side thought that he had done something wrong, so he hastened to speak again. Master Jin, little Buddha's failed past body had an unpleasant encounter with you in Gongzi town. I hope to be forgiven. Oh, it's fine. The Golden Cicada, who had been interrupted in his thoughts, casually responded after returning to his senses. You just said that only half of the heavenly road has been built, so what else is needed for the rest? The blood and flesh of the central plains builds the frame. The blood and flesh of the southern wasteland constructs the ladder. And after adding a little embellishment, offering this 10,000 years worth of incense will reopen the Buddhist gate leading to the Bon Festival. Hearing this, the Golden Cicada looked at the half-formed staircase that reached straight up to the sky, and then stopped making a sound. By the way, how long will it take to complete your three bodies? 30 days, half for the past and half for the future. Master Pudu Sage replied after gently glancing at Li Yingtai. Find me an empty room, then a large tripod in charcoal fire. No one is allowed to enter for these 15 days. And, the Golden Cicada paused before continuing. In 15 days, she and I have some mundane business to take care of, so you can't touch her for a while. Golden Cicada flexed his wrist and pointed to the Li Pillar terrace behind him. Please don't worry, Scholar Jean. After the exchange was over, Golden Cicada pulled Li Yingtai out of the clearing and returned to the meditation room where little Lo Yang had been before. Though what that bullshit Glen was, Golden Cicada didn't even know until now. However, the most important thing right now was still how to settle the Pudu Sage Master with heavenly means within 15 days, and then return to the Central Plains. Golden Cicada, what were you referring to when you said don't move me? It's hard to believe that the three bodies in that guy's mouth are needed to use me. Li Yingtai is not stupid. Just from the conversation between the two just now, coupled with Su Fu's previous statement of no chance of survival, probably also analyzed some of the reasons. Now it seems that you may be the future body of Master Pudu Shakyamuni. The Golden Cicada didn't think to hide it, so he voiced his suspicions. Li Yingtai bowed his head in deep thought. At this point, though, she wasn't thinking twice about her own well-being. Instead, they wondered what it was all about and if there was a way to break it. If one were to leave the southern wasteland, what would one have to trade off? Unconsciously, Li Yingtai gradually began to think in the mind of a king. Is it hard to believe that it's because of this half of the Golden Phoenix seal? After half a day's thought, Li Yingtai felt that there was nothing special about himself except for this national fortune, plus the Golden Phoenix seal set on his chest. I don't think so, Golden Cicada said slowly after a few moments of contemplation. If it was really because of the national fortune and the Golden Phoenix seal, there was no need for Master Pudu Xian to wait until now. There must be other reasons for this. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the house was suddenly knocked hard, and it sounded slightly rough. Strange, who dares to be so rude in the Pudu religion nowadays? Golden Cicada looked at the gate, then got up and walked toward it. Venerable, Lord Venerable Buddha, the empty room, the bronze cauldron, and the charcoal fire you asked for already, as requested by the wise master. Pulling open the door of the room, he saw that naive and white little monk, Shan Kai, clenching his meaty fists as he was about to continue slamming into the door of the house. However, after seeing the Golden Cicada come out, the fleshy expression of dissatisfaction on his face forcefully retracted a little. Okay, tell everyone that no matter what they hear or see in the next few days, no one is allowed to take a step closer. Seeing the little monk puffing up and defying himself, Golden Cicada only felt amused. I don't know what kind of method this Pudu Sage Master had used to make these people so dead set against her. Okay, I know. After Shan Kai finished speaking, he was ready to turn his head and leave the place, as if even one more glance at the Golden Cicada would make his body uncomfortable. Wait, did I tell you to leave? Golden Cicada leaned against the doorframe, resting the back of his left hand against his temple, and opened his mouth to ask with interest. Venerable Buddha, great man, do you still have things to do? Shan Kai asked rhetorically. one word at a time, gritting his teeth with his back to the golden cicada. Without looking at the face, one could imagine how angry and hideous the other's expression was. How did that Pudu guy cure you of this robo-back? The golden cicada's tone was frivolous, as if he was intentionally provoking the other party. This was something that even Li Yingtai and Xiao Luoyang, who were on the sidelines, could see. Although they also didn't know what the golden cicada meant, it was certain that the golden cicada must have his own purpose. Honorable Buddha-sama, please use honorifics and respect the wise teacher. Shankai's face was suffocatingly red as he twisted his body and rushed at the golden cicada and sternly rebuked him. I'm on equal footing with that Pudu guy. Why do I need to use honorifics? I think that after her past body was destroyed, her brain has changed because there is no hope for her to become a Buddha. Otherwise she would have collected a bunch of useless retention of urine from you. Is it really for the sake of saving merit? The golden cicada completely ignored good fortune's warning, even as his words grew sharper and sharper. You fart. Xianxue Lord Generous Virtue, for the world's first great good people, and Xianxue is originally the first Buddha under the sky. How can you say that there is no hope of becoming a Buddha? You give me to apologize to Xianxue. The enraged Shan Kai, unable to hold back any longer, directly stood on his tiptoes and clutched the golden cicada's collar with both hands. Let go. You deserve to treat me like this? Even if that woman Pudu herself came, she wouldn't dare to be like this. Golden cicada's eyes went cold, and he directly knocked off good fortune's hand. Her past body has been destroyed. Even if she opens the Buddha's gate, what can she do? Is she worthy to enter? The golden cicada looked down at Shan Kai, who had fallen to the ground, his tone contemptuous to the extreme. What do you know? The past body sage master can have as many as he wants. It's just that 30,000 dead babies are a bit troublesome to find. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shan Kai realized that he had spoken too much, so he hastily covered his mouth. Oh, dead babies? Why does she need so many dead babies? Hearing this, golden cicada instantly changed his smile. This can't be told. After Shan Kai realized that he was talking too much, he didn't dare to stay too long for a moment and fled the place in a puff of smoke by patting his butt. Pillar Terrace, if there is any news of these dead babies in this period of time, you come to me immediately. After Shan Kai left, golden cicada turned around and rushed at Li Yingtai and then commanded. Yes. Although he didn't know what the golden cicada was up to, Li Yingtai still answered with a mouthful. By the way, you also prepare for the 15th day of action. Action? What action? Of course it's to kill Master Paduvian. Is it hard to believe that you want to stay as her future body? Kill? How? Hearing this from the golden cicada, Li Yingtai felt that this was a pie in the sky. By this thing? Of course. The golden cicada drew the belly of the fish from his arms before he turned away and headed toward the room where the bronze cauldron and charcoal were kept. Instead of that, Pudu Shirshu looked for an empty room. How about a huge Buddhist temple? The hall is tall and spacious, with a story height of more than 10 meters, and 8 wooden pillars embraced by 4 people standing in the house. Yet the dome is shrouded in heavy shadows. Because of its remote location, there was no sunlight coming into the place, and only faint lights swayed in the darkness. There was an unexpected seclusion, and in the center of the Buddha hall, a bronze cauldron was placed squarely. Around the tripod, charcoal and firewood were also piled up. But, I don't know for what reason, the lotus throne that was supposed to hold the statue of Pudu Shakyamuni Buddha actually became empty at this time. Not bad at all. Golden cicada closed the door to the hall and headed forward with clattering steps. Coming under the giant bronze tripod, golden cicada tilted his head. Alas, I'm afraid filling up this cauldron will be a bit painful. After letting out a long breath, the sigh of the golden cicada echoed in the empty Buddha hall. At this point, the fish belly in his hand, although it was still in an open-bladed state, was different from when he had fought against the 18 Arhat-grade bodhisattvas, and was still just a mortal weapon. Let me see just where the limits of this Central Plains Jedi soldier lie. Golden cicada narrowed his eyes and muttered. It has been thousands of years since the first son of heaven established the Central Plains. Although all 7 countries had possessed a Jedi soldier at one time or another, it seemed as if the countries had negotiated. Over the course of 1,000 years, no matter how large a war the 7 kingdoms had fought, the Jedi soldiers had never met each other, let alone exchanged blades. So even the golden cicada didn't know what the power of the Jedi soldier that was dusted off in Great Sheen was. But whatever. With the current performance of the fish belly sword, it was still far from the title of Jedi soldier. Suck it. Phew. Golden cicada closed his eyes and took a long, deep breath. Begin. Only to see the golden cicada finished, then took off all the clothes and pants and jumped into the tripod. Except for the fish belly sword held in his hand, his body was clean and naked. Day 1. Inside the Buddha hall, only subtle shouts came out, and those 5 meters away couldn't even hear them. Day 2. The pained wailing gradually became louder, and the monks and female nuns who passed by from a distance were frightened by the screams and quickened their steps. Day 3. The commotion inside the Buddha hall was getting louder and louder. Even the roof was shaken and raised dust. Even the birds nearby didn't dare to land and could only circle away. Day 10. Blood was already seeping out of the doorway, and half of Buddhism was swept away by the smell of blood. The thumping boom resounded through the sky. Even the windows around the Buddha hall were splattered red. The green grass around also began to become withered. Originally still green willow trees actually fell all the leaves. No one knew what the golden cicada was doing in there, and they didn't dare go up and ask. And little Wo Young these days also tea and rice do not want to eat. Even the favorite snacks placed in front of them have become unappetizing. Little sister, don't you care about your big brother at home? During these 10 days, Li Yingtai meditated on what was so special about his own while teaching little Wo Young to read and write. Needless to say, the golden cicada had indeed picked up a treasure. From the time he was born until now, little Luo Yang, who had hardly even seen a few words, could manage to read the Buddhist scriptures with ease after only a few days. Even after reading some military books, he was able to do so. The questions that were asked from tricky and odd angles were such that even Li Yingtai could not answer them. He could only use the excuse of this needs to be realized by oneself. As an excuse. That's all. It was not until the night of the 13th day that a group of mysterious men in black robes were spotted traversing the Pudu cult while Li Yingtai was up for the night. And in their arms, they all held something wrapped in cloth. No different from a baby in terms of size. Could this be the dead baby that Golden Cicada was talking about? Quietly following behind. It was only after the men had walked into the main hall, which was always closed, that Li Yingtai retreated. Thinking back to the Golden Cicada, he said that as soon as he had news of the dead baby, he would immediately go to him. Li Yingtai forgot to even use the restroom for a moment, so he darted towards the Buddhist hall where Golden Cicada was. Golden Cicada. Golden Cicada. There's news. Li Yingtai pounded on the gate with all his might, but it was securely unlocked inside, and even with all his strength, he could not push the gate a crack. Even the doors and windows were locked tight. Golden Cicada. Do you hear me? There's news. Feeling that the inside was quiet and didn't look like someone was there, Li Yingtai actually drew out his Zhu Yuntang sword in a hurry and made a gesture that he was going to use his brute force to split the door and break in. Wait! Suddenly, just as Li Yingtai's raised Zhu Yuntang sword was about to fall, a low, hoarse, chilling voice came from inside the room. The sound went straight through the torso, as if there were 1,000 knives, cutting back and forth between the seams of your spine. Subconsciously, he hastily covered his ears. Li Yingtai looked down and actually realized that in just these few seconds, sweat had already dampened his shirt, and even his pants were a little wet. The lips were shivering even in the not quite cold night, and his limbs felt as if they were soaking in bone-piercing well water. Golden Cicada? The sound was so small that it couldn't be any smaller, and I'm afraid ordinary people wouldn't be able to hear it even if they were standing around. It's me. Wait outside the door. Don't ever come in. At this point, the Golden Cicada's voice gradually returned to normal. It was still a little strange, but it was more than 100 times better than it had been a moment ago. Li Yingtai stood in the night breeze for another half hour or so afterward. Suddenly, the lobby was ablaze with gusts of black smoke, rising from the roof and the cracks in the windows. Just as Li Yingtai was about to break down the door, cackle, the door to the hall was pushed open, only to see Golden Cicada walk out of the house with a red monk's robe draped over him. Phew, it's finally over. Golden Cicada held her hands on either side of the doorframe and tilted her head back to let out a long breath. Although at first glance, the Golden Cicada doesn't seem to have changed much. However, Li Yingtai always felt that the man in front of him had changed a little differently. Golden Cicada. What the hell is going on? Li Yingtai pointed behind the Golden Cicada, the bronze cauldron that was rolling over with flames. It's nothing, just dealing with some of the filth left over from the last few days. Filth? Hearing this, Li Yingtai became more and more puzzled. It was clear that no food had even been sent in during this period of time. Where would there be salacious things? Go back first, Golden Cicada said faintly before closing the door of the hall and heading out. Suddenly, the night wind rose in all directions and blew the red robe, and inside the red monk's robe, the Golden Cicada's perfect body was actually stained with blood. Why does it smell like charred meat on the grill? Before leaving, Li Yingtai sniffed his nose and smelled a strange odor, but she didn't think much of it, and left the place right after the Golden Cicada. And at this time inside the Buddha hall, the 7 to 8 meter tall bronze cauldron was piled high with bloody flesh and bones. There are also slices of meat, strips of meat, mince, mash and countless organs in it, and the burning coals roasted these things to a nourishing crisp. It even bubbled with oil. Back to the Zen room. Little Luo Yang, who had originally fallen asleep, had long since woken up. She was seen sitting on the edge of the bed, propping her chin up with her hands and lowering her head to wonder what she was thinking, and 2 bare feet dangled over the side of the bed, wobbling. There was something indescribably cute about that look. Big brother, after seeing the golden cicada, little Luo Yang couldn't wait to jump out of bed, and without even putting on his shoes he jumped headfirst directly into the other party's arms. It's so late. Why are you still up? Golden cicada dotingly rubbed little Luo Yang's head and asked gently. Dreaming, can't sleep. Big brother, in the past few days, my sister taught me to learn so many words, and also read the Buddhist scriptures, the Book of War, and the 100. Little Luo Yang broke his fingers while his little mouth chanted. That's our little Luo Yang being smart. It has nothing to do with her. Golden cicada's words caused Li Yingtai to be very upset. Bah! I was educated by the proper royal family of the Great Tang. If it weren't for me, could a little girl learn so fast? Ha! Golden cicada just blankly eyed Li Yingtai, looking as if she did not intend to continue on this topic. Tell me, what have you found out in the last few days? Golden cicada poured 2 cups of tea and drank one for herself, pushing the other cup in front of Li Yingtai. More than half an hour ago, I saw a group of black-robed men go to the main hall, and the odds are that they were carrying something in their arms that you're talking about dead babies. Li Yingtai told the golden cicada the images he had seen earlier, as they were. And, what have you found out about yourself? Golden cicada was actually curious as to what exactly this Pudu wise master saw in Li Yingtai. It's a long story. Li Yingtai lowered his head and rubbed his hands back and forth. Even his expression became much more grave. Then, to make a long story short, we'll set out later to settle the Pudu sage master, and then leave the southern wasteland as early as possible. The sudden words startled Li Yingtai. It had only been 13 days within the Buddha Hall. Where on earth did this inexplicable confidence of the golden cicada come from? Although he couldn't figure it out, Li Yingtai didn't ask more questions. I only kneeled to a Buddha statue once when I was a kid. However, it's not that I don't want to salute the Buddha, but most of the statues can't stand a single bow from me. Li Yingtai slowly opened his mouth to tell an anecdote from the old days of his past. Back then, Li Yingtai had not yet changed into men's clothes, and when she was about 4 years old or so, she went with her mother to the largest Qingxian temple in Chang'an City to pay homage to Buddha. Only when Li Yingtai knelt on the futon for the first time and bowed, all the Buddha statues in the entire temple cracked when her head hit the ground for a moment, and then shattered into pieces. Even the statue of Buddha, built of gold, cracked in half. It was from that day on that the entire city of Chang'an spread the rumor that there was a person in the royal family who had been spurned by the Buddhist sect. The Tang king, however, forbade the 4-year-old Li Yingtai to visit any more temples in order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. It's not even possible to watch from afar. So you're still a supreme power? I don't see anything different about you either. Golden cicada really came to have some interest after hearing that. With one hand only propped up on his chin, the other picked up Li Yingtai's jaw and examined it carefully and quite interestedly. What supreme power? I'm just a foreigner thrown away by the Buddhist sect. Li Yingtai didn't have the good sense to knock off Golden cicada's hand and said with some loss. You know that back then it was because of this matter that you suffered for a long time. If it were not for the fact that the great Tang and the folk religion blossomed, and not the Buddha's family alone, otherwise it is estimated that he would have long been driven out of the city of Chang'an. Ha ha, the Buddha statues shattered. That's because they don't deserve to be worshipped by you. What's with the alien talk? Pillar stage? The king must be confident. There is not a single god at the top, and all the people are under the feet. That's what makes a king. Golden cicada stood up and walked over to Li Yingtai's side, patting the other party's shoulder proudly. There is not a god at the top, but all the people are underfoot. Golden cicada's words actually made Li Yingtai listen out of his mind. Who the hell are you? At this moment, Li Yingtai, even if he was no longer slow, he would never think that the golden cicada was just a small soldier of Qin. Nature will tell you when the time comes. The words just now, golden cicada didn't say them casually, but intentionally. As for the reason, it naturally has to do with that high and mighty Tang throne. Little girl, whatever happens later, you stay inside and don't go out. Finishing the last sip of tea, the golden cicada instructed towards little Luo Yang before departing. Well, don't worry big brother, I'll be good and not go anywhere. Little Luo Yang nodded his head and responded earnestly, for the little Luo Yang golden cicada is also assured. Do not look at this little girl is not very old, and the growth is not very high, but the toughness of heart is by no means comparable to that of an ordinary person. Even when he was captured by Hong Liangyu and tortured to the point of almost losing his life, Xiao Luoyang had not mentioned anything about the identity of the golden cicada. Good boy. After tonight, I'll take you to Luoyang to eat peach blossom pastry. Having said that, Golden Cicada then left the room with Li Yingtai and headed towards the main hall of the Pudu sect. Golden Cicada, why did you wrap the belly of the fish? Walking down the road, Yingtai looked at the tightly wrapped fish belly sword in Golden Cicada's hand and asked, I'm afraid of accidental injury. Touching the wrap made from his own scalp, Golden Cicada didn't want to explain too much. By the oil lamps burning by the roadside, Golden Cicada and Yingtai soon arrived at the main hall of the Pudu cult. Only the door to the main hall was open, with Shan Kai and a small female nun standing on one side each. Venerable Buddha, the sage master has been waiting for you for a long time. Shan Kai still had the same disgusted expression, but he was only in the way of Master Pudu Xian's order and had to be polite to Golden Cicada. Yes, the Golden Cicada smiled faintly, seemingly not surprised at all. You just went in so graciously, not afraid that it was a trap set by the other side? Seeing Golden Cicada's relaxed and self-effacing expression, the Yingtai on the side couldn't help but tug on the other party's coat and ask, this is someone else's territory. Do you think that the Pudu sage would not know what we are doing these days? A sneak attack turned into a frontal assault? Yingtai's eyes were wide open and his face was filled with an expression of disbelief. She didn't realize that the Golden Cicada's actions were actually so plain and simple. When there is no choice, there is often only one choice left, and the person we are dealing with is always the Pudu sage alone. Sneak attack? Does that make sense to you? After the Golden Cicada finished speaking, he walked towards the inside with great generosity, and after a dark sigh, Yingtai followed suit. Anyway, at this point in time, there was no other way but to continue listening to the Golden Cicada. What's more, the Pudu sage master's target was always himself, and even if he fled or hid inside the house like little Luo Yang, it wouldn't help. Walk into the temple. A huge mahogany offering table was filled with piles of dead babies, and behind the offering table, the Pudu sage reverently bowed his head and chanted, not surprised by the arrival of the Golden Cicada duo. Only at her feet, Sufu gasped and fell to his knees. 3 of his heads, on the other hand, were penetrated by a Zen staff, and bright red blood stained his head as if it were a bunch of sugar gourds. Gongzi, I get it. I finally get it. The Southern Wasteland. The Southern Wasteland is hopeless. Sufu's voice was full of desolation, as if the faith in his heart had been withdrawn. The 3 heads that were skewered together left red tears of blood at the same time. The haggard face was covered with despair, and even the pride of the reader fell to his knees and was crushed. The once passionate young man full of faith and dreams is now as helpless as dust swept away by a gale. My lord, they hate me. The people of the Southern Wasteland hate me so much they want to eat my flesh and pick my bones. I don't understand. I really don't. What did I do wrong? Sufu trembled in his throat and growled in a hoarse voice. In these 13 days, I have destroyed all the alabaster goddesses in Pudu County, so that those who are still alive can pick up their hoes and hunting bows again. But hey, instead they aimed them at me, chiseled me with a hoe, and shot me through the head with a bow and arrow. They cursed me so badly, calling me the culprit who ruined their good life, calling my mother a maidservant, cursing me as a devourer when I die. Even after I destroyed the gambling house, they still slit their wrists and bleed in the haylofts to indulge in it, and when they don't have enough food, they even cut off their flesh to raise money, and even the prostitutes look at me with hatred, as if I'm the one who has taken over their bodies. My lord, where did I go wrong? Please tell me? Sufu's 3 heads slowly drooped, his empty eyes looking nowhere in particular while his mouth dully chanted, please tell me, please tell me. Man, this is mortal. I gave you the Dharma name 3 wisdom and in the end you have never been enlightened, never possessed wisdom. Just as Golden Cicada was about to open his mouth, the Pudu sage master on the side was the first to say, nope, not right. It must be you. You must have used a means to confuse the people, otherwise they would never be like that. The people of the Southern Wasteland would not be so foolish. The 6 crimson eyes, swished in unison, looked toward the Pudu sage master, but the impotent mania couldn't shake the other side one bit. No, I didn't do anything. After finishing his speech, Master Puduchandra put his hands together and recited the Sutra of the Past Life. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be you. It's all you're doing. Reason has been lost, and the 3 wisdoms have no wisdom. Next, Xianshir's thin jade hand directly poked into Sufu's brain and gently pinched out the neat bodhisattva with her fingertips. Without a moment's pause, he drew his Zen staff immediately afterward, then swung it in a smooth motion. 3 heads then rolled off in different directions, and the one in the very center happened to roll to the feet of the Golden Cicada without slanting. Your Excellency, please save my hometown. Let the sun shine in the Southern Wasteland again. Dispel this putrid air, and return this place to a clean land. Sufu's voice was getting smaller and smaller, and those eyes that were dead and full of regret were still pleading with Golden Cicada. So what if they are mortal? As long as new shoots grow, they will replace the deadwood stumps, and endless life is the characteristic of mortals, which is something those Buddhas will never be able to do. Golden Cicada bent down and crouched, closing Sufu's eyes with his hands. Master Jean, You have a heart yoke. How can the mortal world compare to the Buddhist Bon festival? The Pudu sage swallowed Sufu's meat bodhisattva into his mouth and then used a golden oil lamp on the side to light the mountain of dead babies on the table. The putrid odor of charred brown filled the lobby, and the red flaming corpse pile actually glowed with a hint of seven-colored Buddha light. Monk Jean, now that my past body has been remodeled, as long as this misli is molded into a future body, the three bodies will be united then. I will then become that past Buddha, present Buddha, and future Buddha. And when I become a Buddha, I will have the qualification to eat at the same table with you. The Pudu sage laughed out loud, his laughter shrill and piercing, and his expression gradually became exuberant, to the point that both pupils flipped up. His body jerked slightly as if he had gone into spasm. There was no longer any trace of the sullen Buddha appearance on his face, and in its place was extreme greed. As the flames continued to burn, the charred dead babies were seen slowly rising from the offering table and then eating each other, until the last child was left behind. Past Buddha, return! The Pudu sage cried out, just seeing that charred black mass of fetal flesh. It then flew directly onto the stomach of the Pudu sage master, then peeled back the belly and slowly tucked himself in. Miss Li, it's your turn. Pudu Shastra opened his arms and walked towards Li Yingtai with kind eyes. Just this moment, although Li Yingtai was fearful, his eyes seemed to be molten with beacons and cold iron, rigid and determined. I am the 87th crown prince of the great Tang, the future king of the Tang, and a mere false Buddha pairs me with insolence. This time Li Yingtai didn't hide behind the golden cicada, but drew out the Zhuyan Tang sword at his waist, and slashed down towards the Pudu Xianxia in front of him. It was a surprise to see a sword chopping down. Only the body of the Pudu sage was seen to split diagonally from the neck to the navel. There was still the same mass of crystal and white flesh in the wound, only with an additional sleeping fetus. National luck! Golden Cicada saw a hint of Tang's national fortune in Li Yingtai's sword blade. It was just that I didn't expect Li Yingtai, who had only been subjected to a backlash for not long, to actually have the realization to use the golden phoenix seal again. To know the ominousness of a nation is not something that flesh and blood can bear. Kill! Li Yingtai's eyes revealed a lingering cold light, and the Zhuyan Tang sword under his hand swung continuously. The already sharp Zhuyan Tang sword, with the blessing of the Tang Kingdom's national fortune, was infinitely closer to being the absolute weapon of the Central Plains. Not a moment too soon, just by seeing the body of the Pudu sage master, he was chopped into several pieces. Oh. Li Yingtai breathed heavily, while the black lines on her chest had spread to her cheeks by now. Is she dead? Li Yingtai didn't dare to put away his sword, and remained mentally tense, staring dead on at the meat fast that fell to the ground. Golden Cicada didn't say anything, but just picked up the skin-wrapped fish belly sword and blocked Li Yingtai's side. Make offerings to Sumeru, to the Spirit Mountain, and to the Western Paradise, build the path to heaven, open the door to the Buddha, and enter the Bon. The voice of the Pudu sage emerged from her lips, which were divided into 4 petals, and it was followed by a shaking of the ground. Around the entire Buddhist temple, the ground instantly collapsed, forming a huge circle that was too deep to see the bottom. In the meantime, in the dark underground, the 10,000 million years of lifespan, chi and blood that had been collected in the joyous city earlier, instantly shot up into the sky, turned into a huge pillar of blood straight through the sky, standing in front of the heavenly road. The hundreds of thousands of white-clad believers, on the other hand, were stacked on top of each other, turning into another pillar of flesh. The 6 senses, the 5 skandhas, the 4 extremes, the 3 schools of thought, good and evil, and conscience. The young monk offers incense for the Bon. At this point, the limbs of the Pudu sage floated inside the Buddha hall and then gradually converged towards a single point, and outside the house, a beam of 7-colored halos flew from all sides of the little western heaven, turning into pillars of light standing before the heavenly path. From a distance, it looked like 3 sticks of incense. Golden Cicada, what should we do now? Even the forced use of the national fortune failed to decimate the Pudu sage master. Without a way out, Li Yingtai could only turn his head and ask the Golden Cicada, what should we do? Just kill them. Golden Cicada raised one side of his mouth, then took the skin wrapped around the fish-bellied sword and slowly peeled it off. Brothers, careful flipping. No food or drink allowed. Changed twice. In advance. Looking at the Golden Cicada with a bland expression, Li Yingtai truly didn't know where the confidence of this guy in front of him came from. The means through the sky was no longer enough to describe Zen Master Pudu. Even if the State Master of Great Tang were to come in person, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to do that. Golden Cicada, what exactly are you going to do? Is it just going to rely on this fish-bellied sword? Li Yingtai glanced at Pudu Xianxia, who had already remodeled his flesh, and then at the belly of the fish in Golden Cicada's hand. Li Yingtai had also learned a thing or two from the literature about this absolute weapon of the Central Plains that belonged to the Tang dynasty. However, Looking at the history books of the Tang dynasty, there are only a few depictions of the fish-bellied sword. Even what glorious battles Fishbelly has had is not recorded. Aside from some brief notes, there was just one sentence. No one of the royal family may use it unless absolutely necessary. Don't approach me later. Just watch from a distance. Golden Cicada's expression turned more and more serious, and the smile on his face gradually retracted. Just standing there made the distant Liangtai feel terrified and uneasy, even subconsciously moving his feet backward. Golden Cicada reached out and gently lifted, with his fingertips, the outermost layer of skin that bound the fish-bellied sword. As the long sword-wrapped skin was lifted layer by layer, the outline of the fish-bellied sword gradually became clearer. This is the fish-belly sword? Liangtai stared at the side, his little mouth wide open in surprise for a long time. Yes, this is the ultimate weapon of the Central Plains. The fish-belly sword, Golden Cicada softly chanted, then looked up at the Pudu Sage Master, who was also in shock. In his hand, the fish-belly sword was scarlet in color, and 10 withered black fingers, one after the other, were wrapped around the blade, and in place of the hilt was a beating, vibrant heart. Plunging his hand into the heart, Golden Cicada picked up the bleeding belly of the fish. Simply by pointing the tip of his sword forward, the Pudu sage felt a heart tremor that he had never felt before. It's an instinct, a primal instinct to fear death. Impossible. This is just a mortal weapon. How can it make me feel afraid? I am a Buddha. The same Buddha as at the Bon festival. The Pudu sage roared angrily. Then it twisted its torso in a weird way. The 3 dirties, the 10 goodnesses, the abyss, and the 3 wisdoms. Those monsters that the Golden Cicada had seen before, tore open the skin and flesh of the Pudu virtuous master and slowly burrowed out of her body. Humph. Golden Cicada wouldn't be foolish enough to wait for the other party to make a move. And just when those monsters had only burrowed out a small half of their bodies, they rushed straight forward and stabbed their fish-bellied swords viciously towards the Pudu sage master's head. The belly of the fish, which didn't seem to be very sharp, actually pierced through the head of Pudu Shayamushi as easily as if it were cutting tofu. It's no use. It's no use. Scholar Jean, just help me open the Buddha's door and let's enter the Bon together. The 18 Avalokiteshvara great bodhisattvas that emerged from the head grinned at the same time, their shrill voices piercing straight to the brain, actually causing the Golden Cicada to have a feeling of vertigo. Useless? Golden Cicada sneered. Immediately afterward, one could only see the skin and flesh of the 18 Avalokiteshvara great bodhisattvas begin to fall off, and they soon turned into a set of ghastly white bones, and the body of the Pudu sage began to swell, as if it had been filled with river water, becoming puffy and limp. Plunge the belly of the fish in your hand all the way into the back of your opponent's head. Only the 10 fingers on the sword kept multiplying. Hundreds, thousands, 10,000 roots. These fingers firmly bind the continuously expanding Pudu Shastra and the Golden Cicada. Golden Cicada. Standing at the gate, Liangtai shouted nervously towards the finger cage, because he couldn't see inside the cage. Liangtai didn't know what was happening to the 2 people who were inside at that moment. Suddenly, thick plasma, flowing down the cracks of the cage, was interspersed with wisps of broken flesh. Impossible. This is impossible. My Buddha body. How could this happen? The Pudu sage's screams grew fainter and fainter as a bloodstained, flesh-hanging scalp was spat out of the cage. It happened to fall at the feet of Liangtai. Ah! Seeing the real face of the cheek, Liangtai covered his mouth in fear. The yellow water in his stomach, however, gushed uncontrollably upward from his throat. Vomit. Yellow water spit all over the place. Hoo. Gasping for air, Liangtai covered his stomach and trembled as he looked at his feet, at the face of Pudu Xianshir's stunningly beautiful face. What the hell is going on in there? Gradual. With a loud bang after, there was then no movement in the finger cage. Immediately afterward, all the fingers that were hooked to each other loosened and fell to the ground. Gold. Cicada. Are you? It's okay. At this point, the center of the Buddha hall. Where is there any Pudu Shastra left? Only the Golden Cicada, whose body was covered in shredded flesh and soaked plasma, stood motionless. But here's the strange thing. At this time, the Golden Cicada unexpectedly did not have any half-blood color on his face, and his entire body had lost a lot of weight. In his wrinkled hands, he held the belly of a fish that had been turned into a mortal soldier. Stay back! Golden Cicada shouted with his back turned to Liangtai in a strained voice. It was just that the voice had become quite hoarse, and it even carried a hint of decaying deadness, as if it was a dying old man. But thankfully, just one breath, the Golden Cicada then returned to its original form. Golden Cicada. You made it? Liangtai asked as he had half of his body behind the doorframe and stood cautiously at a distance. It's not right. Golden Cicada lowered his head and narrowed his eyes to survey the crushed flesh at his feet. Although just now in the finger cage, one did chop up the present and past bodies of the Pudu Sage Master. But, Golden Cicada always felt something indescribably strange. No, since past and future bodies can be molded, her present body. Golden Cicada suddenly figured out that that's something that had been vaguely wrong since the first time he met Zen Master Pudu. Pillar Terrace, come to my side. Golden Cicada twisted his head and yelled. What? Li Yingtai, who hadn't reacted yet, had just opened his mouth and was ready to inquire, only to see a humanoid white lump of flesh behind her, instantly spreading its limbs to embrace her. This white lump of flesh was crystal clear, except that it had no features, no skin, no internal organs. It was merely a lump of flesh. Ha ha ha, Scholar Jean, although you have destroyed the past Buddha and the present Buddha, as long as I become a Buddha in the future, I will still be a Buddha. Moreover, those two physical bodies were originally prepared to welcome the future Buddha. The chunks of meat don't have mouths, but they can still make sounds. Untie me? What the hell are you? Feeling the wet, slippery flesh wrapped around her body, Li Yingtai could only feel her stomach retching. It's useless. No one can stop me from becoming a Buddha. The words fell, only to see this crystal clear piece of meat instantly transform into a wisp of meat strips, drilling into Li Yingtai's 7 orifices. Open the Buddha's door and enter the Bon. Li Yingtai, who had a little red guanine mole on his brow, turned toward the heavenly road outside the Buddhist temple and opened his arms, roaring with excitement. And at this point, those people in Boneless County who were like walking corpses had already trekked to the bottom of the heavenly road. With their own bodies, they continued to build the unfinished road to heaven. And under the heavenly path, the 3 long incense sticks that went straight up to the sky had golden Buddhist flames rising from their tops. The people who flocked to the heavenly road built their flesh and bones into steps and their skins into carpets. Finish with a slight accent of hair. That's all. The long road to the sky, all the way to the endless sky above. And in front of the first rung of the heavenly road, 3 cones of incense penetrate into the sky, with wisps of white smoke rising from the top at the same time, paying tribute to the Buddha's incense. The first burn, incense made from the sea of blood, was offered to the South Wasteland for 10,000 years of blood and life. The second burns, with incense made by a white devotee, is offered with the most simple and devout faith. For the third burn, incense made from the 6 senses, the 5 skandhas, the 4 jewels, the 3 schools of thought, good and evil, and the conscience is offered to the most unique of human souls. Master Jean, it is truly worthy of you to destroy my past and present with only a small mortal weapon. This is truly remarkable. Even if the past Buddha and present Buddha were destroyed, the Pudu wise master still treated the golden cicada with respect, and could even be said to be somewhat fawning, not daring to show even the slightest bit of anger. Only in his heart, the Pudu sage master marveled at the golden cicada's tactics just now. The half-Buddha's body was actually chopped into a field of broken flesh. And that weird short sword. It is estimated that even if one's 3 bodies unite to become a true Buddha, I am afraid that the end will be the same. At the thought of this, the Pudu sage was surprisingly a little thankful that he had kept his hand in the game. Although the current forced occupation of Li Yingtai's body caused the future Buddha's state to be unstable, it was still better than having his body dissipate anyway. And the other side, Golden Cicada gazed ahead with furrowed brows. 13 days of self-inflicted injuries, in exchange for the 10 fingers fish belly at this time has been retired as a mortal soldier. If one were to continue to fight hard, one would never be a match for the Pudu sage master. Monk Jean, the heavenly path has now been constructed and the incense has been lit. Now it's up to you to open the Buddha's door and help us get back to Yulan. At this time, the Pudu sage master, the point of the guanine mole on his brow was getting redder and redder, and the whole person's expression was becoming progressively more and more exuberant as he spoke. And at the mention of rejoining the glen, her features began to distort. It was like an old bachelor who had held back for 30 years and never fired a shot, meeting a stunningly beautiful woman who had stripped off her clothes in the middle of the wilderness. Scholar Jean, let's begin. Pudu Shayamuni walked towards Golden Cicada with tiny lotus steps and wiggling buttocks. Suddenly, just as Golden Cicada held the fish's belly across his chest in preparation to meet the enemy, one could only see that the guanine mole on the Pudu sage master's brow instantly disappeared, while the left foot that had stepped out hovered in mid-air, and his grim expression returned to normal. Even a great deal of white flesh gushed out of the 7 orifices. At this moment, Li Yingtai reclaimed his body again. Golden Cicada, Li Yingtai cried out, and because of Pudu Xianshur, although he briefly regained consciousness, his body was still unable to move freely. Golden Cicada, that, Li Yingtai cried out anxiously, and the consciousness is getting more and more blurred. Facing the Pudu sage master, she knows that she can't resist at all. She can only exert all her strength to convey the last message towards the Golden Cicada. But fearing that the Pudu sage would be prepared, he did not dare to say all the words, but could only keep hinting. Miss Li, let me have this Buddha body of yours. It is a great disrespect to the Buddha for a mortal to possess it. At this moment, Liang Tai had a constantly changing expression on her face. One moment she was vicious and furious, and the next moment she was as delicate as a flower. While several emotions changed in a staggering manner, the entire face skin was almost torn off, and bright red blood flowed down the delicate neck to the ground. Golden cicada, don't mind me, I know you can do it. With these last words, Liang Tai closed his eyes, and the little Kuan Yin mole on his brow resurfaced. Huffing and puffing, having regained control of his body, the Pudu sage kept gasping for air. It can't be delayed any longer. Suddenly, the Pudu sage bent his knees and faced the end of the celestial path and knelt in place, only to see her hands clasped together, her eyes closed, her head lowered reverently, her mouth still murmuring, and then towards the sky. She bowed 3 times. The young monk here kneels and curtsies, hoping that the Buddhas of the Western Heaven will allow me to attend the meeting. Namo, Namo, Namo. First knock. Wild winds rose in all directions, blowing away the clouds on the miles of sky in the southern wasteland. Let the darkened night sky reveal a rosy starry sky. Second knock. Electricity flashed and thunder roared in the sky above the little western heaven, and 3 dragon scrolls descended from the sky, greedily sucking the white smoke from the 3 incense burners. Third knock. The solemn Buddha's name resounded through the land, and a burst of melodious Sanskrit sounds spread to all corners of the southern wasteland. An immense and incomparable golden circle of light slowly emerged at the end of the heavenly road. Dark and light. Gulp. Golden cicada subconsciously swallowed, then raised his head towards the sky. Only in the circle of light, a vermilion round door encrusted with gold and jade appeared, and a lock was fastened to the 2 door rings right in the center. This lock does not know what material, like jade, like sherry, but also like that 1,000 hammered cold iron. Scholar Jean, I'll trouble you to open the Buddhist gate leading to the Bon Festival with your own hands. Pudu sage stood up, and after patting the dust on his legs, he smiled towards Golden Cicada with the face of Liang Tai. And just as her words were falling, the only thing that could be seen was the broken flesh all over the floor inside the Buddha hall, which began to wriggle in place without stopping. Even the skin that had been peeled off his face was reintegrated into the broken flesh. Master Jean, when we enter the Bon, I fear that my barely assembled 3-bodied Buddha will be questioned, so I'll be counting on you to help me at that time. Having said that, this writhing flesh and blood stains all over the ground were then kneaded into a bun of flesh just like the Buddha's head, and then flew towards Liang Tai's body. Not a moment too soon. What had been a beautiful, shapely body was now covered with a lump of flesh. It's like a toad's back. Ugly, disgusting and unpleasant. It felt as if these lumps of flesh would explode with fishy pus just by the slightest touch. Even that now Buddha's face skin was stuck to the back of Liang Tai's head. Zip walks his big, rolling eyes. The 3 bodies have converged. Let's set off. Gold cultivator. This indescribably ugly appearance makes a pleasant sound. This caused the golden cicada not far away to resist the urge to rush forward and chop up this pile of toad meat. Hold up the belly of the fish again. Golden cicada kept thinking back to the cryptic message Liang Tai had just left behind. That one? Which one is it? The golden cicada, who was most unable to see this kind of densely packed picture, could only forcibly endure his vomiting at this time, and repeatedly surveyed the Pudu sage master in front of him. And just as the gaze swept over Liang Tai's firm chest, Golden Cicada suddenly understood. National fortune, unholy, golden phoenix seal. Brothers, last night insomnia a night until now have not slept, plus upset stomach, and to catch up with the manuscript, really do not have the energy to fine-tune the repair. I hope that you big brothers understand. Golden scholar, the mortal world has left you with a heart yoke. If you can just look within the Buddha's gate, this heart yoke will naturally dissipate without a trace. Seeing that the golden cicada did not seem to intend to embark on the heavenly path to the Buddhist sect, Master Pudu Xian could then only continue to advise. But in her heart she was thinking that if she couldn't persuade her then she could only get rough. As for how to get Golden Cicada to forgive himself, let's wait until we enter the Bon Festival. After all, this is a rare opportunity, and if you miss it, I'm afraid you'll never be able to return to Bon again. Good. I would like to see what this event within the Buddhist sect is like. Out of the expectation of the Pudu sage master, the Golden Cicada actually agreed with alacrity. Putting away the fish belly sword, the Golden Cicada then stepped forward towards the heavenly path. As for the slowed down Pudu wise master, at this moment, he was like a little eunuch beside Ing Lu, closely following the Golden Cicada. That's all. The two of them then followed the long celestial path, step by step, towards the top. It was only this ladder built from human flesh that the Golden Cicada always felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart when he stepped on it. You can even look down once in a while and see a 7-bloodied, squashed dead head staring at your crotch from the bottom up. Why don't you use the Buddha lotus to fly up? It's one step at a time. I'm afraid I'll have to walk until dawn. The golden cicada suddenly stopped and turned his body to stand on the higher steps. Then with a condescending tone and eyes, he asked towards the Pudu sage master, "The way to the Buddha's door must be pious. If it were me in the past, I would have to kneel 3 times and grind white bones out of my palms and knees to get close to the Buddha's door." But, Master Pudu sage paused and continued with a smug expression on his face. "However, now that I have become a Buddha, like you, I naturally don't have to kneel 3 times. Same as me. What does that mean? If it wasn't for the fear that words were too much the other day, Golden Cicada hadn't been looking for the Pudu sage master to ask for an explanation. But the way things are going, it's time to ask about some things. Monk Jean, although I don't know exactly what has happened to you, but as the honored guest of Bon, you naturally don't look down on a little Buddha like me." This sincere and somewhat timid expression of Master Pudu sage did not seem to be a lie. The guest of honor? Can't it be that this immortality is related to Bon? Golden Cicada lowered his head and chanted repeatedly. The two continued to walk towards the huge circle of light one after the other. In this way, enough to walk all night, until the sky rose fish belly white. Only finally finished this last ladder. Only the vermilion red Buddha gate within the huge circle of light was far larger than it looked from the ground. Even the combined size of the golden cicada and the Pudu sage master is not even as large as one of those dents used to decorate a piece of gold or jewelry on the Buddha's door. In front of the Buddha's door, the dazzling golden light illuminated the golden cicada's eyes somewhat. Wisps of white mist flowed out of the cracks. Just a gentle inhale is mesmerizing. The taste of this was far beyond even the extreme world of bliss that the Bodhisattva of the 3 dirties had visualized at that time. The Bon Festival. I'm finally back again. The Pudu sage suddenly prostrated himself on the ground and kissed the heavenly path in front of the Buddha's gate with hot tears. Even his body was trembling with excitement. Even the lumps of flesh on his body were throbbing. And some of the meatballs burst right open as a result, oozing out white pus and pulp, as well as shredded flesh. The extreme emotions brought about by excitement and pleasure brought both the body and the heart of the Pudu sage to a climax. "Scholar Jean, you may begin." Pudu sage held back his excitement and bent down towards the golden cicada. "How do I start?" The golden cicada was also in a fog. He was not at all clear on how to open this huge Buddhist door. "All you have to do is gently push open this gate." Looking at this door in front of him, the Buddha's door that he was not even qualified to touch. Although there was some unwillingness in the heart of the Pudu sage master, he still harbored an incomparable hot piety. And at this point, the golden cicada seemed to hear the joyous sounds of singing and laughter coming from the other side of the door. There are zither, pipa, chimes, and flutes, shao, shang, and other instruments mixed together to create a heavenly sound. There is also the woman's clear as a stream, melodious and pleasant as the sound of silk and bamboo moaning softly. And beyond that, there was even a lot of manly laughter and the clinking of glasses. "Humph, a feast indeed," the golden cicada whispered, the corner of one side of his mouth gently raised, his tone full of disdain. "The Bon Festival, within the Buddhist sect, is actually organized like a folkloric greenhouse or music workshop. Is this the Buddha who universalizes the world? Or is this the gourmand who only knows how to enjoy himself?" But although he despised and disdained it in his heart, the golden cicada still stretched out his hands and pushed towards the corner of that vermilion Buddhist door. Ka-ching! The golden cicada's hand just touched the Buddha's door. The locks on the pair of door rings in the center of the Buddha's door then began to crack. It then transformed into countless jade treasures and gold fragments, falling towards the southern wasteland earth below, and the ground. Some of the people of the southern wasteland who were still alive in Pudu County were just getting up and preparing to go and gamble heavily for the food they needed for the day. Just see the sky. The gold poured out like water, the jewelry and jade like pouring rain. Thinking that it was the Pudu sage giving grace, these stubborn and foolish villagers knelt down on the ground and kowtowed and saluted continuously towards the sky. Even if the people around them had their heads smashed, they remained unmoved, knowing only to bow and chant. In front of the Buddha's door, as the locks came off the door, the Buddhist door was pushed open by the golden cicada. "This is the image. This is it. This is the place. Ha ha, I've finally come back as a Buddha instead." Pudu sage stared wide-eyed and put his head towards the doorway. The ecstatic expression made the lumps of flesh on his body burst open one by one, and foul-smelling pus splattered all over the floor. And the golden cicada raised his head and glanced toward the Buddhist sect. But strangely enough, at this point in time, there was nothing but a thick white mist in the doorway. And even the playful hedonistic sounds of a moment ago had disappeared. "Master Jean, keep pushing. In a moment we'll be able to go in." Pudu sage, his body dripping with thick white pulp, urged the golden cicada while looking in obsessively. Once again, he reached out and pushed toward the red Buddhist door. This time, on the other hand, the golden cicada used all of its strength and directly pushed open a gap tens of meters wide in the huge Buddha gate. "Ha ha, I can get in. I can finally get in. Bon, This Buddha is coming. Under the extreme insanity, the Pudu sage master bypassed the golden cicada and headed directly inside the Buddhist sect. And it is this time. In the moment when the Pudu sage had his back to the golden cicada and was still defenseless, the golden cicada suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Li Yingtai's left chest. In a flash, with a smooth snap, he snapped the half of the golden phoenix seal off his chest. Suddenly, only Li Yingtai's body was covered with countless black threads, and his body gradually began to rot, sprouting thousands of pus sores. The hollow chest, on the other hand, emitted rolling black smoke, even as the heart emitted a foul odor. You, what are you doing? The Pudu sage master also sensed that Li Yingtai, a natural Buddhist body, was actually being rejected by the Buddhist sect at this time. The ominousness of a nation is not for you to bear. Golden cicada grunted softly. Golden scholar, even if it's you, if you dare to ruin this Buddha's chance to enter the pellet, I'll be sure to pick your bones and eat your flesh. At this moment, the Pudu sage's anger burned to its peak. There was no longer a trace of the original respect and cowardice towards the golden cicada on his face. A face rotted into pieces, twisted and contorted. Even an eyeball was squeezed out. Li Yingtai, the 87th crown prince of the Tang dynasty, despite being a daughter and still being trapped in the southern wasteland for 13 years, but as a beautiful woman, she is far more aware of the difference between life and death than those mediocre kings. While in the City of Joy, for the sake of the lives of General Yuchi and the 10,000 Tang troops under his command, he sacrificed his life to forcibly transfer the national fortune of the Great Tang in the southern wasteland. And after, again, when facing Pudu Xianshi, he clearly had the golden cicada in front of him to protect him, but he still used his national fortune once again and chopped Pudu Xianshi into several pieces with the Pearl Cloud Tang sword. The two forced uses of the national fortune resulted in all the ominousness of the Tang kingdom being added to it. The slightest misstep can be all but impossible, and the fragrance will be lost. But it was at this near life and death juncture, Li Yingtai, who had his body taken, in order to completely destroy the Pudu Hyunji. It even hinted at the golden cicada, releasing the ominousness in himself that had been suppressed by the golden phoenix seal, in front of the Buddha's gate at the end of the heavenly road. At this time, Li Yingtai was gradually moving towards the edge of death, only to see her flesh bonds explode one by one, letting the fishy pus flow all over her body. The flesh hanging from the torso was all rotting, mixed with grease stains of fat and bright red blood that dripped to the ground. And that pretty little face, which was sort of gorgeous, was even more disgusting than a dead rat in the gutter at the moment. 40% of the face skin had fallen off, and the original cherry mouth, with its lips and chin gone, was horribly frightening. That one pearl-like shell tooth had also fallen out, just like the 80 or 90-year-old woman. Even the eyeballs had been squeezed out of one, attached to a nerve that drooped next to the nose, wobbling. It is natural for a woman to love beauty, let alone the beautiful and lovely Li Yingtai. Only, Li Yingtai's heart knew that the fish belly had returned to the mortal soldiers, and that this was the only way to kill Pudu Xianshi. The moment she hinted to golden cicada, she had the realization that she would die a miserable death as a human ghost. What in the world is this thing? How could a mere mortal object shut down the Buddhist sect? Glancing at the golden phoenix seal that golden cicada held in his hand, the Pudu sage master fought to growl. She doesn't understand what is the fate of the country and what is ominous. It's just a little trinket that mortals play with each other. How could it affect the Bon festival within the Buddhist sect? You don't get to know. The golden cicada drew his fish-bellied sword and then charged towards the Pudu sage master. At this time, the Pudu sage master, because of the ominous backlash from the national fortune, had 10 strengths left. It could only spit out the tongue still remaining in its mouth, turning it into a fleshy thorn that pierced through the golden cicada that was approaching its body. Did you forget I can't die? Looking at the flesh spikes that pierced through his heart, golden cicada didn't even bother to pay attention to it, and directly raised his fish belly sword high and chopped down towards the other party's head. Only, the belly of the fish, which had originally slashed down towards his head, suddenly moved to the side. Only the right arm of the Pudu sage was cut off. The golden cicada was also surprised at his subconscious reversal of the sword blade. However, when he looked in front of him, Li Yingtai's skinned and festering face, he understood why. Golden cicada, you ruined my re-entry into the Bon, and if you don't want to be a Buddha, but have to be obsessed with the mortal world, you don't deserve to sit at that table. The Buddhist gate in the distance gradually closed, and the original dozens of meters wide doorway was now closed to less than 2 or 3 meters. No, it's just this one chance. I must go back to Bon, even if it's the same as before. The Pudu sage seems to have figured something out. After saying this, he only saw a strip of crystal clear white flesh drilling out from the holes above and below Li Yingtai's body. These white meats burst through their clothes and flew towards the front of the Buddha's gate as if they were mad. Let me in. I want in. The white flesh that had returned into human form took two long legs and darted towards the Buddha's gate that was about to close. And the Buddha's door gets smaller and smaller as it closes. The white meat's head, which had no facial features or face, actually dripped with a trace of clear liquid. Let me in, please. I don't belong in the mortal world. I'm going back to the glen. I'm going to sit with you and just eat. Pity. At the last moment when the Buddha's door was closed, the white meat finally did not step into the bond that was close at hand. Flutter. The white meat was seen kneeling down in front of the Buddha's door, and his two fists kept pounding the ground. Even without the five senses to make an expression, anyone could hear the unwillingness and sadness in that pitiful cry. What the hell is this guy? Golden Cicada stared ahead and couldn't help but ask in his heart, if it is said to be Buddha, is this pile of skinned flesh considered a Buddha? But if you want to say it's a human being, a man with no senses, no skin, no internal organs, and no place in his body that can be called a man, except for his external form, which resembles a man. Suddenly, just as Golden Cicada was about to sacrifice half of his brain with the belly of a fish to finish off his opponent, creak, the Buddha's door actually opened again, and it got bigger and bigger, even exceeding the size that Golden Cicada had pushed open at that time. And as the Buddhist door opened, thick white smoke poured outward along the cracks. The nearest white meat stopped crying in an instant and greedily sucked in the white smoke around it. Ha ha, it must be the Buddha sensing my devotion. It must be. White meat clasped his hands together and fell to his knees, bowing over and over again. After the last wisp of white smoke had dissipated, just see the darkened Buddha's door. A huge eyeball suddenly appeared by the doorway. The pupil alone was tens of meters tall. Eyes gurgled as if searching for something. When its gaze swept onto the Golden Cicada, its pupils actually shrunk violently. Then with great speed, he hastily moved his eyes elsewhere. Here, my Buddha, please allow the young monk to return to the Bon Festival. The kneeling white meat cried out frantically, kowtowing and shaking his hands as he did so. And at that moment the eyeballs noticed the white meat. Unlike when they saw the Golden Cicada, this time the eyes seemed to come to life, sizing up the white flesh with one open and one closed. Oh Buddha, little monk paving the heavenly path for you and offering incense, please allow me to worship the Buddha and go to that Bon Festival. Thud, thud, thud. The white meat kept knocking his head into the ground, one after another, with seemingly no intention of stopping. And just then, a large, withered hand suddenly gripped the doorframe. The hand, huge and dry and a little red. The skin clung to the bones as if they were a thin layer of paper. Its knuckles were raised like strange rocks in the mountains. At the knuckles of his fingers, the skin had dried out and formed a deep wrinkle, like a dead branch sticking out of a grave, with every finger bone clearly visible. The dark, sharp nails that appeared to be razor sharp, and a string of rosary beads at the wrist, and even on the pinky, 3 emerald green Buddhist rings. Buddha has taken me back. Buddha has taken me back. The white meat was ecstatic, and the next second, indeed as the white meat wishes, only to see the big hand reach out, directly using the fingertips of his middle finger and thumb, gently pinching him up and moving him towards the Buddhist sect. Then, just listening to the dark door, a burst of barfing and chewing sounds quickly came out. Eat up, although it was hard to see what all was going on inside the Buddha's gate. The sound, however, was nothing less than the exact same commotion that an ordinary person would make while eating, chewing, swallowing, teeth grinding. Golden Cicada stayed where he was, and at that moment there was only one thought in his mind. Is the guy in this door really a Buddha? It didn't take long. As the last swallow ended, there was no movement inside. Suddenly, a mangled piece of white flesh, the size of a fist and full of teeth marks, stained with foul-smelling yellow phlegm, was spat out of the doorway. It fell in front of the Golden Cicada, and inside the door. After the eyeballs glanced at the Golden Cicada again, they hurriedly ducked into the darkness. 2 large hands then raked the doorframe and closed the huge Buddhist door tightly. With the closure of the Buddha's gate, the circle of light also gradually dispersed, and the end of the heavenly road suddenly became empty, as if it was a broken road. How could this be? Is the disciple not pious enough? Fist-sized pieces of mangled white flesh cried out to the heavens, and the whole of the little western sky echoed with cries of complaint. It's still the same. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. All sentient beings have Buddha nature, and those who have Buddha nature will become Buddhas. Lies. This is all lies. I kneel in devotion. Offer incense. 3 bodies converge. But in the end it's all just a waste. All in vain. I'm not happy. I'm really not happy. The white flesh at the end of the celestial path squirmed forward towards the direction of the Buddhist sect that had dissipated and disappeared. But the emptiness of nothingness and the sting of despair made the white flesh crawl slower and slower. It didn't stop until it neared the edge of the last rung of the heavenly ladder, and the Golden Cicada on the other side. only to see him put the naked, festering and inhumanly shaped Li Yingtai gently on the ground. Then he took off his own robe and covered the other man's body. Gripping the belly of the fish, Golden Cicada prepared to go over and deliver the final blow to the Pudu Sage Master, so that this farce in the southern wilderness can end sooner. 1 step, 2 steps. Just as the Golden Cicada was getting closer and closer to the white meat, the white meat suddenly spun around as if a person had rolled over and laid flat. Master Jean, what exactly is the Bon Festival like? Can you tell me? White meat's voice suddenly became much smoother, but still weak. Didn't you come out of it? Why are you still asking me? Although the white flesh at this moment was beating weakly like an aging heart, the Golden Cicada still didn't let down its guard. Ha! Ha! I'm not like you. I'm not even qualified to be served at that table. White meat laughed out loud twice, and that self-deprecating tone was tinged with a few moments of helplessness and a few moments of relief. It was also as if he had accepted his lowly and irresistible fate. What the hell are you? The Golden Cicada held the belly of the fish with both hands, pointing the tip of his sword at the white flesh at his feet, and asked with a slight opening of his mouth. I'm just a piece of meat on that 8 imperial table, on a jade plate, a piece of rotten meat that is hard to swallow and is disliked by the Bodhisattva and spat out into the mortal world. Ha ha! After this last sentence, the white flesh instantly exploded. The scattered meat foam turned into a wisp of white smoke in the air, drifting higher into the sky before dissipating into thin air. Meat on a jade platter? Golden Cicada's heart was beating faster and faster. The king who ruled the southern wasteland for 13 years established the Pudu sect with 1 million followers of the Pudu sage. I can't believe it's just a plate of meat disliked by the Bodhisattva at the Bon. Buddha. Is this the Buddha from Bon? Golden Cicada gazed up at the sky. A mere piece of plate of food can stir up the southern wasteland. It even manages to get the king of Tang and the central plains involved. If the Buddha in the Bon, in person, came to the mortal world. Instead of continuing to think further, Golden Cicada closed her eyes and took a long, deep breath. After returning to Li Pillar Terrace, the heavenly path that towered over the clouds began to disintegrate 1 step at a time as soon as the Pudu Sage Master dissipated, and the 3 long incense burners on the ground accelerated their burning at the same time. There wasn't a single moment of hesitation. Golden Cicada immediately took the unconscious Li Yingtai into his arms, and with his legs open, he ran wildly towards the ground. The skyway disintegrated faster and faster. Golden Cicada rolled and crawled, shielding Li Yingtai in his arms while observing the situation around him. But it was a good thing that only a few dozen meters of altitude remained before the sky road disappeared completely, and the Golden Cicada could do nothing but leap down and turn her spine toward the ground, using her stomach to cushion the Li Pillar Terrace. Bang! There was a loud bang. The land was smashed out of a deep pit, and the Golden Cicada had a mouth full of blood and even spat out some internal organs. I never thought I'd have a day to be a meat cushion. After a slight reprieve, Golden Cicada rose from the ground. At this time Li Yingtai, although the body is no longer ominous, but the rotting flesh is still emitting a rolling stench. The whole face is also full of pus. Plus one of the arms was cut off and lost a lot of blood. Being half human and half dead still puts her on the brink of death. Luckily it's not dead through. Golden Cicada breathed a sigh of relief. Hurriedly, he drew out the belly of the fish and slit his own wrist, pouring fresh blood into Li Yingtai's 1,000-pricked body. He even took some of the internal organs that he had just spit out and chopped them up before forcing them down his throat and stabbing them directly into his opponent's stomach. That's all. After about half an hour or so, Golden Cicada, Li Yingtai slowly opened her large, haggard eyes and murmured weakly, "You're awake?" Golden Cicada sat naked on the grass next to him, looking up at the sky with a dogwood in his mouth. Aha! Li Yingtai's delicate little hands tightly grasped the robe covering her body, and because she was naked, she shyly lowered her head and softly answered. And the 2 pretty little white, smooth feet, sometimes curled up, sometimes stretched out, didn't seem to know where to put them. It's okay, so just get up. The border between the southern wasteland and the central plains is now presumably open as well. Golden Cicada was the first to rise, patting the dust from his broken ass and looking out with his eyes to the north on the road to the Middle Kingdom. Just turn around. I'm not dressed. Li Yingtai's cheeks at this moment were so red that he could pinch blood. What a pain in the ass. It's not like I haven't seen it before, Golden Cicada muttered. But that wasn't wrong. When he was treating Li Yingtai just now, that rotting body really didn't look like much. Humph. Li Yingtai blankly glanced at Golden Cicada before she wrapped her robe tightly around her body, revealing only her calves and rounded fragrant shoulders. Just like that, the 2 of them walked forward and backward towards the Pudu cult a few miles away, and no one spoke a word along the way, until it was almost time to reach the door. Golden Cicada. Thank you. Li Yingtai used his fingers to pick away the long hair that was blown into his face by the wind. The cherry-like mouth gently pursed and suddenly said tenderly, "Thank you." Li Yingtai spoke shyly and softly. a pair of small hands actually resting on the back of the person in front of her. The golden cicada who was walking in front of him, however, suddenly froze when he heard this. It was a different kind of tenderness than usual, and it took him a little off guard. Just as the golden cicada quasi turned around to ask for clarification, and in the meantime, to see if it was the Purdue wise master attached to Liang Tai's body, which hadn't been dispersed cleanly yet. Don't you turn around. A breeze blew Liang Tai's hair and red robe. She nodded slightly, not even daring to look directly at the back of the man in front of her. Her cheeks were as delicate as the first bloom of a peach blossom. A blush spread from her face to the roots of her ears, as if even the hair around her ears was stained with a bit of shyness. Yes, the golden cicada wasn't stupid, and hazily sensed something. That's all. The two men went back and forth, one looking up at the sky, the other down at the ground, until half an incense stick had passed. Only after Liang Tai's rolling little face returned to normal did she hastily withdraw her hand. Let's hurry back. Little Luo Yang is probably waiting impatiently. The tips of the two index fingers, which were constantly swirling in front of his chest. Well, call the little girl and we'll go back to the Central Plains together. Golden Cicada responded softly, and when she finished, she stepped forward, just never looked back up. At this time, the Purdue sect was already empty, and those white-clothed believers had long been burned cleanly. Back to the Zen room. I only saw little Luo Yang holding his luggage and sitting obediently on the edge of the bed. Big brother. It was obvious that the two of them walked into the room together, but little Luo Yang's eyes were only on Golden Cicada. Good boy. Golden Cicada smiled and touched little Luo Yang's head. It was only this habitual action that made the nearby Liang Tai's heart flutter. Her eyebrow slightly raised. It wasn't because she couldn't see the intimacy between the Golden Cicada and little Luo Yang too. Rather, a little sour. Big sister, why aren't you dressed? Suddenly, little Luo Yang walked over to Liang Tai's side, tilted his head and opened his mouth to ask. I forgot. Liang Tai stammered in reply. After glancing at his bare shoulders and small feet, he even ran to the next room. There seems to be something wrong with big sister. It's probably because she's too excited about leaving the southern wasteland. The other side of the room. Liang Tai looked at the monk's clothes in the cabinet, and after a little hesitation, picked a white female monk's clothes to change into. He saved me, but how did he? After murmuring a low voice, Liang Tai simply shook his head and simply thought of nothing else. Re-entering the Zen room, Golden Cicada had long since changed his clothes. Little Luo Yang, on the other hand, was holding the package on the side, obediently not saying a word. Depart. Return to the center. The Purdue sage is dead, and the little western paradise is only a few hundred miles from the border of the Central Plains. That's all. The three split up and each went to prepare some dry food and luggage. By the way, he also shunted away a gorgeous and exquisite carriage, and two basilisk-colored Shenli horses in the backyard of the Purdue sect. The sunlight overhead spilled into the southern wasteland, and the grass on the ground seemed to sprout. Feeling the restlessness of the steed at her hip and the breeze on her face, Golden Cicada actually felt an unprecedented sense of relief. It was a feeling that neither body had ever had. Free, pleasant, easy. After walking for a day and a night, the three of them were finally able to vaguely see the border between the Central Plains and the southern wasteland in the distance before the sunset. With the death of the Purdue sage, these 10 miles of swamp, 10 miles of miasma, and 10 miles of mist have disappeared into thin air. So it seems that with one more day at the most, we'll be able to return to the territory of the Great Tang. Golden Cicada, where do you plan to go after returning to the Central Plains? Go straight back to Qin? Liang Tai looked at the swamp, miasma and mist disappearing in front of him, and opened his mouth a little forlornly to ask. That's natural. Golden Cicada was similarly gazing in the direction of Qin, and his heart had long been impatient. That's just right. Xianyang and Chang'an City are in the same direction. We can travel together. Li Pillar Terrace twisted his head. Although he pretended to be indifferent on the surface, he was so nervous inside that even his heart thumped faster. Well, Chang'an City. It's been 13 years, and the Crown Prince of Tang has long since been re-established. So what are you going to do? Chang Lingjun is estimated to have hung up his seal of honor by now, and will send out troops to attack Qin before long. If Liang Tai could be crowned king at this time, it would be beneficial to Ying Lu's plan. It could even be used as an opportunity to stabilize Ying Lu's precarious regime. Seek an interview with my father. None of the Tang King's heirs carry a national fortune that can be compared to mine, and even the current crown prince is simply incomparable. Speaking of this, Liang Tai turned confident. It was as if as long as he could meet the king of Tang, this crown prince position would logically return to him. Ha! Golden Cicada just smiled. If the fate of the nation could determine who sits on the throne, then Ying Lu's regime would have been stabilized long ago. Then there will still be Zhao Ji, Ying Qi, the Long Guan clan, the state minister. And what's the matter with them? What are you laughing at? Don't you see that I can only mobilize such a little bit of national fortune in the southern wasteland? When I return to the central plains, that's another matter. And my father. Just as Li Yingtai was talking, Golden Cicada hurriedly interrupted her. Stop. Let me ask you. The Tang King knew that you were trapped in the southern wasteland. So why did he never send troops for 13 years? And hasn't there ever been a Tang King in the history of the Tang Kingdom who was not fortunate enough to have a kingdom? Golden Cicada's words made Li Yingtai freeze. It wasn't that these questions hadn't crossed her mind. An inexplicable uneasiness always haunted his heart, especially after knowing that King Tang had made some sort of deal with the Pudu Sage Master. If it were not for the fact that the Tang King had said to himself more than once, the person who has the luck of the nation at his side is the one who deserves to sit in that phoenix chair above 10,000 people. Otherwise, I am afraid that Li Yingtai would have recognized the reality a long time ago. So what do you think I should do? Li Yingtai once again asked the Golden Cicada. As if with the help of this person in front of him, what kind of difficulties could be solved? Enter Chang'an, kill the crown prince, abolish the old king, and establish a new one. The 12 short words shocked Li Yingtai for a long time. And let's not talk about killing the prince. Speaking only of forcing the palace to usurp the throne and depose the king of Tang. This is hardly different from a fool's dream. You should know that the current Tang king is not considered the most powerful one among all the Tang kings, but also the civil and military rule. Inspirational. In the decades he claimed the throne, the great Tang has been rich and strong. Even the territory is much larger. Moreover, the king of Tang is good at controlling power and strategy, and has a good command of the civil and military officials. Such a king could not be abolished just by saying so. Golden Cicada, are you out of your mind? To depose the king of Tang? How dare you think of it? As long as I can regain my position as crown prince, this is already a blessing. Li Yingtai shook his head and smiled disdainfully. I had thought that Golden Cicada was a deep thinker and quite intelligent, but now it seems that he seems to have overestimated him. Looking at Li Yingtai's slightly naive expression, Golden Cicada was able to guess. During these 13 years in the southern wasteland, General Yuchi still protected Li Yingtai too well, causing her to still carry a hint of the childishness she had when she left the Middle Kingdom. But on second thought, Li Yingtai was not like himself. When she was young, because of her national fortune, the king of Tang favored her extraordinarily. After entering the southern wasteland, there was again Yuchi guarding its side all the time. Although Li Yingtai's mother had warned her, the circumstances of her life could not support this seedling, empty of the king's spirit, but no city. This is the present Li Yingtai. Deposing the crown prince and replacing him with someone else will surely bury the world in trouble. Haven't you ever heard that before? Golden Cicada let out a long breath, and after placing a few sticks in his hand into the campfire pile, he asked Li Yingtai. That I know. But, Li Yingtai frowned with a beautiful frown. Originally, she wanted to say that she was the right candidate for the crown prince, and that if she could return to the court, she would be able to inherit the crown prince's position. Do you think the forces that the crown prince has pulled together in these 13 years will make it easy for you to overthrow them? And the fact that the king of Tang re-established the crown prince just after you were trapped in the southern wasteland, don't you think there's something fishy about that? The Golden Cicada sprinkled a handful of salt brought from the Pudu cult on the roasted and moist pheasant, and then split it in two. One piece was handed to little Luo Yang, who had been drooling for a long time, and one piece was handed to Li Yingtai, who was dazed and staring. Big brother, aren't you going to eat? Resisting his cravings, little Luo Yang raised his head towards the Golden Cicada and asked, I'm not hungry, and I've never eaten one of these pointy-beaked, clawed birds of prey. Golden Cicada smiled back. Hearing this, after little Luo Yang looked at the Golden Cicada and then at Li Yingtai, he opened his little mouth and tore off a chicken leg and feasted on it. Let's eat something first. Some things will come to you in time. Golden Cicada took hold of Li Yingtai's vegetative wrist and shoved the roasted half chicken into the other's hand. Aha! I don't know if it was because the temperature of the flame was too high, but Li Yingtai actually felt some slight burning on his face after he gave a lightum. It's delicious. With just a shallow taste, Li Yingtai cried out in surprise. This pheasant is roasted crispy on the outside and juicy on the inside. Not only was the heat mastered skillfully, but even the amount of sprinkles was just right. That's natural, Golden Cicada said with a smile. Don't look at Ing Lu's hands are powerless. He is being waited on every day, and he even doesn't need to put on his own shoes. But the Golden Cicada can be different. In these 20 years in the Peach Blossom Garden, not only did he learn a lot of folk skills, but he was also gifted with things like pots and pans. After dinner, Li Yingtai and Xiao Luoyang then returned to the carriage to rest. Instead, the Golden Cicada himself took out the only altar of spirits in the Pudu sect and drank alone. Looking at the dark starry sky, both Golden Cicada's and Ing Lu's bodies were actually quite fond of drinking. It was just that Ing Lu's body was weak, so even a small sip would make her dizzy. If a cup of it goes down, it is guaranteed to be able to sleep for 2 days and 2 nights. And while the golden cicada is physically unharmed and has 1,000 cups to drink, but due to the fact that the first 20 years were spent in a place like the peach blossom garden, one had to be careful in every way. Never dared to drink much either. Plus, the people of Peach Blossom Garden only seemed to be able to brew some rice wine, but knew nothing about spirits. Good wine. Take a big gulp. As the liquor penetrated deeper into his stomach, Golden Cicada felt a warmth surge through his body. The slight drunkenness and euphoria brought by this kind of strong liquor made him want to throw himself up to the sky and let out all the years of enduring humiliation. But the Golden Cicada knew, this is only a small step, and the road ahead is still endless. And it's a road that winds and twists and turns and is full of thorns. And so it came to the latter part of the night. About a few dozen kilometers away, a ball of fire suddenly rose, and there was a lot of noise. It's not right. Golden Cicada put down the wine jar in his hand. Frowning, he gazed and listened carefully toward the distance. There are a lot of people. More than 10,000. Look at the long line of fires, forming a single long line from east to west. Golden Cicada hurriedly woke up the sleeping little Luoyang and Liang Tai. What's happening? Has the Pudu sage been resurrected? Liang Tai immediately tensed his nerves, instinctively gripping the Zhu Yuntang sword that was placed at his side, and with eyes that were still slightly swollen, he scanned the surrounding area. It's not Pudu Shastra. It's kind of like. Golden Cicada paused, as the distance was just too far away, plus the sound of the whistling night wind interfered with his hearing. The result isn't very sure of your judgment. Kind of like. The army. Team. An army? Could it be the Tang army? Liang Tai was elated, and the fatigue on his face was instantly swept away. In total, the southern wasteland neighbors 2 countries in the Central Plains. One is Zhao, while the other is Tang. Judging from the current bearing, if the people in front were really an army, then they must have been sent by the Tang kingdom. Don't be silly, let's hurry up and get going now. Golden Cicada blankly glanced at Liang Tai. Being able to enter the southern wasteland on the first day after the death of the Pudu sage, if these soldiers were really Tang troops, it only proved that they had already been stationed in the neighborhood. It is not known whether these station troops were there to rescue Liang Tai or for another purpose, but extrapolating from what Sima Fei and the Pudu sage had said earlier, odds are it wasn't to hitch a ride with this former crown prince of the Great Tang. And about that, Golden Cicada hadn't really guessed wrong. Ever since Liang Tai had first used his national fortune in the southern wasteland, the Tang king had ordered that Li Wuxiao, who was stationed at the border of the southern wasteland, be on standby at all times. And there are only 2 royal decrees. One of the rules was that if you met a living Liang Tai, you should kill him and return him to the Pudu Xianshi, then dig out the golden phoenix seal and bring it back to Chang'an. The wagon skirted the mass of torches ahead and chose another path. As for Liang Tai on the carriage, although he was still suspicious of Golden Cicada's idea, he did not refute it. And so it was. After the trio had traveled forward for the night, the sunrise sun lazily peeked out over the eastern hills, bathed the entire land in orange. Almost there. Only a dozen miles short of the center. Pillar stage, you change into 1,000 skins now. Golden Cicada rode on the back of his horse and shouted towards the 2 men in the car. Got it. After muttering in a small voice, Liang Tai still obediently chose to listen. 10 miles, 8 miles, 7 miles. Just when the land of the Middle Kingdom was close at hand, Golden Cicada suddenly realized that the squad, consisting of a dozen or so people, had actually emerged from behind the mound of dirt in front of them. By the looks of it, it seemed to have only just finished grooming and was preparing to enter the southern wasteland. A dozen people? Not enough to fear. You 2 stay well in the carriage, and don't anyone come out until I say so. Drawing the fish belly at his waist, Golden Cicada rode his steed, and charged toward the front. And to prevent Liang Tai and the others from discovering his secret of immortality, Golden Cicada didn't intend for her to get involved in the fight as well. Suddenly, just as the Golden Cicada was getting closer to the dozen or so Tang soldiers, suddenly, a sense of vertigo came over me. One moment you are energized, the next you are dizzy and blurry. Even the eyelids slowly drooped uncontrollably. Knock! With a loud bang, Golden Cicada actually fell straight off the horse's back. Lost consciousness. Not sooner, not later, but at this time, the moment he fell from his horse, Golden Cicada then knew what had happened, but just didn't realize how coincidentally it had come about. The moment the eyelids closed completely, Golden Cicada could vaguely see that the dozen or so Tang troops were closing in on him, and Liang Tai on the carriage, after hearing the loud sound of crashing to the ground. Then he rushed down at the first opportunity, and although his face was pale and uneasy, he still righteously drew out his Zhu Yuntang sword and protected in front of the Golden Cicada's body. At this point, 10,000 miles away in the state of Qin, Xianyang City, Athen Palace, Ying Lu's chambers were filled with people inside and outside. The eunuchs were all frowning, their facial muscles tense. like a ball of crumpled rice paper, and the black dragon lies beside the couch, while pinching 12 silver needles. Imperial Dr. Hua stabbed Ying Lu, who was still in deep sleep. One side rolled the brown powder in the craft paper and blew it hard into the other's nasal passages. Ying Lu's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. After rubbing his itchy nose, he sat up on his end straight from the bed. His Majesty is awake. His Majesty is awake. Imperial Dr. Hua was thrilled with old tears, while the surrounding eunuchs and the civil and military officials outside the room also showed an expression of relief after hearing these words. Looking at the silver needle stuck in his body and the powder coming out of his nose, after scanning the surroundings, Ying Lu spoke faintly. Is he the one who came back? Yes, great king. Lu Xiang, he's back. Hua Yang, who was wearing the black and red dragon queen's robe, walked towards Ying Lu with the support of 5 palace maids. The pace was a little slow, but each step seemed extraordinarily steady. Unlike the previous night attack on Ying Lu, at this time Hua Yang's face was dignified and majestic, revealing an ineffable nobility between her eyebrows. An hour ago, Minister Lu, who had been complaining of illness for a year, suddenly appeared outside the city and asked for an audience with you, Your Majesty. Hua Yang gently bent over and curtsied. Ugh, why did you come back at this time? Ying Lu sighed and propped his hand on his somewhat swollen forehead. A few days ago, in order to deal with the Pudu Sage Master, the Golden Cicada was in seclusion day and night over in the southern wasteland, resulting in Ying Lu only being able to move around for less than half an hour a day. The long hours of sleep had made the body turn a little rusty, and the muscles that didn't have a few tails were even more sore and weak at the moment. All of you go out first. I have to take a nap for an hour, and come back to call me after half an hour. Ying Lu held his forehead with one hand and waved the other helplessly towards the crowds. Although a year ago, he himself had personally ordered that whenever Lu Xiang, who was suing for illness, appeared in Xianyang City again, he would wake himself up by any means. But I just didn't expect it all to come so coincidentally. Your Majesty. Next, you may not be able to sleep anytime soon. Imperial Dr. Hua fluttered and directly knelt down, his head knocking on the ground trembling. Can't sleep? What does that mean? Ying Lu frowned, a bad premonition arising. Back to your Majesty. The old minister just used the 12 needles handed down by the family, and with the 100 stone scatter containing the powder of foreign fruits. After the ordinary people take it, they will have no drowsiness for 3 days and 3 nights. Your Majesty, you. Imperial Dr. Hua's voice was getting smaller and smaller. Even though he was on his knees, his 2 legs were still shaking non-stop, and sweat was dripping from his wrinkled forehead. A trace of anger surfaced on Ying Lu's face, but then on second thought, he did give Dr. Hua a death warrant at that time. Otherwise, just buy him a small eunuch. Even if he ate the bear heart and leopard guts would not dare to do this kind of nonsense. Ugh, get up. Ying Lu sighed slightly. This body was now weak and feeble, but his mind was clear without any drowsiness. Even if you take the tranquilizing soup, it probably won't work for a while. However, since things have already come to this, we can only think about the present and not dwell on things that cannot be changed. On the Golden Cicada's side, he could only put his hopes on Liang Tai's body for the time being. Seeing that the great king did not blame himself, Imperial Dr. Hua was relieved. Pass on the king's decree to open the 5K gates of the southern mountain, and all the officials will follow me to the Kirin Hall to welcome the Minister of State. Having said that, as Ying Luo rose from the black dragon's couch, the dozen eunuchs beside him rushed forward and gently lifted up the curtains beside the dragon's bed, and after, I only saw a eunuch carrying a jade mouthwash basin, carefully handing it to Ying Lu's mouth. Another eunuch picked up a water-soaked soft towel and gently wiped Ying Luo's face and body. After washing away all the exhaustion, the 3 eunuchs then went to work and slowly undid Ying Lu's sleeping shirt. Then the other 5 men changed Ying Lu into the black water dragon robe that symbolizes great Qin, and put on the tassel of supreme kingship on top of his head. The black dragon pattern looks deeper and more solemn in the sunlight, showing the majesty and dignity of the Qin king. Your Majesty, I will accompany you to greet the Minister of State. After Hua Yang bowed low and saluted, he took the initiative to stand by Ying Lu's side, and headed to the Qilin Hall with him. The Qin king's carriage soon arrived at the Qilin Palace. Most of the 100 officials have also been in place for a long time, and Lu Xiang's disciples went nowhere, and none of them even came. Your Majesty, these people are expected to accompany the Minister of State to the palace, the entrance to the temple. Only Hua Yang squinted his eyes and surveyed the South Mountain Gate in the distance. As the eldest daughter of the Longwan clan, she is no match for Ying Lu in terms of her keen sense of imperial politics. Then let them enter the city together. The Prime Minister, who had sued for illness and disappeared at home for a year, suddenly appeared outside Xianyang at this time, and still made such a large-scale mobilization. Ying Lu would like to see what the Prime Minister of Qin, who has made the whole world afraid of him, really wants to do. The bells and drums suddenly played. the sound of music made by chimes, Qin drums, gongs, cymbals and reeds stretched endlessly in the Afan Palace. In front of the South Mountain Gate of the Five Queens, a long procession came towards the Kirin Temple. There were no less than 5,000 people at a glance, and at least 30% of the important ministers in the Qin court were among the ranks. The long line entered halfway through. A magnificent carriage pulled by 10 steeds suddenly walked into the South Mountain Gate. The carriage was beautifully decorated, and the gold and silver jewels inlaid up and down the body were innumerable. I think the person in the car is Minister Lu, who is one of the most powerful men in Qin. And behind the carriages was a long caravan of vehicles, each of which had a very different style, and did not seem to be from Qin, nor even a Central Plains specialty. At the very back of the group were 8 rare beasts with long noses and big ears that were more than 10 meters tall. What is this? Even Hua Yang, who had always been unperturbed by things, could not help but let out a gasp after seeing this object. And the procession of the state phase went all the way forward. It didn't stop until it reached the steps below the Kirin's temple. Welcome the Prime Minister back to Qin. 100 grooms shouted in unison. The people on the side of the Kirin temple stood on each side of that magnificent carriage. They made a bow with their hands and bowed their heads slightly. Respectfully, he waited for the man in the car to come out. And there was no shortage of important ministers in the dynasty and generals in the army. What a prime minister of Great Qin! Ying Lu stood at the entrance of the high hall and looked downward. The beaded curtains of his coronet hid his long, thin, bright eyes. The moment. No one knew what was going on inside Ying Lu's mind. Below, as the valet gently ruffled the curtains on the carriage, he saw a large, broad, thick hand picking atop the frame. Ha ha, under the sky. It is still my Great Qin's Afan Palace that is the most majestic, and none of the 6 countries can match it. Before the person appeared, a bright laughter first reached Ying Lu's ears, and after, only to see a middle-aged man in black civilian clothes, walking down the palanquin bench, standing steadily on the floor tiles made of lapis lazuli. His figure was tall and sturdy, as if a mountain. His face was firm and his eyes were deep as a pool, flashing with the light of wisdom and determination. His half-length beard trembled slightly by the Qin wind, adding a bit of a majestic aura to him. Get out of the car. The Minister of State did not first pay attention to the civil and military ministers around him. Instead, at the first moment, he looked up in the direction of Ying Lu. I, Lu Buwei, pay my respects to your majesty. I saw Lu Buwei, the one-man prime minister of Qin, place his hands in a bow on the upper left side of his head, and then kneel down on one knee, facing Ying Lu in front of the Kirin temple and calling out loudly. And the flood of voices is as deafening as the beasts of the mountains. Immediately after, the 100 officials and generals at the temple followed suit, similarly kneeling on one knee and shouting in unison. Subjects, greetings to the great king. Prime Minister, please rise. Seeing this scene, Ying Lu gently pressed down with one hand and softly called out towards Lu Buwei at the bottom of the steps. There was not a hint of emotional ups and downs in that flat voice. Thank you, my lord. Only after Lu Buwei patted his coat and pants and stood up did the rest of the civil and military authorities follow suit and stand up. Minister of State, please come inside the palace. After Ying Lu finished speaking, he walked towards the black dragon chair on the Kirin Hall without looking back. As for Hua Yang, after glancing at Lu Buwei, he also turned around and walked towards his seat. We haven't seen you for a year. Our great king has changed quite a bit. Lu Buwei stroked the dark beard on his chin and said meaningfully, everyone, follow me into the hall to apologize to the king. As the words fell, he only saw Lu Buwei striding with his head held high and taking tiger steps as he stepped onto the ladder to the Qilin Palace. And at this time, inside the Kirin temple, the musicians played lively palace music while the dancers danced in the center. The tables connected on both sides were filled with all kinds of delicacies and royal wines. After Lu Buwei and the 100 officials took their seats, Ying Lu sat down on the dragon chair that symbolized the pinnacle of Qin's power and asked, has the prime minister's body healed? Back to the great king. My body has passed through a year of recuperation, and at this time there is no serious harm. The question and answer between the two men. Anyone could tell that it was polite to the extreme official language, although he didn't know when Lu Guoxiang had left Great Qin. But judging from this stance, I'm afraid that within this year of suing for illness, he had barely stayed within Xianyang City. What are the precious beasts out there? Ying Lu tapped the desk with his finger and opened his mouth to ask, Your Majesty, I have sinned. Suddenly, only to see Lu Buwei quickly move to the center of the great hall, and without saying a word, he fell to his knees. This sudden scene caused the dancers to all stop writhing. All down. The old eunuch on the temple, on the other hand, kept waving his hand toward the dancers. Oh, what is the offense of the Minister of State? Ying Lu on the stage gently pursed his lips, sighing in his heart at what this cunning fellow was up to again. Your Majesty, in fact, I have never been sick. The moment these words came out, The courtroom was instantly in chaos. Although most people here know that LV Buwei wasn't sick at all and traveled for a year, but no matter what, the Lu Buwei at the beginning was using the excuse that he was very sick, which was why he didn't participate in the affairs of state for a year. And now he was saying that he had never gotten sick in front of the king of Qin, which was tantamount to provoking the king's authority in public. Cough cough. LV Buwei, who had his head lowered, coughed lightly twice. Moment. The court turned silent again. Everyone looked at Ing Lu, wanting to see how the young Qin king would react next. After a few moments of silence, daring Lu Buwei, how dare you deceive the widow? Men, remove Lu Buwei's position as Minister of State for the widow, and then drag him into the prison, to be beheaded at the waist tomorrow, and then tell the world about it. Suddenly, Ing Lu directly threw the wineglass in his hand, towards the stage. Then with his eyes wide open in anger, he roared loudly with an angry tone he had never seen before towards Lu Buwei, who was kneeling on the ground. This sudden scene, not to mention the 100 officials, were shocked. Even Lu Buwei himself was stunned. How did the Maharaja, who had always been calm, gentle, and well-spoken, suddenly become like this? Are you deaf to what the widow says? Ing Lu shouted again with a gloomy face. This perverse look. Even Huayang on the side felt a little surprised. Swish, swish, swish. The palace guards who came back to their senses then trotted to Lu Buwei's front, only in the face of the powerful, world-famous Qin Prime Minister. These guards were hesitant to make a move. Your Majesty, although the Minister of State has deceived the king, there must be a reason for him to do so. Please think twice before you act. Among the 100 officials, an old minister who was ranked at the 7th highest position in the Qin state suddenly knelt down beside Lu Buwei and opened his mouth with his head lowered to plead for mercy. Please think twice. Your Majesty, Great Qin cannot afford to be without a prime minister. Please think twice about the great king. Immediately after, dozens more people had knelt down to ask for Lu Buwei's life. Scanning the crowd below, both those who were pleading for Lu Buwei and those who were silent. And the looks of these people were in Ing Lu's mind one by one at this moment. Your Majesty, although I have not been in Xianyang this year, I have heard of the defection of the Changling Jun. It so happens that what I have experienced during this year of traveling can be a momentary relief for your Majesty. Lu Buwei stood up himself before Ing Lu could say anything. Detoxification? Do you know that Changling Jun has already united Chu, Tang and Qi to fight Qin in a joint column? And within a few months the armies of the three kingdoms will be waiting under the Hangdo Pass. And do you have any way to be able to solve this matter? Ing Lu narrowed his eyes. Although Lu Buwei had not participated in the affairs of state within this year, on the surface, however, Ing Lu knew very well that the thousands of gatekeepers under Lu Buwei had long ago sent the message from Qin to him in the first place. And all of these people, too, acted according to Lu Buwei's orders. In other words, although Lu Buwei was not in the courtroom, he was strategizing and making decisions thousands of miles away. Back to your Majesty. Since Lord Changling can unite the three kingdoms to attack Qin, then I can naturally connect the remaining three kingdoms to attack them. Lu Buwei raised his head and said with a smile on his face as he rushed at Ing Lu above him. Connecting the three kingdoms. How to connect the dots? Ing Lu narrowed his eyes, feeling the heartbeat that gradually rose and fell. If Lu Buwei could really do it, then his own layout over the years would be ruined. By simply lending your Majesty a hand, not only can you repel the combined efforts of Chu, Tang, and Qi, but you can even completely annihilate the Tang kingdom and divide up all the cities and towns on its soil. Lu Buwei stroked his beard and said confidently and meaningfully, lend a hand, or to borrow the life of the king of Qin. Once Lu Buwei's words were uttered, a dead silence fell over the courtroom. The faces of the ministers turned pale as paper. Each and ate 3 pounds of arsenic a decline. Some people even covered their mouths with their hands, fearing that their breathing would break the silence and they would become the outlier. Even the dancers and musicians, who had retreated to the side, held their breath in fear. Although the young king of Qin is physically ill, facing the possibility of death at any time, coupled with the power of the dynasty has also long had their own intentions. And even the Queen Dowager of the Qin dynasty is temporarily residing in Yongchang, rumored to want to re-establish the fetus in the womb as the king. But even so, asking the king of Great Qin to borrow his order in front of the entire court, even if it was Prime Minister Lu Buwei, it would be a bit too much to do, wouldn't it? Borrowing a life? Ing Lu sat back on the dragon chair and coldly stared at Lu Buwei as he asked. And below, Lu Buwei wanted to see Ing Lu's reaction through his expression. But who knew that the young face behind this coronet beaded curtain didn't actually have a single change? It didn't even seem to raise that eyebrow a bit. It's a bit interesting, but it has a hint of what a Qin king should look like. Lu Buwei smirked in his mind. Back to the great king. During the year that I traveled, I made friends with quite a number of young talents, and among them, there is no shortage of the best of the remaining three kingdoms. Straight to the point, what is a borrowed life? Winlu rested his left hand on his cheek while his right hand tapped lightly on the black water dragon chair. Thud, 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 with an unhurried rhythm corresponding to breathing. This look of openness and calmness had disrupted Lu Bu's own plans. Lend to each of the three countries. In the Qinling Mountains, 100 miles of the Zhongnan Mountains, 100 miles of the Taibai Mountains, and 100 miles of the Wangshan Mountains. At some point, Lu Buwei took out a pair of jade walnuts from his bosom and placed them in his hand and coiled them. As long as these three mountain ranges are lent for 49 years, the three countries will send more than 1 million troops in a row across the border and carry their national fortunes to conquer the Tang Kingdom with my great Qin. At that time, as long as the city of Chang'an is captured, 50% of the land of Tang will be returned to Great Qin. Lu Buwei's words were like 10,000 thunderbolts falling on a winter's day, causing the court full of civil and military ministers to nearly faint in fear. Even the disciples under his own seat had their eyes rounded and their pupils instantly dilated. The motion of swallowing saliva was repeated over and over again in his dry throat, and wisps of cold sweat ran down his frazzled cheeks. Ha ha, the Minister of State is indeed planning to take the life of the widow. Is it possible that the Minister of State is planning to replace Ying with Lu? Ying Lu still had that same flat look. Not a single ripple could be curled on his face with his left hand resting on it. And it is rumored that there are 30 peaks in the dragon vein of the Qining clan, the Qinling Mountains. Among them, the three main peaks are Zhongnan, Taibai and Wangshan. If you set up a shrine for others on these three peaks, you will be able to change the name of the Great Qin Kingdom after 49 years. Your Majesty, I would never dare. I'm only doing this for Great Qin. Lu Buwei clasped his hands and bent over in salute. However, Ying Lu's reaction at this moment caused both of his eyebrows to wrinkle in a rare manner. This feeling of not being able to see through others seemed to still be at the time of the late king's death more than 10 years ago. What a way to give the Minister of State a seat for the sake of Great Qin. Ying Lu stood up and said with an imposing wave of his hand. There was not a hint of anger, not a hint of unease in his tone, but in the heart, Ying Lu, however, thought, oh, for the sake of Great Qin, but not for the sake of Ying's Great Qin? As the little eunuch moved the stools and chairs for Lu Buwei, Ying Lu continued to speak. Prime Minister, lending the Great Qin dragon vein to another country just in exchange for Lianhong to send troops. Do you think this king of Qin of mine is sick in the head? Suddenly, without any warning, Ying Lu's tone of voice changed, as if giving people a feeling of being unable to resist amidst his majesty. Your Majesty, Changling Jun has already hung up the seal of command at this time. This time Chu, Qi and Tang will send at least 1 million troops. When the three countries are under the Hango Pass, how many chances of victory do you have? Your Majesty? When the two of them were playing a game of words, Lu Buwei's habits over the years made him not willing to fall behind in the slightest. Cowardice before battle. Does the Minister of State think that my Great Qin's army of tigers and wolves will surely be routed in the face of Chu, Tang, and Qi? Ying Lu stared coldly into the eyes of Lu Buwei on the stage, his aura not fearful in the slightest. Your Majesty, the White Family Army, White Horse Rong, is willing to lead the troops to defeat the enemy. Wang Ben, of the Wang Family Army, is willing to lead the army to defeat the enemy. Sure Nei Tong, I am willing to lead my troops to the enemy, and I will not die until my blood runs dry. The Meng Family Army, requesting orders to crush the allied forces of the three kingdoms, would like to make a military order. The moment. Aside from Lu Buwei's disciples, the rest of Great Qin's military generals stepped forward. They knelt down on one knee and asked Ying Lu, who was on the dragon chair, for orders to meet the enemy. Minister of State. These are the generals of my Great Qin, the unrivaled generals of the world. Ying Lu looked down at Lu Buwei with contemptuous eyes. It seems to be saying that this Great Qin is still surnamed Ying, not Lu. Good, good, good. Worthy of being my Great Qin's tiger generals. With you guys in this three kingdoms streak don't want it. Lu Buwei suddenly stood up, tilted his head and laughed. And the pair of jade walnuts in his hand was actually crushed instantly by his large hand. Your Majesty, with you at your side Great Qin will surely unify the Central Plains. LV Buwei's unexpected horse's ass caused all those present to freeze. And only Ying Lu on the dragon chair was unperturbed, even revealing a trace of imperceptible cold light in his eyes. Your Majesty, it is an indisputable fact that Lord Changling has rebelled against Great Qin. If the Qin law is followed, what should be done? Lu Buwei stroked the beard on his chin and stared at Ying Lu with a slightly meaningful question. Three clans are razed, their heads are cut off, their cars are split, their backs are cut off, and they are dumped on the market. Ying Lu's tone was smooth, as if in his heart Changling Jun had truly gone rogue. Good. I have already ordered my men to send all 37 members of Changling Jun's family in the prison to the execution ground, and now we are just waiting for the Great King to order the execution. Lu Buwei stared at Ying Lu's eyes dead on. He wanted to see regret, sadness, unwillingness in Ying Lu's eyes. Even a hint is enough. He wanted to sit on the suspicion in his mind. The fact that Chang Ling-jun's treason was confirmed must have been a different intention, and it was a plan conspired with Ying Lu. Good, but just ordering it won't do. I want to kill the people in the river myself. I want to see what happens to these people with my own eyes. To Lu Buwei's surprise, at this moment, Ying Lu's eyes actually did not have a trace of the emotion he wanted to see. Even the touchy-feely look didn't seem like an act. Your Majesty, I will go and prepare. Exhaling a long breath, Lu Buwei then called for his men to go and prepare for the execution ground in advance. Since Ying Lu had proposed this move, the 100 officials could only go along with it, though the bloody spectacle was not something the civil officials wanted to witness. But nay, the great king had become so angry that he could only accompany them together if he did not want to be suspected of treason. On the way to the downtown area of Xianying City, Ying Lu sat alone in the carriage. Only his eyes were closed tightly, and 2 lines of tears quietly flowed from the corners of his eyes. Your Majesty, I have a plan that will make sure Lu Buwei won't get suspicious. The moment Ying Lu remembered what Chang Lingjun had once said to himself, one night many days ago, when Chang Lingjun had not yet left Qin. Your Majesty, I don't care what the old Qin people think of me. It's just that this sudden treason may make Lu Buwei suspicious. Inside the range book building at this time, the oil lamp gave off a wavering fire. Ying Lu and Chang Lingjun had a long talk. The 2 men were in front of each other, a small table of food and a nice pot of wine, and the bookkeeper stood guard outside the building, watching the surrounding area for movement. It can't be helped. Lu Buwei is different from normal people, and he's not like those 2 brainless guys, Mother and Ying Qi. Ying Luo personally poured a cup for Chang Lingjun before filling it for himself. Your Majesty, I have a plan that will make sure Lu Buwei won't get suspicious. Chang Lingjun seemed to have made some sort of determination, and after letting out a long breath, he said firmly towards Ying Lu, just with these words, the originally weathered cheeks were instantly colored with a few more points of old age. Please speak. Chang Lingjun. Ying Luo reached out and gestured. Using the lives of 37 family members in my house as bait to make Lu Buwei completely dispel his suspicions. No, you have done enough for me, and this time when you go to the 3 kingdoms, you must take these 37 family members with you. Ying Lu stood up and refused Chang Lingjun's offer without even thinking about it. Your Majesty, I have made my decision in this matter. If you do not make the sacrifice, the suspicion in Lu Buwei's heart will never go away, and you are afraid that your plan will go awry. Chang Lingjun said with a wave of his head, and then he drained 3 cups of strong wine in a row. 37 family members, are you trying to break the family line? Just for the sake of a hint of uncertainty, a loyal veteran minister was allowed to sacrifice the lives of his entire family. To be honest, Ying Luo really didn't want to do that. My lord, Chang Lingjun suddenly dropped to both knees. The Qin people have been loyal and righteous since ancient times, but who made this loyalty and filial piety impossible? The late king had been a great benefactor to my family. Even if my people knew about this, they would be just as categorical as I am in not refusing it. There is no need to say anything more about this matter. Your Highness, my mind is made up. Chang Lingjun paused for a moment, then lowered his head and whispered again. Only that the old minister has a difficult matter to ask for. There is no harm in your speaking. I will do it. Ying Luo hurriedly stretched out his hands and helped up Chang Lingjun, who was kneeling long on the ground. The old minister has a grandchild who was born 3 years ago and was secretly fostered by me in a farmhouse outside of Xianyang. No one knows about this, and even my family members thought the child had died young. I hope that on the day when the great king regains power, I will ask you to take back my grandson and raise him to adulthood, so that he can continue to serve great Qin on my behalf in the future. Chang Lingjun bent his withered spine, which was no longer considered erect, and said in a pleading tone towards Ying Lu, Your Excellency, Changeling Kuan, please don't worry. On the day when I regain control of the kingdom, I will definitely take back your grandson and personally cultivate him. In the future, if he takes up literature, I will let him become the head of that 100 officials, and if he takes up martial arts, I will let him become a general who commands 10,000 armies. Ying Lu similarly bowed and made a promise to this old man in front of him. Thank you, my lord. Time to go back to the wagon. At this moment, Ying Lu opened his bloodshot eyes after recalling the conversation with Chang Lingjun. Only his fists were clenched and he was staring dead on in the direction of the execution ground. And the other side, in LV Buwei's carriage, Li Si, the most talented of the many disciples under his command, suddenly spoke up and asked, My lord, do you really intend to have the 3 kingdoms of Chu, Tang, and Qi build shrines on the mountains of Zhongnan, Taibai, and Wanshan? Oh, this may or may not be done. Lu Buwei stroked his beard and returned meaningfully. What is doable? Li Si didn't understand. It's hard not to believe that the powerful prime minister really intends to make Qin change its surname. If Lord Changling really defects and the great king is foolish and incompetent, this Qin surname will be changed. Lu Buwei looked out the window at Ing Lu's carriage and said thoughtfully, "My lord, are you thinking that Chang Lingjun didn't defect? But it's an indisputable fact that the three kingdoms have joined forces to send out troops." Li Si continued to ask, "Whether this is mutiny or not, we'll have to see how the king behaves later." In Lu Buwei's mind, when the execution was to take place later, a trace of reluctance and sadness appeared on Ru Yingluo's face. Then the three kingdoms will not be involved in the Qin invasion themselves. Even if Chu, Tang, and Qi were to descend on Xianying City, they would only wait and see what would happen. However, if Ing Luo really showed another diametrically opposite face, then the matter would continue to be discussed in the long run. Soon, the group of carriages then arrived at the center of Xianyang City. For the Qin law had a criminal law called the abandonment of the city for those who had committed the most heinous crimes. So the execution of Chang Lingjun's 37 family members was chosen in the midst of this disturbance. Step down from the wagon. Only the bustling people had been dispersed 100 meters away, and not far ahead, a tall Xingtai stands. On top of that were the instruments needed for back beheading, hanging, and so on. And, of course, there were several red-coated executioners on standby, and the 5 horses used for the carcassing were now standing aside, neighing towards the sky, although there is still a distance to Xingtai, but the strong smell of blood had already hit the air. "Your Majesty, it is inconvenient for me to go forward, so I will wait for your return in this carriage." Only Hua Yang held a handkerchief in front of her nose, while the other hand covered her belly and said towards Ing Lu, "Yes." After glancing at Hua Yang's temporarily ungrown belly, Ing Lu then opened his mouth to reply. Subsequently, Ing Lu, Lu Buwei, and some of the important officials of the court came together to the side of Xingtai, inside the pavilion that had just been erected. "Your Majesty, you may begin." Lu Buwei waved his hand, signaling for Chang Lingjun's 37 family members to be brought to the execution ground. Not for a moment. Only 37 men, women, old and young in rags and covered in blood and dirt slowly walked up to Xingtai with heavy steps. Sadness was written all over their faces. And as these people stood in front of their own positions one after another, the atmosphere became more and more tense. The surrounding people instantly turned silent, leaving only the rustling of the wind as it blew across the execution ground. "My lord, will you give the order yourself, or will the courtier speak?" Lu Buwei asked Ing Lu, who was beside him. "For those who commit treason, the oligarch himself shall order the execution." Ing Lu got up and spoke, and while talking, there wasn't even a hint of dismay or sadness on his face. There was just anger at the traitors. "Men, execute Chang Lingjun's father's clan to be split into carts, his mother's clan to be decapitated at the waist, and all the rest of them to be beheaded. I want the people of Great Qin to see clearly what will happen to those who betray Qin." Every word of Ing Lu's carried a strong sense of anger. Even Hua Yang in the carriage could hear that Ing Lu was really angry, and of all the people present, only Lu Buwei squinted his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. The other side, with 5 ropes being placed one after another around the neck and limbs of Chang Lingjun's father, the aged man then shed a tear, but not because death was imminent, but this charge of treason shamed the old man who had lived for decades. "My son's great crime, I die not enough to regret. The Qin people's name of loyalty and righteousness, but ruined in my hands. I have no face to the ancestors. The old man I teach my son is incompetent. Teach my son is incompetent, ah." The old man raised his voice to the sky, his dry eyes filled with blood-red tears. Xingtai on. None of Chang Lingjun's 37 family members begged for mercy from Ing Lu. Nor did any of them exonerate Chang Lingjun. Even little dolls of 8 or 9 years old stood obediently by their parents without crying. "Wait quietly for the outcome of your destiny. Your Majesty, you may begin." LV Buwei sat on the chair. His mouth lightly said, "Since the farewell of the book loft, Ing Luo knew that this day would come sooner or later." Gently exhaling the turbid air in his mouth, he forced himself to hold back the anger inside. Chang Lingjun, for betraying Great Qin, colluding with foreign enemies, uniting with Chu, Tang, and Qi, and pointing his arms directly at his homeland, has committed a heinous crime. Today, according to the Qin law, he will be deprived of his ancestors' status as a Qin citizen, and be sentenced to the punishment of car-splitting of his father's clan, the punishment of decapitation of his mother's clan, and the punishment of lording over the heads of the rest of the 3 clans as a warning to others. I hope that the matter of Chang Lingjun will serve as a warning to you. The Qin law is like a mountain and cannot be provoked. Anyone who dares to betray the state or violate the Qin law will be severely punished. The entire execution ground was silent, with only Ing Lu's voice echoing. Carcasses are split, cut off at the waist, beheaded, and abandoned to the market. This made the old father, who knew that he had sinned too much, not intend to refute a word. But when he heard about depriving his ancestors of their Qin identity, the old man finally couldn't help but wail. "Son ah, you confused ah." You a rebellious son would commit such a monstrous crime. The family has you really unfortunate. How can I have the face to face the ancestors in the ground? Ah. At this point, the 5 executioners raised their long whips at the same time and lashed towards the horses. There was a long hiss. The 5 horses neigh at the same time, then pull on the ropes and dart off in different directions. The thick hemp rope tied to the old man's body instantly tensed, and the sharp barbs on the rope stabbed deep into the old man's body, hooking tightly around his withered torso and neck. As the horses continue to power up, the relatively fragile head was ripped right off in one piece, and a spine with a couple of bits of flesh hanging off it was exposed on the blood-spewing neck. Limbs were also ripped off alive. Even the abdomen was torn open, and the entrails and intestines flowed out, mixing with the dirt. It creates a creepy picture. Vomit. The smell of blood and the cruelty to the extreme made those civil officials, who were in a delicate body, have been unable to hold back their vomiting. The yellow water in his stomach caught the overnight meal and kept pouring out of his mouth, and the pavilion next to the execution platform instantly stank to high heaven. Even Lu Buwei couldn't help but cover his nose, and the crowd of onlookers. Some people squeezed their eyes shut, unable to bear witness to this cruel scene. Some people were so horrified that they backed up and ran back to their homes. Still, there were a few bold spectators, but they watched with great interest and even let out excited shouts. And they don't care who the person being punished really is or what the crime is. Go on. Ying Lu's face was gloomy. His slender eyes narrowed together as he stared dead ahead without moving. It's the first time I've seen the great king so angry. Lu Buwei, who had been staring at Ying Lu, never found the trace of abnormality he wanted to see. Finally, after sighing, Lu Buwei temporarily acquiesced in his heart that the Three Kingdoms' attack on Qin was entirely out of the handiwork of Chang Lingjun alone. As to whether it is for glory and wealth, or for the sake of being crowned and worshipped, we can only continue to investigate further. Back to the penal colony. Because of Ying Luo's order, the speed of execution gradually became faster. It didn't take long. The place was then a river of blood, with broken limbs and heads rolling down the ground. There were women who were cut off and never said a word. There were also children whose heads were cut off and displayed in public. Even the 5 horses, all of them, began to gasp for air. It led to the last person to be carjacked to die a slow death only in extreme agony. And just at the same time, far away from the border between Chu and Qi, the Chang Lingjun, who was wearing the seal of command of the Three Kingdoms on his waist and standing on a mountain gazing at the Qin's homeland, seemed to have sensed something as well. Father, mother, and my children and clan, I have wronged you all. Only Chang Lingjun knelt down towards the direction of Qin, then bowed 3 times, and 2 lines of tears slipped down his pale face. Your Excellency Chang Lingjun, General Xiang Yan has arrived at the tent with the Jedi soldiers of the Central Plains and is waiting for you to go and discuss the military situation. The junior soldier who had delivered the message stood 10 meters away and said respectfully. There wasn't the slightest hint of laziness because Chang Lingjun was from Qin. Okay, I'm on my way. Turn around and look down the hill. One could only see the millions of troops from Chu and Qi stationed in a well-organized manner a few dozen miles away. The battle flags hunted and fluttered in the breeze, each embroidered with their respective totems. And underneath the countless banners were an endless succession of tents, densely packed like that of a beehive. Qin, Xianyang City. After all 37 members of Chang Lingjun's family had been executed, White Horse Rong, Shi Nei Tong, and Wang Ben listened to the order. Ying Lu walked slowly to the top of the Xing platform, stood beside the pile of corpses, and shouted towards the military generals below. Your Majesty, please command. 2 middle-aged men in their 40s, and a slightly younger-looking guy in his 20s, walked out of the crowd. Then he knelt down on one knee facing Ying Lu. Today, Great Qin will raise an army to guard its territory and defend its honor. General Beima Rong, I order you to be the vanguard general, with 100,000 troops, to exit the pass from Hanggu, and to be stationed 60 miles out directly in front of the pass. General Schnetten, I order you to be the left general, with 80,000 troops, to exit the pass from the north, and to be stationed 40 miles north of the pass. General Wang Ben, I order you to be the right general, with an army of 80,000 men, to leave the pass from the south, and to be stationed 40 miles to the south of the pass. Ying Lu waved his sleeve robe, his voice loud and firm. Wherever his eyes looked, there was the unshakable majesty of the King of Qin. Beima Rong, Shi Netang, and Wang Ben received the decree to crusade against the rebels, willing to defend Qin's borders to the death. The 3 people kneeling on one knee under the stage shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth, filled with that grandeur and ambition of the old Qin people. Generals, on the day of our triumph, I will personally celebrate your achievements. At this moment, Ying Lu was swallowing mountains and shaking people's hearts, and his words were full of confidence and power. And off stage, the civil and military officials, no one no longer think that the king of Qin in front of them is a sickly kid who is not going to die soon, nor is it the dying man who has to sleep for about 10 hours a day. On this thin body, some of the old ministers seem to see the shadow of the previous generation of Qin kings who were called the god of war. Your Majesty, you seem to have forgotten to appoint the main general. Lu Bui's face was joyful, and he didn't feel the slightest bit nervous or uneasy because Ying Lu was showing his kingly side. Oh, who do you think is suitable for the position of the main general? Minister of State. Ying Lu scanned the circle of disciples around Lu Bui. Although there are a number of young talents in this group, there are not many candidates who can serve as the main general. Bai Qi, Great General Bai. In my opinion, there is no one more suitable for this position than old General Bai. To everyone's surprise, Lu Bui didn't even push for a disciple under his seat. Old General White well. Hearing this, Ying Lu gazed up at Lu Bui standing below through the pearl curtains on his coronet. What is this guy trying to do? Why doesn't he raise his own disciples? Ying Lu thought in his heart. Your Majesty, I paid a visit to old General Bai in Wuani not long ago, and although old General Bai is old, he is still a dragon and a tiger, and even if he were to enter the sands again, he would never be inferior to his younger self, and since the old General Bai has been leading the army, he has been invincible, and has never lost a battle in his life, and this time, against Chu, Tang and Qi, no one other than him can fulfill the position of the main general. Louis Bui's words came down. The military officials who had originally wanted to compete for the position of the main general all instantly turned silent. You should know that in this world, there is absolutely no one who dares to compete with Bai Qi for the position of the main general of Great Qin, even if it is nearly ancient. There is no one in this world to match. This matter will be discussed again. After all, old General Bai is old, and Wanyi is 10,000 miles away from Xianyang. The matter of the main general must not be delayed too much. Ying Lu refused Lu Bui's offer, although no specific reason was given. All the 100 officials knew it. That was the previous generation of Qin kings, who had abolished Bai Qi's position as the head of the 100 generals. It led to the White Family Army's people not saying anything on their mouths, but their hearts had long been dissatisfied. Even if White Horse Rong has been repeatedly successful and rewarded in the Qin army over the years, even just got made a vanguard general. However, the middle and lower ranked soldiers of the Baijia army were still prejudiced against the king of Qin. But fortunately, Hakoba Mistake didn't seem to care about it, and continued to fulfill his duties as a military general should. Your Majesty, old General Bai will come to Xianyang City tomorrow. The corners of Lu Bui's mouth lifted as he took out another pair of jade beads from somewhere and coiled them, and he seemed to have expected Ying Lu to say that. Louis, no. 4. Ying Lu gritted his teeth and held back his anger as he silently chanted. Without giving the current Qin king a report, he invited Bai Qi to Xianyang City, and based on this alone, if it were anyone else, he would have been beheaded 10 times. Good. Tomorrow I will host a banquet and invite old General Bai at the Qilin Palace. Ying Lu threw off his robe and walked in the direction of his carriage with an ugly face. Your Majesty, rise and return to the palace. With the old eunuch manipulating his broken voice after roaring, the long caravan then left the execution ground and returned to the Alhambra Palace. Good Lu Bui, I'm still a little confused as to what you really want to do. Wagon. After taking a few deep breaths and calming his mood, Ying Lu touched the jade seal of transmission on his chest and said to himself. After returning to the Kirin temple, the 100 officials continued to enjoy the music and dance. Ying Lu, on the other hand, returned to his chambers, citing physical discomfort as the reason. Men, bring the best of the palace's fine wines, and bring a jar to the widow. Taking off his heavy black water dragon robe, Ying Lu sat on the edge of the bed and panted. It seems that the long journey just now has exhausted his body to the extreme. If it weren't for Dr. Hua's 12 silver needles and the 100 stone powder, which was mixed with the powder of foreign fruits, it was likely that Ying Lu would have fallen asleep by now. Nah, though the eunuchs weren't sure why the Maharaja, who never drank, was acting this way, but as palace slaves, they didn't dare to ask more questions. Not a moment too soon, an altar of fine wine made of jade and weighing about 15 pounds or so was then delivered. All out, Ying Lu had a cold face, and that expression alone scared the crowd of little eunuchs into trembling. Nah, after only Ying Lu was left in the entire bedchamber. Ying Lu, on the other hand, dragged his tired body step by step towards the wine altar. Uncover the wine. The whole house was instantly filled with a thick, mellow fragrance. Just a quick sniff at the mouth of the altar made Ying Lu slightly intoxicated. Phew, one could only see Ying Lu clasping her slender hands on the wine altar, and then using her entire body to try to pick it up. It's so heavy, if it were to be replaced with the body of a golden cicada, even 10 times its weight shouldn't matter. Ying Lu's cheeks were suffocatingly red, and his thin arms trembled incessantly. Each exertion was accompanied by muscle twitches and spasms, and his face was covered with sweat, which flowed as if he were exposed to the sun on a 3-volt day. Just a mere 15 kilograms of wine altar had nearly killed Yinglu's half of his life. The widow. I know that your Jiang clan is full of loyalty, and Shang Lingjun is also my humble servant. Yinglu strained to pick up the wine altar, tilted his head, and opened his mouth towards the sky outside the door. However, I am willing to take all the blame for what happened today. In the future, on the day when I regain control of the kingdom, I will set the Jiang clan to re-establish their ancestral halls and build another clan temple with national rights, and then I will personally kneel and offer incense. After finishing this speech out of breath, only Yinglu spilled all the fine wine in the altar onto the ground, a tribute to the 37 people who died today. Hoo. After doing this, Yinglu only felt that his body was sore and weak, and every inch of his muscles seemed to be torn apart. Re-sit on the bed. Yinglu lowered his head, trying to calm his heart that was about to jump out of his chest. According to what Zhao Ji said that day, this body is broken enough. Close your eyes while lying flat on your back. Yinglu's body had already been exhausted to its limit, so by all rights, he should also be able to fall asleep. But, after half an hour, Yinglu was still in high spirits, but only just mentally awake. The body remains exhausted. Is it hard to fall asleep on tranquilizing soup again? Not a moment too soon. Your Majesty, the old minister is guilty. Only to see Imperial Dr. Hua kneeling at Yinglu's feet, saying with a sniffle and a tear, Imperial Dr. Hua, what is your crime? Yinglu asked in disbelief. Your Highness, these 12 stitches together with the 100 stone scatter, an ordinary person will not be able to sleep for at least 3 days and 3 nights, while you, Your Highness, have a special body and bones, but it is estimated that it will take a day and a night. Dr. Hua originally wanted to say that Yinglu's body was weak, but for the sake of his own life, he changed his words to special. Isn't there a tranquilizing soup? You go and brew a bowl for the widow. Yinglu frowned, then spoke. Your Majesty, this won't do. 100 stone powder can be highly toxic if taken together with tranquilizing soup. Hear this. Yinglu almost abolished Dr. Hua's palace post, but on second thought, it was indeed myself who said, when Minister Lu appears in Xianyang City, you must wake up the widow by whatever means, or else depose your name as the first imperial doctor of Qin. Ugh. It's just, prepare some food and tea for the widow, and by the way, bring the folders for this period of time. Since you can't sleep, rationalize your time. As for Golden Cicada's side, Yinglu wasn't very worried after thinking about it. After all, even if there was no way out, Li Yingtai could still use the national fortune. Only what Yinglu didn't know was, at this time, the border of the southern wasteland, Li Yingtai, Little Luoyang, and the unconscious Golden Cicada had been surrounded by 300 to 400 other people, and the dozen or so Tang soldiers had long since turned into corpses. The night wind blows through the Alhambra. In the autumn of Qin, it was still slightly cooler in the evening, and at that moment, Yinglu was draped in a deerskin, sitting in front of the table, while drinking tea made by adding salt, ginger, peppercorns and honey to a decoction, while reviewing the backlog of Jingbiao that had accumulated for more than 10 days. What a good Lu Bue! Though he didn't return to the court for a year, he promoted quite a few people under his hand, and after he sued for his illness without harnessing, he actually let the young Li Si take over the post of court captain. Yinglu's face became increasingly ugly. In just half a year's time, several of Lu Bue's disciples were already holding important positions in Qin. Not only was there the position of court captain overseeing the nation's justice, but even military positions were arranged in the camps stationed in the north. According to the current situation, there is Lu Bue's ambition in front of him, and Zhao Ji and Ying Qi are waiting for him at the back. Even some of the Ying clan clans have quietly defected to Ying Qi. It seems the dragon chair the widow is sitting on is a bit hot. Standing up, Yinglu stretched out to the attic's terrace. Suddenly, the dim and bright lights in the range book building caught Yinglu's attention. Stand down, all of you. Yinglu blared at the busy little eunuchs in the bedchamber, then chided. Nah. After the little eunuchs all retreated, only to see a black bird of prey flying on the roof of the range book building, concealed by the night color, whooshing to Yinglu's side. Chirp, chirp. The falcon, touching about 2 spans long and dark, clutched at the balustrade with sharp talons. The 2 round pupils opened and closed, twisting their heads to stare at Yinglu, and on its right leg, a thin red cloth was tied. Red. It seems to be a message from Li Xin. Yinglu pulled off the red cloth on the black falcon's feet, unfolded it and read, Your Majesty, I have almost reached the border of Qin, and will soon be able to enter the territory of the Tang Kingdom. But I heard that the Tang Kingdom has closed its gates and blocked the border a few days ago, and everyone is not allowed to enter or leave, and even the caravans are not allowed to pass through. unless they get the ultimatum to pass through the customs. Looking at the lines of secret words on the red cloth, Ing Lu's eyes became sharper and sharper. Seal the border lines, close the gates and stop trade. Even if the three kingdoms had attacked Qin, they didn't need to do it to this extent. And Chu and Qi, too, have never heard of such a big commotion. Is it hard to believe that there's a problem within the Tang dynasty? With a grave expression, Ing Lu sat back down at the table, and in a secret language that only two people understand, he wrote 9 big words on the white cloth: try to get through the customs, and go to Chang'an City quickly. After tying the white cloth back onto the black falcon's foot, just seeing this black falcon that could travel 3,000 miles in a day from beyond the border, it then waved its wings and instantly disappeared in the sky above the Alhambra Palace, flying in the direction of the Great Qin border. Ing Lu, who had labored for a day, was still not sleepy, but his body was almost at its limit. After blowing out the oil lamp on the desk, he lay back on the black water dragon couch and thought about how to prepare for tomorrow's banquet for General Bai Qi. It is important to realize that Bai Qi's prestige in the Qin army is unmatched. Although he was relegated to Wuan-yi and did not lead an army in battle for many years, he still held his position as the top general of the 7 kingdoms. If he is allowed to regain control of the military and conspire with Lu Buwei, it is not certain that this Qin state may actually change its name. Your Majesty, I have something to discuss with you. Suddenly, Hua Yang appeared at the door of the bedchamber. Only this time, instead of just wearing a transparent muslin like usual, she was wearing the Queen's exclusive Dragon Queen's robe. Come in, Ing Lu spoke softly, while roughly guessing Hua Yang's intentions. Now that Hua Yang is pregnant with the dragon's seed, the Longwan plans can be said to be tied to Ing Luo. Today, Lu Buwei suddenly returned to Xianyang City and not only killed 37 members of Chang Lingjun's family by the hand of the King of Qin, and he also invited Bai Qi to the palace privately without being played. In this situation, the Longwan forces would definitely not allow Lu Buwei to act recklessly. Your Majesty, what are you going to do about the banquet for General Bai Qi tomorrow? Hua Yang, who was pregnant, no longer had to think about Ing Lu's body. Surprisingly, he sat down demurely in the chair next to the bed. Elder General Bai has never lost a battle in his life, and although he is old, he has taken great pains to fight Qin for the sake of the 3 kingdoms, and I don't think he is the right person to take the position of the main general. Ing Lu, who had just laid down not long ago, sat up again and tentatively said towards Hua Yang, Your Majesty, leaving aside the issue of age, today in the Kirin Palace, Lu Buwei even hit on the idea of the Qinling dragon vein. Would you not realize the importance of this matter? Your Majesty, aren't you worried about Bai Qi and Lu Buwei conspiring together? If these two conspire, your kingly authority will be provoked like never before, both in the court and in the army. Hua Yang frowned. Although Ing Lu's body was weak, she knew clearly that underneath this sickly body, it was not as uncomplicated as she saw it. Even Hua Yang had vaguely sensed that this king of Qin, who might collapse at any time, must be plotting something, and this matter was enough to stir up the seemingly calm, but dark and turbulent lake of Qin. Hua Yang, now that you are pregnant with the dragon seed, you Longwanshi clan and I are family. Ing Lu suddenly changed his drawing style and said as he looked at Hua Yang with affectionate eyes, Great, King, my concubine was originally family with you. This unexpected gentleness caused Hua Yang to freeze, but he quickly came back to his senses. Let me ask you, if Lu Buwei really wanted Great Qin to change its surname, who would be the first to stand up against it? Ing Lu continued to ask. It must be you, Great King. As soon as Hua Yang said this, he suddenly realized something, so he immediately changed his words again. You mean the Ing clan? Hearing this, Ing Lu did not say much. It seems that Hua Yang does have a good political sense. Everyone in Qin knew that Ing Lu was childless and had a short life expectancy. Therefore, Lu Buwei is not the only one who was concerned about the throne under Ing Lu's but I am one of them, and I will never be the only one in the Ing clan. As for who else is left, it will depend on who is the first to sink their teeth into it tomorrow. Although Ing Lu's talent was no less than that of all the Qin kings, and even more than that of the last Qin Zhaowang, who was called the god of war, but now this body is just too bad and the time in a day that it can move around is short. It has led to the erosion of the king's power in his hands one by one over the years. Now even the great Qin dragon vein was on Lu Buwei's mind, and if it is not this body of the country's luck for all generations, it is estimated that it has long become a withered bone, lying in the mausoleum. Your Majesty, tomorrow at the court, my Longwan scholarly clan will elect one person to you. Hua Yang suddenly spoke, but instead of raising it in his own name, it was in the name of the Longwanshi clan. I am afraid the implications of this are self-evident. Yes. Out of Hua Yang's expectation, Ing Lu didn't even inquire about who it was, but directly agreed. Since that's the case, then I will leave first and not disturb your rest. Great King, I have to say, It's true that this pregnant woman changes a lot. At this time, Huayang not only no longer had any thoughts about Ing Lu's body, he was also not as horny as before, not even to look at it more than once. After Huayang left, Ing Lu was again alone on the empty bed. Although still unable to sleep, he closed his eyes and meditated, not only in thinking up the golden cicada and Liang Tai's side, about entering Chang'an, killing the crown prince, abolishing the old king and establishing a new king. It even simulated about the power strife in Great Qin and the three kingdoms attacking Qin. All in all, this night, although Ing Lu did not sleep, he was not idle either. That's all. Until the first glimmer of the sun illuminated the Alhambra palace, the little eunuchs came to the bedchamber with jade basins, towels, and morning meals. Only then did Ing Lu get up to wash and dress. After a night of tossing and turning, Ing Luo already had a hint of drowsiness, and at this point on the other side, General Bai Qi, however, had long since arrived at Xianyang City and was having breakfast with Lu Buwei right at the state minister's residence. Old General Bai, do you miss this Xianyang meal? Lu Buwei held a leg of lamb in his hand and asked towards the opposite side of the room as he feasted on it. Ha ha, even though I have been in Wuanyup for many years, the cooks in my house are all from Xianyang, and I'm not used to eating rice from the borderlands. An old man with a white beard hanging down his waist and dressed in plainclothes laughed brightly. A voice as loud as a bell spread throughout the entire state minister's mansion. And this old man, who is nearly old, is the great General Bai Qi, who has made the 6 countries in the Central Plains scared and frightened, and is known as the human butcher by the whole world. Although great General Bai Qi was old, he did not look old at all. He was as tall and straight as a mountain, as if the years had only whitened his beard in tufts of hair, because of the long battles in his youth. His skin was somewhat roughened by the wind, sand and sunlight, and his masculine aura was slightly inferior to even Lu Buwei, who was in the prime of his life. And beside him stood a large sword that was more than 2 meters long and weighed more than 100 pounds. The blade dipped diagonally into the earth, half buried beneath the hardened dirt, half exposed to the air. It was as if everything around him was colored with an austere aura that made people not help but feel in awe. Ha ha, with your status, why do you need to live in Wuhan? You can go back to Xianyang anytime you want. Without even mentioning Ing Lu, Lu Buwei took the liberty of overturning the royal decree issued by the late king. Minister Lu, are you asking me to disobey the decree? Bai Qi raised a bowl of spirits, slowly put it to his mouth and drank. Just the cold eyes that looked forward. Even Lu Buwei, who was the prime minister of Great Qin, felt the oozing coolness. Elder General Bai, it's my oversight, but this loyalty of yours, is it to Great Qin, or is it loyalty to Ing? Lu Buwei put down the leg of lamb in his hand and took out a pair of jade toads from his arms, placing them in his hands and coiling them up, then slowly said, ha ha, that's a bit of an interesting statement from the Minister of State. Bai Qi didn't answer positively either, but just drank the wine in the bowl in one go. Ha ha, painful. The wine in this Xianyang city is really much stronger than my tiny Wuhan. Putting down his wine bowl, Bai Qi said with a big smile, Elder General Bai, the main general against the 3 kingdoms, as I see it, apart from you, there is no one else in Great Qin who could be worthy of this tiger talisman of command. Humph, that's natural. The district Chu Tangqi's merge is just a merge. I'll make sure they have no return. Listening to Bai Qi's words, it seemed as if the position of the main general was already something in his hands. However, I have heard rumors that the general in charge of the Chu army this time is Xiang Yan, and that he has also brought with him a hilt of the Middle Kingdom's best weapon from Chu. I wonder if your majesty will lend you the one in the palace as well. Lu Buwei stroked his beard and asked rather meaningfully. It's hopeless. When I was young, I fought with King Zhaowang, and I've never even seen that Jedi soldier. And it's even more unlikely that this kid, Ing Lu, would let it leave the Qin King's palace now. And this Central Plains Jedi soldier, that thing, it's not like you can just use it. The handle of the fish belly that King Zhaowang rewarded me with, it's too much effort for me to use it to cut vegetables. It's not as good as my knife. As Bai Qi said this, he also touched the large sword that was stuck on the ground beside him. It seems that in his eyes, this old friend, which accompanied him to kill countless enemies, is worth more than all the absolute soldiers of the Central Plains. Lu Buwei didn't say anything. He just narrowed his eyes and thought about something. Old General Bai, when we arrive at the Qilin Palace, if you take this position of the main general, don't forget what you promised me. After both of them were silent for a moment, Lu Buwei was the first to break the silence. Don't worry, Prime Minister, as long as it's something I, Bai Qi, have promised, I will absolutely keep my word. What's more, Great Qin crushed the allied forces of Chu, Tang, and Qi with the power of a single nation. That thing you're asking for is nothing, and I'll bring it up in the Kirin Hall later. Bai Qi didn't even hesitate for a second before agreeing directly. Thank you, Old General Bai. Although Lu Buwei's official position was already under one person in Qin, he still bowed his hands and bowed his head respectfully. Prime Minister, I'm a little confused as to what you're doing this for. Are you not satisfied with the position of Prime Minister? Bai Qi straightened his back and asked towards Lu Buwei, who lowered his head in front of him. Naturally, it's so that Great Qin can unify the Central Plains. Lu Buwei got up and faced the direction where the Middle Kingdom's Son of Heaven was, and said confidently with his deep and magnetic voice, "Ha ha, what a great unification of the Central Plains. If His Majesty King Zhaoan can live for 20 more years, I will surely accompany him to fulfill this wish shared by the great heroes of the world." Looking at Lu Buwei's eyes, Bai Qi actually saw the shadow of the previous generation of Qin kings in a trance. And then, not long after the two had had their breakfast, Reese then hurried over. "Lord Prime Minister and Old General Bai, it's time to set off for the Qilin Palace." "Okay, Old General Bai, please." Lu Buwei reached out his hand, signaling Bai Qi to walk in front of him. "There's no hurry. Dare I ask if there are thorns in the State House?" Bai Qi stroked his beard and asked without haste. "Thorns? What do you need this for?" Lu Buwei and Li Si both asked at the same time. "Ha ha, if I enter Xianyang City without a decree, then I am guilty. In that case, why don't we follow the example of my old friend, who is far away in Zhao, and ask our young king for a pardon?" When Bai Qi finished speaking, he took off his own top and then tied it around his waist, revealing muscles covered in scars and sword marks, symbolizing military glory. "Ha ha, Old General Bai is quite playful." Lu Buwei laughed a few times. Then he greeted his subordinates and went to the backyard to fetch a basket of thorns for Bai Qi to choose from. He only used the word playful to describe his plea to the king of Qin. Instead, it showed Li Si, who was on the sidelines, the arrogance of the Minister of State. "My lord, do you think these thorns are enough?" The head butler of the state minister's mansion ordered his subordinates to carry 2 large baskets of thorn strips to Bai Qi's trio. "Nonsense, just take 1 or 2 to cope with the situation. Why do you need so many?" Lu Buwei glared at the steward of his mansion and chided. "It's not in the way, it's not in the way. The old man even thinks it's a bit less." Bai Qi didn't think so, and directly stretched out his big hands full of rough calluses, tightly grasping onto the thorn strips and directly carrying them behind his naked back. Then he also ordered his subordinates to securely bind these thorns to his body several times with thick rope, and the spikes of the thorns instantly scraped the flesh of his back, oozing out the slightest trace of blood. "Go, set out for the Kirin Palace and meet the great king," Bai Qi roared, and instead of choosing to get on the carriage, he used his feet to walk step by step in the direction of the Qilin Temple. "Ha ha, worthy of Old General Bai. Li Si, go and inform the 100 officials that all of them should follow behind Old General Bai, and we will hike together to meet the king." Having said that, Lu Buwei then took a step forward, following closely behind Bai Qi towards the front, and an hour later, Alhambra Palace, on the Hall of the Unicorn, sinful Minister Bai Qi, entering the city without an edict. "Please be punished by the king." Bai Qi kneeled down on one knee and shouted loudly facing Ying Lu, who was seated on the dragon chair. The impassioned voice shook the ears of some of the delicate clerks. "Old General Bai, is that on your back?" Looking at Bai Qi, who was naked on the stage and carrying at least a few dozen pounds of thorn strips on his back, Ying Lu did not let the other party get up first, but instead opened his mouth to ask, "Your Majesty, the old minister has sinned. I hope you will punish him." "Chastisement? Resisting the late king's decree to trespass into Xianyang City. Do you want the widow to chop you up?" Although Ying Luo said it lightly. However, as soon as these words came out, many officials in the hall immediately knelt down and pleaded for Bai Qi's favor towards Ying Lu. "Your Majesty, Old General Bai has worked hard for the country, and now that Chu, Tang, and Qi are attacking Qin, Old General Bai also has his heart set on Great Qin, so I hope your Majesty will be gracious." "Be gracious, Great King." Upon closer inspection, Ying Lu realized that the people who pleaded for Bai Qi were basically Lu Buwei's disciples, except for a few veteran generals in the army. "Your Majesty, after the destruction of the allied forces of the 3 kingdoms, this head will be presented with both hands by the old minister." Bai Qi raised his head and said in an unquestionable tone towards Ying Lu, "The 3 kingdoms are attacking Qin, with more than 1 million allied troops. Is the old general so confident that the widow will hand over the position of this main general to your hands?" Ying Lu stood up from the dragon chair, ignoring the prayers of the ministers. "My lord, is there anyone worthy to compete with me for this position of Lord General?" Bai Qi's self-confidence did not come out of thin air. Decades of undefeated battles had given him the pride of ownership, even if his age was nearly ancient. "Your Majesty, Wang Jian of the Longguan Wangjiao army asks for an order not to return to the pass until the allied forces of the 3 kingdoms are broken." Suddenly, a man in his late 40s, tall and no less than Bai Qi stepped forward. Although there was an unspeakable majesty between his eyebrows, His deep eyes seem to be able to penetrate the heart, calm and mysterious. And although he is a military general, he is also wise beyond his years. This person was the one Hua Yang was trying to promote last night, also among the warlords of Longwan. Since Bai Qi, the great general Wang Jian, who has repeatedly won numerous battles. With Wang Jian's self-recommendation, the courtroom was in an uproar. Even Lu Buwei didn't expect that someone would actually dare to compete with Bai Qi for this position of the main general. Bai Qi and Wang Jian, do you think my Ying clan doesn't exist? Your Majesty, Ying Dang and Ying Ci, please order them to lead an army to crush Chu, Tang and Qi. This time, the Qilin Palace became even more lively. Not only Lu Buwei and the Longwan clan have come out to fight for the military power, even the Ying clan, which has always kept a low profile, is planning to take a bite of the meat. It is true that since ancient times, this war is the best time to gather power and seize power. Your Majesty, General Bai has never lost a battle in his life, and is the most suitable for the position of Lord General. No, old General Bai is old and hasn't led an army for years. I think General Wang Jian is the more suitable. Nonsense. In terms of arranging troops and formations, who is as good as General Wang Qi, and in terms of bravery, who is as good as General Ying Dang, who was born with godly strength. The forces of the three parties were bickering inside the Qilin Palace. Even the Prime Minister Lu Buwei, who had always been unchanged even when Tarzan collapsed in front of him, closed his eyes at this moment and frowned slightly. The appearance of Ying Dang and Ying was quite unexpected. Just Long Guanshi clan this horizontal insertion, but is a bit unforeseen. Long Guanshi clan and I fight for the soldier's talisman. This is more than obvious intention. Could it be? Lu Buwei suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards Hua Yam, who was sitting on the side before looking towards the other party's stomach. These days there seems to be no news of Hua Yang breaking into the great king's bedchamber at night. Could it be that Hua Yang is pregnant with the dragon seed? Lu Buwei instantly figured out that if Hua Yang was really pregnant with the dragon seed, then the Longguan clans would definitely stand on Ying Lu's side. Oh, think that's going to stop me? Lu Buwei grunted lightly before sending a look towards Bai Qi. Humph, crafty guy. Bai Qi grunted lightly before he stood up, spilling the thorns on his back. Shut up all of you. Everyone instantly quieted down when Bai Qi shouted out this voice. The thick aura of killing made the people inside the hall seem like they were in a bloody battlefield. Even some of the little eunuchs who lacked masculinity fainted from incontinence in place in fear. The moment. It was as if Bai Qi, the human butcher who had killed 400,000 enemy troops in a single battle back then, had returned. Your Majesty, I ask for an order. A few short words once again showed Bai Qi's attitude. Oh, although General Bai has never been defeated, but this is also many years ago. The three countries to cut down the Qin is related to the survival of the entire Great Qin. Why do I believe you? Ying Lu, who has always been physically weak, did not change his color at this time, which surprised the ministers below. If I lose the battle, I will not only offer my head, but also hand over the tiger talisman of the Bai family army given by King Zhao of Qin. When these words came out, the hall instantly exchanged words again. Good. General Bai's determination is known to the widow. Wang Jian, Ying Dang, Ying Qi, do you three still want to fight for the position of general? Ying Lu slammed the armrest and asked towards the other three below. My lord, I dare not. The three of them knelt down in unison, simultaneously bowing their heads and shouting. Bai Qi, listen to the order. I appoint you as the main general of the three armies, leading an army of 550,000, and make sure that the three kingdoms of Chu, Tang, and Qi will be wiped out. Shaking my Qin's tiger's might, Wang Jian, Ying Dang, and Ying Qi will each lead 80,000 troops and accompany Great General Bai Qi on his expedition. With an irrefutable air, Ying Lu gave the king's decree in front of the civil and military officials. I will obey the decree. We are willing to do our best for the unification of Qin. The four men on the stage were on their knees. Your Majesty, there is one more thing that the old general asks for. Bai Qi suddenly said. Say, the three kingdoms attacked Qin, and all brought with them a trace of national fortune. So I hope that the great king will likewise lay down national fortune for Great Qin outside of Hangu. Bai Qi looked up and said. And the few people present who knew what national fortune was all about were all instantly startled in their hearts. These people knew very well that if Ying Lu's body were to use the national fortune, then the king of Qin would be in danger of collapsing at any time. The hall was suddenly silent again. Lu Buwei, Bai Qi, and the few people in the shadows all looked at Ying Lu at the same time. Well, that's natural. When Chu, Tang, and Qi are at the foot of the Hangu Pass, I will lay down my national fortune to support my great Qin generals. Although Ying Lu had no waves on the surface, he was more than ecstatic inside. For the words, at last, had waited for themselves. The feast rises, and the musicians play. With a roar from the old eunuch, Qin music surrounded around the beams, and plates of gourmet delicacies were brought in from outside one after another. Just as Ying Lu was about to raise his glass and say something grandiose, suddenly, the effects of the 12 silver needles and the 100 stone scatter were withdrawn from his body, and it was as if he hadn't slept for 10 days and 10 nights, and a monstrous drowsiness instantly swept through his body. Puff! Ying Lu's wineglass tumbled to the ground, his eyelids slowly closing down and his limbs becoming uncontrollable. The king is asleep. Asleep, not poisoned, and not a crash. Before completely losing consciousness, Ying Lu vaguely heard Dr. Hua shouting from the crowd below. Where is this? At the same time, 10,000 miles away, the golden cicada, who had been unconscious for a day and a night, suddenly opened his eyes. Big brother, golden cicada, you're finally awake. Inside a room that is drafty and dilapidated in all directions, the golden cicada was seen lying on a straw mat, while Xiao Luoyang and Li Yingtai, one of them holding a piece of dampened rag, wiped the dirt from the golden cicada's face and body. Where is this? How are those Tang troops doing? Golden cicada sat up and looked around the room, discovering that this place seemed to be an abandoned Taoist temple. Not only were the weeds overgrown and the offering table overturned, even the statue of the three Qing in the distance was smashed to pieces. They were killed. And just as you guessed, father never intended for me to return to Chang'an alive. Hearing the golden cicada's words, Li Yingtai sadly lowered his head, his two small hands clenching the rags hard as he opened his mouth in frustration. That day after the golden cicada fainted, Li Yingtai then rushed out at the first opportunity and revealed his identity as the 87th crown prince of the Tang kingdom. But who knows? Not only did this identity not make these few Tang soldiers stop their attacks, but it made them even more deranged. General Li Wuxiao said that as long as he cuts off Li Yingtai's head and digs out the golden phoenix seal, he will reward him with 1,000 taels of gold and 100 acres of good land. Seeing that a Tang soldier could actually say such words to himself, Li Yingtai was instantly enraged and picked up the Zhu Yun Tang sword and killed him. However, it is a pity that Li Yingtai, without the help of national fortune, is always difficult to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. Soon there was a bloody cut on his arm. However, it was also at this time, from another direction within the southern wasteland, about 300 to 400 people, who rode fast horses directly surrounded the several people, and the leader of these people, after only asking Li Yingtai. Then he drew his sword and killed these few Tang soldiers directly. What did they ask you? Golden Cicada asked curiously. They then asked me if I was Li Yingtai, and if I had killed Pudu Xianshi? While saying this, Li Yingtai's eyes fluttered and dodged from side to side. You admit it? Just by looking at the embarrassed look, Golden Cicada roughly guessed it. At that time, the situation was urgent, and as I saw that these people seemed to have a grudge against Master Puduhuyan, I recognized them. Only last night their leader recognized them and had to reveal that Master Puduhuyanji was killed by you. Li Yingtai immediately offered another explanation. A group of 300 to 400 people, and each well-trained, not only recognized Li Yingtai's identity, but also had a grudge against Pudu Xianshi. Golden Cicada rubbed his chin, rubbing several clues together and analyzing them. Could it be the Dark Word Battalion? Soon, the Golden Cicada came to a preliminary conclusion. Big brother, here. Just as Golden Cicada was about to open his mouth, he saw that little Luoyang had already taken out, from his package, the Dark Character Battalion token that Bai Tao had left behind before his death. How clever! Golden Cicada stroked little Luoyang's head, and then picked up the token. It seemed that this little girl had also guessed that the probability was that these people were the Dark Character Battalion that was previously trapped in the southern wasteland. Although Bai Tao had said before he died that the people of the Dark Character camp would swear to follow him to the death as long as they saw this token. But whether this thing in his hand was useful or not, Golden Cicada couldn't be sure. Sand, sand, sand. There were footsteps outside the door. Now that you're awake, tell me, did you really kill Master Pudu Xian? And how did this fishbelly sword come to be in your hands? The doors pushed open. 3 men dressed in black with bucket hats walked in. In the center was a young man in his early 30s, still holding the Golden Cicada's fish-bellied sword. And this group of people with high cheekbones, straight nose, deep eyes, completely a standard face of the old Qin people. The probability is that the Dark Word camp cannot run away. The sword of Qin is sheathed, far from the river and mountains to fight for the capital of another country. Golden Cicada, as he had done, spoke the coded words of the White Family Army's Dark Character Battalion, just as he had done when he had met Han Liangyu. Tigers and wolves, the army of tigers and wolves, as powerful as the thunder. The force is like a galloping horse. If the blood does not run dry, the death will not stop the war. The 3 were stunned, but still, without a moment's hesitation, they uttered the second half of their sentences. You are? Qin royal family. This was given to me by Bai Tao before he died. Golden Cicada pulled the token out of his pocket. It was just as Shirato had said. These three people quickly knelt down on one knee the first instant they saw the token. My lord, get up. This place is not the land of Great Sheen. There is no need to care about all this prosperity red tape, and there are still some things I want to ask you. The golden cicada stood up when he finished speaking, patting himself on the dirt that covered him. Next, Golden Cicada roughly talked about everything that happened in Gungzi Town at that time, as well as what happened in Cheerful City and Little Western Heaven. Only in many places, the Golden Cicada made concealment, but even so, it made these guys from the Dark Word Battalion admire them. 100,000 Tang troops in the Dark Character Battalion hadn't killed the Pudu Wise Master for 13 years, but actually ended up dying in the hands of this Qin royal family in front of him. My lord, this man is the former crown prince of the Tang Kingdom. What do you think about it? After Bai Tao's death, the man named Su Goiki became the leader of the Dark Character Camp. Keep it. Golden Cicada knew that the people from the Dark Character Battalion had entered the southern wasteland with the Tang army in order to assassinate Li Yingtai in the first place. Now that the Pudu Sage Master was dead, they had left the southern wasteland again without incident. It's time to continue the assassination mission from 13 years ago. Only now, Li Yingtai, father does not hurt, mother still do not know whether to love or not. There is no need to assassinate. What's more, the Golden Cicada was planning to put Li Yingtai on that great Tang throne. By the way, Pillar Terrace, what's your mother's name? Golden Cicada suddenly turned his head and asked towards the nervous Li Yingtai. My mother? Li Yingtai frowned lightly. She didn't understand what Golden Cicada was trying to do. Yes, your mother. The more details the better. Golden Cicada said seriously. My mother's surname is Wu, with a single name of Li, originally from the Five Flavors Cross in Chang'an. And I was a concubine of the King of Tang before I left the Great Tang, and now I am estimated to be a concubine of the King of Tang. Li Yingtai didn't dare to think further. He was now no longer the crown prince, and even had to be beheaded by the King of Tang, digging out the golden phoenix seal on his body. As for the mother's current situation, I don't think it's going to be very good. It's not even clear if she's still alive. Su Daifei, you now take the brothers of the Dark Character Battalion, 5 to a squad, and head separately to Chang'an City. Then investigate the current status of Pillar Terrace's mother. If she is still alive and in a bad situation, tell her that the pillars have returned to the territory of the Great Tang, so that she can prepare herself in advance, and say nothing about the details. However, if concubine Wu is still favored by the Tang King and resides deep in the palace, then you will press on and wait for me to arrive in Chang'an before making other plans. From Li Xian's letter, Golden Cicada learns that nowadays there are already problems within the Great Tang. Instead of more than 400 people crowed at the same time, it would be better to turn into a whole. Each head to Chang'an. Yes, sir. Subo Deng was much more obedient than Bai Tao, and for Golden Cicada's order, he answered it without even asking. And the Dark Letter Battalion was well executed. It was less than a cup of tea since the Golden Cicada had finished explaining all this. The dilapidated Taoist temple, which was originally packed with people, instantly became empty, and if you listened carefully, you could still hear the sound of horses coming from all directions. Golden Cicada, you're actually from the royal family? Today was the first time Li Yingtai had heard the Golden Cicada announce himself. Blow it out of proportion or you can't bluff them. The Golden Cicada didn't want to dwell too much on the issue, so he made a random excuse to get out of it. Ha, I don't believe it. However, if you want my mother to do you any favors, I advise you to dismiss the idea before it's too late. Li Yingtai was not stupid, and had roughly guessed a thing or two from Golden Cicada's words just now. My mother's family was not poor, but at best it was an average family. It certainly won't be of any help in this battle for the pinnacle of power in the Great Tang. Pillar Terrace, 13 years, don't you underestimate those 13 years. The woman who was able to be the sole favorite of the King of Tang in the harem back then, and who was also able to send the young Li Yingtai into the army and make General Yuchi die to protect her with his life. How Golden Cicada thought about it. He felt that this would not be a simple character. Come on, we should get going too. Golden Cicada picked up the luggage on the floor and scanned around the dilapidated Taoist temple before walking towards the outside of the house. By this time, the sky outside was drizzling with fall rain. It's not big, but it's sheer. And the horses and wagons that had come down from the Pudu religion were still well bolted in the courtyard. Golden Cicada casually picked up a straw raincoat had left behind by Sudaki and put it on his head. Then he straddled the horse. Once the two women, one large and one small, were also in the carriage, they departed. But according to Li Yingtai, the main road to Chang'an is now full of Great Tang troops. In order not to have an unexpected situation, Golden Cicada thought about it and then chose another path that required going over the mountain. Although the mountain wasn't very high, it was never as level as the main road. That's all. The three of them walked for an entire day until the sun set, and only just made it over the hill. After building a campfire for the night and cooking, Golden Cicada waited for Liang Tai to come back from the river to fish for the pot. No, not good anymore. Suddenly, only to see Liang Tai's face turn pale as he darted all the way towards the Golden Cicada's direction. Here what? The Golden Cicada drew out the belly of the fish and thought, is it possible that the Tang army also took the path? Bodies. Bodies. So many bodies. Liang Tai bent down, both hands propped up on his knees, panting, and her body had long been drenched in the sweat of fear. Corpses? Have you seen fewer of them in the southern wasteland? The Golden Cicada found it a bit strange. Just that heavenly road made out of people was appalling enough, and places like the Central Plains are full of hoi polloi everywhere. There is also no such person as Pudu Shastra who exists, so what exactly would be scary? Not the same, not the same. You'll see for yourself. Liang Tai stammered as he hugged little Luo Yang. Strange. Golden Cicada put down the firewood in his hands, got up and headed toward the river. What the hell is this? Golden Cicada subconsciously gulped, his wide eyes following the river downwards. It was only seen flowing into the creek at the bottom of the hill. One body after another swims upstream, one after another as if it were never ending. And all of these bodies had their faces smashed and their stomachs gutted. Guts, eyeballs, teeth, and tongues were stuffed into his mouth and sizzled by the eerie green flames. The foreheads and limbs of the corpses were labeled with talismans with red characters on a yellow background. The strangest thing was that the bodies were all clean-shaven and permed with ring scars. It's exactly like the monks in those temples. Walking corpse against the water. Golden Cicada remembered the literature he had seen within the range book building, but the scrolls don't say anything about a monk walking against the water. Rush! Back to the campfire, pulling up little Luo Yang, whose stomach was rumbling, and Liang Tai, whose face was blanched. Golden Cicada then planned to hurry up for the night. It was only after dark that the path down the mountain became unusually difficult. Golden Cicada led the horse ahead, carefully scouting the way. It wasn't until after the night had passed that the sun rose again. It took a few people to get halfway up the hill. Because of the humidity of the mountains in the early morning, a white mist actually rose around them. Slowly, these white mists became thicker and thicker. All be careful. Because of his unusual hearing, Golden Cicada vaguely heard a group of subtle footsteps in the thick fog. These people were light on their feet, and strangely enough, they didn't seem to walk in the same way as normal people, both regular and rhythmic. Not for a moment. Around the carriage, at least 100 or so people had already surrounded it. It felt like the footsteps were getting denser, and they were still getting quieter. Golden Cicada held the restless horse with one hand and pulled out the fish belly at his waist. The fog was getting thicker at this point, and even the carriage that was close by was getting a little hazy. Liang Tai tightly protected little Luo Yang under his body, holding the Zhu Yuntang sword in his hand, while his eyes turned back and forth, fighting with a 12% spirit, not daring to be sloppy even for a moment. Suddenly, without warning, only a snap was heard. Behind the Golden Cicada, a pair of large, bleak white hands broke through the thick fog and tightly choked the Golden Cicada's neck. The hands seemed to have no temperature, and the cold was a bit oozing, but it was a surprisingly strong force. In just an instant, Golden Cicada felt as if his throat had been pinched. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. This Taoist master me. What I hate the most is those dead vultures, wearing their raggedy clothes. They deserve to die. Not far away, in the thick fog, there was a sudden burst of crisp copper bells, and accompanying the brass bell was a pale, raspy, squawking sound, like that of a rooster with its throat cut. Bald ass? The Golden Cicada, who had broken his neck, suddenly remembered that what he was wearing was the very monk's clothes that he had casually found from the Pudu sect. But to kill someone just because of a monk's garment, this old man must not be a good person either. There seems to be 2 more nimble little bitches in this sedan chair, so we'll get them pregnant first, and then chop them up and make them into spiteful ghosts in a few days. The old man's footsteps were getting closer and closer, and the Golden Cicada, who was lying on the ground in fake death, quietly and silently held the belly of the fish. Suddenly, the crisp brass bells came to an abrupt halt. Do it! Only the Golden Cicada shouted in his mind, then instantly rose from the ground, holding the belly of the fish in both hands and stabbing it towards the blurry shadow in the thick fog. Puffing, the blade pierced into the flesh, but as Golden Cicada prepared to stab a little deeper, suddenly, 2 large hands grabbed his wrists, and the huge grip made the Golden Cicada unable to move. Turning his head to look, he saw that the one who had just snapped his neck was actually the against the water walking corpse that he had seen before. The blood-spiked hula's rotten face, motionless against the Golden Cicada. A yellow talisman was attached to the corpse's forehead, and its insides were similarly gutted and held in its mouth. Evil spirits and demons can actually be seen in the hinterlands of the Central Plains? Golden Cicada released his right hand from holding the belly of the fish and then caught it with his left hand. Brush! Brush! 2 streaks of silver light slashed through, and the backwater walking corpse was then chopped off its wrists and head. What the hell? Even if you didn't die, you actually chopped Master Dao's my little ghost as a radish? The old Taoist who had been stabbed by the Golden Cicada earlier had taken the opportunity to hide back in the fog. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. Only the brass bells rang frantically, and the surrounding group of walkers, after spitting the guts in their mouths on the ground, leaned towards the carriage. Phew! No way! The old Taoist's brass bell had lost its sound, and it looked like it had fled far away. With no other choice, Golden Cicada could then only go ahead and take care of these weird walkers. These corpses look horribly scary and surprisingly strong despite their appearance. However, it is slow and has no intelligence, and can be killed by cutting off its head. That's all. After about half an hour, the Golden Cicada smoothly chopped off the 100 or so heads after suffering a little bit of minor injuries. Were these guys starving in life? Why do they bite when they catch someone? Covering his half-healed head, Golden Cicada flung the pieces of meat hanging from the fish's belly to the ground, and as the bodies all fell to the ground, the white fog gradually dispersed. The early morning sunlight re-illuminated the mountains. Golden Cicada, are you alright? Seeing that normalcy had returned outside, Liangtai lifted the curtain of the car and looked for the Golden Cicada. Only the heads and bodies all over the place really startled her. What is it? Someone has manipulated the body with evil magic. As the last piece of flesh grew out, the Golden Cicada then turned around. I thought that as long as I arrived at the Central Plains, I wouldn't meet this kind of crooked way, but who knew that only after walking out of the southern wasteland for less than 100 miles, I would come across this kind of rotten thing again. The Golden Cicada shook his head and walked towards the stream not far away, and after washing the blood and grime from his body, he set off on his way. As for the old Taoist who had been injured, he had probably already gone into hiding to heal his wounds. The way down was smooth and I didn't encounter any more messes. If I remember correctly, about 200 miles ahead, there's a small town that was Uncle Yuchi's hometown, and he took me there 13 years ago. After passing through the town, another 500 miles northward will converge on the official road, and by then there will be many more post stations, villages, and towns along the way, and it won't be long before we reach Chang'an. Liangtai was distracted and pointed towards the northwest. Big sister, what's wrong with you? Little Luoyan was the first to notice Liangtai's abnormalities and asked with concern by grabbing the other's cuffs. Nothing, it just suddenly occurred to me that the old man's voice sounded a bit familiar just now. Liangtai's eyebrows moved slightly as he lowered his head in deep thought. Did you hear it in the southern wasteland? Or in Chang'an? Golden Cicada asked curiously as she turned around while sitting on her horse. It's not the southern wasteland. It's in the Great Ming Palace. But it's been more than 10 years since then, so maybe I'm hearing things wrong. After thinking about it, Liangtai replied with some hesitation. Inside Damien's palace? Golden Cicada murmured softly. It was reasonable to say that the royal families of the 7 countries of the Central Plains would only receive some orthodox Taoist cultivators. Crooked devils like this simply couldn't even enter the gates of the capital, let alone meet the king of a country. Continuing on in a forward direction, it was not until the sun was ready to set that several people arrived at General Yuchi's hometown. We must not stay longer. After preparing some supplies, we will leave quickly. This was because the supplies that had previously been shunted from the Pudu sect had already been divided up by the people of the Dark Character Battalion during the period when Golden Cicada was unconscious. Everything was swept away except for some money, and the road ahead will have no more villages or towns until it merges into the official highway, and this town will be the last supply. Walking into town, the setting sun's afterglow spilled a few rays of blood-red light through the clouds. Only the entire street was empty, and only the occasional wind, with a slight chill, blew through the houses and crumbling fences. In the town, there was a dead silence. The only sound was that of Golden Cicada and their horses treading the ground and wheels running over. Something's wrong, Golden Cicada. Liangtai's expression became a little tense. 13 years ago this place was thriving, and even when the sun went down, the townspeople would light bonfires and then sing, dance, and drink. Aha! The Golden Cicada responded softly and drew out the belly of the fish. If you dare to stab this Taoist master, today I will refine the male into a Dan and the female into a spiteful ghost. He. This woman who died while pregnant has the heaviest grievances, and if you are lucky, you can still meet a corpse and 2 grievances, the 2 little daisies in the car. In a moment, this Taoist master will come to perform that rite of passage of the week with you. Suddenly, in the very center of the town, a dried-up old man in a pink Taoist robe, still embroidered with peonies, appeared. He was seen holding a copper bell in his right hand and a talisman in his left. In front of him stood densely filled with several thousand walkers that he had met during the day, and the most bizarre thing was that in the sky above his head, There were actually thousands of formless red-clad resentful souls floating around. The golden cicada on the horse narrowed his eyes, his expression turning tense. Even before in the southern wasteland, both the great Bodhisattva era and the Pudu Sage Master were at least monsters with flesh. But with all these resentful souls floating in the sky, Golden Cicada was not sure if the fish belly in his hand would be able to cut them down. The male directly eat clean, leaving the head and heart can be. Female cannot be hurt. This Taoist master inverted lovers like small face clean. With a shake of the brass bell, the talisman was flung, only to see the sky above and below the ground. The walking corpses plus the grudging souls used extremely fast speeds to pounce towards the Golden Cicada together. Spell it out. Just as Golden Cicada was about to dismount and kill the enemy, suddenly, a green light flashed out of the wagon, only to see the long silent green sandalwood flew out of the package, standing in front of the Golden Cicada, and inside its furnace. At some point, 3 high incense sticks were inserted. Grandma's infinite heavenly father, isn't this Master Dao's my green sandalwood? The old path exclaimed.